Every time I stealthily enter the women's bathhouse in Konoha, I find myself inexplicably weakened. Strangely, they not only refrain from splashing water in my face, but each time, they tenderly pour water over themselves while I, endowed with such an ability, am unable to derive any joy from the experience. This melancholy stems from the fact that after traversing into the world of Naruto, I became a member of the Hidden Mist Village and awakened a bloodline limit that allows me to transform into water. Just when I thought I could finally seize the opportunity to bathe with Tsunade and perhaps plant something within her, I was abruptly taken aback to discover the ground beneath me, littered with oysters. Perhaps it is due to my past life, where I possessed a Barrett, that I find my subconscious still enamored with the grand lightning. As I lament the whims of fate, a torrent of memories floods my mind. It turns out the original owner of this body was named Aoi Ruri, a girl of considerable standing within her clan, whose family and parents have been annihilated. Although the young girl managed to evade capture for a brief period, her fate ultimately led to demise. Just days later, I tentatively explored below, confirming my suspicions multiple times, and ultimately came to terms with this reality. Once I regained my composure, I deduced that we are currently in the era governed by the fourth Mizukage. Otherwise, the Aoi clan, known for their bloodline limit, would not have faced an ambush from the It is likely that my biological father was the leader of a direct lineage. Drawing from the remnants of the original memories, I attempted to meditate and sense a chakra presence. Harnessing the mental fortitude of an adult, I manipulated a small sphere of energy. Suddenly, my petite form swiftly transformed into water in the air. This peculiar sensation filled me with exhilaration. However, not long after, a wave of weakness washed over me. How does one escape this state? Just as I felt myself on the verge of being consumed by exhaustion, I finally managed to break free. This ability to transform into water must be a vestige of the Kirigakure clan's memories. Yet my current clan is Aoi, and such a transformation should not go unnoticed by the Umbu. After a moment of contemplation, I suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that only I can perceive my transformation into water? If so, then entering the women's bathhouse would allow me to witness the blossoming of flowers. However, the next moment, I deflated like a punctured balloon, nearly forgetting that I had now become a flower. Rising, I followed the river in search of sustenance, when I stumbled upon an unusual sight on the ground. Approaching cautiously, I was nearly startled into another life to see a ninja lying there, his left chest pierced, devoid of life. After calming myself, I joyfully discovered that this ninja had a tool pouch strapped to his right leg. In my previous life, I had always been intensely curious about such tool pouches, pondering the jutsu contained within it. The excitement brewed within me. I could hardly contain my enthusiasm and was about to rush over. Yet, just as my hand was about to touch the pouch, I sensed something amiss. The ninja who had slain this unfortunate soul had not disturbed his tools. In the world of Naruto, one does not typically kill merely to seize a pouch. However, there are plenty of traps. The more I pondered, the more apprehensive I became. After much deliberation, I resolved to transform into water and cautiously retrieve the pouch. I delicately brushed against it. A sudden snap echoed, and a shuriken shot forth from the pouch, seeming to traverse through the air as if it were not displacing the water at all. Could it be that I possess abilities akin to a phase? In that fleeting moment, a part of my body transcended into another realm. I unlocked the hydrating technique and opened my ninja tool pouch, which contained various commonly used ninja implements and 2 scrolls. I seized a military food pill and bit into it, only to find myself overwhelmed with tears. This was hardly fit for human consumption. As dawn broke the following day, I strolled along the riverbank when suddenly a melodious female voice resonated from ahead. Instantly, I felt a surge of anxiety. Had I encountered a ninja? At that moment, I imagined a scenario where the person would recognize me as the esteemed Aoi, and I envisioned her bestowing upon me a few shurikens. Soon after, a man in his 20s approached me, asking, "Hey kid, what are you doing out here all alone?" A wave of relief washed over me. Evidently, he did not recognize me. I stammered out a response, just then when a female ninja approached slowly. "Mizuchi, you startled the child." Both were from the Hidden Mist Village, clad in standard uniforms. The woman, with her fair complexion, exuded warmth and kindness. She knelt down to examine me and inquired, "Little sister, where are your parents?" I gritted my teeth and began to fabricate my tale. "My name is Sato Yui, and I hail from Aoi Village. My parents went out one day and never returned. I came out to search for them and got lost." I spun a tragic narrative, hoping to evoke some sympathy and coax a few tears. Reflecting on my bizarre experiences over the past few days, tears streamed down my face like a broken dam, releasing the burden of being in a strange world. The female ninja cradled me in her arms, comforting me, while the man, Mizukage, looked on with a resigned expression. After a moment, my emotions began to settle, and I found myself weeping in a woman's embracia, rather embarrassing situation for an adult like me. Moreover, was this truly the softness of a woman's bosom? I couldn't help but lean my head against her. The woman exchanged glances with the man, seemingly acknowledging the circumstances surrounding my situation. I must be an orphan. He spoke. Then we shall proceed according to protocol. The woman gently addressed me. Your name is Yui, correct? Come with me, sister. We will help you find your parents. Thus, I was taken back to the Hidden Mist village, but what I did not anticipate was their insistence on enrolling me in the Ninja Academy. According to the manga's depiction of the Hidden Mist village, during Naruto's battle with Zabuza, Zabuza failed in his assassination of the Mizukage, indicating that Zhao Meiling had not yet ascended to power. The incidents of classmates slaughtering one another in the ninja school seemed to have been altered by Zabuza's generation. However, it remained unclear whether we were still in that era. Nonetheless, learning ninjutsu was not without merit. Throughout the journey, I employed my charms and naivety to glean information. It appeared we were now in the era of the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage is arguably the most enigmatic figure in the Naruto manga, with scant information documented about him. It is said that he left behind minimal traces. During this time, a significant number of mist ninjas harbored distrust towards their comrades, with rogue ninjas frequently emerging. Assassinations of village leaders or other high-ranking officials by their subordinates were not uncommon, and various attempts to subvert the regime led to rampant internal strife. Within the Hidden Mist village, the shadow of the third Mizukage loomed in the history of the Hidden Mist, enigmatic and elusive, shrouded in mystery in the latest episodes. Uchiha Madara. Once, the three tails was drawn into the body of Noera Rin. Thus, the fourth Hokage must have succeeded after that event. It is evident that this was before the Battle of Kamikaze Bridge, leaving at least 12 years before the narrative truly begins. How unfortunate it is for you, I mused. I found myself seated beside a girl with crimson hair, sharing the same dormitory. Her name was Song Yuefeng. After exchanging pleasantries, we quickly became acquainted. After a brief wash-up, I retired to bed, still adjusting to the absence of my male characteristics. Gazing at the faint blush on my skin, I gently touched it, only to be met with a sudden wave of heat coursing through me. The following morning, I was roused by a soft voice. Sister Raincoat is up, it chimed. If you don't get up now, you'll be late. I lazily rolled over and replied, could you mark me present? I won't be attending this morning. Song Yuefeng looked at me with confusion. What do you mean present? Being late will result in punishment, and you might miss your meal. At the mention of missing a meal, I sprang upright. The classroom was nearly full by the time I arrived. The professor was lecturing on the tree of life and chakra, explaining various combat strategies, leaving me utterly astonished. Later that day, while Song Yuefeng and I were walking, a small boy tripped me. He merely cast a cold glance in my direction before swiftly departing. Anger surged within me as I shouted, "Hey, don't you know to apologize after bumping into someone?" Song Yuefeng gently helped me up, and I fervently inquired about the identity of that boy. His subsequent answer nearly rendered me speechless. That boy appeared to be Towdy from Class 2 of the first year. My eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking with me? I felt my face drain of color. Wasn't this the same child who, at the age of 6, had caused the deaths of over 100 students during the exam? After a moment, I regained my composure. Some truths must be faced. The only way to prevent such calamities lies in strength. I certainly did not believe that my verbal prowess could rival that of Naruto. The next day, Song Yuefeng noticed a peculiar change. The ordinarily lethargic Sister Raincoat had become industrious following her fall. Could it be that she sought revenge on that eyebrowless fellow? Nonetheless, it was a positive development. Thanks to my diligence in class and my university background, I quickly mastered the transformation and shadow clone techniques. Perhaps due to my fervent chakra training, I found that my water technique could now be sustained for longer durations. Of course, I also kept in mind the contents of the 2 scrolls in my ninja tool pouch, which contained the first 3 gates of the 8 gates. This knowledge was sufficient. The movements required for physical techniques were quite significant. Thus, Song Yuefeng and I ventured to the training grounds behind the school. To my surprise, on the very first night, we encountered Towdy during practice. The moonlight cast a hazy glow over the training field. Why was this individual training so diligently? A sea of sweat glistened under the moonlight. I end this realm. Though the physical constitution of individuals differs from that of my previous life, such intense training would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Song Yuefeng tugged at my sleeve, signaling to leave, but I firmly declined. Such a splendid opportunity to observe the enemy should not be squandered. Here we practice, in a place that is not his territory. I smirk, and soon after, the two of us engage in basic endurance exercises not far away. I have entrusted the 8 gates of the ninja techniques to Song Yuefeng, my companion by fate. I aspire to salvage a life that ought to have perished. As for the others, I find myself powerless despite my good intentions. After all, I can barely safeguard my own existence. The ability to eliminate over 100 graduates nearing the level of a lower-tier ninja should not be underestimated 2 years hence. I merely perform basic push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, and practice throwing techniques. Although he has seen me alongside Song Yuefeng, he dares not act against his classmates within the school. I remain observant, feeling both admiration and caution within me. The specter of death spurs me onward, while I employ lofty yet deceptive philosophies to motivate Song Yuefeng. The trio seems to exert themselves in a competitive training fervor until the late hours, around midnight, before I escort Song Yuefeng away. I glance back once, then swiftly turn away, knowing when to draw the line. I have no desire to succumb to overtraining before the graduation exam. That a month flies by, and our lives fall into a rhythm. Under my tutelage, Song Yuefeng masters the 3 life techniques thoroughly. The substitution technique is also executed with considerable finesse against several imagined opponents. The remnants of chakra left by a predecessor, combined with extensive rigorous training, have significantly increased my chakra reserves compared to my peers. Encouraged by my guidance, Song Yuefeng has shown remarkable progress in his abilities as well that we then embark on the arduous journey of refining our chakra control. Our tree climbing exercises take place within the confines of our home. Initially, the neighboring rooms are filled with the sounds of heavy objects crashing down. Gradually, those noises diminish, leaving the neighbors perplexed. They recall that these two individuals have a decent rapport. How could they ever come to blows? I grimace, massaging my sore back, while Song Yuefeng turns his head away, stifling a chuckle. You're laughing while I'm in agony, I retort, casting a disapproving glance at his trembling figure, oblivious to the fact that I am not much different from a young girl myself. If only you could concentrate like Sister Raincoat. After a few attempts, I learned my lesson and took to placing a thick quilt beneath me. 2 days later, I found myself precariously balanced against the wall, only to genuinely tumble down. Ouch, that hurt. With a sense of profound resentment, I hide in the partition, scrutinizing my blood trap techniques. Subconsciously, I wish to keep this matter to myself, for it pertains not only to my own affairs but also to my identity. Yet, as before, I perceive myself as transformed into water, while others remain oblivious and why blood techniques have already reached a formidable level. But I must refrain from reporting this for the graduation exam. It appears that enhancing my strength will require alternative considerations. This time, I managed to maintain my water form for nearly 3 minutes before feeling a slight weakness. Only then did I release the watery state, clearly sensing that each transformation has incrementally improved both the upper limit and purity of my chakra reserves. At 8 o'clock in the evening, I once again accompany Song Yuefeng to the back mountain, where he has grown accustomed to our shared presence. Since our arrival, he has become even more ruthless towards himself. It appears he is stronger than the characters depicted in the comics. I find myself a loss, teetering on the brink of tears. I have contemplated eliminating him preemptively, yet my past encounters with him were not entirely negative. Presently, I find myself admiring this adversary. Moreover, engaging in combat would undoubtedly attract scrutiny, and the outcome of such a confrontation remains uncertain. The educational methods employed at the Ninja Academy, indeed, mirror the notion of affinity presented in the comics, as well as the fragmented evaluations of Zero. The tactical courses have begun to intertwine with a form of indoctrination for the students. Zhou Jinyuan subtly promotes the idea of absolute obedience to orders, proclaiming that the mission supersedes all else, and that dying for the village is the highest honor. Sentiments that resonate not at all with me. However, I'm quite concerned about Song Yuefeng. I do not wish for the gentle and lovely Feng to be transformed into a mere instrument of war. At night, I gazed at the fiery red hair peeking out beside me and gently inquired, "What is it?" "Raincoat, sister." She responded, "Let's promise not to part ways, ever." I affirmed, "In our future as ninjas, we may undertake different missions, but we can accomplish all tasks together." My fondness for this little girl only deepens. "Feng, don't you wish to stay with me?" "I do, she replied, but I've heard that girls are destined to marry. The thought of marriage lingered in my mind. Why must one marry a man? Who decreed that it was a necessity? I resolutely declared, I shall not marry. My tones softened as I continued. Do not heed Zhou Jinyuan's words in this world. We are the most important to one another. Only we can trust each other. Will you listen to your sister? I will listen to you. Raincoat sister. We won't part ways. Under the gentle yet firm influence of this exchange, Song Yuefeng seemed somewhat flustered. I will protect you well, no matter the circumstances, she assured me. I pondered the harsh realities of the graduation exam, compounded by the specter of an ominous presence lurking around, rubbing my temples in exasperation. What a dilemma this is. I will protect you too, Raincoat sister, came the soft voice of Song Yuefeng beside me, and I could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Over the course of a month, I have come to understand her character outwardly gentle, yet possessing an inner strength capable of enduring hardships alongside me, and always striving to fulfill her promises. This is what companionship truly means. I nestled into the covers with Song Yuefeng, whispering, let us sleep together tonight. Aoi Ruri couldn't help but burrow under the quilt with Song Yuefeng. Let's sleep together today. How about I sing a song for you? What song? It's called The Light of Fireflies. There's a kind of insect called a firefly. Although it is very small, it burns its own life and emits a warm light to protect its important companions. Shalala, one day I will definitely hold you tightly in my hands. The illusory light of hope quietly surges in my heart. The impulse to see you, the pure emotions that cry for you, diving into the scorching summer like a firefly that goes without return. You remain silent, leaving behind a kiss, your body battered, softly groaning. The sorrowful life sways in the wind. Shalala, one day I will definitely hold you tightly in my hands. The illusory light of hope quietly surges in my heart. Shalala, my beloved, do you see it too? The brilliant moonlight quietly illuminates tomorrow, strongly blooming with light. Song Yuefeng was deeply captivated by the tragic story of the fireflies and the wonderful melody. It took a long time for her to realize that the singing had gradually faded away. Looking back, she found that Yui's sister had already fallen asleep. Chapter 6. The first mission, a year, passed quickly, and the climate in Kiri no Sato, village hidden in mist, changed little over that time. In this year, Aoi Ruri only grew a bit taller. She was still not at the stage of development. The Ninja Academy had one day off each month, allowing students to leave the school. In the earlier months, Aoi Ruri happily dragged Mizukage around Kiri no Sato, but with both of them being broke, they soon lost interest. By the third month, Aoi Ruri finally managed to open the first gate. The moment she broke through, she clearly felt the tearing sensation of her body's organs struggling to cope with the overload, even though she could now do 100 push-ups effortlessly. My guy could actually open the 8th gate. What a madman. Aoi Ruri thought to herself. Throughout the year, Aoi Ruri was able to throw shurikens and kunai within an 8-meter range, but compared to the absolute hit rate of rapid-fire techniques in the comics, her fundamentals were still lacking. Additionally, Aoi Ruri could now walk freely on water, a skill that Mizukage had also mastered. The initial novelty of defying the laws of physics was overshadowed by the approaching deadline of graduation. Only a year and a half left. Half a year in, the third-year students were taken away for their graduation exams, and not a single one returned to repeat the year. Was there really no one who failed the graduation exam? Perhaps those who didn't T-pass had already died. Becoming a Chunin in just over a year, specifically at the age of 7, was quite a challenge. Even that Uchiha genius Itachi Uchiha could barely manage it. For a girl who couldn't even hit the bullseye with a shuriken, it was nearly impossible. Now, the practical training class to test their training results had begun. In the first session, it was merely a paired combat match, and Aoi Ruri was paired with a little boy named Hoshino Makoto, who, in her eyes, was just a little brat. As expected, Aoi Ruri easily knocked him down without using her full strength. However, she was still not satisfied with herself. She hadn't noticed his shadow clone technique, and surprisingly, she was less calm than this little boy. Her nerve response to his attacks was a fraction slower, although she compensated for it with her quick movements. It seemed she still hadn't fully adapted to this world. The residents of this world had poorer living conditions than her previous life. But in terms of strength, endurance, recovery ability, and reaction speed, they were far superior. Crossing over brought no benefits, only inherent disadvantages. Mizukage also quickly emerged victorious, diverging from history. Afterward, they mainly operated in groups, following the standard 2-person team format. since the ninja appearances in Kiri were too few. It seemed appropriate to reference the Ghost Brothers and Zabuza with Haku as a two-person team. Naturally, Aoi Ruri chose to be with Mizukage. Later, Akitsuhara took their class directly outside Kiri no Sato, where they practiced stealth, ambush, assassination, and responding to emergencies in various environments like forests, rivers, and flat grasslands. The strength of Aoi Ruri and Mizukage made them the top in their class, and under Aoi Ruri's mature mindset, their group completed various tasks exceptionally well. They also set traps. Akitsuhara used colorless threads and two kunai to create a triggering device, then covered the threads with leaves to make them harder to detect. Such things made Aoi Ruri's eyes light up, broadening her horizons. Aoi Ruri quickly awakened her hidden cunning nature and proposed some ideas to Akitsuhara. For instance, making the threads a bit more visible and then setting up a more concealed trigger with an explosive tag nearby, and digging a pit in front of a deep hole to place some iron caltrops inside. Akitsuhara listened, sweating profusely and turning pale. He quickly adopted these suggestions. It seemed everyone loved being sneaky. A year later, the shadow clone technique had been taught, and students began systematically learning the 12-hand seals. This excited Aoi Ruri as she could finally truly engage with ninjutsu. There were a total of 12 hand seals, similar to the 12 earthly branches in her previous life. Chun, overlap the thumbs, with the left thumb on top. Cho, right hand horizontal, left hand vertical. I, this position requires good wrist flexibility. In, the right hand's fingers are curled into a fist except for the pinky. Shun, the pinky and thumb are parallel. C, overlap the thumbs, with the left thumb on top. Wei, extend the thumbs upwards and overlap, with the left thumb on top. Wu, spread the elbows, with the index fingers of both hands forming a triangle. Su, place the right fist in the palm of the left hand. In, the thumbs must be straight. Yu, pay attention to the angle of the thumbs and the positioning of the fingers. Don't mix them up. Z, overlap the thumbs, with the left thumb on top. As Akitsuhara explained the key points, Aoi Ruri added another training goal, to continuously improve her seal speed. She knew the advantage of Itachi Uchiha's 6 seals per second was immensely significant. Another year passed, and Aoi Ruri had advanced to the 3rd grade, with only half a year left until the graduation exam. At this point, the practical training had transformed into actual combat classes. The school required them to engage in real battles to accomplish real missions. This time, the mission for all 136 students in their grade was to accept a request from Qushan village to deal with the bandits troubling the village. The enemies were not ninjas. At best, they were weak samurai. Fight freely. We will protect your safety. This mission was your first real combat experience. Only by experiencing battle, bloodshed, and killing could you truly consider yourselves ninjas. Little ones, fight for your great Kiri no Sato. Aoi Ruri coldly watched the teacher's impassioned speeches and despised their decision to lower the difficulty of this mission to beginner mode. Bored, Aoi Ruri glanced around and suddenly felt someone watching her. It was Zabuza Momochi again. Aoi Ruri frowned. He hadn't come to the back mountain for half a year, and they hadn't paid much attention back then. 2 years had passed, and Zabuza had grown quite a bit taller, his aura even colder. Stay close to me, Kid. Okay, Sister Yui. Mizukage expressed her unconditional trust. For the Leaf Village's genin, tasks were merely about catching cats and ostriches, while these little kids from Kiri, who barely counted as ninjas, were undergoing life-and-death trials. Perhaps in the eyes of the 3rd Mizukage, the main new force of Kiri no Sato was the children of those family ninjas, not orphans like them from the orphan school. It seemed they were adopting a survival of the fittest approach. Aoi Ruri seemed to understand a bit. Qushan village was a small mountain village without ninjas, incomparable to Kiri no Sato. The villagers primarily relied on fishing, woodcutting, and hunting, but recently a group of bandits had come down from the mountains. Over 10 villagers had already been killed, and the bandits were looting nearby, which was the information Aoi Ruri had gathered on the way. In just one day, Aoi Ruri and her team reached the mountain village, and soon, her greatest crisis quietly approached. Chapter 7 Encounter with Ninjas. The 4 teachers ignored the warm hospitality of Qushan village and briskly led their students straight to the bandit stronghold, showing a strong sense of professionalism towards the mission. Along the way, the teachers dealt with a few lookout bandits and soon arrived at the base, where the bandits were still indulging in their debauchery. Kids, this is a mission but also practice. No matter how strong a ninja is, if they haven't experienced life and death battles, they are unqualified as a ninja. As ninjas, if you don't kill, you will be killed. Work hard to complete the mission, and we will help oversee. Outstanding individuals can receive a portion of the commission as a bonus. Now go, strive to survive in this chaotic world. Then, the 136 students mostly split into pairs. Aoi Ruri and Mizukage Kid sneakily ran towards the interior from a less populated area. For Ruri, who had never killed anyone in 2 lifetimes, looting the bandits' wealth was certainly more appealing. As for the little kids, they were still foolishly battling the bandits. The existence of Chakra enhanced various qualities in people. The decline of the samurai could be seen in the fact that even these adults couldn't defeat a 6-year-old child. The bandit base was already in disarray. The people in this world were indeed remarkably resilient. Even during their first kills, most only felt a slight discomfort, which had little impact on the battle. Some even felt happier afterward, including the likes of Zabuza. Well, the standard of this batch of students is not bad. One teacher nodded. Did you notice that kid without eyebrows? He's a natural-born ninja, absolutely suited for assassination. As for Aoi Ruri and Mizukage Kid, they ran ahead, knocking out a few careless bandits along the way and quickly blended into the inner courtyard. Who goes there? As Aoi Ruri boldly pushed the door open, a voice called out from inside. Ruri was taken aback. She hadn't considered that this was a small village, and there would inevitably be women and children present. If they were bandits, she might have been able to act, but now. Ninjas have attacked here. You should escape quickly. Ruri sighed silently. Was it still possible to escape now? The woman holding a child changed her expression. She had heard the sounds of fighting outside. Escape? How do we escape? Quickly notify others to escape now. There is still a chance. Your enemies are not strong. Aoi Ruri seemed to have forgotten that she was here to eliminate bandits. The woman hesitated for a moment and then ran out. In the eyes of ordinary people, ninjas were powerful, exalted, and extremely terrifying, especially the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. Aoi Ruri silently looted the silver. The large denominations did not bring her happiness, having been poor for so long, and Mizukage Kid felt the same. However, she still heard the woman's scream and the baby's cries. Unable to hold back, Aoi Ruri rushed out. In a pool of blood, the woman and child had already closed their eyes, as if peacefully asleep. Why'd you do this? Aoi Ruri grabbed the killer's neck. She recognized this person as a classmate. Under Ruri's long-standing intimidation, the other party dared not resist. They're not bandits, just ordinary women and children. Why? The other party was struggling to breathe, still looking at her strangely. What a foolish thought. Zabuza stepped out from somewhere, coldly saying, "Weaklings are not worthy of pity. Are weaklings to be eliminated?" Aoi Ruri despondently released her grip, while Mizukage Kid looked at her with concern. "Kid, let's go, we shouldn't stay here." Aoi Ruri walked out, and Mizukage Kid naturally followed her sister Yui. Zabuza seemed to think about something, and surprisingly did not attack the women and children in the inner courtyard. Perhaps in his view, those bandits with some fighting ability were the only ones who could barely be considered his subordinate souls. "Sir, it's bad. Ninjas have attacked here." In a room at the back of the bandit fortress, there were only 2 people. The voice came from a middle-aged bald man, while the other was a mysterious figure draped in a black cloak and wearing a white mask. If there were other bandits present, they would be astonished. Their leader was showing such respect to someone else. Ha ha. Just a bunch of kids who aren't even low-ranking ninjas, nothing to worry about. But my brothers have suffered severe losses. The mysterious figure pondered for a moment. Then I'll go deal with them right away. Everything according to the agreement. Okay. The middle-aged bald man gritted his teeth and agreed. Before he finished speaking, the mysterious figure had already disappeared from his sight. On the other side, Aoi Ruri was charging madly forward, knocking down every bandit she could see. Although she didn't kill anyone, she was using much more force. She was venting her frustration. Soon Aoi Ruri would understand that recklessly using others as a punching bag would come at a cost. "Hey, this person in front of me." Aoi Ruri looked at the oddly dressed individual, cloaked and wearing a white mask. Her intuition told her that this flamboyantly dressed guy, which Aoi Ruri envied, was not simple. Little girl, you'll be the third." The other party let out an ambiguous laugh. The third? What does that mean? Suddenly, she felt a sense of danger and quickly jumped aside. Sure enough, 2 earth hands appeared from the ground beneath her feet, nearly pulling her down. Aoi Ruri was drenched in cold sweat. She had just escaped being pulled down. This guy was a ninja, and not just any ninja. Weren't they just bandits? This is not a beginner mode at all. It's clearly hell mode. Aoi Ruri wanted to cry without tears. How was she the main force in this dungeon? She had not come here with a mindset to slack off. "Kid, you hurry and escape. I'll hold him off." Aoi Ruri steadied herself. She absolutely could not show fear before the fight. No, I said I would protect Sister Yui. Matsuzuki Kid was no longer listening to Aoi Ruri at this moment, saying such emotional words at this time. Aoi Ruri muttered to herself, feeling somewhat touched. I really didn't misjudge her. Knowing that once Matsuzuki Kid made her decision, she would not change it. They could only rely on their joint combat. Aoi Ruri and Matsuzuki Kid charged forward from two directions, covering all angles in their attack. In terms of physical skills and chakra control, Matsuzuki Kid was not much inferior to Aoi Ruri. She even knows tactics not bad. However, in the face of absolute strength, any tactics would be ineffective. Earth style, hardening technique. Suddenly, Aoi Ruri felt as if her fist had struck stone. Retreat. Water style, water bullet. The mysterious figure spat out a water bubble as big as two fists, which hit Aoi Ruri's stomach hard, sending her flying more than 5 meters away. That hurts. So strong. Aoi Ruri struggled to get up but saw the mysterious figure grabbing Matsuzuki Kid's neck and then kicking her hard in her direction. Matsuzuki Kid spit out a mouthful of blood from the heavy blow. Her internal organs must have been injured from that kick. Is this all you've got? The mysterious figure said lightly, his contempt evident in his tone. He slowly walked over. A ninja. Not everyone can become one. A kunai appeared in the mysterious man's hand at some point, ready to stab Song Yuefeng, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his thigh. The infamous silent killer, Ghostman Zabuza, had arrived. Chapter 8. Eliminate the mysterious man Zabuza. When did this guy arrive? Aoi Ruri was taken aback. However, she didn't dare to lose focus. Kid, you're looking for death. The mysterious man, who had been injured by the scorned kid, appeared frantic. Earth style, earth binding technique. Two earthen dragons swiftly emerged, tightly wrapping around Zabuza's body. Kid, I'm going to torment you as a price for injuring me. Suddenly, a mist appeared around Zabuza, a classic scene. And when the mist quickly dissipated, there was only a large piece of wood left in Zabuza's place. Body replacement technique? The mysterious man felt a slight sinking in his heart. After focusing, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind approaching from his right rear. The mysterious man quickly turned around and blocked the two shurikens flying from behind. Is this all you can do? No, wait. The mysterious man felt a strong sense of danger and quickly flipped forward. In an instant, Zabuza had already taken his original position. This kid is not simple. However, I love to finish off geniuses. The mysterious man charged forward. And this time, Zabuza and the mysterious man began a direct confrontation. Such speed, such sharp reactions. Aoi Ruri was momentarily dazed. She had never underestimated Zabuza, but now she realized she had still underestimated him. That mysterious man was clearly not a genin. So how could Zabuza, who seemed to be on par with him for a short time, possibly be weak? Aoi Ruri felt very sad. However, Zabuza was gradually falling behind, thinking that it would be better to help him now than to let him die later. This ends here, kid. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Damn. Isn't this a B-rank ninjutsu? Aoi Ruri recalled the suffocating feeling when Sasuke was caught between Zabuza and Kakashi in the manga, speculating that the opponent was just a chunin, which was why he had the courage. B-rank ninjutsu, what level is that really? Zabuza was violently knocked away, elegantly tracing a curve through the air. However, the mysterious man also didn't seem to fare well. The injuries on his leg and the chakra consumption definitely weakened him. Aoi Ruri gritted her teeth and charged forward. At the moment of real combat, she realized just how fast the opponent was. She could not react at all. Aoi Ruri traced an arc in the air, just like Zabuza. Her chest felt extremely uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. I absolutely cannot die here. Aoi Ruri struggled to get back up again. There was no way. I really don't want to experience that pain. The second gate of the 8 gates, the rest gate, open. For teachers watched from the periphery, bored, indifferent to the injured students. Suddenly, the teacher from class 2 sensed something unusual and looked up toward the back of the bandit fortress. What's wrong? Akitsuhara asked. Nothing. The teacher replied. Perhaps I sensed incorrectly. For a task at this level, we are instructed not to interfere. He pondered inwardly. Aoi Ruri's astonishing transformation naturally caught the mysterious man's attention and vigilance. Come on, your opponent is me. Enduring the tearing sensation in every cell of his body. Forcing himself to open the second gate indeed caused great harm to his body. Then, let us deal with you first. The mysterious man sneered. But he was not careless at all. The drastic change in chakra and momentum from this girl made him extremely vigilant. Both Feng and Zabuza had lost their combat abilities. So it was up to him. Earth-style, heart-beheading technique. The mysterious man quickly formed hand seals. This doesn't pose a threat to me. Aoi Ruri jumped onto a tree, hanging upside down and looking down at him. Has my speed increased? It seems my injuries have been suppressed. The mysterious man quickly reached a conclusion, and my chakra is running low. I can only end this quickly. At this moment, he had completely acknowledged this group of kids. Audrey Ruri and the mysterious man engaged in fierce combat. Indeed, she could keep up with the speed now, but I can't open the second gate for long. Let alone compare to someone like I, who can keep the fifth gate open indefinitely. First, draw this guy away. I can't let Zabuza know my abilities. Trying to escape? In this fierce battle, both suffered losses, and it was clear that hatred had been drawn to Aoi Ruri. The mysterious man quickly pursued. Where did the person go? After chasing to a secluded place, the mysterious man stopped and carefully examined his surroundings. He focused his attention below and behind him. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as Aoi Ruri abruptly appeared out of thin air before him, stabbing a kunai fiercely into his abdomen due to height reasons. Damn, the side effects took effect so quickly, it was so close. The pain in Aoi Ruri's body suddenly magnified dozens of times, and her arm, which was stabbing at the mysterious man, fell weakly. It seems that the side effects of your current state are quite obvious. So close, I almost got you. Truly remarkable, kid. The mysterious man lifted the struggling Aoi Ruri. This is the end. Saying this, he took out a kunai and stabbed it violently into Aoi Ruri's left chest. In an instant, the kunai sunk into the hilt. Aoi Ruri painfully clutched her left chest. That was where her heart was. Her struggles gradually weakened. And seeing this, the mysterious man felt relieved. However, suddenly he felt a tremendous pain in his left chest. How is this possible? The mysterious man looked in disbelief at the kunai in his chest. You should be dead. As he loosened his grip, Aoi Ruri fell to the ground, gasping for breath, her hand moving away from her left chest. Nothing was there. The mysterious man stared in shock, filled with questions and unwillingness. As he completely stopped breathing, that was close. Aoi Ruri felt a sense of exhaustion from having survived. Thankfully, she had managed to partially turn to water not long ago. This was Atsu Ruri's first time killing someone. Perhaps due to the sense of having survived and the intense pain in her body, she momentarily had no strong feelings about killing. Partially turning her body into water was a skill Aoi Ruri had recently learned. It was faster and could be done in an instant. However, it seemed that only she could see that water. She rested for a moment, hastily searched the mysterious man's body for some items, then quickly handled his corpse without examining it closely, and rushed to find Feng and Zabuza. Sister Yuri, where is that person? Feng asked. Oh, I drew him away just now. And on the way, he seemed to remember something and left in a hurry. I circled around a few times before coming back. On the way, Aoi Ruri had already thought of her words. Then, Aoi Ruri noticed Zabuza. Now was a good opportunity to eliminate him. So, should I just kill him now? Aoi Ruri was startled by her own thoughts. What am I thinking? If it weren't for Zabuza's restraint, Feng might have. Stealing herself, Aoi Ruri knew she couldn't bring herself to do it, and she walked over to Zabuza. By the way, thank you for helping us earlier, Aoi Ruri said to Zabuza, intending to help him up. However, Zabuza coldly dodged and got up by himself. Aoi Ruri couldn't help but feel a bit angry, even injured. He was still so arrogant, surviving a B-rank ninjutsu. You have some luck. Finally, Aoi Ruri and Feng left from two different directions. At this point, the robbers are almost completely dealt with. Chapter 9. Testing Chakra Attributes. Shigetsu Maple's injuries were not severe, which relieved Aoi Ruri. The pain from the side effects of the 8 gates had faded, but the injuries remained unchanged. The two, having lost most of their combat power, continued to go through the motions. The one-sided battle quickly came to an end, with all the robbers eliminated, including their unwilling leader. However, one thing surprised the teacher. It was not the number of injured students exceeding expectations, but that 2 students from their side had actually died. Aoi Ruri, upon learning this, was shocked but also understood the implication of the mysterious ninja's third presence. The teachers easily judged from the bodies that it was the work of a ninja, but conducted only a cursory search. They assumed that a ninja capable of launching such large-scale ninjutsu had already left. Or perhaps, the weak do not deserve pity. The 2 victims were hastily buried, and no one expressed any sorrow for their deaths. Aoi Ruri's heart remained cold. The deaths of women and children, along with the disdain for her companions, further clarified the fragility of life and the cruelty of human nature in this world, a dark side that manga did not reveal. This battle allowed the students to experience the terror of death in their lessons on life and death. Aoi Ruri glanced at Zabuza with malicious thoughts, wishing he would suffer some lasting effects that would hinder his performance in that damned exam 6 months later. However, the two accompanying medical ninjas taught her a lesson in humility with their medical ninjutsu. Damn, how can the medical standards in this world be so good? Aoi Ruri's injuries from the battle and the side effects from forcibly opening the 8 gates rapidly healed under the gentle chakra. The medical ninjas were somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting that this girl would sustain such serious injuries. Then Zabuza would also become lively again. Aoi Ruri wanted to cry without tears. She was beginning to understand how those little pests who chased after Sasuke, like Lee and others, managed to survive back then. What was meant to come would still come. After the mission was completed, the teachers kept their promise and rewarded the 3 students who had killed the most enemies. Aoi Ruri's feelings were complicated, as one of them was the classmate boy she had previously grabbed by the neck. This kind of battle was probably set up for the graduation exam. On the way back, Aoi Ruri had a moment of enlightenment. On the way, she secretly told Shigetsu Maple about what happened later, with some artistic embellishments, of course, without revealing her own secrets. Listening to the dangerous encounters, Shigetsu Maple was quite worried. Upon arriving at school, the teachers announced a day of rest for free activities, and thus the students returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Aoi Ruri counted the spoils they had gathered, first pulling out a large stack of cash, with a few belonging to women and most of the mysterious person. Wow, I struck it rich. Aoi Ruri counted the bills one by one, and the total amount of 500,000 ryo made her feel a bit dizzy. Because there were traces of ninjas, the battle was upgraded to a B-level mission, and the commission fee was only between 50,000 to 150,000. She had transformed from a penniless nobody into a wealthy person with 500,000 ryo. The feeling of a loser making a comeback was finally realized. Aoi Ruri felt as if she could float while standing. Maple, let's go eat barbecue, watch a movie, and buy lots and lots of snacks. Lost in endless daydreams. Shigetsu Maple looked at Aoi Ruri helplessly. She was not as excited as Aoi Ruri, having never experienced luxury and not knowing its allure. After a while, Aoi Ruri finally calmed down. Besides the ninja tools, there were also 2 scrolls among the items scavenged from the mysterious person. That guy wouldn't he have set a trap, would he? Aoi Ruri was not too worried, but Shunin didn't seem like someone who would know any genjutsu, so she casually opened the scroll. This is... Aoi Ruri stared in shock at the images and corresponding hand seals in the scroll. Water, clone technique. Water prison technique, water dragon whip, water shark bullet. In her mind, decapitation technique, hardening technique, earth dragon bullet, rock binding technique. It turned out to be earth style and water style ninjutsu. Great, if I could use ninjutsu in that battle, it would have been much easier. The mysterious person was really a good person, giving me exactly what I needed. Aoi Ruri was moved to tears. It seems I need to buy 2 more chakra papers. Taking a deep breath, Aoi Ruri carefully hid the scroll and tugged at the equally excited Shigetsu Maple as they left the school. That day, Aoi Ruri took Shigetsu Maple to eat a variety of foods. Then they visited an amusement park and finally watched a movie. In a world without telephones or firearms, but with televisions and movies, where the biological field was advanced while physics was underdeveloped like a primitive society, Aoi Ruri could only silently complain. How can such a huge bug go unnoticed? Until late at night, Aoi Ruri and Shigetsu Maple finally returned to the dormitory, dropped off their large pile of snacks, and eagerly took out the 2 pieces of chakra paper. This paper, costing 10,000 ryo each, looked no different from ordinary white paper. If the shopkeeper hadn't explained and given various guarantees, Aoi Ruri would have thought he was deceiving little girls. The 2 of them simultaneously pinched the paper with their index and middle fingers, carefully channeling chakra into it. Aoi Ruri felt a bit excited. Soon, part of the paper became wet, indicating water affinity, which did not surprise Aoi Ruri. Then, another part of the paper was cut, indicating wind, the rarest of the 5 basic chakra types, making Aoi Ruri a bit happy, as the manga explained the Rasengan in great detail. After a while, the paper became a bit wrinkled, indicating lightning affinity. Could it be that I'll also learn Chidori? Thinking nonsensically in her heart, Aoi Ruri increased her chakra output, hoping for another surprise, but contrary to her wishes, the chakra paper stopped changing. There were only water, wind, and lightning chakra types. It seemed I was not a genius after all. Aoi Ruri felt a bit disappointed. In her memory, Kakashi, Itachi, and Nagato all had 5 affinities. She turned to look at Shigetsu Maple, who, besides the water affinity common among the Mist Village ninjas, showed two other changes on her paper. One caught fire, another became wet, and a third crumbled. Shigetsu Maple also had a 3-attribute constitution, but hers was water, fire, and earth. Then, I can learn the water-style scrolls, and you can learn the 2 scrolls. Most of the ninjutsu in the scrolls were C rank, with a few B rank. Aoi Ruri advised Shigetsu Maple to first learn C rank ninjutsu, as the chakra consumption of B rank was beyond what they, as low-ranking ninjas, could handle. Shigetsu Maple had no objections. 2 years had proven that her Yui sister's understanding of training was very profound. With only half a year left until the exam, any improvement in strength now counts. Aoi Ruri felt a bit anxious. After practicing hand seals for a year, she could perform 3 to 4 seals in 1 second, and C-rank ninjutsu posed little difficulty for her. Shigetsu Maple's speed in forming seals was similar to Aoi Ruri's, but how could the understanding of a 5-year-old child's mind surpass that of an adult? There were many difficulties in practicing ninjutsu, but under Aoi Ruri's explanations, she understood them little by little. The little girl admired her Yui sister even more. Songjing Ruri also tried to use ninjutsu in the water transformation state. At first, she was shocked by the enormous chakra consumption, which was ridiculously high. The E-rank technique, the body replacement technique, had such low consumption that it wasn't noticeably different, but the C-rank techniques had significantly increased in their original consumption by many times, which definitely wasn't just the result of stacking 2 ninjutsu. Although the chakra consumption had increased, if used well, it could still be a powerful weapon. Now, in the water transformation state, Songjing Ruri could feel her senses becoming sharper, as if she were merging with nature. Therefore, when she activated ninjutsu in this state, she truly discovered a fascinating phenomenon. Chapter 10. The assassination at the festival. As she transformed the water, she could clearly feel her chakra, as if observing from a third-person perspective. During the hand-signing process, she discovered that each of the 12 seals caused different changes in her chakra. The scientific knowledge from her past life led Aoi Ruri to believe that everything could be explained through principles. So, under a series of combinations, could chakra be released with different properties? Was a hand sign merely a guiding role? If she understood the flow and vibration sequence of chakra, could she release ninjutsu without hand signs? Aoi Ruri felt excited about her thoughts. Perhaps she would find a different path. She just forgot that the Hyuga clan could also see chakra. The following days passed quietly. After that practical training, the life and death course was canceled, and the graduation exam was approaching. To become a true ninja, passing the upcoming graduation exam was essential. Those who flinched or failed would become the laughingstock of everyone. The teachers from the 4 classes were applying pressure. However, the students seemed unconcerned, as they had never seen anyone fail the exam. They thought it would be easy. Aoi Ruri knew that many people failed every year, and she knew where those failures ended up. The 4 teachers knew as well, but they did not know that historically, this year's exam had resulted in a tragic incident, prompting significant changes in the examination method. I wish I could stay back a year. Aoi Ruri thought gloomily, why am I catching the last train? However, repeating a year was impossible. Fortunately, in these few months, Aoi Ruri and Mizukage had learned quite a few ninjutsu, but it was still uncertain whether they could use them proficiently in battle. Nonetheless, Aoi Ruri believed they should be able to protect themselves well enough. Yes, Aoi Ruri only wanted to protect herself. She felt both pity and anger towards her peers. Pity for being brainwashed by the inhumane education of the village hidden in the mist, anger at their ruthless killings like tools, and uncertainty about what would happen in the graduation exam, suspecting it might be dangerous for herself as well. Aine, today is the water festival, everyone's on holiday, let's go out and have fun. Mizukage looked at Aoi Ruri with hope. It seemed that their previous carefree outing had made her experience the allure of prosperity. Aoi Ruri was startled. The water festival was the most important holiday in the village hidden in the mist. She hadn't realized that it was already the 43rd year of Konoha, based on Zabuza's age. They had missed it twice due to being short on money, so this time. Alright, we must enjoy ourselves this time. Hopefully this isn't our last time, Ki. The last sentence was something Aoi Ruri said silently in her heart. After leaving the school, the village hidden in the mist was indeed much livelier than usual. Residents from various professions put aside their work, except for those with family stores. And even the ninjas wore kimonos, putting aside their training and missions. The conditions in the village hidden in the mist were unique. Most ninjas had water attributes, and fishing was the primary livelihood. Lakes and rivers were everywhere, and the ecological environment was countless times better than in her previous life, with villagers expressing gratitude for water. Aoi Ruri and Mizukage curiously observed the scenes that were rarely seen. Lion dances, juggling various novel toys, and unique foods here. The seafood was vastly different from her previous life. At least, she had never seen these fish before. The festive atmosphere infected Aoi Ruri, temporarily pushing the shadow of the exam out of her mind. However, in this noisy world, Aoi Ruri could feel her loneliness more acutely. Even now, she still couldn't fully integrate into this world. Everything felt unreal to her. Watching the children her age joyfully laughing and playing with their parents, Aoi Ruri couldn't help but feel envious. Not only did they not have to attend this cruel ninja school and walk down a path filled with death, but she also envied the warmth of their families. She thought of her life in the orphanage, of everyone who had helped her, and she had wished more than once to return to her original world, where that sense of belonging at least provided her some security. But, looking at Mizukage beside her, she noticed that the other girl was completely immersed in the atmosphere and hadn't noticed her unusual demeanor. Let's go check that out. Aoi Ruri could sense that people were gathering toward the center of the village. In the middle of the village, which was the core of the ninja village's power, a grand ceremony was being held. Aoi Ruri and Mizukage skillfully squeezed their way in. The rarely seen third Mizukage did not miss this grand festival. Important figures from prominent clans like the Yagura clan and the Terumi clan, as well as elders and advisors, many genin were also present, including Kageyoshi Azusa, who seemed to hold a significant position. However, Aoi Ruri did not approach to greet them, even though he was the first person she had known in this world. They hadn't been in touch much over the past 3 years. The umbu of the village hidden in the mist still maintained order in the shadows. Aoi Ruri looked over, trying to see the face of the third Mizukage, who was often depicted as the most chaotic under the rule, but she couldn't see his face. He seemed to be enveloped in a faint mist, making it impossible to discern his shape or even whether he was male or female. The third Mizukage stood high above, remaining silent throughout, with a consultant responsible for conducting the ceremony. The ceremony was intricate. Inside a huge cauldron, 12 genin continuously unleashed several large water-style ninjutsu. And finally, all the water was compressed into a bowl-like shape in the cauldron, which was covered in numerous runes, the density turning the water deep blue. Is this the spiritual symbol of the village hidden in the mist? Compressing so much water together every year and refining it with chakra would indeed be useful during external attacks. Aoi Ruri recalled witnessing Gaara using sand to protect the entire Sunagakure, but she never imagined someone could directly manipulate the water like this. An umbu appeared, sealing the cauldron in a scroll, kneeling down to prepare to hand the scroll to the Mizukage. At the moment the Mizukage reached out to take it, Aoi Ruri's expression changed. Not just hers. The expressions of the ninjas on the scene also shifted. The umbu suddenly pulled open the scroll, and instead of that strange cauldron, a torrent of hidden weapons appeared. Shuriken, darts, kunai, a dense barrage. At such close range, it sealed off all angles of the Mizukage. Undoubtedly, it struck the third Mizukage. The crowd instantly fell into chaos. Aoi Ruri was stunned by this scene. The Mizukage was just taken out like that? The umbu seemed somewhat surprised as well. Having succeeded so easily was slightly beyond his expectations. But things wouldn't be that simple. Unexpectedly, someone had infiltrated the umbu. A voice indistinguishable between male and female came from another direction, truly remarkable. At the same time, the Mizukage, who had been riddled with weapons, transformed into a puddle of water. Then, that figure revealed itself, and it was indeed the Mizukage. Water clone. Who would have thought the Mizukage would use a clone in such a situation? It seems the Mizukage has a heavy sense of suspicion and vigilance. Aoi Ruri thought. The umbu removed his mask, revealing an ordinary middle-aged man's face. So it's you. Over 10 years ago, I let you escape and become a rogue ninja. I never expected you would dare to return more than a decade later. So, who helped you infiltrate? The Mizukage seemed to recognize the man. Ha ha! The man laughed wildly. You won't find out. Your demise is not far off. You think I'll let you get any intel after being in the umbu? The man struck his head fiercely, and the Mizukage couldn't react in time to stop it. At that moment, the ninjas finally realized what was happening. They began to carefully search for ways to protect the Mizukage. It was too late to react. Indeed, the Mist Village is the most chaotic village. The frequent assassinations mentioned in the manga are definitely not fictional. Aoi Ruri's already limited good impression of the Mist Village was starting to fade. This incident dampened the spirits of both Aoi Ruri and Mizukage, and they returned in shock, casting a shadow over what was supposed to be a grand festival. Chapter 11, the graduation exam, begins after the attack. Kirigakure became tense. Obviously, the infiltration of rogue ninjas into the Umbu raised suspicions for the third Mizukage that there was internal assistance. However, the opposing side's counterintelligence measures were very effective. With no evidence, he could only let the matter rest and secretly accelerated the elimination of bloodline clans. This made Aoi Ruri more cautious. Over the 3 years, although she had changed a lot, it was inevitable that some discerning people would notice. Therefore, during the final period, she stayed at school, keeping a low profile. Fortunately, for students in the ninja school, who were treated like cannon fodder, the Umbu were too lazy to conduct thorough searches. Then, amidst this monotonous life, the graduation exam finally arrived. On the last day, Aoi Ruri and Mizukage made all the necessary preparations. Ninja tools, soldier pills, but no explosive tags, and then adjusted their chakra to the best state. At night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. "Kid, the exam is tomorrow." "Yeah, so we prepared well. But what if no one passes the exam tomorrow and we die? What if everyone dies?" Aoi Ruri asked, feeling confused and lost about that unknown. "Sister Yui, how could that happen? It's just an exam. We've faced tougher challenges before." "No, Kid, it's real. I'm telling you." She conveyed this harsh reality to Mizukage. "Is that true? If that's the case, I won't let you die." Mizukage smiled at Aoi Ruri. Some words were spoken casually, but were promises that remained unchanged even in death. "Me too," Aoi Ruri said. The next day, they gathered on the grass. "All right, from now on, you will bid farewell to the school. This exam will determine who among you can become a ninja. Next, these 3 ninja masters will lead you to the exam location." The class teacher addressed all the students, and next to him were 3 members of the Kirigakure Umbu. Leading them was a guy wearing a white mask. After confirming that all 134 students were present, he made a gesture to depart, and the students followed. They had no idea that what awaited them was an endless abyss. Aoi Ruri looked at the 3 Umbu and felt a stronger sense of pressure than from the mysterious figures. She dared not entertain any thoughts along the way. Soon, they left Kirigakure and arrived at a huge canyon. There was only one entrance, narrow enough for only one person to pass at a time. Even with the sun shining above, the canyon was filled with a dark atmosphere. "Now, let me explain the exam content." Another Umbu member wearing a cat mask said, "This canyon was once the site of Kirigakure during the era of war, and there's only this one exit. Next, a barrier will be set up at the exit. Then, each pair from the same dormitory will receive a piece of the ring jade. The ring jade comes in 2 parts, and only by collecting both pieces and putting them together can you pass through the barrier. Naturally, the ring jade assigned to each pair from the same dormitory will be different. We have already placed seals on the ring jade, which will only be lifted after 1 day. Your task is to survive for 3 days. After 3 days, this place will be completely sealed off. Those that do not make it out will have to wait until next year, if you are still alive. However, as far as I know, no one has survived past the time limit." The students were left stunned. Suddenly, a boy shouted, "No, I'm not participating," and attempted to flee. The 3rd masked figure swiftly used a binding technique, and in an instant, the boy was restrained and heavily thrown to the ground. The cat-masked figure seemed unfazed and continued calmly. "The exam must proceed. No one can withdraw. Anyone attempting to escape will die on the spot. Now, according to the dormitory number sequence, come collect your ring jade, and then we will begin." Aoi Ruri listened, her heart ice cold. There were only 134 pieces of ring jade, which meant that no more than half of them would survive. If the 2 from the same dormitory could form a pair, that would mean losing even the most reliable companions. Aoi Ruri looked at the ring jade in her hand. It felt cool to the touch, and the runes drawn on it were slowly fading. At this rate, the seal would indeed disappear after 1 day. Moreover, they would all have to fight for at least 1 day. No wonder Zabuza could kill everyone. She glanced at Zabuza, but had no idea what he was thinking with his head down. "That's about the assessment content. Now, please proceed." The group of students slowly entered. The 3 Umbu set up the barrier, and the leading figure in the white mask seemed to be reflecting on something. How many will survive this time? Inside the canyon, surrounded by mountains, a huge chamber was formed, making it unlikely to escape from elsewhere. Inside, there were only some tall shrubs, wildly growing vines, and skeletons visible everywhere. All the children, merely 7 or 8 years old but precocious, tacitly kept a certain distance from each other. Even those who lived and ate under the same roof seemed to have a shallow gap between them. However, Ruri still tightly held Mizukage hand. "Don't move, just follow me," Ruri whispered to Mizukage. She knew very well that everyone was merely wary of each other. It only took one spark to ignite a fierce battle. And for Mizukage, Ruri had absolute trust. As for others, perhaps they were just on guard against their companion's sneak attacks. The ring jade will only take effect after one day. Why don't we hold off for a day before fighting? What do you all think? After a long stalemate, a boy finally spoke up. Instantly, everyone turned to him, causing his face to change and panic to set in. Ruri took a look. He was a boy named Akasakane Ohira from Class 1, and his strength was probably decent. Finally, someone is willing to take the lead. Ruri felt a slight relief in her heart. After a long silence, someone finally spoke up. "I have no objections." Agreed. Everyone dispersed, most remaining in pairs, as they could snatch the tiger talisman from others. So there was no need to break relationships. A few, like Zabuza, dared to act alone. Ruri and Mizukage stayed under a large plant. The visible skeletons stimulated these students. No one wanted to become one of them. So a battle was about to break out. Ruri looked around. The canyon was not large, and with 134 people, the density was quite considerable. She could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting. Taking a deep breath, Ruri said to Mizukage, "No matter what happens later, don't panic." Before she finished, Ruri disappeared from Mizukage's sight. In her water transformation state, she could sense Chakra within a certain range. There was no one within 10 meters, no one within 20 meters, and 30 meters. She couldn't sense anything further. Ruri could currently only sense Chakra within 30 meters, and even beyond 20 meters, it was already weak. Mizukage felt very strange. Ruri only said this was her unique ninja technique, and even she herself was not very clear about her origins. Currently, everyone is just hesitating. Perhaps for them, it is simply impossible to take action against their former companions. So those who are not in the same class don't have such thoughts. More will come later. Immediately after this update, Chapter 12, the first day of killing, it was said that it would take effect a day later, but unexpectedly, someone couldn't hold back so soon. As night fell, the sound of fighting echoed through the vast valley. Somewhere, two boys were hiding behind a rock. One said to the other, "You rest first. I'll keep watch, and we'll switch in the second half of the night." The other agreed. About half an hour later, the boy on watch hesitated, his expression changing several times, and finally seemed to make up his mind. He carefully pulled out a kunai and threw it at his companion. The one against the stone wall looked at him with disbelief. "What? There can only be one of us left alive, and I don't want to die." "Oh, is that so?" Breathing gradually stopped. "I'm sorry." The watcher stepped forward to search for the tiger talisman, but after several attempts, he couldn't find it. "Damn it. A substitute technique, I was fooled." Just as his thoughts shifted, a figure rushed from behind, and the kunai pierced his chest. "Ha ha ha ha." The watcher laughed, gripping the other's arm tightly, while his other hand moved toward the opponent's neck amid the latter's transition from triumph to disbelief. The two perished together, and if one didn't look closely, they might think they embraced each other in death. This scene was playing out in other places as well. Elsewhere, Zabuza stood with a person behind him. "We know you're acting alone, so hand over the jade," the person in front said to Zabuza. "Hey, hey, hey." Zabuza let out an ambiguous laugh. "I only have half of the jade. How will you divide it?" The two opponents seemed not to have considered this situation, momentarily stunned. "You don't need to worry about that. We'll handle the jade issue ourselves," the person behind said. "You should think about how to survive first." Zabuza pressed forward. What incredible speed. This was the last thought of the two in their lifetimes. "Yui's sister. I'm scared." In the dead silence of the valley, the sounds of fighting became increasingly intense. Mizukage, influenced by Ruri, had ultimately never tasted bloodshed. Perhaps she was less like a qualified ninja and more like a living little girl. "It's okay. It has nothing to do with us. But the ones fighting are our classmates." Ruri fell silent, and, after a long while sighed, "This is the sorrow of the Mist Village, the sorrow of this world, and the sorrow of ninjas." It would be a long, long time before Mizukage understood why it was said this way. Someone is coming. Let's be careful and sneak past." Ruri sensed someone triggering a trap and said to Mizukage. Not far from Ruri, two boys were cautiously moving, hoping to encounter a lone person or find something cheap. But the boy in front suddenly felt something thin and string-like touch his foot. That familiar sensation reminded him of the traps set up by Akitsura. Not good, retreat. By the time the boy reacted, it was already too late. He was immediately bound by a rope that came from nowhere. The other boy, seeing this, quickly cut the rope, and just as both sighed in relief, the one lagging behind felt that familiar sensation at his heel. Double trap. Then this unfortunate fellow fell into a pit. The remaining boy tried to pull him up, but ended up stepping on something soft and empty. Triple trap. After being bound by rope again, both were left speechless, harboring immense resentment toward the creator of this despicable trap. It's you. One of them was the boy who had been grabbed by Ruri during the robbery. He looked at the black-haired girl and the red-haired girl in front of him. Then please hand over the jade, the black-haired girl said with a smile. They knew that they had stumbled and fallen before they could cause trouble for others. We'll give you the jade, but what about us? You can rob others, just like we did. Look, it's very easy to rob, Ruri said with a smile. Very easy to rob. The two were on the verge of tears. Such a blow to their pride shouldn't be mentioned in front of the victims. But no matter what, Ruri and Mizukage had gathered the jade. Now, the most troublesome thing was how to get through the entrance. The biggest problem wasn't the barrier, but the people guarding it. That place was the most dangerous spot in the exam. So, Yui's sister, should we go now? Ruri thought for a moment. No. The seal on the jade hasn't been completely lifted yet. Even if we go now, we have to wait a day, and it's probably a chaotic battle there. Aside from the entrance, the number of people elsewhere would only decrease, whether they had gathered or not. They would all be waiting there. And should we go on the last day? That won't work either. It's easier to escape in a chaotic battle, and by the last day, only those who are well prepared will remain. The most important thing was something Ruri didn't want to say. She looked toward the entrance. Zabuza, what is that ghostly figure doing now? Zabuza was actually doing something very simple, killing. He knew very well that the final showdown would occur at the entrance after a day, when a scene resembling thousands of troops crossing a single bridge would unfold. So he was slaughtering in the canyon, or rather, harvesting. Who? The two vigilant boys saw a figure gradually enlarging before them. A boy without eyebrows appeared. Someone dares to mess with us? The two relaxed. There is really no need for people like you. Without freedom or dreams, just die here. Fear appeared on their faces as the opponent's strength shocked them. Ninjas are supposed to be emotionless beings, right? Zabuza asked them, as if questioning himself. The two were destined to be unable to answer. Zabuza searched them for the jade and then placed it in his bag, where there were many jades. You don't deserve to live in this world. And what about Ruri and Mizukage? After collecting the required jades, they carefully avoided everyone, worried about consuming too much chakra. Ruri did not enter the water state. Though they encountered other individuals along the way, Ruri merely displayed a bit of strength, causing either the opponent or herself to back down, and thus nothing came of it. It wasn't until dawn approached that Ruri and Mizukage cautiously made their way toward the entrance. Chapter 13. Fierce battle at the entrance not far from the barrier. Many people were lurking. Among them were those who had already gathered the ring jade, and those who were waiting for an opportunity to snatch it from others. However, they maintained a temporary peace among themselves, perhaps waiting for the seal on it to disappear. Then two more people arrived. The onlookers, both in the open and hidden, were watching the two girls with black and red hair approaching. Hey, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen beautiful girls before? Ruri silently muttered to herself. They could only push through under the fierce stares. Perhaps some of them were her classmates, people with whom she had once shared dreams. But at this moment, under the weathered bones scattered everywhere, all that was left had vanished. It seemed like there were quite a few people coming. Ruri discreetly surveyed her surroundings, pausing her gaze slightly at the purple barrier 20 meters away, then silently counted the number of people in her heart. 1, 2, 74, a total of 74 people, and Zabuza was not here. Ruri reached a conclusion. After the two of them, several more people arrived one after another, and when the number reached 84, the last person came. It was Zabuza. If someone carefully searched every corner of this canyon, they would discover that, apart from these 85 people at the entrance, everyone else was dead. There were no survivors. Zabuza arrived in an extremely arrogant manner. His heavy footsteps seemed to strike at everyone's heart. All eyes were filled with ill intent as they looked at him. It seemed this guy had no friends at all. Ruri thought to herself, it's really lively here. A simple phrase from him was filled with murderous intent. Zabuza was exactly the kind of bird that sticks its head out that Ruri had in mind from her previous life. Zabuza's gaze lingered briefly on Ruri and Mizukage's faces before quickly sweeping past. Although faint, it was still noticed by Ruri. Ruri was somewhat surprised and curious. In the manga, everyone except Zabuza was dead, so how would the scene continue in the original work? Zabuza slowly walked to the center of the crowd, pulled out a transparent bag from his ninja tool pouch with his left hand. And what was inside made Aoi Ruri's expression change dramatically the moment she saw it. The bag was filled with. How many people did he kill to get this? Not good. Aoi Ruri quickly glanced around, and indeed, everyone's faces showed signs of greedy desire. She understood that this place had become a powder keg, ready to explode with just a spark. What do you want is this thing, right? If you want to get it, you have to defeat me first. Then, Zabuza instantly appeared beside Aoi Ruri and Matsuki Kid, handing a bag to Matsuki Kid. Dazed by Zabuza's grandiose speech, Matsuki Kid foolishly accepted it. And my two allies. That's not all. They have a lot of in their ninja tool pouches too. Aoi Ruri's expression darkened. It turned out Zabuza had given Matsuki Kid again. Zabuza, you actually dragged us into this. Watching the group of dark figures rushing over, Aoi Ruri felt like crying. This brave act of one person challenging the entire crowd had turned into a three-person battle. How infuriating. The most outrageous part was why it had to be the two of them. The 84 classmates had no time to listen to Aoi Ruri's complaints. Their eyes were red as they pressed forward. Various hidden weapons flew towards Aoi Ruri and the others as if they were free of charge. Aoi Ruri glanced at Matsuki Kid and found her still dazed. Feeling frustrated, she steeled herself and quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier. The hidden weapons struck the water wall, creating a dense sound that made Aoi Ruri's heart tremble. Damn, I can't hold it off. Matsuki Kid finally reacted. Another water barrier, and the hidden weapons were finally all blocked. Zabuza looked at them in surprise. He hadn't expected that their ninjutsu would also protect him. Then, let us fight separately. Zabuza moved to one side. He was going to deal with those who had gathered and were preparing to leave the canyon amidst the chaos. Then, he threw the bag up to Aoi Ruri. The beautiful arc in the air, followed by everyone's gaze, eventually landed in Aoi Ruri's hands. Hey, everyone stop for a moment, listen to me. But the irrational crowd had no interest in what she had to say. Her intention to distribute fell flat. In their hearts, they believed that they had to eliminate these two girls in front of them before they could survive. Under the siege of so many students with lower ninja ranks, this was undoubtedly the toughest battle Aoi Ruri had ever faced. No, we absolutely cannot be surrounded. Aoi Ruri knew very well that if they were surrounded, escape would be impossible. Water release, water cannon, quickly knocking back a few people blocking her way. Aoi Ruri and Matsuki Kid broke through the still forming encirclement. But the sheer number of people rushing at them still made them tremble with fear. These were not the weak bandits from before. These were ninjas, albeit ungraduated, but still considered ninjas. Aoi Ruri quickly said to Matsuki Kid, hurry and use all your strength. Otherwise, we'll both be done for here. 8 gates, second gate, rest gate, open. In terms of talent, Matsuki Kid was definitely above Aoi Ruri. If it weren't for her bloodline limit, Aoi Ruri would surely be surpassed by Matsuki Kid in chakra training. There was also the gap in mentality. After opening the rest gate, her speed and strength increased significantly, and her body's resistance to damage rose noticeably, reducing the tearing sensation she had felt last time. However, Aoi Ruri knew that this alone was not enough to deal with so many people at once. They could only choose to defeat them one by one. Kid, let us lead them in circles. Matsuki Kid immediately understood Aoi Ruri's intention. Sure enough, they used the long-running distance to create space between them. All right, let us take down the first one. Under their joint attack, the person at the front was caught off guard and immediately knocked down. Just like that. But the opponents realized their tactical intent, and after just a few people went down, they tightened their formation even more. Hey, why aren't you guys robbing there? Look, they've all lost their fighting ability. Aoi Ruri pointed at those unfortunate souls lying on the ground. Don't try to sow discord among us. As long as we take you down, each of you can get out. The crowd pressed forward. They were already far from the entrance. Aoi Ruri knew that a bitter fight was inevitable. Kid, in this environment, earth release will be more effective. Yeah, I got it. Matsuki Kid formed hand seals. Be careful. They might use high-level ninjutsu. Earth release, earth pillar spear. Several earth spears suddenly rose from the ground, throwing the crowd into chaos. A few unfortunate ones were pierced in the thigh, immediately screaming in agony. Unfortunately, if it had been earth spike, the attack power would have been sufficient. Aoi Ruri felt a bit regretful. Matsuki Kid still hadn't team-mastered the B-rank Earth Spike. The same ninjutsu was difficult to use a second time, and she didn't dare to expose her bloodline limit. Her already weak water release was even harder to use here, and the tearing sensation in her cells had not subsided. Then let us charge in. Quick battle. Quick decision. Another place. The seal finally disappeared. A girl looked joyfully at the assembled jade pendant, which had no runes on it. She cautiously glanced around and, noticing that no one was paying attention to her, slowly approached the entrance, then quickly ran towards it. Just as the barrier was within reach and joy began to bloom on the little girl's face, an unexpected change occurred. Zabuza appeared abruptly, with just one move. The little girl fell down unwillingly. Perhaps she never expected that everything would end this way. Zabuza did not look at her again, kicked her aside, and then spoke to the surroundings. Come out if you want to pass. Defeat me first. The surroundings fell into silence, and then a rustling sound emerged. Chapter 14. Slaughter and Crisis. Although none of the people here were a match for Aoi Ruri and Mizukage Kid individually, the sheer number of them overwhelmed the two girls, who stood back to back. Relying on the heightened reflexes gained from opening the second gate, they dodged one lethal attack after another. But even so, they sustained many injuries. In this world of ninjas, even those without grudges found themselves helpless, forced to fight for survival. The humble could only listen to the commands of the strong, graduating through bloodshed and offering their lives to please the melodies they played. At just 7 years old, or rather, having been in this world for 3 years, she suddenly felt a sense of weariness. She no longer craved this world as she had in her past life. Instead, she felt a sense of disgust. She slowed her movements. In a daze, Aoi Ruri heard Mizukage Kid's cry of alarm. No, that is not right. There are still people she cares about in this world. The one who listened to her stories at night, trained with her, sang Firefly Light with her, played, cried, laughed, and made a fuss with her was right in front of her, right between her and those weapons. The blood that burst forth jolted her back to reality, and that faint smile deepened the sinking feeling in her heart. Suddenly, she remembered a red-haired little girl who once gently and ordinarily said she would protect her. It turned out that as long as you are here, this world is real. Tears streamed down Aoi Ruri's face. While long for my past life, I had already obtained. I said I would protect it with my life. Aoi Ruri finally crossed that mental barrier. She no longer bore the burden of killing. She swung her kunai at the neck of the person in front of her, who was completely unprepared since the two had never struck with lethal intent. He fell with a look of disbelief, and that hand still gripping the kunai embedded in Mizukage Kid. Aoi Ruri quickly picked up Mizukage Kid and retreated to a bush, conducting a brief check. Fortunately, it hadn't hit a vital spot, but the blood loss was still excessive. Kid, you bandage your wound first. I'll take care of the rest. Mizukage Kid seemed to want to say something else. Now, it's my turn to protect you. Aoi Ruri smiled at her. However, her mood was heavy. Mizukage Kid had lost a lot of blood, and if they didn't get her treated soon, the consequences would be unimaginable. Aoi Ruri walked toward the group of attackers. They instinctively took a step back, clearly sensing the terrifying change in the aura of the black-haired girl. Suddenly, their eyes widened as she vanished right before them. Be careful. It's a technique for invisibility. But this was a normal mist technique. A boy was lifted up, his neck twisted into an unnatural position, clearly dead. She's over there. Countless shurikens were thrown, but they passed through without any hindrance, as if piercing the air. Where was her figure? Then, in another spot, a kunai suddenly appeared in front of a man and plunged fiercely into his left chest. Those around him immediately attacked, but they couldn't touch anything. The smart ones quickly thought of another method. Quick, grab that red-haired one. Instantly, more than a dozen people rushed toward Mizukage Kid. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Aoi Ruri expelled a massive water dragon that clawed and bit at them, sending everyone flying back. The power of the water style ninjutsu was still too weak. Aoi Ruri lamented in her heart, but didn't hesitate to go deal with those lying on the ground. For them, this was undoubtedly a nightmarish battle, an unseen enemy. Continuous deaths in their ranks, all of it instilled fear. What is the most terrifying? Naturally, it was the unknown. If it weren't for the strong fighting spirit taught in school, they would have turned and fled long ago. But this hellish experience continued. Everyone huddled closely together, hoping to evade disaster. Aoi Ruri suddenly recalled something from the manga about Zabuza during his assassination. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, collarbone, kidneys, and heart. Next, which vital point do you want me to attack? This was a psychological tactic, and Aoi Ruri knew she couldn't maintain her current state for long. Finally, after more strange deaths among those pressed together, someone could no longer hold back and screamed as they turned to flee. It was like a horn signaling the end. Everyone ran in all directions, escaping as fast as they could. Once everyone had disappeared from sight, Aoi Ruri immediately released her water state. Huff, huff. That was close if they hadn't retreated. Aoi Ruri gasped for breath, her frail body trembling in the pool of blood. In this battle, during this prolonged state of transformation into water, Aoi Ruri finally felt something different. It wasn't tea, just like the Kagaya clan. Her body had turned into water, and within it, there was the presence of wind. Though she didn't understand why the bloodline limit of wind and water shouldn't be ice release like Yukimura Shiro's. She vaguely understood why others couldn't see or touch her. After a while, Aoi Ruri forced herself to endure the overwhelming weakness and fatigue, slowly walking up to Matsuzuki Kid, whose condition was no better than hers. Excessive blood loss had left Matsuzuki Kid weak as well. Aoi Ruri couldn't help but smile wryly. If someone came now, they would be finished. Their situation was quite contradictory. Aoi Ruri needed rest to recover, and the best choice was to regain strength here. But Matsuzuki Kid urgently needed treatment. Aoi Ruri and Matsuzuki Kid could only support each other, slowly making their way toward the entrance. They proceeded cautiously and encountered no one. Those people had been scared out of their wits by the earlier battle. They safely reached the entrance. Aoi Ruri looked at the dozen or so corpses lying haphazardly and noticed someone leaning against a tree. Aoi Ruri sighed. I have some questions I don't understand. Can I ask you? Back in Hill Mountain Village, why did you help us? And this time, why did you provoke the conflict between us and those people? Zabuza fell silent for a moment and said, because you're different from them. Different? Aoi Ruri didn't understand Zabuza's meaning and wanted to question further. All right, let us stop the conversation here. Let me see your strength. Zabuza turned around, interrupting what she was about to say. The excitement and bloodthirst in his browless eyes shone through. Aoi Ruri smiled wryly. How could she continue fighting in this state? Chakra was nearly depleted, the tearing sensation within her cells, the emptiness of her water state. If not for the need to get out, she would have likely collapsed by now. Was she really going to die? The resolve she had just made to protect, was she going to betray it? Even if she had been training hard all this time, could she not change history? Just like in the manga, where everyone was killed by Zabuza in a single stroke. In an instant, Aoi Ruri thought. However, Sanjin Ruri couldn't find any way out. As Nara Shikamaru said, under an absolute gap in strength, all schemes are useless. At this moment, Matsuki Kid, who was on the verge of fainting, said intermittently, Yuhui, sister, hurry, hurry and drink my blood. Sanjin Ruri was stunned. Chapter 15, through assessment, drinking your blood. You've already lost too much blood. My blood has healing functions, I can't. The weak voice of Matsuki Yuefeng came through, and Aoi Ruri could barely understand it. Hurry, or else. We will all die. Aoi Ruri looked at Matsuki Yufeng's red hair. She chose to believe. Matsuki Yuefeng had no reason to joke at this moment. She gently bent down, licking Matsuki Yufeng's wound, her delicate body shuddering. Chakra and injuries were quickly recovering, but the feeling of weakness was still hard to shake off. Almost recovered, suppressing the urge to suck a few more times. Aoi Ruri quickly stood up, facing Zabuza from a distance. Behind Zabuza was the barrier. Are you ready? Zabuza, like an angry beast, rushed over, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Aoi Ruri held her breath and focused, watching the shadow rushing towards her. Her physique and chakra attributes determined that a light and agile body technique was more beneficial for her. She absolutely could not confront him head-on. As Zabuza was about to close in on her within a 3-meter radius, Aoi Ruri's brain raced, her toes lightly tapping the ground, her body floating and flickering like a leaf in a storm. In an instant, she crossed paths with the rushing figure. Let me see what the legendary demon is really capable of. In the moment of crossing, Aoi Ruri naturally swung her kunai horizontally. Zabuza's right hand instinctively blocked, and a series of clinks rang out. Aoi Ruri then kicked towards Zabuza's side. But Zabuza swiftly turned half his body and surprisingly caught Aoi Ruri's heel with his left hand. Using Zabuza's force, Aoi Ruri's right foot also lifted off the ground, flying towards Zabuza's chest. Zabuza snorted, aiming his kunai at Aoi Ruri's foot. A great opportunity. In midair, Aoi Ruri immediately released the kunai in her hand, sending it straight towards Zabuza's forehead. Oh no! Zabuza quickly let go of his left hand, throwing Aoi Ruri away, and then swiftly turned his head. The kunai grazed Zabuza's scalp, cutting off a few strands of hair. What a pity. Aoi Ruri did not think this would resolve the confrontation. Zabuza approached Aoi Ruri again, his right palm gathering blue chakra, slashing fiercely towards Aoi Ruri's right shoulder. From the momentum, being hit would be no better than being pierced by a kunai. Aoi Ruri, just getting up, hurriedly dodged, her hand also infused with chakra, striking towards Zabuza's arm. The two sides clashed again, but Aoi Ruri was already at a disadvantage due to being outmatched in taijutsu and being distracted by Mizukage Yuefeng. Bang! Zabuza finally seized an opportunity, kicking Aoi Ruri's waist during her moment of vulnerability, sending her flying. Aoi Ruri struggled to get up, forming a hand seal. Shadow clone technique. Aoi Ruri did not use the water clone that required a large amount of chakra. This technique is useless against me. Zabuza watched as Aoi Ruri ran in 3 different directions. He shot out 3 shurikens, 2 of the afterimages immediately disappearing, and he quickly pursued the last one. Aoi Ruri, hiding behind a large tree, immediately used the body replacement technique. To Zabuza, it looked like the opponent had circled around and charged at him again. I must buy myself some time. Aoi Ruri thought to herself. Quickly forming cells. Ugli, shin, in, zi, hai, yu, ubi, u, zi, in, su, in, si, uli, wei, si, hai, wei, zi, ren, shin, yu, gen. But the duration and effectiveness of the body replacement technique were limited, and it was soon seen through and eliminated by Zabuza. Body replacement technique, interesting. Faster, even faster. Aoi Ruri desperately formed seals, her speed increasing from 3 seals per second to 4, with an upward acceleration, finally completing it just as Zabuza approached. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. This B-rank ninjutsu is the highest level in the scroll, and its attack power is considered the strongest ninjutsu, but the 44 hand seals required made it somewhat impractical. But now, Aoi Ruri felt a massive flow of chakra within her body, gathering and finally reaching her lips, a feeling of needing to release it. She gently parted her lips, and a huge wave of water gathered in midair, while she could also feel her chakra rapidly depleting. The water wave coalesced into a dragon shape, attacking Zabuza as Aoi Ruri focused her thoughts. This is that person's ninjutsu. Could it be that she really defeated that person? At this moment, Zabuza's hidden suspicion was finally confirmed. He recognized it as the mysterious person's technique, and in that instant, he quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest, frantically gathering chakra in his arms. The water dragon bullet struck Zabuza fiercely. However, perhaps due to Zabuza's good preparedness this time, or perhaps Aoi Ruri's technique was far inferior to the mysterious person's. Amidst the flooding water, Zabuza slowly walked out, and Aoi Ruri stared at him in shock. His injuries didn't seem severe. Unexpectedly, the technique she had intended as a trump card was still ineffective. But if she used her bloodline limit, it would be considered heresy if it got out. How could she avoid being discovered? Regarding the group that had just chased her, she wasn't worried about exposure, subconsciously believing they would all die here. But for Zabuza, damn it, why does this guy want to eliminate everyone? Watching Zabuza close in again, Aoi Ruri had no choice but to dodge. No, she noticed Zabuza's speed was slowing down. It seemed that ninjutsu had indeed affected him. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Mizukage Yuefeng. Although the battle had only lasted a few minutes, the little girl's injuries had worsened significantly. Then it's time to gamble. Open the 6th gate. The pain from opening the 6th gate twice was suffocating, and the messages from her nerves indicated that if she didn't release it soon, she would die. Cold sweat beaded on Aoi Ruri's forehead as she gritted her teeth and kicked towards Zabuza. How is this possible? How could she still have so much chakra at this time? With her stamina severely depleted, Zabuza couldn't react in time and could only watch as she struck him. This scene was eerily similar to the previous one, only the roles had reversed. Aoi Ruri, uninterested in pursuing, ran towards Mizukage Yuefeng, the pain piercing her bones, causing her to groan. Trying to escape? Zabuza immediately understood the opponent's intentions and chased after her. Aoi Ruri reached Mizukage Yuefeng, scooping her up and shoving a piece of jade into her hand while running. In just a few seconds, they reached the barrier, pushing Mizukage Yuefeng forward. Damn it. It turns out it also takes time to get out. Watching Mizukage Yuefeng slowly pass through the barrier that only one person could fit through, Aoi Ruri was so angry she wanted to curse. Wasn't it supposed to be like walking through air? Just as Mizukage Yuefeng was about to get through, Zabuza's kunai shot towards her, aiming at her back. Aoi Ruri could only grab it with her hand, blood pouring out. Seeing Mizukage Yuefeng had passed through, A heavy weight lifted from Aoi Ruri's heart. History has finally changed. Aoi Ruri turned to attack Zabuza, who was once again pitifully knocked away. Zabuza, you can't stop me. Gasping for breath, Aoi Ruri told Zabuza, who was also breathing heavily. Let me go. Save your strength to deal with others. If you don't stop being silent, I won't spare you next time. After saying this, Aoi Ruri turned and rushed into the barrier. And Zabuza finally did not try to stop her again. The roughly 5 seconds it took to pass through the barrier felt very short, but to Aoi Ruri, it seemed so long, as if she was moving from one world to another. The moment she crossed the threshold, she vaguely heard someone saying, "Congratulations on passing the graduation exam." Breathing in the fresh air under the bright sunlight, she finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Chapter 16. Hospital, am I dead again? Song Yuefeng thought in confusion. It felt as if she had been sleeping in the darkness for 1,000 years. Longing to awaken, yet unable to open her eyes, alone and lonely in the boundless dark. She did not want to sink back into slumber, wandering alone in this darkness. But everything around her was pitch black. Suddenly, she gradually heard a voice calling her name, and she ran towards it in ecstatic joy. The voice became clearer, transforming from a whisper to a shout. "Sister Yue." What a familiar voice, it's Feng's. She woke up. Soft light flooded her vision. A white ceiling, a white blanket, and the room was filled with the smell of disinfectant from past life. She tried to sit up but found her body weak and numb, lacking any strength. "Great, Sister Yue, you finally woke up." Following the voice, Song Yuefeng first saw familiar red hair, adding a splash of color to the white world, and then she saw a somewhat joyful face. "Where is this?" Song Yuefeng opened her mouth, but discovered her voice was incredibly hoarse. "This is the village hospital. Sister Yue, you have been unconscious for 3 days." "I was out for 3 days." Song Yuefeng was somewhat astonished. She examined Feng. Her delicate face appeared a bit pale, with bandages wrapped around various parts of her small body, making her look quite comical, but aside from excessive blood loss, she seemed to be fine. Song Yuefeng also checked her own body. The wounds from the battle were largely healed, and her chakra had mostly recovered, though the side effects of forcibly opening the 8 gates a second time had yet to heal, indicating she would need a bit more time to recuperate. This made Song Yuefeng once again admire the medical standards of this world. "I just wonder if they can change eyes at will." Song Yuefeng thought with a hint of mischief. Feeling relieved, Song Yuefeng began to inquire about what had happened afterward. It turned out that after the two of them emerged, both had fainted due to their severe injuries. A medical ombu had performed a simple treatment and sent them to the hospital. Feng quickly woke up from excessive blood loss, while Song Yuefeng remained unconscious for 3 full days. What happened after the exam? How many people made it out? Song Yuefeng asked nervously. On one hand, she feared that others might still be alive, exposing her blood limit. On the other hand, she did not want the people she had studied with for 3 years to be gone. Her feelings complex as she awaited Feng's answer. Feng looked somewhat downcast. Besides the two of us, there was also that Kiri ninja from Class 2, Momochi Zabuza. Everyone else is dead. Although she had already guessed this fact, hearing it confirmed left Song Yuefeng unable to calm down for a long time. After a while, Song Yuefeng thought of something else. "Feng, come closer to me." Song Yuefeng lowered her voice and asked, "Are you from the Uzumaki clan?" Feng looked puzzled. "I've never heard of the Uzumaki clan." It seemed Feng did not know her own background. Song Yuefeng remembered hearing her say that she could not even remember her parents. Song Yuefeng recalled the red hair and abilities of Uzumaki Karen from the manga, and was pretty sure. "Feng, your blood can help others recover chakra and injuries." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you," Feng said quietly, lowering her head. "Not that." Song Yuefeng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "If you hadn't protected me, I might have died. I mean, this ability of yours is unique to the Uzumaki clan from the land of Whirlpool, and the characteristic of that clan is red hair. So you should be from the Uzumaki clan." Naturally, Feng was curious about her heritage. So Song Yuefeng shared all the descriptions of the Uzumaki clan from the manga, except for the part about the land of Whirlpool possibly being destroyed. "This ability of yours, and the Kagura heart you will comprehend later. Don't tell anyone. It's a blood limit and will be eradicated as heresy in Kirigakure." Song Yuefeng solemnly advised. "Actually, my invisibility technique is also a type of blood limit, but I haven't figured it out yet. However, we are all of the same kind." After a while, a doctor arrived, who is naturally also a medical ninja. "I find it strange. Every one of your cells seems to have damage. What happened?" Song Yuefeng spoke frankly. The first 3 gates of the 8 gates are common knowledge among ninjas. I didn't expect you to open the second gate, but next time, don't recklessly open 2 in a row. The doctor offered another round of advice. Song Yuefeng could only respond helplessly, secretly rolling her eyes. Reckless? If it weren't for being reckless, I would have been dead long ago. Well, your injuries aren't too serious. You can be discharged in about 3 days. Just make sure to rest, the doctor said before leaving. After a while, there was a knock at the door, and 2 male ninjas entered, one middle-aged and one young. The tragic outcome of this graduation exam had indeed attracted attention. The young ninja carefully inquired about all the details of the exam, and Song Yuefeng and Feng recounted everything in detail, of course omitting the blood limit part. Now we understand. Thank you for your answers. We'll take our leave. The 2 ninjas stood up to depart. Outside, the young one asked the middle-aged ninja, who had not asked any questions, do you think they were lying? The middle-aged ninja thought carefully, setting aside personal biases. What they said is basically the same as what that eyebrowless kid said. It doesn't seem like they're lying. The young ninja asked again, why not use ninjutsu? Forget it. After all, only 3 people are left in this class. Using ninjutsu would create a bad influence. And there isn't really any major issue. The middle-aged ninja replied. Recently, 2 major events had occurred in Kirigakure that were known throughout the ninja world. The first was the assassination of the 3rd Kazekage at the ceremony, which made Kirigakure tense and led to stricter restrictions against the outside world. The other major event was that out of the 134 graduates of the latest ninja school, only 3 survived after the graduation exam. Upon hearing this, the ninja community was shaken, with continuous pressure and petitions directed towards the higher-ups of Kirigakure. Among them were ninjas who had experienced such exams before, those who could not stand it, and politicians considering their own interests. The higher-ups seemed to have discovered significant hidden dangers in this brutal outcome. Ultimately, due to various reasons, this educational method was announced to be cancelled, replaced by a test model that did not require internal conflict, and failures would only need to repeat a year. When Song Yuefeng learned about this later, she couldn't help but lament about the misfortunes of life. However, that was a matter for later. After spending 3 peaceful days in the hospital, being taken care of, and having enough to eat and drink, the 2 of them felt as if they had suddenly entered paradise. Song Yuefeng was once reluctant to leave, but eventually, as their injuries healed, they had no choice but to be discharged. Chapter 17. The mentor in the hospital, the village provided them with headbands, standard shinobi uniforms, ninja tools, and scrolls recording common ninjutsu, as well as arranging their accommodation. After being discharged, Ruri and Mizukage first returned to school. With so many people missing, the school appeared desolate, and the guards looked at them with strange expressions. Along the way, they also encountered Akitsuhara and naturally exchanged greetings. It seemed that Akitsuhara felt somewhat sentimental, perhaps a bit sad, that only these 2 remained from the students he had taught for 3 years. After returning to the dormitory and tidying up their few belongings, Ruri waved goodbye to the school, and the 2 completely parted ways with the ninja school they had attended for 3 years. Ruri and Mizukage new residence was quite far from the bustling downtown and the village center, but they were relatively close to each other. The excitement between Ruri and Mizukage was hard to conceal. This was their very first true home. After parting, they followed each other's descriptions to reach their destination. And Ruri, who initially had no great expectations, was stunned by the sight before her. A huge house. Before her stood a 2-story wooden house. Although its appearance was very simple, lacking much in the way of luxurious paint and sculptures, the area it occupied was considerable. Just thinking about such a magnificent building belonging to her made Ruri drool. The ninja world indeed had its advantages. At least it was sparsely populated with abundant resources. If this were within the 3rd ring of the capital in her past life, such a large house would cost a fortune. Ruri thought to herself happily. Using the key provided by the village, Ruri opened the door, and once again she was amazed. Oh my, the village leaders are so nice to me. I will definitely repay the village well. She was easily won over. The house included a kitchen, dining room, living room, bedroom, and bathroom. The furniture was also fully equipped, including a somewhat out-of-place television. There wasn't much dust in the house, indicating that the previous owner had passed away not long ago. The life of a ninja was unpredictable, leading to frequent changes in ownership of houses. In fact, Ruri did not know that she was given such a residence not only because the hidden mist village had a low population, but also because only 3 students had survived this year, so the higher-ups naturally had to take care of them a bit. After carefully cleaning up, Aoi Ruri easily deduced one thing. This house's previous owner was a woman. Important items must have been taken away, but some trivial things unique to women remained, such as Aoi Ruri found a bag of sanitary napkins. This world has such things? The thought that she would eventually need them made her feel a sense of helplessness. However, at just over 7 years old, she didn't need to worry about this issue yet. So Aoi Ruri chose to selectively forget this unpleasant matter and eagerly turned on the television. She was somewhat disappointed, even though she had rarely encountered such things in her past life. She could tell that the programs on the television were much more crude than those of her previous life, and there were only a few channels. The dramas were boring, and the news? It seemed to be filled with praises for the daimyos of the land of water, far removed from the mysterious hidden mist village. But in such turbulent times, how could one expect the entertainment industry to thrive like in peaceful eras? After getting familiar with her new surroundings, Aoi Ruri continued her training. First, she checked her chakra. Being able to perform B-rank ninjutsu could be considered the level of a chunin. However, when she initially launched the Water Dragon Bullet, it had almost drained all her chakra, and the power had not reached 100. Now, her chakra had significantly increased, and executing it again would not be as difficult as before. The focus was to study her bloodline limit. During that battle, in the state activated by her bloodline, she not only transformed into water, but also sensed the presence of wind. Upon entering the state again, she could clearly feel the faint wind-type chakra. It seemed her bloodline limit combined wind and water chakra, but there were still some things she did not understand. Why did the combination of wind and water have a phasing effect? The Mizunokuni clan is a combination of wind and water, but they use ice release. She wondered if she could use ice release. Aoi Ruri immediately tried it out. Wind chakra is known for its strong attack power, while water chakra is known for its versatility. So if she combined these two chakras, she quietly closed her eyes, sensing the chakra within her body, attempting to convert it into wind and water separately, and then combine them. Gathering the flowing chakra into her palm, she released it. A miraculous thing happened. A small ice spike gradually appeared in her hand. Although its form was unstable and quickly turned into water, Aoi Ruri was still incredibly excited. Ice release. This was a real deal. However, after calming down, Aoi Ruri thought about the practical situation she faced. First, she didn't know how to perform ice release ninjutsu and would have to create it herself, which made her unsure of her own innovative abilities. Then, she couldn't reveal ice release in the hidden mist village. It seemed like a rather useless ninjutsu, only useful in critical moments for unexpected effects. After confirming her suspicions, Aoi Ruri vaguely felt that her bloodline limit was not that simple. That evening, not knowing how to cook, Aoi Ruri sought out Mizukage, who also couldn't cook. Their residences were similar, so they had to go out to eat. The night market in the hidden mist village was quite lively, with restaurants, casinos, bars, cinemas, arcades, baths, and a certain upscale entertainment place that Aoi Ruri envied but couldn't enter. After leaving the ninja school, she realized how wonderful life could be. Aoi Ruri devoured the grilled meat, growing more fond of the barbecue restaurant named Tokugawa. Kid, tomorrow we will meet our training mentor. Yeah, I heard our teachers won't be the same. As for mentors, their chakra attributes should be somewhat similar to ours. So it makes sense if they're not the same person. I just wonder if they'll be a good person. A good person? Someone who lets you rest when you're tired, pours you water when you're thirsty, teaches you whatever you want to learn, and helps you take the blame when you get into trouble. Mizukage was left speechless. Originally, the village planned to have over a dozen jonin serve as mentors for this year's graduates, with each mentor expected to teach about 3 students. However, plans changed. This year's graduates only numbered 3, meaning many jonin wouldn't have to deal with this troublesome matter. Moreover, each jonin only needed to take on 1 student, which Aoi Ruri was unaware of. The next day, Aoi Ruri woke up early, tidied her appearance, and headed to the agreed location with a nervous heart. It was an open space at the southern edge of the hidden mist village. When Aoi Ruri arrived, the other party had not yet come, so she waited there. "I'm sorry, Koiwi, I'm late." A melodious voice came from behind. Aoi Ruri turned her head and was shocked, her mouth agape. Sister Azusa? Standing before her was Koyuki Azusa, the very person who had sent her to the ninja school years ago. Chapter 18. Amako Esya. Aoi Ruri did not resent Esya Amako for bringing her to the harsh ninja school. On the contrary, she was filled with gratitude. She understood that a 4-year-old orphan had almost no chance of surviving in this ninja world. The ninja school at least provided these children with a stable environment, and they could learn ninja knowledge. Although the mortality rate in the graduation exam was very high, it was still much better than being alone in the outside world. This is also one of the reasons why the children who graduated from the ninja school could sincerely serve the village. After 3 years, Mako had not changed much, but Aoi Ruri had already grown to 1.3 meters and blossomed into a graceful young lady, which made her feelings quite complex. Mako smiled and said, "Long time no see, little Yui, you become more beautiful." Aoi Ruri liked such compliments. Sister Mako, a somewhat strange title, seemed even younger and more beautiful than before. Aoi Ruri looked at Mako's mature and beautiful face, her alluring figure. It seemed that 3 years had left no trace on her. "You still have that sharp tongue." Mako appeared very happy. "So, Sister Mako is my instructor?" Aoi Ruri asked cautiously. "Yes, I heard you specifically requested me," Mako said with a look of "You've hit the jackpot." "Thank you, Teacher Essia." Aoi Ruri bowed earnestly. It was the best thing for her that the woman in front of her could be her teacher. Seeing Aoi Ruri like this, Mako silently sighed. "I didn't expect this year's exam to have such an outcome. I've heard about your situation. You did very well. Don't dwell on that matter anymore. Also, I once looked into your parents' whereabouts, and I couldn't find any clues. The destruction of that clan affected too many families. So you need to be mentally prepared." Aoi Ruri was startled. If they really found clues, that would be terrible. She quickly said, it's fine. I'm already used to my current life. If I can't find them, then I can't find them. I'm really sorry for troubling you." "Well, I'm very happy to have a student like you. Let me reintroduce myself. Ise Yamako, Jonin. My chakra is water and lightning, which should help with your training. We're going to train together for a long time," Mako said, smiling brightly, "and you can still call me Sister Mako. I can't get used to anything else." "All right, so what will Sister Mako teach me now?" Aoi Ruri associated Mako with something from her previous life, but didn't want to go against her small request. After all, she was currently the only strong support she could rely on. "I heard you can open the second gate of the 8 gates?" Mako did not answer, but instead asked. "Yes. The 8 gates is a technique created by an ancestor to break through the limits of the human body. The power and damage of the first 3 gates are small, so they became widely known, while the latter gates are considered forbidden techniques in Konoha village of the Land of Fire," Mako explained. "In theory, as long as your physical strength is sufficient, you can maintain a long-term open gate state, but the first 3 gates are also extremely difficult to practice. Many people have died trying to master them, and even the founder did not fully succeed. As for how powerful it can be, no one knows." Aoi Ruri recalled the scene in the manga where Might Guy fought against Kisame Hashigaki and began to understand. At that time, Guy had opened the 6th gate and unleashed the Morning Peacock, which seemed to indicate he could maintain the 5th gate in a permanent state. As for the power of the 8 gates, probably no one understood it better than Aoi Ruri. That scene with Night Guy had deeply shocked her. "Your medical report indicates that your physical endurance is nearing its limit, so I do not recommend you continue training. Taijutsu is not inherently a strong suit for girls. If you wish to delve deeper, I cannot guarantee whether you will break through or suffer permanent damage." Aoi Ruri was frightened by her serious expression. People like Lee, who tie heavy weights to their legs, can forcibly break through the 5th gate. "Can I reach that level? I don't want to die." Aoi Ruri humbly accepted Mako's advice. Although Night Guy was great, she didn't want to hurt herself. Since the school teaches the body flicker technique. Do you know how chakra is formed? It is formed from the energy absorbed by every cell in the body and the refined spiritual energy from training, Aoi Ruri said, familiar with it from both her previous and current life. "That's correct. Now let's first learn the control of chakra. To activate ninjutsu, you must balance your chakra." Mako spoke confidently. Aoi Ruri had a bad feeling. "You must use the appropriate amount of chakra in the appropriate place. And the soles of your feet are the hardest parts to gather and control chakra." Aoi Ruri couldn't help but interrupt Sister Mako. "You're not going to make me practice tree climbing, are you? Or walking on water? How did you know?" Mako was surprised. "I've already learned it," Aoi Ruri said helplessly. "What?" Mako was even more surprised. "Look." Aoi Ruri walked directly to a nearby large tree and effortlessly stood on its trunk, as if defying the laws of physics. "It seems we can skip this step." Mako was very happy to see this and smiled. "Then there shouldn't be much problem with control, and you can start learning ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is divided into levels. S, A, B, C, D, E, etc. The body flicker technique is an E-level ninjutsu. The grading of ninjutsu is based on the difficulty of learning and the amount of chakra consumed. However, a person's chakra has an upper limit. Do you know that? Chakra has an upper limit? The protagonists in the manga have unlimited chakra, Aoi Ruri said, almost misled by the protagonist halo. No, it seems like the Nine Tails is specifically mentioned as having unlimited chakra, while Kakashi often runs out chakra. So it seems that ordinary people should indeed have limits. One day, you will no longer be able to extract more chakra. So you need to learn how to improve the purity of your chakra. Essaya Mako introduced a concept Aoi Ruri had not heard of before. Enhancing chakra control will ensure that you learn ninjutsu quickly and use it correctly, while increasing the purity of chakra will help you use as little chakra as possible when activating ninjutsu, and the effects of ninjutsu will also be greatly enhanced. So how can I improve the precision of my chakra? Ajiruri asked. Refinement, repeated refinement. Use ninjutsu until your chakra is almost depleted, and that last bit will be the most refined chakra. During the extraction process, the chakra produced from the body's energy and spiritual energy in the best state will also correspondingly have high purity. I see. Then Sister Amako should teach me ninjutsu now. Ajoi Ruri said without any hesitation. What do you want to learn? Essaya Mako asked. I want to learn everything you can teach. Ajoi Ruri replied without hesitation. I meant to ask which attribute of ninjutsu you want to learn first. Essaya Mako said, feeling a bit exasperated. I currently know the most about water, and I don't understand lightning at all. Should I pursue balance? Or should I master one attribute first? Aoi Ruri thought for a while and chose water. Then I'll focus on one attribute. I want to learn water first. Water release utilizes the density, impact, pressure, and shape-changing characteristics of water to attack enemies, such as the water dragon bullet technique, or to confuse enemies like the mist concealment technique, or to bind enemies like the water prison technique. Water overcomes fire at the same strength, but is overcome by earth. The attack power of water is the weakest among the 5 attributes, but support effects are the best. Aoi Asako is explaining in detail the changes in the properties of the water element. Thus, Aoi Ruri began her training days alongside Aoi Asako. Chapter 19. Executing missions. Aoi Ruri and Aoi Asako began their training, primarily focusing on the changes in water properties. Although they were said to be training together, Aoi Asako's strength had already reached a plateau, and she could only enhance her abilities through the study or creation of powerful ninjutsu. Each time Aoi Asako taught Aoi Ruri a ninjutsu, she would let her practice, providing guidance whenever Aoi Ruri had questions. Aoi Ruri had excellent comprehension skills, which set her apart from other children her age. Aoi Ruri keenly sensed that the frequency of high-difficulty missions had decreased because Aoi Asako spent most of her time in the village. However, it only took a minor trigger for the entire ninja world to erupt into war. Without the immediate pressure of death, Aoi Ruri did not return to a lazy lifestyle. The current peace in the ninja world was merely the calm before the storm, and 4 years later, the Third Shinobi World War would conclude. She had to think about future issues. It was now the 43rd year of Konoha, and in at most 21 years, the world would face its end. Therefore, she needed to train hard during this time to handle future risks. The priority was to survive. The instructor for Matsuke's Kid was a middle-aged jonin named Mizuno Masaki. According to the little girl, he was quite nice, and the vast chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan seemed to bring him great satisfaction, as if he had struck gold, treating her like a daughter and imparting knowledge generously. As for Zabuza, it was said that when he emerged from that canyon, his clothes were stained red with blood, resembling a vengeful spirit crawling out of hell. Gradually, he earned the title of demon, and then a notable figure recognized him and took him as a disciple. This figure was Nanami Yu, the wielder of the decapitating sword among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Hearing this, Aoi Ruri understood that history had not changed much. Besides training as a ninja, one naturally had to accept missions. Aoi Ruri was assigned to a team with a boy named Ogawa Hirachi from Small Clan to carry out mission. Aoi Ruri was not in favor of this 2-person setup. A standard team should include sensory ninjas, medical ninjas, long-range attack ninjas, ninja skilled in taijutsu or close combat, and control-type ninjas, plus an interrogation-type ninja. If the higher-ups in Kirigakure knew her thoughts, they would surely scold her loudly, asking if she wanted to carry out missions or participate in the Ninja World War. Ogawa Hirachi was an 8-year-old boy, a year older than Aoi Ruri. The Ogawa clan had existed since the founding of Kirigakure, but after suffering from 2 wars, it was no longer as prosperous as it once was. However, The family's education and ninjutsu resources were always better than those of the Ninja Academy. When they first met, Aoi Ruri's forehead twitched with a black line. He was nearly an hour late. That wasn't the most important part. Hey, what does that smug expression mean? If you want to learn from Sasuke, at least your looks should pass. Even if he truly looked down on her, he should at least maintain a minimal level of face. How could kids in this world not know how to hide their expressions? Aoi Ruri thought sadly in her heart. Along the way, he turned his head away, proudly raising his neck, completely ignoring her presence. Aoi Ruri's smile turned into a blank expression, which then shifted into a frown, and finally, a large character appeared above her head. Then she couldn't hold back anymore. Boom, boom, boom. Poor Ogawa Hirachi stood no chance against Aoi Ruri, who had opened the door in taijutsu. After a while, seeing the bruises forming on what was originally a somewhat handsome face, Aoi Ruri felt quite pleased, especially when he sweetly called her Yuinizan after a complete turnaround in attitude. Indeed, children's mistakes could be easily corrected. Aoi Ruri thought narcissistically. Then Aoi Ruri patted Ogawa Hirachi's shoulder and said earnestly, "You have good taste, kid. Stick with me, and you'll eat well and live spicy." Ogawa Hirachi stared at her in shock. The two, now with a better relationship, quickly reached their destination. After leaving the Ninja Academy, everything returned to the expected norm. Tasks that matched their identities. Finding a pet. The pet cat Kasamaru, raised by Granny Kimura, had gone missing, and they were commissioned to help find it. Task difficulty, D. Task reward, 800 Kiri receives half. Aoi Ruri could only comfort herself. Catching a cat was better than cleaning trash. Arriving at the north end of the village, a small wooden house came into view. They saw an elderly man sitting in the yard, with dry, dark skin and eyes seemingly obscured by wrinkles. This must be Granny Kimura. Aoi Ruri sweetly smiled at the old woman, saying, "Grandma, are you Granny Kimura? We are here to accept your commission." Her polite demeanor made Ogawa Hirachi think she had been replaced by a transformation technique. Granny Kimura had good hearing. She trembled as she stood up. "Thank you for your trouble. Please come in, little ninjas." The interior was very simple, with only a few basic pieces of furniture, but everything was tidy. On the table were simple utensils, and beside the bed was a photo frame featuring a family portrait taken years ago, showing a warm and happy family of 4 with a cat. Beside the bed was a cat bed with a cat toy resting inside, indicating that it was Kasamaru's spot. "This is Kasamaru." Granny Kimura pointed to the calico cat in the photo. Through a brief chat, Aoi Ruri learned about the situation. Kasamaru had been brought by Granny Kimura's son and daughter-in-law, both of whom were ninjas. Kasamaru had undergone basic training, but her son and daughter-in-law had died in a mission long ago, although the village's subsidies were sufficient. Her grandson had begun to bear the responsibility of supporting the family as a fisherman, spending little time with his grandmother, leaving only the cat to keep her company for long periods. Aoi Ruri felt a pang of sadness. Such was the chaos of war. Families were destroyed whenever conflict arose. She could only chat with Granny Kimura to cheer her up. The animals in this world were different from those in her previous life. They seemed to possess higher intelligence and could also train like ninjas, although talent often determined their achievements. Kasamaru was such a cat. Shall we start searching nearby? Ogawa Hirachi's skills opened Aoi Ruri's eyes. He merely sniffed near the cat bed and found Kasamaru's direction. He was somewhat similar to Inuzuka Kiba, but he enhanced his nose's sensitivity through a family chakra ninjutsu, allowing him to track the target's scent. This made Aoi Ruri stop underestimating this boy whom she had previously beaten. People roam the world. How could they not have skills to protect themselves? Aoi Ruri reflected. Then, seeing his proud expression, she felt a surge of anger and hurried to search. Ogawa Hirachi sheepishly withdrew his gaze. Following the scent, Aoi Ruri and Ogawa Hirachi soon found Kasamaru, and when they saw her, they were both amused and exasperated. The little calico cat was happily playing in the grass. Her adorably playful movements nearly melted Aoi Ruri's heart, but in the end, she remembered the professional ethics of being a ninja. The little cat was quick, but under Aoi Ruri's water binding technique, it had nowhere to escape. It seemed excessive to use such a large ninjutsu on a small cat. If Aoi Asako saw this, she would surely say that Aoi Ruri was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, neither of them was aware of this at all. After bringing back the K's Maru, Grandma Kimura seemed very happy and kept thanking Aoi Ruri while holding her hand. Aoi Ruri was reluctant to accept the reward, but under the insistence of the other party, she reluctantly agreed and also promised to visit Grandma Kimura more often in the future. Perhaps she was reminded of the old lady from the orphanage in her previous life. In this way, Aoi Ruri's life progressed steadily, practicing, doing simple tasks. Initially helping with farming and finding things, and later escorting people and delivering confidential documents with other teams. Life seemed dull yet orderly. But there would always come a day when this order would be broken. Chapter 20. Spiraling Sphere. 2 years passed quickly, reaching the year 45 of Konoha. During these 2 years, Aoi Ruri spent several hours each day refining chakra, practicing ninjutsu, and of course, she did not neglect her physical training. In just 1 year, she had almost mastered all the water-style ninjutsu taught by Ayano Meiko, except for A rank and above, which were either too difficult or too dangerous. In short, even though Aoi Ruri had learned a few A-rank ninjutsu, she felt that their practicality was not as good as the C-rank water clone technique. She often imagined how to escape in battle. In terms of missions, Aoi Ruri had been teamed up with Ogawa Hirachi for the past 2 years. Under her intimidation, he had long since submitted, following the demands of the hidden mist village to take on some simple tasks. At first, they started with D-rank babysitting tasks, and later they also took on C-rank missions, escorting important individuals. In any case, they had hardly engaged in combat with other ninjas. When alone, Aoi Ruri also attempted to create ice release ninjutsu, recalling the techniques of Mizukage Hakuzuki from the manga. His ninjutsu was also self-discovered, providing her with a path. Over the 2 years, she had become adept at creating large amounts of ice samban. Condensing the moisture in the air, the mist village was quite humid to form ice walls, but she couldn't move quickly behind the ice walls like Hakuzuki could. She could also condense large amounts of water into ice and then explode it, shattering ice crystals. She could even freeze an enemy's blood upon contact, a technique she shamelessly plagiarized and named Ice Crystal Binding Technique. However, the effectiveness would diminish if the opponent had strong chakra resistance. After 2 years of interaction, Ayano Meiko had grown increasingly fond of this student. Initially, she was reluctant when the higher-ups asked her to be a mentor. She understood it was a power struggle between factions, using jounin like her to recruit newcomers. When she learned Aoi Ruri was one of them, she immediately chose this somewhat affectionate younger sister, not expecting her talent to be so high and her efforts so great. Moreover, in their daily exchanges, Aoi Ruri felt like a peer to Ayano Meiko, often inspiring her with many creative ideas. For instance, a year later, when Aoi Ruri met Ayano Meiko in that empty space, she habitually jumped in her arms, and Ayano Meiko helplessly watched her rub against her. Aoi Ruri's current status made it easy for her to take advantage of the situation. Sister Meiko, if we continuously compress and concentrate chakra, can its form change? Or can we alter the properties of the release chakra? Or perhaps combine form change and property change? Aoi Ruri reluctantly pulled her head away from that soft spot. Ayano Meiko fell into deep thought. Some people had tried this idea before, but it seemed they had not succeeded, and it was later proven to be impractical. So it was dropped. But I have an idea about chakra form change. Aoi Ruri said. What idea? Ayano Meiko smiled. If I gather chakra in my hand, continuously release it, and then solidify it, it should have some power, right? Ayano Meiko thought for a moment. But it was hard to imagine the effect based solely on a simple description. You can try it. Have you thought a method to practice? Yes. But I need Sister Mako's help. The development process might be dangerous or imperfect. Aoi Ruri understood through her training with Ayano Meiko that developing the A-rank ninjutsu that was so common in the manga was not easy. Even with the Uzumaki clan's physique and the QBS enhanced resilience, some people still struggled while learning. How many shadow clones did Naruto use while researching the spiraling shuriken? Who knows? Then Ayano Meiko bought a lot of water balloons and rubber balls, shamelessly stealing the idea to the core. The first step was to use continuously supplied chakra to make the water in the balloon move chaotically until it exploded. Aoi Ruri, with a much more solid foundation than Naruto, quickly accomplished this. At the moment of the explosion, she was splashed with water, and Aoi Ruri was extremely excited. It seemed this plan was feasible. Kishimoto was not deceiving her. The second step was to solidify the chakra, bursting the rubber ball. Aoi Ruri imagined the spiraling compression of the spiraling sphere, marked her palm, concentrated her energy, and then, with a pop, the rubber ball gently broke, and chakra leaked out. This made Aoi Ruri even more confident. The failure looked so similar. On the third day, Aoi Ruri laughed heartily without any ladylike demeanor, while Ayano Meiko wondered if this girl was going crazy. If it weren't for the completely shattered rubber balls, finally succeeded, just one last step to go. The difficulty of the third step was to concentrate and ensure stable chakra output while also compressing and solidifying it. Aoi Ruri didn't want to use the clone technique to solve this problem. Completing it alone was much better than doing it with someone else. The volatile chakra exploded again, sending Aoi Ruri flying. Ayano Mako calmly caught her. How many times had this happened? Aoi Ruri thought. She didn't believe she could comprehend it instantly in battle. That would be too glitch. So disregarding Sister Mako's advice, she practiced repeatedly, multitasking, letting one part complete subconsciously. Finally, half a month later, when Ayano Mako habitually prepared to save Aoi Ruri from the chakra storm, she discovered that the chakra Aoi Ruri had gathered formed a seemingly gentle small ball, but she could see that the ball was made of rapidly compressed and rotating chakra. Aoi Ruri struck the small ball onto the ground, instantly creating a spiraling deep hole several dozen meters across. She had succeeded. After 20 days of effort, she finally succeeded. Aoi Ruri collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, her face full of uncontainable excitement. Ayano Mako was already stunned by the incredible power of this creative attempt. Moreover, this was a non-printed ninjutsu. Taking a deep breath, Ayano Mako looked complexly at the girl lying on the ground. She could imagine how this ninjutsu would shock the entire hidden mist village, even the entire ninja world, beneath this delicate figure. This matter could probably not be hidden from the higher-ups of the hidden mist anymore. She thought about their reaction. Ayano Mako sighed. After that, Aoi Ruri solidified the spiraling sphere, progressing from using both hands to being able to launch it with one hand. And she also increased the speed of using this non-printed ninjutsu. Later, Ayano Mako reported this matter to the higher-ups, but they seemed to have no reaction, which made Ayano Mako subtly realize that their side had suppressed it. In the following time, Aoi Ruri continued her training as before until the year 45 of Konoha, when a major event occurred. Chapter 21. Promoted to CH Nin, encountering Kisame in the 45th year of Konoha, the legendary third Kazekage. Known as the strongest of all time, mysteriously disappeared, shocking the entire ninja world. Suna village was furious, suspecting that other ninja villages were involved, and began to escalate tensions for war. Upon hearing this news, Aoi Ruri understood that the Third Shinobi World War, which would engulf the 5 great ninja villages, was about to begin. At this time, Aoi Ruri was only 9 years old. This time, she went to find Mizukage keyed, as usual. Aoi Ruri pushed the door open and swaggered in, grabbing a piece of fruit to eat. Mizukage keyed, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, was unfazed. Ever since she learned about Mizukage keyed's culinary talents, Aoi Ruri loved to come over for meals. Over the past 2 years, with her teacher's guidance and the physical prowess of the Uzumaki clan, Mizukage keyed's strength had progressed rapidly. However, the little girl seemed to dislike fighting, which left Aoi Ruri somewhat helpless. Under her protection, Mizukage keyed had become shy and introverted, losing some of her liveliness, which was something Aoi Ruri had not anticipated. I heard Sister Yui is going to become a CH Nin. Aoi Ruri said self-importantly, of course, I'm the most powerful Miss Yui. But deep down, she knew this meant she could become cannon fodder on the battlefield. Mizukage keyed seemed to enjoy watching Aoi Ruri smile. In her heart, this must be the person she loved the most. D rank 24 times, C rank 10 times, B rank 1 time. You have passed the CH Nin examination. From now on, you're a CH Nin, a ninja from the rank assessment office said to her in a formal manner. With war approaching, the process of ninja rank promotion was not as complex and strict as it was in later generations. As long as the number of completed missions met the requirements and the strength was adequate, it was sufficient. Therefore, Aoi Ruri smoothly became a CH Nin. The Mist Village's CH Nin uniform was issued, but Aoi Ruri did not feel much joy. It seemed that Sister Mako's implied faction wanted their people to gain enough merit in missions, whether to consolidate their position or to compete for the next Mizukage. The Rasengan was finally assessed as a rank, and being able to create an A-rank ninjutsu at the age of 9 made Aoi Ruri quite prominent in the village, hinting at a momentum to surpass Zabuza. However, she reluctantly handed over the theory of Rasengan to the village as required, thinking that this efficient and swift ninjutsu was likely only mastered by a few. This could be considered Aoi Ruri's way of repaying the village for raising her over the years. Perhaps by then, escaping from the Blood Mist village controlled by Obito and Madara would not weigh on her conscience. Just a few days later, Aoi Ruri received a notification and arrived at the Mizukage's office, but still had no opportunity to meet the Mizukage. The Mizukage issued missions to ninjas through the Umbu. After becoming a nin, Aoi Ruri received her first personal B-rank mission, escorting the 4 genin of the Stone Country Minister, Asakawa Chiyu, Aso Mizuki, Indu Tani, and Fukuoka Suki, who had gone missing on their way back. Immediate search required. Bring back either the individuals or information. Task difficulty, B. Number of participants, 4. When a list of the 4 individuals was revealed, Aoi Ruri couldn't help but take a deep breath. The list included Fujiwara Narika, Sato Yui, Hoshino Riku, and the team leader, Kisame Hashigaki. On the way, Aoi Ruri recalled the information about the strange person from the Mist Village, a member of Akatsuki, a tailless beast, cold and warlike, who had slaughtered teammates. It seemed like a bad job, and Aoi Ruri felt like she was stepping into a den of thieves. Hoping there wouldn't be any need to prevent the leakage of secrets, after more than half an hour, Aoi Ruri arrived at the meeting point, where a boy and a girl were already there. The girl was Fujiwara Narika, and the boy was Hoshino Riku. Both were 12 years old and had just been promoted to nin, suggesting they were familiar with each other. After a brief introduction, the 3 waited for the last member to arrive. Finally, just before the time, a tall man with a shark-like face and sharp teeth rushed over. Looking much younger than his comic appearance. After all, he was only 14 years old at this time. Aoi Ruri tried to calm her emotions. This was the second important character from the comic she had seen. Kisame Hashigaki behaved politely. Sorry for being late. My name is Kisame Hashigaki. Nice to meet you. Then he flashed that trademark smile, though his sharp teeth didn't seem very friendly. Fujiwara Narika and Hoshino Riku forced smiles in return, but Aoi Ruri felt differently. At that moment, Aoi Ruri pretended to be very cute. Hello, big brother, I'm Sato Yui, my hobbies are. Although she despised her own shameless behavior, she decided to endure it to build a good relationship in advance. Aside from the somewhat speechless Fujiwara Narika, even Kisame was slightly taken aback. Due to his appearance and behavior, very few people in the village were willing to approach him, and they feared his strength, secretly calling him a weirdo. The little girl's unreserved demeanor and her innocently pure gaze touched Kisame. However, this feeling was fleeting. Kisame said, "All right, everyone, let us set off." Then the 4 of them walked towards the village exit. Aoi Ruri vaguely sensed that Fujiwara Narika and Hoshino Riku were somewhat afraid of Kisame, obediently following the seemingly friendly captain. As they left the Mist Village, she could feel that passers-by avoided Kisame. Even ninjas passing by shunned this oddly-looking man. It seemed this guy had extremely poor popularity in the village. Aoi Ruri began to understand. When a person has no friends and lacks recognition, if someone acknowledges their existence, it would likely leave a deep mark in their heart. With her psychological experience from Earth, Aoi Ruri understood that this was a good opportunity to get close to Kisame. Watching Kisame's accustomed demeanor, Aoi Ruri felt she could understand his feelings, the loneliness of having no friends and the insecurity of being excluded. In an instant, she forgot the danger of the person in front of her and instead wanted to help him. After all, they were kindred spirits. Aoi Ruri carefully recalled the scenes where Kisame appeared in the comic, when he killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer fish ghost. He believed that the ninja world was all an illusion. Under the iron-fisted policies of the Mist, he continuously contributed to the village by completing various dirty tasks, killing more teammates than enemies, only to be betrayed by his superiors in the end. He lost faith in everything and defected, yet in the last moment before his death, he saw through himself and chose suicide rather than betraying his comrades. I hope I can change you, Aoi Ruri thought, but her face did not show any expression. Soon, the 4 left the village and set off towards the Land of Tea. Chapter 22. The Land of Tea. The Land of Tea is a small country near the Land of Fire, closely related to it. However, during peacetime, escort missions by the Mist Village Ninja are generally safe, even when they involve that area. But since the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, the situation has become tense. In any case, the disappearance of 4 individuals has made the observant feel that something is amiss. On the journey, Aoi Ruri and her companions introduced their respective abilities. Hoshino Riki is a sensing-type ninja, skilled in the use of ninja tools, trap-making, and counter-surveillance, making him the primary person to search for the 4 missing genin. Fujiwara Narika, besides being an ordinary water-type chunin, is also a medical ninja. Aoi Ruri is merely an ordinary combat personnel, yet the other 3 do not underestimate her. Becoming a chunin at the age of 9 is considered a genius anywhere. As for Kisame Hashigaki, he has executed countless similar or even more difficult missions. ensuring the safety of this team. There is a convenient route from the Mist Village to the Land of Tea, which involves taking a boat to the Land of Waves first, then heading to the Land of Tea. Therefore, the four will follow this route. It seems that the world is indeed small, but Kato should not have invaded the Land of Waves at this time. Aoi Ruri leaned against the side of the boat, gazing at the vast ocean, reminiscing. The feeling of going out to sea is wonderful. She completely forgot about her previous experiences of seasickness. Those moments when the escorted individuals were unsure of who was protecting whom had been subconsciously overlooked by her. During lunch, Aoi Ruri's group encountered a brash young man, a tall, muscular bald man with various scars crisscrossing his face and body. He seemed to have never seen a ninja, at least not from the Mist Village. I didn't expect little brats to come so far. He provocatively said to Aoi Ruri's group, "Hey, you little brats, it's not that fun out here." Aoi Ruri was slightly taken aback and, after realizing it, felt speechless. Can't he see our obvious uniforms? The other three seemed to ignore the man entirely, not taking him seriously. However, the man, feeling ignored, grew increasingly angry and continued his path of self-destruction. "Hey, I'm talking to you. That ugly little brat over there. Your face looks like a shark. It's hilarious." Before he could finish, Fujiwara Narika and Hoshino Riki simultaneously put down their chopsticks and looked at him with pity. Aoi Ruri recalled some rumors, as it seemed that Kisame Hashigaki hated being called a shark. Kisame appeared expressionless, but the faint glimmer in his small eyes made Aoi Ruri feel uneasy. Without waiting for Kisame to act, Aoi Ruri quickly kicked the man's leg due to height difference, and the 200-pound giant fell to the ground. Aoi Ruri stomped heavily on his stomach, causing him to spit out blood. Seems like he's cooperating well. Aoi Ruri thought with satisfaction, but her expression remained furious. What's wrong with having a shark face? I think shark faces look great, you ugly freak. She continued to kick him, and the bald man seemed to cooperate even more, emitting various agonizing screams that made everyone in the room feel pain. Don't blame me. At least this way you won't die. Aoi Ruri silently thought. Sure enough, Kisame didn't move, while Fujiwara Narika and Hoshino Riki were somewhat surprised. However, Aoi Ruri could feel that Kisame had grown much closer to her. Looks like he's not that hard to get along with. Aoi Ruri thought with a bit of pride. By the afternoon, they arrived at the Land of Waves, which was still relatively prosperous at that time. However, the entire country lacked ninjas or even skilled samurai, making it unable to protect its wealth, which could easily lead to tragedies involving the Kato group in the future. In the Land of Waves, Hoshino Riki used his sensing ability to carefully search around, but found no traces of the missing ninjas. The four then boarded a ship to the Land of Tea the next morning. The journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived at the Land of Tea. True to its name, tea houses were everywhere, with a wide variety of teas and unique snacks and toys, but everything had one characteristic. They were expensive. Even ordinary items were sold at high prices. The streets had few pedestrians, and those that were there walked quickly, making the four feel out of place. Before long, they sensed something was off. The atmosphere in this country was oppressive, too oppressive. In a tea house, they quickly learned the reason. The 4-year ritual at the Mizu no Kuni Shrine was about to begin. Aoi Ruri then realized that it was now the 45th year of Konoha, and when Naruto's Team 7 accepted this task, it was in the 61st year. Timing seemed just right. Next, the four found the minister they were to protect, who welcomed them warmly. When Kisame asked about Asakawa Chiyu, he informed them that she had left 5 days ago and provided the specific route. With this clue, the four split into 2 groups of the search. Fujiwara Narika and Kisame formed one group, while Hoshino Riki and Aoi Ruri formed the other. Aoi Ruri secretly admired this arrangement, as it not only provided output and support, but also adhered to the principle that working in pairs of different genders is less tiring. But I'm not a girl and I don't like men. The advantages of sensing-type ninjas became apparent during the search. As the sun was about to set, they finally made a discovery in the primitive forest on the right side of the Land of Tea. Be careful, Hoshino Riki suddenly called out. Startled by the sudden voice, Aoi Ruri immediately stopped, realizing that. She lowered her head, barely seeing a transparent fine wire in the dim sunlight. I can't believe I almost fell into a trap. Aoi Ruri, who considered herself talented in this regard, felt a bit frustrated. It seemed like the past 2 years had been too smooth for her. She quickly told Hoshino Riki, look around and at the ground. Be careful. There might be multiple traps. This surprised Hoshino Riki. This little girl was not a rookie after all. Indeed, Aoi Ruri's previous rough attitude had led Hoshino Riki to define her as a novice. Soon, The two noticed that the ground in front of them had been recently disturbed. After digging, Aoi Ruri couldn't help but vomit, while Hoshino Riki continued to kateg, although the fatal injury was caused by ninja tools. It's not hard to determine that he had already been severely injured by a large wind-style ninjutsu beforehand. Then, under the financial pressure in various tea houses and bars, Kisame and his group actually managed to track down the whereabouts of the Konoha ninja. P.S. Someone come and give some suggestions. Chapter 23. Confrontation with the Konoha Jonin from the gathered intelligence. It was learned that a team of Konoha ninjas, consisting of 4 members, 1 adult and 3 children, had arrived in the land of tea a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Aoi Ruri immediately reminded everyone. This configuration suggests that there is 1 jonin and 3 genin, with the jonin responsible for guiding the students in executing some simple tasks. Is the intelligence reliable? Kakashi Kisame asked. It should be, or at least that's what I think. Aoi Ruri hesitated to make any guarantees. The other 3 were speechless. If the opposing team has a jonin, it will be difficult to deal with them. However, if we don't engage with them, it will be hard to obtain accurate intelligence. Fujiwara Narika furrowed her beautiful brows and said, to deal with 1 jonin and 3 genin. If we launch a surprise attack, we can take out the 3 genin first, and then we might have a chance. There are many ways to launch a surprise attack, and I'm curious to see how strong Konoha's jonin really is. Kakashi Kisame seemed somewhat excited. Wanting to fight a jonin? He really is a battle maniac. Aoi Ruri groaned inwardly. Wait, I have an idea. The other 3 looked at her. Aoi Ruri suddenly felt a bit guilty. Can we try to capture those genin alive without causing any deaths and use that to threaten the jonin? If they really did kill, then we can act later. If not, we can at least ask if there are other ninjas which could help us avoid war. It's currently a truce period. If we cause friction between the 2 countries, wouldn't that be bad? Why aren't you guys saying anything? Aoi Ruri glanced at the 3. Sounds good, then let's do it. Kakashi Kisame decisively agreed. This was the first time Ando Ki was leading a team as a jonin, but he had already grown fond of this role. Although he had already experienced several life and death missions that made him uninterested in these trivial C and D level tasks. Watching the 3 adorable children by his side grow and take their missions seriously also brought him joy. This time, Ando Ki and the 3 children were tasked with ensuring the safety of Wasabi Jiro during the rituals at the Matsu Ryuki Shrine. This kind of commission was not new for the land of tea, but they had never encountered a case of being assassinated by ninjas. Hence it was classified as a C-level task. Ando Ki wasn't too worried. To him, this task felt more like a business trip with no difficulty at all. The 3 children, unable to stay still, wanted to play on the streets of the land of tea, and Ando Ki readily agreed without giving it much thought. What a lack of vigilance. Hoshino, your ambush plans 1 TB of any use now. Aoi Ruri chuckled softly at Hoshino Riki. The opponents responded with a bitter smile. On the street, 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, clearly wearing Konoha uniforms, were brazenly wandering about, not more than 7 or 8 years old. Attack! The 4 swiftly emerged from the shadows. The first to arrive were a few hidden weapons, of course, not aimed at vital points. Konoha truly deserves its title as the #1 ninja village. As the several genin quickly regained their composure amid the panic from the ambush and swiftly dodged the attacks from the hidden weapons. Aoi Ruri and the others did not expect to resolve the matter with this alone and closed in for close combat. However, how could the 3 genin be a match for 4 chunin? Aoi Ruri didn't even use ninjutsu and managed to subdue the 3, tying them up. Damn it. Let me go, the 3 shouted stubbornly. Just like in the comics, Naruto can be as foolish. This is the classic line after being captured. But it seems not many people actually let go after hearing this famous line. Aoi Ruri thought absurdly. The constant noise from the 3 made Aoi Ruri's patience plummet. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Let's go. The jonin must have already received the news. Kakashi Kisame shouted. The 4 immediately took the tied-up 3 and ran toward the forest, with passers-by showing no extreme reactions. Kakashi Kisame and the others seemed used to it, indicating that battles in this world were quite common. Sure enough, a few minutes later, they noticed someone quickly closing in behind them. Ando Ki was anxious. He hadn't expected that in such a short time, his beloved students would be captured. If they were really harmed, not only would he be held responsible, but he would likely become the laughingstock of the village for a long time. Moreover, the recent time spent together reminded him of the days he lived with his fallen comrades. He truly didn't want to lose any more companions. No matter what, nothing must happen. Ando Ki quickened his pace. Prepare for battle. Sato Hei and I will engage. Fujiwara Narika and Hoshino Riki. Keep an eye on the hostages to prevent ambush. Kakashi Kisame ordered. The four stopped and quickly positioned themselves in two front and two back. Kakashi Kisame swiftly formed hand seals facing the approaching Ando Ki. Water release, water shark bomb technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Ando Ki arrived late, but without losing speed, as the fire and water techniques canceled each other out. The two sides faced off from a distance. Ando Ki sensei, help us, the three Konoha Genin called out, then were silenced by Fujiwara Narika. However, Ando Ki did not look at his students. He stared solemnly at the enemy's attire and forehead protector, saying, "You're from the Mist Village?" Aoi Ruri was speechless. Wasn't that obvious? But why do people in this world not know how to hide their identities? Keeping a low profile is the way to go. Nice to meet you. I am Kakashi Kisame. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Kakashi Kisame presented what he thought was a friendly smile, but his sharp teeth seemed like a dangerous signal. Why did you from the Mist Village attack our Konoha ninjas? Are you trying to provoke war between our two countries? No, you attacked us first. Our four genin from the Mist Village died here. Aoi Ruri answered this time, playing the victim first? Turning the tables? You think you can outsmart me? She sneered inwardly. You're slandering us. Ando Ki was taken aback and replied, then let us deal with you first. Kakashi Kisame moved again. Aoi Ruri reluctantly joined the fight, although fighting was pointless. In the ninja world, one couldn't help but get involved. This was her carefree lament. The selection for Konoha Jonin was indeed very strict. The opponent was highly proficient in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, Kisame's strength was astonishing, and his chakra levels were immense. Thus, for the time being, he did not find himself at a disadvantage. Bang! Kisame kicked toward the opponent's head, and Ando Ki blocked it with his arm, surprised by the heavy force. However, his speed was slightly superior, and soon he inflicted several wounds on Kisame. Water release, water dragon bullet. Kakashi Kisame swiftly dodged. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Oof. Kisame could feel himself at a disadvantage, but Ando Ki also felt uneasy. Not being able to take down such a small ninja frustrated him. There's still one person left? Not good. Rasengan. From behind, Aoi Ruri unleashed the stolen ninjutsu and struck Ando Ki fiercely. Did it succeed? Bang! In the tense gaze of the three Konoha Genin, the Ando Ki that was hit transformed into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. Aoi Ruri felt a bit regretful. How did she forget this classic ninjutsu? Meanwhile, in another location, Ando Ki revealed himself, his expression grave. That formless ninjutsu had shocked him greatly. Looking at the vast area affected by the seemingly harmless chakra ball, he couldn't imagine whether his true self could withstand that blow. Such power. Luckily these guys are quite tricky, and there are still two who haven't made a move. The situation paused for a moment. Preparations before the Third War. Chapter 24. Engaging the Sand Ninja, it seems this person doesn't use wind release. Aoi Ruri whispered to Kakashi Kisame. Kakashi Kisame understood. The deceased Mist Ninja had been injured by wind release, and this Konoha Jonin, pushed to such an extent, had only used fire release and earth release. Therefore, this person could basically be ruled out. As for the other three, Kakashi Kisame thought about how to swiftly eliminate them. It clearly didn't seem like it would be that easy. Let's call it a day. Kakashi Kisame said something that stunned Ando Naki. What? Are you letting them go? Sure, but you have to tell us something. Ando Naki became somewhat cautious upon hearing this. I want to leak the village's secrets. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with your boring secrets. Of course, if you want to share, we can accept that too. Did you not take action against the Mist Ninja? This was Hoshino Toshi. We from Konoha will not proactively deal with other ninjas. Ando Naki replied without any hesitation. That is uncertain. Have you seen any other ninjas in the land of tea in recent days? Ninjas from Sunagakure were here a few days ago, but they have already left, likely heading north. Sunagakure? The people of the Wind Country actually traveled this far? The four exchanged glances, all feeling surprised. Aoi Ruri felt the same. Did they really think the Kazekage would run that far? In fact, the disappearance of a Kazekage could immediately lead to the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. How could Sunagakure not be secretly stirring the pot? The eventual formation of a war between the Fire Country and the other four countries also had its reasons. Having obtained new clues, the group did not linger and release the three. Under the rule of the third Hokage, Konoha was indeed peace-seeking, even when Aoi Ruri and the others proactively attacked. Ando Naki did not retaliate against them. The four quickly continued their journey northward based on the information provided. At this time, in another unknown small country, 6 people with bandages wrapped around their heads, White veils on their faces to block dust, and brown paint smeared on their faces had arrived. Anyone well-informed would immediately recognize them as ninjas from Sunagakure. One of them spoke to a person who appeared to be the leader, Captain Yuang. Why did the village send us to this area? The Kazakage doesn't seem like someone who would be between the fire country and the water country. The person referred to as Captain shouted, "Shut up, you're too loud." After a moment, he said, "The disappearance of the third Kazakage couldn't have been voluntary. So it must have been secretly harmed by another village." The others fell silent, understanding this point. Then we should be negotiating with those villages that have previously waged war. Like the fire country and the water country. Why come to a place that doesn't even have a ninja village? Another ninja said. Captain Yuang hesitated and looked around, whispering, "Actually, I heard that the Kazakage's disappearance left no trace at all. He just vanished mysteriously. So even if it was their doing, our village wouldn't be able to do anything if they deny it. Indeed, at such times, who would think that the scorpion of the red sand, who had disappeared for years, could be so powerful that he would target the third Kazakage for the sake of his parents and for greater power? In fact, our true mission is to sow discord among the great nations. By killing certain ninjas, we can make them suspicious of each other. If a war breaks out between them, it would be an indirect revenge for the Kazakage and for our village. I see now. No wonder the captain wanted us to take out those 4 Miss kids. The first man realized. Shut up. I told you you're too loud. If Aoi Ruri had been present, she would have looked down on them. Even if they wanted to do this, they should at least change their outfits and headbands. However, ironically, they indeed achieved Sunagakure's goal, even though they would also become victims in the future. Meanwhile, Hoshino Toshi closed his eyes, formed the tiger hand seal, and quietly sensed the presence of ninjas ahead. If nothing went wrong, the target was getting closer. Soon, the 4 saw 6 ninjas ahead in the grass. Judging by their attire, they were undoubtedly from Sunagakure. However, none of the 6 looked like genin. They also didn't seem like jonin, but they appeared somewhat tricky. Hoshino Toshi said, "Ninjas from the Wind Country are mostly skilled in wind release, and it seems they're the most suspicious now," Kakashi Kisame said, preparing for battle. Execute the first combat plan. The group took their positions in ambush in front of the Sunagakure ninjas. Hoshino Toshi set up several traps. Aoi Ruri transformed into a stone. Kakashi Kisame turned into a tree branch, while Fujiwara Nika did not transform but hid in the back. The strength between ninjas cannot be simply categorized by rank. If a jonin is careless, they can easily have their throats slit by a genin with a kunai. A few minutes later, several footsteps approached slowly from the sounds. It could be felt that the opponents were very cautious. As the 6 passed the traps set by Hoshino Toshi, Captain Yuang felt something was off and shouted, "Be careful. There are traps." It was at this moment. Aoi Ruri quickly undid her transformation, and 8 shurikens shot out from her hands. The other 3 were not slow either. Kakashi Kisame sent a water dragon bullet flying at a Sunin ninja who couldn't dodge, while Hoshino Toshi quickly followed up with a kunai. On the other side, Aoi Ruri also pierced another person's heart. When killing again, Aoi Ruri no longer felt the initial reluctance. The injury to Matsuki Kid had changed her. 2 down, and now it's your turn. Kakashi Kisame did not introduce himself this time. The situation instantly shifted from 6 against 4 to 4 against 4. Damn it. Avenge K, Jin, and Matsuri. The remaining ninjas' eyes turned red in an instant. In the world of Naruto, most people value their teammates greatly. Aren't the 4 ninjas from the Mist Village killed by you? Kakashi Kisame said, showing that at 14, he still held a sense of loyalty to the village. But unfortunately, he chose betrayal and extreme disappointment with it. So what? You all want to live today. That's not necessarily true. Then the 8 quickly engaged in battle. Wind release, cyclone slash. A spiral wind swiftly swept past Aoi Ruri's body, blood splattered, but before hitting the ground, it all turned into wood. Wind release techniques indeed have terrifying attack power. Aoi Ruri looked at the wind wheel that passed through her body without losing speed, feeling a lingering fear. Another female Sunin ninja pulled out a scroll, spread it on the ground, formed hand seals, and pressed down on the scroll, shouting release. With a bang, smoke erupted, revealing a human-shaped puppet that blocked the incoming shurikens, and then began to move, releasing a large number of Senbon. Be careful. There's poison in it. Kakashi Kisame shouted loudly. Aoi Ruri quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier. A huge wall of water appeared in front of the 4, stopping the Senbon, and the water, strangely, turned black. Pupe technique, tous en face strangulation. Earth release, cracked rock. The Sunin ninjas' offensive grew increasingly fierce, and Aoi Ruri and the others were unwilling to be suppressed. Genjutsu camouflage shadow technique. Fujiwara Nika cast a genjutsu on a male Sunin ninja. The opponent felt dizzy, seeing colorful shadows in front of him. Good opportunity. Aoi Ruri quickly followed up. Rasengan. Another enemy has been eliminated. Now the situation for the Sand Ninja has suddenly become dire. Chapter 25. The ruins of the Aoi clan with a numerical advantage established in Kirigakure. The battle quickly lost its suspense. The power of the Rasengan left the three mist ninjas astonished. The puppets, filled with poison and various traps, made the group wary. But Kisame Hashigaki seemed to have a lot of experience dealing with them. Typically, puppet masters have very weak close combat abilities. Aoi Ruri lured the puppet, and then Kisame used a water clone technique, stealthily moving to hide behind the Sand Ninja. Water prison technique. The Sand Ninja was trapped inside, and the chakra-depleted puppets ceased to move. After releasing the water prison, it turned out that the opponent's close combat ability was indeed very weak. Another one down. Jiming. Team leader Yuang completely went berserk. As the leader of the small team, he wielded wind-release ninjutsu with incredible sharpness and was also highly skilled in taijutsu. Watch out. With blood in his eyes, Yuang charged toward Hashigaki Riku, creating a temporary 2-on-1 situation against the remaining Sand Ninja. Hashigaki, who was not good at fighting to begin with, hurriedly dodged a wind release. Great breakthrough, only to meet Yuang's raised right hand. Blade of Wind. A powerful gust of wind rapidly gathered in his hand. An A-rank ninjutsu, and one that could be activated extremely quickly. At this point, Hashigaki had no way to evade, and Aoi Ruri and the others couldn't catch up in time. He helplessly closed his eyes and stretched out his arms to shield his chest. His right arm was severed at the elbow. Hashigaki clutched the wound on his right arm, screaming in agony. Riku. Fujiwara Narika cried out anxiously. She had known Hashigaki for some time, and their relationship was presumably quite good. At this moment, the others finally caught up. Water release. Water Feng bullet. Rasengan. Genjutsu el viewing technique. Carefully dealing with the situation, without the puppet master's interference, the opponents were left with only one wind release ninja and one earth release ninja. Fujiwara Narika continuously attacked the two with genjutsu, and in the moment of their days, Aoi Ruri and Kisame quickly followed up, finally defeating the last two without giving them a chance to counterattack. This battle ended with the four of them annihilating 6 Sand Ninjas, at the cost of Hashigaki's right arm and some light injuries to the other 3. Fujiwara Narika began to play her role as a medical ninja, and soon everyone's injuries were mostly healed, but Hashigaki could only stop the bleeding. So there was no joy in completing the mission. Should we frame these dead Sand Ninjas on Konoha? Aoi Ruri suggested. Such a sinister idea. Everyone liked it very much, so it was quickly approved. Then, under Aoi Ruri's guidance, they set up a series of secret clues that were subtle enough to be carefully discovered by ninjas, and they would also find traces leading back to Konoha. The other 3 had a direct impression of Aoi Ruri's cunning. Presumably, when the Sand Ninjas came looking for their missing comrades, they would surely know it was Konoha's doing, and then a great war would erupt even faster. Having completed their mission, the 4 quickly returned. They passed through the land of tea, then from the land of waves back to the land of water, and along the way, there were no further incidents. However, when they arrived in the land of water, Aoi Ruri hesitated. It had been 5 years since Aoi Ruri came to this world. Perhaps due to subconscious avoidance, she had never returned to her original place to have a look. Kisame. Aoi Ruri called out to the front. What's wrong, Yui? Over the past few days, under Aoi Ruri's adult-level communication skills, Kisame's relationship with her had been quite good. I have something to do and want to leave the team. You guys go back to the village first. Aoi Ruri knew this request was somewhat difficult, as Kirigakure had strict requirements for ninjas going on missions. All right, but if you don't hurry back to the village, it will be troublesome. After thinking for a moment, Kisame agreed. Thank you, Captain Kisame. Aoi Ruri smiled at him. Aoi Ruri separated from the team and followed the map towards the original homeland of the Aoi clan in the Land of Water. The desolate land, dense fog, and lifelessness greeted her. This place hadn't changed much from 5 years ago. It was still deserted, except that the last remnants of human presence had long since vanished. 5 years had passed. Even if there were ninjas searching for stragglers back then, they had surely left by now. As she gradually approached the ruins of the Aoi clan, Aoi Ruri's heart began to race even more. What kind of background did the previous owner of this body have? What kind of bloodline limit was it? Veiled in thick fog, Aoi Ruri arrived at the clan's grounds, where a large area of ruins came into view, broken walls and remnants of structures. The grand buildings she remembered now only had a few scattered wooden pieces left, not seeing a single corpse. It was likely that they had been secretly dealt with by Kirigakure's research institution. She recalled Kakashi mentioning during their mission in the Land of Waves that the Umbu of Kirigakure could uncover secrets from corpses. Originally, all of this had nothing to do with her, but within her body, a sense of sadness seemed to be spreading. Is it you? Is it your lingering consciousness, or the resonance of this bloodline? Aoi Ruri asked herself in her heart. No response came. Aoi Ruri walked in, carefully touching every brick and tile, the Japanese-style windows and doors, the furniture and items, all marked by rainwater's erosion. The ruins were vast, and she could vaguely see the former prosperity of the Aoi clan. She searched diligently, but found not a single important thing. Could have been taken away by the Umbu of Kirigakure back then? Aoi Ruri thought gloomily, as if it weren't an impossibility. After a thorough search without any results, Aoi Ruri had no choice but to resort to her last method. Forming the water hand seal, Aoi Ruri entered the water state. Ever since she learned that her water state was composed of water and wind, she had made no other progress in the past 2 years. Once, she had even risked trying to see if she could be discovered in front of Kayama, but ultimately gave up. Only when she was alone did Aoi Ruri dare to enter this state. Training in this condition allowed her to extract chakra very quickly, and its purity was remarkably high. Furthermore, the chakra fluctuations when forming seals in this state were also quite clear. Aoi Ruri had once thought about artificially operating her chakra to perform all ninjutsu without hand seals, but over the past 2 years, she had made no progress. Thus, she wanted to understand what her bloodline limit truly was. In the water state, Aoi Ruri felt something different here. For the first time in this state, Aoi Ruri experienced a warm merging sensation, an influence from her bloodline. She slowly sensed something, gradually feeling an attraction pulling her towards it, causing Aoi Ruri to have an irresistible urge to go there. Aoi Ruri quickly released the water state, her face filled with surprise. This attraction was coming from deep underground. P.S. The bloodline is about to emerge. By the way, should the third Mizukage be written as a villain or a good person? Chapter 26, Bloodline Elimination. The state was lifted, and the call of the bloodline disappeared again. Could it be that only those who have awakened their bloodline can feel it? Songjing Liuli thought as she transformed into water once more. The attraction came again from the ground, confirming Songjing Liuli's speculation. Following the attraction, she stopped. This place was the former shrine of the Songjing clan, but it had already been destroyed. She could feel that the attraction was right below her. Should she go down or not? Songjing Liuli hesitated. At this moment, her perception range had expanded to 50 meters, but due to the immense pressure underground, her perception was only effective within 20 meters, and there was nothing within those 20 meters. She could sense that the thing was deep beneath the ground. Since she was already here, she might as well investigate. Songjing Liuli gritted her teeth and made up her mind. After resting for a while and adjusting her chakra and bodily functions to their best state, she entered her water transformation state and quickly dove underground. This ethereal state was not a complete disappearance. Under high intensity, she would inevitably sustain injuries. At that moment, under the high pressure of the soil, Songjing Liuli began to feel suffocated. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. The deeper she went, the slower Songjing Liuli's progress became, and the feeling of being squeezed became more pronounced. However, the attraction indicated that the thing was still below. At such a depth, even a highly skilled Earth-style ninja would hesitate to come down. Songjing Liuli thought, while hastening her speed. In her subconscious, she seemed to understand that as long as she got closer, all this pressure would be lifted. After about 100 meters, damn it, the greater the pressure, the more chakra she consumed. When she reached 150 meters deep, the fatigue from overusing her chakra and the weakness from the duration of her ethereal state attacked her, making her consider abandoning the water transformation. However, if she revealed herself here, she would be instantly crushed. At this point, Songjing Liuli no longer dared to use her chakra to sense her surroundings. The attraction was growing stronger, and she understood that she was not far from the secrets of the Songjing clan. Damn, her chakra was about to run out. Songjing Liuli did not expect that the consumption rate of chakra would increase so quickly as she went deeper. Should she turn back now? Impossible. She would probably collapse halfway back. If she had known, she would ever find more chakra before coming. There was no time for regret. so she could only continue downward. In her water transformation state, Sanjing Liuli could not grit her teeth or clench her fists. She could only plunge down desperately. Faster. Even faster. I really don't want to die. After 2 lives, I'm still just a young person. As she descended, the feeling of weakness made Sanjing Liuli nearly faint. She pressed down purely on willpower. Because of fatigue, her eyes could no longer focus, and she wandered aimlessly. 200 meters? Suddenly, Sanjing Liuli felt the pressure around her vanish, like a drowning person gasping for air. The warm and bright sensation made her think it was the embrace of her mother, which only appeared in dreams. Sanjing Liuli could no longer hold on. Her water transformation technique automatically unraveled, and she fainted. After a long time, she finally woke up, opened her eyes, and stared blankly at the white ceiling above. I'm not dead. Where is this? Sanjing Liuli struggled to sit up, but felt utterly powerless. She suddenly remembered the situation before she fainted. So I succeeded? Sanjing Liuli could sense the attraction not far away. Having recovered a bit of chakra, Sanjing Liuli crawled up and carefully examined her surroundings. What lay before her exceeded Sanjing Liuli's imagination. Indeed, there was a vast space 200 meters underground, something no one could believe. The walls were embedded with numerous luminous pearls. She wondered who built this, truly a grand feat. Sanjing Liuli thought to herself. Looking around, she found nothing but a door, seemingly leading to another stone chamber. She then looked at another wall, where several characters were engraved. Sanjing Liuli approached to take a closer look. The handwriting was clearly from different people. Sanjing Yu, Sanjing Shi, Sanjing Luke, Sanjing Qiongqi. These should be the members of the Sanjing clan who had come here over the generations. She didn't expect that so few had awakened their bloodline. Now, the Sanjing clan had completely disappeared. After some thought, Sanjing Liuli carved her own name onto the wall. Not seeing anything else, Sanjing Liuli pushed open the stone door. It was another stone chamber, and a stone tablet stood upright in the center of the chamber. Sanjing Liuli accurately sensed that the source of the attraction was that stone tablet. The tablet was densely engraved with characters, and Sanjing Liuli leaned in to read carefully. It turned out that this person called Sanjing Kanrin was the ancestor of the Sanjing clan, who was able to create such a large space here. Sanjing Liuli looked at the dust-covered history with great interest. Oh, this stone tablet was sealed with a technique? It was amazing that it could still take effect after so many years. Upon reading this, Sanjing Liuli was deeply impressed. Only those who have awakened their bloodline can sense this place and come here. The bloodline of the Sanjing clan is what? Upon seeing this, Sanjing Liuli couldn't help but exclaim, falling into complete shock. The unmistakable characters before her were bloodline elimination. The inherited ability of the Sanjing clan was not a bloodline limit, but a bloodline elimination. Apart from the third-generation Tsuchikage Onoki from Awagakure, she was the second case of bloodline elimination. No wonder when the Umbu from Kirigakure attacked the Sanjing clan at that time. They could not sense the previous owner of this body. No wonder when I looked in the mirror, others looked at me as if I were mass of air. No wonder I have the ability to sense. Because this is a combination of water, wind, and lightning chakra types as a bloodline elimination. The mystery in Sanjing Liuli's heart was finally solved. But when I was in the ethereal state, I could only sense water and wind, not lightning. Also, why can't I fly? In fact, flying is a matter of gravity control, which Sanjing Liuli simply did not know. Sanjing Liuli suppressed her astonishment and continued to look down. Most people can only awaken the water and wind bloodline limits, forming ice techniques. Only those who awaken the bloodline elimination can form. No limit? What a glitch name, Sanjing Liuli muttered. Still, mouth technique sounds more powerful. Soon, she became serious. It was actually the cultivation method for bloodline elimination. How wonderful. Ancestor, you truly are a good person. Poor Sanjing Kanrin didn't he know he had been awarded a good person card. The advantage of bloodline elimination is that it can mix 3 types of chakra. As long as the cultivation is effective, it can even mix any 2 of the 3 types of chakra, just like having 3 bloodline limits. Now, it means I have the equivalent of 7 chakra natures. How happy! Sanjing Liuli thought excitedly as she meticulously memorized the contents of the stone tablet. Chapter 27. Other space, is that all? Sanjing Liuli was stunned by the last sentence. The ancestors of the Sanjing clan shouldn't have left behind no ninjutsu. Sanjing Liuli activated the bloodline elimination again, sensing her surroundings. The perception range at 200 meters underground was very small, and she carefully searched every inch of space. But there was no gain at all. Could it really be that there was nothing? Sanjing Liuli felt a bit frustrated. No, she hadn't checked under the stone tablet. Sanjing Liuli forcefully pushed the stone tablet aside and finally discovered a slight anomaly. Under the stone tablet, there was a very inconspicuous mechanism, but Sanjing Liuli was puzzled. In her perception, this mechanism was not connected to anything, meaning it was just an ordinary decoration. Absolument impossible. Sanjing Liuli didn't believe anyone could be that bored. She pressed it down and held her breath. 1 second, 2 seconds. There was no response at all. No way. Did this ancestor enjoy playing tricks on future generations? Sanjing Liuli thought through gritted teeth. Just then, a spiral black hole suddenly appeared at the mechanism, and a powerful suction force emanated from it, catching Sanjing Liuli completely off guard. With a bang, Sanjing Liuli fell to the ground and quickly got up to look around. This was a small space that could only accommodate 1 or 2 people, but it was all dark red. The walls spread like blood mist condensing. Unable to sense the outside world, was this another space? Sanjing Liuli reached a shocking conclusion. In front of her, 2 scrolls were floating. Sanjing Liuli reached out, carefully opened one. At first glance, it was a series of hand seals, illustrations, and explanations. Wind release, wind light slash, ice release, mysterious ice spike, magnet release, thundercloud wave, void release, technique of deriving nothingness. All were ninjutsu of the bloodline limit. Theoretically, there are 10 types of ninjutsu for bloodline limits. Water and wind combine to create ice release. Water and fire combine to create boiling release. Water and earth combine. The first Hokage created wood release, but Terumi may created dissolution release. Water and lightning create wind release. Fire and wind create scorch release. Fire and earth create melting release. Fire and lightning create flame release. Earth and lightning create explosion release. Earth and wind. And wind and lightning should be unknown. It seems there might be answers now. The quantity is still too small. And the ninjutsu of bloodline elimination is only 1. Sanjing Liuli might only realize later how difficult it is to create a true combat ninjutsu. Memorizing all the content, Sanjing Liuli put the scroll back in place and looked at the other one. A sealing scroll? Sanjing Liuli was a bit surprised. What would be inside? Various divine beasts and beautiful figures flashed through her mind, and she thought of dense hidden weapons and the grinning Grim Reaper. I might be on par with Omo. Suppressing unrealistic thoughts, Sanjing Liuli formed hand seals and said, "Release." She pressed down on the character seal. Sure enough, there was smoke again. Couldn't they change up the entrance? Sanjing Liuli complained amidst the billowing smoke. It was all different from what she imagined. What caught her was an ancient longsword. Rather than a long sword, it looked more like a single-edged straight knife. The blade was extremely thin, only about 4 to 5 centimeters wide, and the blade was a bronze color. Sanjing Liuli tested it. The sword was surprisingly sharp. Being sealed seriously like this, it should be considered a treasure. Sanjing Liuli unceremoniously put the sword into her bag. Ancestor, it seems unlikely anyone else will come here in the future. So I'll take it. Thank you. If there are any other Sanjing clan members, I will take care of them. Sanjing Liuli said with no sincerity. But in her heart, she remembered the kindness of the Sanjing clan. Are there still other members of the Sanjing clan? Who knows? But at least she hadn't thought about having children. There was nothing else. Sanjing Liuli followed the mechanism back out of the other space, adjusted her state, and leaped towards the surface without any nostalgia. Since it was her second time taking this route, combined with the insights gained from the stone tablet regarding bloodline elimination, this return journey was not dangerous at all. The desolate ruins of the Sanjing clan were forever shrouded in a bleak mist. At this moment, a small girl's figure gradually appeared in the ancestral hall. Who? Recently, my chakra keeps running out. After resting for a while, Sanjing Liuli set off towards the direction of Hidden Mist Village. At this time, on the other side of the ocean, in the land of lightning's Hidden Cloud Village, the people, regardless of gender, all carried swords and seemed quite strong. It was clear this was a martial nation. In a hidden place in the Yunlei Gorge, ninjas were stationed in the shadows, on high alert, and a meeting was currently taking place. The attendees were all high-ranking officials from the land of Lightning and Hidden Cloud Village. Among them was a man dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding an air of arrogance from being in power for a long time. Those who frequently watched television would know he was the daimyo of the land of Lightning. Another was an elderly man with dark skin, whose strong physique seemed to be filled with explosive power. He had lightning-shaped scars on his chest and a tattoo on his right shoulder. And he was the famous ninja known for the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Third Reikage Yue AI. All Reikage share this name. To put it bluntly, this group of people could decide the direction of a nation and even influence the situation of the world. So what are they doing here? Surely everyone knows the news about the disappearance of the third Kazekage of Sunagakure. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning said with a slight smile, casually stating, "After our investigations, the disappearance of the Kazekage has absolutely nothing to do with our hidden cloud village." One person who seemed to be in charge of intelligence spoke up. Sunagakure is quite incompetent. They didn't even realize their leader was kidnapped. The crowd at the meeting showed a bit of schadenfreude, as the 5 ninja villages were all in a competitive and hostile relationship, filled with hatred after so many years. The third Reikage looked at those who reveled in others' suffering and could no longer hold back, slamming his fist down on the table, creating a large hole. Clearly, it bore the glorious tradition of the Yue clan. "I didn't call you here to celebrate." His booming voice echoed in the well-sealed room, causing everyone to fall silent. Even the daimyo of the Land of Lightning's smile stiffened involuntarily. "We are situated in the corner of the world, occupying the smallest territory among the 5 great nations, while the Wind Country, such an incompetent nation, occupies the largest area. How is that fair? Have you all forgotten how many of your former comrades, mentors, and companions died at their hands? The grudges and humiliations of the past. Don't you want to take revenge? Do you want to? I have discussed with the daimyo about an immediate attack plan on the Wind Country and Sunagakure. Do you all agree?" When Songjing Liuli returned to the village, she learned of Hidden Cloud Village's military expansion plans to attack the Wind Country. The Third Great Ninja War had officially begun. End of Volume 1. Village of Blood Mist, Chapter 28. Matsuki Kid, Seichnin Aoi Ruri received a warning upon returning to the village for leaving the team without permission during the mission. Similarly, the captain, Kakashi Kisame, couldn't escape blame either. However, neither of them cared much about it. Perhaps facing punishment together would bring them a little closer. The reason it was only a minor warning was due to the recent mission and the disappearance of the Lightning Country's attack on the Wind Country, which made the higher-ups of the Mist Village keenly sense something unusual. This seemingly peaceful ninja world was finally about to change. When Aoi Ruri returned home, she felt a sense of disorientation, as if she had just returned from another world. So much had happened during this B-rank mission. Her first encounter with ninjas in 2 years, and the discoveries in the ruins of the Aoi clan were overwhelming for her. It was then that she began to contemplate her future plans. Using bloodline limits in the Mist Village was too dangerous, but not using them would greatly reduce her strength. It seemed that staying in this village was not a long-term solution. This made Aoi Ruri feel like she was always in a den of thieves. There was a knock on the door. Aoi Ruri opened it to find Matsuki Kid standing outside. "I heard you're back. Was the B-rank mission smooth?" Matsuki Kid asked with a smile. "I tell you, it was incredibly dangerous." Aoi Ruri exaggeratedly recounted her experiences with the 2 groups. But she didn't mention the discovery of the Aoi clan's ruins, as that was a secret of the Aoi clan. Matsuki Kid listened with a smile, seeming to understand her personality well. Once Aoi Ruri paused for breath, Matsuki Kid said, "I heard you weren't injured." "I am." "Oh, where?" "In my heart." "Your indifferent expression hurt me a lot," Aoi Ruri pretended to say pitifully. Matsuki Kid had long anticipated this and didn't react much. She said, "In a few days, I'm going to take the exam. If I pass, I'll become a CH-nin." Aoi Ruri was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. "No." Matsuki Kid looked puzzled. "Why?" "Kid, you absolutely must not pass the upcoming exam," Aoi Ruri said anxiously. "But you have to tell me why first," Matsuki Kid said, her big eyes sparkling, making Aoi Ruri unable to resist. "This is too cute." Aoi Ruri had no choice but to tell Matsuki Kid, leaning against the window and looking out at the bustling street that was becoming lively in the afternoon. "You know about the disappearance of the Kazekage and the Lightning Country's attack on the Wind Country, right? What's wrong? If nothing unexpected happens. The Third Ninja World War is about to start. At that time, no country will be spared, and I estimate." Aoi Ruri turned to look at her seriously. "Once you become a new CH-nin, you will definitely be sent to the battlefield. By then, you will see Jonin everywhere, even those whose strength is comparable to Kage. The mortality rate for CH-nin in such a war is extremely high. The Third Ninja World War will undoubtedly lead to a significant decrease in personnel in the 5 great ninja villages and even all the small villages, which will greatly reduce their strength. So, if you deliberately fail the exam, you will be better preserved in this war that sweeps across nearly the entire world." Aoi Ruri finished speaking in one breath. Perhaps these words would sound alarmist to others, but Aoi Ruri believed that Matsuki Kid would definitely understand, based on the deep-seated trust built over 5 years. Indeed, Matsuki Kid did not doubt the truth of this matter, almost taking what Aoi Ruri said as an already established fact. However, what about you? If war really happens, will you go to the battlefield? Matsuki Kid asked first without answering. Me? Aoi Ruri thought carefully. Given the power struggles among the higher-ups in the mist and this warning, I suppose I will. Aoi Ruri hesitated. Then I will definitely give my all in the upcoming exam. Matsuki Kid took a deep breath, seeming to have made up her mind, and said decisively. Aoi Ruri's heart sank. Once the other party made such an expression, it would not change. She had become very clear about this over the past 5 years. Why? Didn't I say it was very dangerous? Because Sister Yui is already a nin, and I don't want to fall behind her. Matsuki Kid said with a smile, her eyes narrowing, as if she were discussing something as ordinary as what to eat tonight. Aoi Ruri wanted to say something more, but Matsuki Kid had already leaned closer to her, softly whispering in her ear, I can't let Sister Yui protect me anymore. Sister Yui once said that we are together and will never be apart. Aoi Ruri fell silent, gently embracing Matsuki Kid. Then do your best in that nin exam. If it really sends us to the battlefield, we must be together. In fact, my name is not Satomai. My bloodline is inherited from the Aoi clan. My name is Aoi Ruri. Aoi Ruri suddenly felt emotional and revealed the truth. Sure enough, I'm a soft-hearted person. Regardless of what you are called, you are still my Sister Yui. Afterward, they casually chatted about daily, trivial matters, and Aoi Ruri also joked around. In the evening, Aoi Ruri and Matsuki Kid went out for a big meal together. Just like that, a few more ordinary days passed. Aoi Ruri only practiced and accompanied Matsuki Kid to discuss training insights. A few days later, Matsuki Kid went to take the nin exam, probably due to the higher-ups deciding to initiate war. It wasn't as exaggerated as the nin exams Aoi Ruri had seen in later manga. She only needed to pass after sparring with the jonin. So Matsuki Kid smoothly became a nin. Upon receiving the news, Aoi Ruri was both relieved and worried. A few more days later, Aoi Yako returned from a mission. On this day, Aoi Ruri met Aoi Yako again at their usual place. After the necessary formalities, they quickly began discussing training issues. I heard you were very active in this mission, being able to deal with those sand shinobi who killed the village ninjas. You really did a great job. Not all. I was given a warning as well. Aoi Ruri complained softly, having overlooked one thing. Aoi Yako was also aware of this secret mission of the village, right? Teacher, it's time for you to teach me lightning release, right? The situation has been a bit unsafe recently, and I expect to be quite busy. I'm not very good at lightning release, so I'll have a friend teach me. Aoi Yako said, this good friend of mine is a genius in lightning release. She should help you out on my account. Aoi Ruri was also curious about who this person would be. Chapter 29. Linshio Yuri Sanji Mako quickly left. Mako-sensei's good friend? A genius of lightning release? Holding the recommendation letter given by Sanji Mako, Aoi Ruri went to visit the address provided, filled with confusion. It was on the other side of the village, in a very remote corner where clearly not many people passed by. Flowers and plants grew wildly, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Knock knock, who is it? A woman's voice responded. Deep and magnetic, but the intermittent coughs mixed with approaching footsteps made Aoi Ruri doubt whether she had come to the wrong place. Did Makone ask me to help take care of patient? If that's the case, just say it directly. I wouldn't refuse. She thought aimlessly, waiting quietly for the door to open. When she saw the figure before her, Aoi Ruri was stunned. Long reddish-brown hair in 2 braids on either side, a fair complexion, and that unique hairstyle she recognized at a glance. Linshio Yuri. The woman before her lacked the imposing aura of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the comics. In her memories, this woman had passed away young due to a terminal illness. It seemed that during her Edo Tensei revival, she was at her peak, but now she had begun to suffer from illness. Little girl, since you recognize me, what do you want? Oh, it's about this. Aoi Ruri handed over the envelope. Sister Linshio, Makone asked me to consult you about training in lightning release. Taking the letter, Linshio Yuri examined it carefully. Aoi Ruri felt somewhat anxious as the other party occasionally glanced at her with a strange expression. Could it be that she intends to sell me into child labor? The person before me is the master of the lightning blade. I can't fight back at all. What should I do? In her nervous thoughts, Linshio Yuri quickly finished reading and stared intently at her. That gaze, the feeling of wanting to see through someone. reminded Aoi Ruri of Lin Yuri during the Fourth Great Ninja War when she was revived by Edo Tensei. Truly imposing. Sister Lin Xiao. Aoi Ruri couldn't bear the atmosphere any longer, silently encouraging herself. She wasn't older than me. Let's close the distance first. But the other party remained unmoved. Are you Sanji Mako's student? Lin Yuri's expression was unreadable. Aoi Ruri nodded. I've been learning water release techniques from Makone for 2 years. Sanji Mako. Lin Yuri sighed lightly. Is she doing well now? She's doing great. Aoi Ruri observed Lin Yuri's somewhat melancholic expression. Her curiosity ignited. It seemed there was a complex history between this person and Makone. Could they have been lovers? I didn't expect Mako would still remember me. Lin Yuri murmured softly, but Aoi Ruri couldn't hear clearly. Your name is Sato Yui, right? Mako mentioned in the letter that you have great talent in ninjutsu. Lin Yuri said to Aoi Ruri. Yes, Makone said you were the most talented in lightning release techniques in Kirigakure, and she asked me to seek your guidance. Aoi Ruri shamelessly exaggerated Sanji Mako's words. Did she say that? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuri's expression became somewhat desolate, suddenly seeming to touch a wound as she coughed softly. I don't plan to take on students. Aoi Ruri's heart sank. However, since you were recommended by Mako, I will teach you lightning release. Lin Yuri suddenly smiled. Another twist. Can you not be so stimulating? Aoi Ruri felt aggrieved, but her mood brightened. Then thank you for your guidance, Sister Lin Xiao. Soon the two went outside. Before I teach you lightning release, attack me with ninjutsu, so I can see your true strength. Lin Yuri clearly didn't mind the title. Indeed, women generally don't mind being called younger. This. Aoi Ruri hesitated. Sister Lin Xiao, you should be unwell. It's fine, just an old ailment. Lin Yuri brushed it off but then coughed a couple of times in a fitting manner. How about this? Draw a circle with a radius of 1/2 meter. Attack me with all your strength. If you can force me out of this circle, I'll consider it a loss. And for the following days, I will teach you everything. All right, Sister Lin Xiao, I'm sorry. Aoi Ruri quickly retreated, her 10 fingers flying out 8 shurikens, using the 6-part method to target 6 areas, along with 2 vital points, locking onto all corners of her opponent. Lin Yuri looked at the swiftly approaching shurikens, revealing her delicate teeth. Just as the hidden weapons were about to close in, she calmly dodged, making only slight movements to narrowly avoid them. Of course, narrowly was just a perception. Both participants knew she was quite composed. Aoi Ruri didn't pause at all, quickly forming hand seals, her speed exceeding 4 seals per second. The speed of the hand seals was rapid. Judging by the sequence, it should be. Water release, water, shark bullet technique. In the humid environment of Kirigakure, the power of water release techniques had increased by more than double compared to 2 years ago. Good. Lin Yuri's slender, jade-like hands formed seals, full of flowing beauty. Lightning release, earth walk. Visible lightning not only countered the offensive momentum of the water shark bullet, but also surged through the water, rapidly heading towards Aoi Ruri. Oh no! Aoi Ruri jumped back, but the electricity traveling through the water still spread along the ground. After several leaps back, the lightning finally dissipated. Lightning does not overcome water release. Yet in her hands, it was so powerful. She truly was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and she hadn't even used her sword. This time, I'll attack first, Lin Yuri said. Lightning release, lightning Feng. A few strands of lightning gathered in Lin Yuri's hands and then shot towards Aoi Ruri in the air. Aoi Ruri felt frustrated. This ninjutsu was identical to that in the comics, yet it was executed without the use of a sword. The speed of the lightning was fast, and Aoi Ruri hurriedly dodged, barely managing to escape. Then came another lightning Feng. Just when she thought she had escaped the calamity, she had to move again. Pretty good. Now let's see this move, Lin Yuri said. Lightning release, lightning gate. It was the same technique as before, but the power had increased significantly. Aoi Ruri cried out in pain. The sensation of being electrocuted was truly unbearable, and she showed no mercy at all. Aoi Ruri felt like crying without tears. The other party stood within that circle, effortlessly unleashing bolts of lightning, leaving Aoi Ruri with no room to complain. This won't do. If this continues, I will be looked down upon. If I can't use blood techniques and can only rely on water release, this is tricky. So, what should I do? Another lightning gate was coming. Chapter 30. When facing the swiftly approaching lightning release, Aoi Ruri gritted her teeth. She absolutely could not dodge anymore. Water release, Water barrier. Aoi Ruri used this commonly used ninjutsu. However, the lightning still pierced through the water wall, though its momentum was somewhat reduced. Then let's try this. Water release. Water prison technique. The lightning was completely trapped inside and soon disappeared. Using the water prison technique to break my lightning release, quite innovative. Akane Yuiri thought to herself. Small-scale ninjutsu was of no use anymore. Aoi Ruri chose a ninjutsu she was not very proficient in, one that was once copied by Kakashi to defeat Zabuza Momochi. I didn't expect her to actually learn this technique. Akane Yuiri was somewhat surprised. Water release, great waterfall technique, an A-rank ninjutsu, one of the signature techniques of the Mist Village. A massive amount of water surged toward Akane Yuiri like a waterfall, akin to turbulent waves attacking a small boat. After the overwhelming force, Aoi Ruri gasped for breath, having exhausted too much chakra with this technique. She looked in shock. There, Akane Yuiri was surrounded by lightning, like a protective shield, and it was this technique that left her unharmed. This technique is akin to Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori flow, but Sister Mako said that no one has successfully completed chakra nature transformation yet. So why is this? Could it be that Sister Mako hasn't seen this person in a long time? Aoi Ruri thought rapidly in her mind. To be able to use the great waterfall technique at the age of 9, no wonder she is Mako's student, but it seems you have reached your limit. Akane Yuiri said to Aoi Ruri from a distance. Reach my limit? Aoi Ruri couldn't help but smirk. Something's not right. Jonin have experienced numerous life and death battles. In the 7 ninja swordsmen, even more so. This instinctive sharpness towards danger made Akane Yuiri feel a subtle fluctuation behind her. She turned to look, and behind her, another Aoi Ruri was rapidly approaching. Unexpectedly, during the waterfall-like water attack, Aoi Ruri had also used chakra to create a water clone. At this moment, it was already too late to unleash a lightning release ninjutsu. Rasengan, Aoi Ruri, with a desperate momentum, made her last stand. The rapidly spinning, solidified chakra sphere expanded in front of Akane Yuiri with an unimaginable force. This ninjutsu, I absolutely cannot take it head-on, even though she had never seen it. Akane Yuiri could roughly deduce the destructive strength of this ninjutsu. In an instant, she jumped out of the circle without hesitation, releasing several bolts of lightning in an attempt to buy some time. The lightning that had previously restrained Aoi Ruri was now melting away like snow in front of the azure chakra sphere. What? Akane Yuiri exclaimed in midair. The Rasengan slammed into the ground, instantly causing the earth to crack under the impact. Huge chunks of earth flew up from the ground. Chakra surged, forming a powerful wind force, rivaling even ordinary wind release ninjutsu. The far-reaching impact forced Akane Yuiri to retreat a few steps. Such a powerful technique. It seems to be a no-hand sign ninjutsu. Did this person create it? Akane Yuiri gazed at the massive crater created by the technique, and then deeply looked at the girl falling in the center of the vortex, unavoidably taking the opponent seriously. She recalled what Mako had introduced in her letter. This girl named Sadayui is undoubtedly a genius in ninjutsu. Her talent may not be inferior to yours. Mako, is this your intention? She silently sighed in her heart. Meanwhile, Aoi Ruri was also inexplicably shocked, initially thinking that having the bloodline elimination and corresponding cultivation methods made her confident, even arrogant. But now, although she had not used her bloodline, water release was after all her best technique. Yet using up her last chakra only managed to force Akane Yuiri back half a meter, and the opponent had not even used the lightning blade form. Is this the true strength of a ninja? Then how strong must those top-tier experts be? Aoi Ruri truly understood the power of people in this world. The two faced each other again, but now Aoi Ruri was inside the circle, while Akane Yuiri was outside. However, the circle drawn by Akane Yuiri had already been covered by the massive crater. At that moment, Aoi Ruri looked up at Akane Yuiri in the distance and happily said, "Sister Yuiri, I won." Akane Yuiri, who was lost in thought about Mako's words, came back to her senses, recalling what was said earlier, and felt relieved. Indeed, I lost. I will honor my previous promise and share everything. You're very strong. Aoi Ruri felt even happier. In her 5 years of living in the Mist Village, she understood the status and strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Gaining the other praise was naturally something to be very pleased about. What was that last move of yours? Akane Yuiri asked out of curiosity. That move is called Rasengan. It is a technique of continuous chakra compression and solidification. Aoi Ruri did not hide it and even demonstrated it. After all, this technique was easy to analyze and many people knew about it. Although the person before her promised to share everything, it was always good to build a good relationship. A very powerful no-hand sign ninjutsu. Akane Yuiri did not hide her admiration for the technique. Did you develop it yourself? Under the gaze of the other. Aoi Ruri subconsciously felt a bit guilty, but in order to conceal the truth of being a time traveler. She had already claimed this technique as her own in front of Mako, so this time she shamelessly nodded and admitted it. Konoha's Minato, you are so amazing. It wouldn't hurt to give me the title of the developer of Rasengan, right? Aoi Ruri thought with insincerity in her heart. Akane Yuiri truly regarded her even more highly. By the way, Sister Yuiri, was that technique you used earlier in ninjutsu that transformed Chakra to its extreme, even changing its form? Aoi Ruri recalled the battle and curiously asked. That was a technique I recently comprehended, combining the insights gained from long-term use of the lightning blade Feng. Akane Yuiri indirectly acknowledged it. Indeed, is it a ninjutsu similar to Chidori flow? Edo Tensei should be a bit younger than this time, but they can also use this ninjutsu. Yes, Madara was resurrected in his prime, but possessed the Rinnegan that opened in his later years. Edo Tensei. Surely there are still many secrets yet to be uncovered. Aoi Ruri thought of another question at this moment. Later, in that open space, Akane Yuiri began explaining the nature of lightning attribute chakra. That lightning release is countered by earth release, but is countered by wind release. Lightning release is a mid to long-range technique, known for its fastest attack speed, and can even enhance one's own movement speed. Occasionally, there were one or two coughs, and to those unfamiliar, it was hard to see that it was the imposing presence of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the following days, Aoi Ruri and Akane Yuiri learned lightning release ninjutsu, making rapid progress. P.S. In the anime, Akane Yuiri sweeps her opponents on her battlefield. She is truly strong. Chapter 31. Ice Escape. Explosive ice bomb. About half a month ago, the Land of Lightning launched a surprise attack on the Land of Wind, resulting in the loss of dozens of ninjas from Sunagakure. After suffering heavy casualties, Kumogakure and Sunagakure officially declared war. As these two nations entered into war, other countries began to stir, preparing to avenge past grievances or continue their invasions. Some smaller nations, dissatisfied with the recent military expansion of the Land of Lightning, also attacked its ninjas during the conflict. Meanwhile, Iwagakure, not wanting to be left out, attacked the Land of Fire, leading to yet another large-scale conflict. Kirigakure and other nations also harbored deep-seated grudges, making it difficult to ensure their own safety, even with the Mizukage's isolation policies. Thus, the Third Shinobi World War fully erupted. Aoi Ruri knew that the war would end in 2 years, but for now, the battles among the nations would lead to a chaotic multi-nation conflict, ultimately forming a situation where the 4 great nations would unite against the Land of Fire. In this perhaps final moment of tranquility, Aoi Ruri was diligently training in ninjutsu with Akiyama Yuki. It was clear that Akiyama Yuki was accustomed to solitude. Due to the information blockade of Kirigakure, Aoi Ruri knew nothing of her teacher's past, her accomplishments, or why she was living alone in this remote corner, where few people passed by for days. However, as Akiyama Yuki was responsible for guiding Aoi Ruri's training, her words naturally increased. After a few days of interaction, Akiyama Yuki was not as gentle and kind as Koyama Azuki. She could even be described as cold, and her teachings were quite strict. Now, Aoi Ruri dared not openly take advantage of her, though she still tried to subtly flirt. There was also a comparison to be made. Since Koyama Azuki had left after giving her a letter, no one knew where she had gone. Aoi Ruri secretly guessed what kind of mission would allow Kirigakure to let her stay outside for so long. Today, on the grass in front of Akiyama Yuki's cottage, Aoi Ruri took a deep breath and attempted once more. Water release. Water shark bomb technique. A shark-shaped water bomb shot forward. Lightning release. Earth walk. This time, the hand seals were executed at lightning speed. Finally, the fast lightning release caught up with the water release, conducting its flow through the water and heading far away. Success. Seeing her water release and lightning release work together so cleverly not only increased their power, but also allowed for better control of lightning release when using other water release techniques. Not bad. I didn't expect you to really use both types of ninjutsu simultaneously. Akiyama Yuki's voice rang out, a slight curve appearing at the corners of her mouth. Aoi Ruri was taken aback. It had been over a month since that battle, and this was the first time her opponent had praised her. Previously, she had always been told that her training and comprehension of ninjutsu were too slow. It seemed she had finally gained recognition. Aoi Ruri felt a bit happy, though Akiyama Yuki was unaware that another reason for Aoi Ruri's happiness existed. Since she could combine water release and lightning release in this way, maybe she had found a method to create storm release ninjutsu. As long as she could sense the flow and fluctuation of chakra in the intangible state, she would surely find the sequence of hand seals. And then she would have a bloodline ninjutsu that truly belonged to her. This was the real reason Aoi Ruri was happy. She had discovered a method to implement her ideas. Cough, cough. Just as Aoi Ruri was daydreaming about how to effortlessly create a large number of ninjutsu, a coughing sound pulled her back. Over these days, her opponent's illness seemed to have worsened slightly, the deterioration so subtle that a mindful Aoi Ruri almost didn't notice. Could it be that she would meet the same fate as in the comics? Dying young due to illness. This world has such advanced medical technology, with bodies and eyes easily modified, yet they can't even cure a single illness? After spending time together, Aoi Ruri sincerely hoped that this talented young ninja would not just die like that. She wondered if Tsunade could save her, but even if she could, how would Aoi Ruri convince Tsunade? Kato Dan had died in the Second Shinobi World War. She could only temporarily set this aside. Soon, today's training concluded. When they parted, Akiyama Yuki seemed a bit reluctant, having not talked to anyone for a long time, especially not to such a charming little girl. Matsumori Kid had gone to participate in a B-rank mission. Fortunately, it wasn't a war. Aoi Ruri couldn't stop her, knowing that to become an excellent ninja, training was essential. Something she understood well. Only when she returned home did Aoi Ruri dare to try her inherited bloodline elimination. With the help of the bloodline training method left by her ancestor Aoi Kamihira, Aoi Ruri successfully found the presence of lightning release from the intangible state, which had been previously unnoticed due to its fusion. This technique, should it be called no-release concealment of nothing, no longer called the intangible state, Aoi Ruri felt a sense of emotion. This technique was ultimately not omnipotent, as her ancestor had already pointed out its weaknesses. Under extremely strong perception, it could be discovered, such as by the Sharingan. Her ancestor must have fought against the Uchiha clan. Under extremely strong attacks, this technique would also be forced to fail. She hadn't encountered either of those yet, but the continuous consumption of chakra was indeed a troublesome matter. Forget it, let's try something else. Aoi Ruri once again formed hand seals. If Akiyama Yuki or Koyama Azuki saw this, they would surely be astonished, as this was a hand seal sequence they had never seen before. Ice release, Xianbing arrow. The moisture in the room suddenly compressed and gathered, forming 2 ice arrows, causing the temperature in the entire room to drop significantly. Judging by the momentum, the power should be considerable, suitable for long-distance attacks. This was a ninjutsu from the otherworldly scroll. Then she proceeded to conduct her own experiment, not daring to use lightning release in the house due to the noise it would create. So, she first tried combining water and wind. Using the water bullets and the compression of wind, what kind of effect would that produce? Aoi Ruri first thought of the Rasengan and water bullet cannon. Although the Rasengan did not have a nature change, it was already similar to wind release. Aoi Ruri continuously released low-intensity water bullets, carefully sensing the changes in chakra in the state of concealment of nothing. This ninjutsu's chakra was still quite easy to grasp. She kept compressing the chakra into a Rasengan and then dispersing it, pondering how the two should merge. Endlessly trying and failing, she felt she was getting closer to grasping that change. The whole night passed without success. The next day, her listless appearance surprised Akiyama Yuki. Thus, 3 days later, after nearly 1,000 attempts, Aoi Ruri numbly performed the hand seals based on her feelings. Suddenly, the moisture in the air crazily converged from all directions toward Aoi Ruri, forming a water sphere with a radius of about 30 centimeters in an instant. But that wasn't all. The wind's effect was simultaneous. As the water sphere transformed into ice under the influence of wind-released chakra, an incredibly strong chill suddenly radiated out, even colder than the Xianbing spike. The water sphere became a high-density ice sphere with a radius of only 5 centimeters. With a thought, Aoi Ruri felt like shouting explode, but suddenly remembered this was at home, so she hurriedly ran outside. She went until she reached a deserted area. Once more, she formed hand seals, concentrating and compressing. Looking at the small sphere, with a thought, Aoi Ruri made the small sphere quickly fly forward. Explode. Instantly, a wave of extraordinary cold rushed in, causing Aoi Ruri to shiver involuntarily. A huge explosion sounded. The noise was beyond imagination. In an instant, Aoi Ruri immediately fled the scene, fearing that if she delayed, she might be discovered. During her escape, Aoi Ruri inadvertently glanced back and was instantly shocked. The sky was filled with ice shards. The destructive power was definitely beyond that of any thrown ninja tools. Moreover, it was an indiscriminate attack. From a distance, one could feel the temperature within the explosion range, which would likely freeze a person's blood. The ground and trees were covered with a thin layer of white frost. Finally, I can save money on ninja tools, was Aoi Ruri's first thought. Such a powerful ninjutsu, I've finally succeeded, was her second thought. I'll call this move Explosive Ice Bullet. Aoi Ruri decisively named her truly self-created ninjutsu. P.S. To those who can see this, thank you for your support. Xinghao is truly touched. Chapter 32 on the battlefield, Songjing Liuli did not dare to stay here for long. In the quiet night, the sound of explosions felt like a death knell, instantly alerting the water country, which was on high alert for battle. Whoosh, a faint sound of wind could be heard in the darkness, the sound of someone moving at high speed. Dozens of figures quickly approached. Damn, they came so fast. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so reckless. I deliberately chose a remote place, but I didn't expect to be found so quickly. There's no other choice, no escape, no hiding. Songjing Liuli activated her blood technique, hoping that there weren't any ninja with strong sensory abilities nearby. After all, there were bound to be quite a few sensory ninjas among those on duty at night. Not long after she became invisible, several ninjas swept in from the direction she fled. The Umbu of Kirigakure. Songjing Liuli was cautious, although she had no good feelings towards them. She didn't dare to underestimate them. The previous person was able to escape, but that was likely due to luck. Fortunately, the Umbu of Kirigakure seemed to overlook her and passed right through her body. I escaped. Songjing Liuli's tense heart finally relaxed, but she still didn't dare to be too careless and made her way back carefully. Meanwhile, at the place where Songjing Liuli had been testing her jutsu, several figures were already standing there. After a while, several more figures appeared in an instant. Report: no traces of the user have been found. One of them said, if one looked closely in the night mist, they would understand that these people were all from the Umbu. A person in a black mask in the center seemed to be the leader. He looked at the ice-covered area, and it was impossible to discern his expression behind the mask. He muttered to himself, with this level of ice-release ninjutsu, this person should be an elite from the Mizuno Yuki clan. But what could the Mizuno Yuki be doing here, creating such a commotion? Of course, he would never know the truth no matter how hard he thought. Inform Lord Mizukage of this matter. Increase the patrols. He finally ordered. Dozens of figures quickly scattered and disappeared into the shadows. On the other side, Songjing Liuli finally returned home without incident. Lying on her bed, her mind was still replaying the jutsu, the swirling ice shards, the noise following the extreme silence, and that dangerously beautiful scene left a lasting impression on her. Explosive ice bomb. She was eager to see the power of this jutsu in battle. And this sword, what exactly is it? Songjing Liuli took out the sword she had obtained from the other dimension from the sealing scroll. It certainly wasn't the Ten Kusanagi or the Kusanagi sword, but something left behind by her ancestors couldn't possibly be an ordinary item. Songjing Liuli infused her chakra into the sword, causing lightning to appear along the blade. This wasn't the first time she had infused chakra. Usually, ninjutsu tools would be destroyed after using chakra once, but this sword showed no signs of damage. Moreover, Songjing Liuli's chakra properties changed, and then the chakra on the sword also transformed, becoming wind, then water, and even the power of blood. This sword could accommodate various types of chakra. Songjing Liuli was extremely shocked when she first learned this. The Thunderblade is the strongest sword with the power of lightning, capable of creating and attracting lightning, forming techniques like Chidori. Of course, Ringo Yuri could already achieve this level without relying on the Thunderblade. However, the effect of this sword, although chakra was infused, did not increase the sharpness of the blade or the effectiveness of the jutsu at all. Could it be that this sword is just a relatively sturdy, ordinary weapon, like those street goods that the guys from Yun Hidden Village each carry? Surely, her ancestors wouldn't be bored enough to seal away such items. Songjing Liuli felt a bit confused. Maybe I should show it to Sister Ringo tomorrow. She might know. The next day, Songjing Liuli brought the sword over. Ringo Yuri showed some interest in Songjing Liuli's nervous expression, took the unsheathed sword, and infused it with lightning chakra. Under Songjing Liuli's anxious gaze, she finally spoke. I can't discern the secret of this sword, Ringo Yuri said. This sword is very sturdy, able to withstand chakra, but it has no amplification effect. To me, this is just an ordinary weapon. Songjing Liuli, who had already guessed the outcome, felt somewhat disappointed. Then, She put this matter aside as another day of training began. Ringo Yuri's teachings were quite strict, and being distracted could have dire consequences. Days passed, and Matsuki Kid returned from an A-rank mission. Sanjing Lioli naturally went to greet her. She had fought against some ninjas from small ninja villages and had sustained minor injuries, but the mission was completed fairly smoothly. Her injuries healed quickly in the hospital. Under such tempering, Matsuki Kid gradually transformed from the weak girl she once was into a strong and confident person. In the following days, the village had no missions to issue, and Sanjing Lioli enjoyed the leisure, focusing on her training. She would exhaust her chakra daily and then spend her nights trying out various bizarre techniques. However, aside from that explosive ice bomb, she did not create any new jutsu, though she gained a deeper understanding of blood techniques. 2 months later, the Ninja World War had already been going on for 4 months. The situation had changed again. Originally, it was a conflict between Sunagakure and Kumogakure, as well as Kanehagakure and Awagakure. Unexpectedly, a team from Kumogakure encountered a team from Kanehagakure in a small country, and for some reason, they fought fiercely, resulting in mutual injuries. Afterward, Kumogakure and Kanehagakure also started fighting each other. At this time, the ninja of Kirigakure also received unexplained attacks, and it was speculated that it was the work of Sunagakure. Is Sunagakure getting impatient? They just lost the Kazakage, were ambushed by Kumogakure, and now, instead of recuperating while Kumogakure and Kanehagakure fought, they dragged Kirigakure into the fray. In fact, this was also related to the Sunagakure ninjas that Sanjing Lioli and Kisame Hashigaki had killed, one of whom was a descendant of an elder. Both Kirigakure and Sunagakure declared war on each other, and true to their reputation as the weakest of the great nations, they fought to a stalemate. Then, both countries continuously summoned ninjas from within, and finally, Sanjing Lioli and Matsuki Kid simultaneously received notification from the village. Is it finally here? When Sanjing Lioli learned that she was going to the battlefield, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and excited. She would finally get to witness the Third Great Ninja War. Sanjing Lioli and Matsuki Kid quickly prepared their ninja tools and provisions, making all the necessary preparations. Matsuki Kid went to bid farewell to her teacher, Mizuno Masaki, while Sanjing Lioli knocked on the door of Kangimako's house, but the other party was still not home. Sanjing Lioli had no choice but to bid farewell to Ringo Yuri. Sister Ringo, I'm not training today. I received a mission to go to the battlefield against Sunagakure. Sanjing Lioli said softly. War? Ringo Yuri's expression was strange, hard to read as joy or sadness. Go, a ninja only grows in war. Remember, you must survive. Okay, I understand. Sanjing Lioli left. Those guys are even worse than before. This time, they're even sending 9-year-old children to the battlefield. Ringo Yuri had a sarcastic smile on her lips, but it also caused her to cough lightly, covering her mouth with her hand. If this continues, Kirigakure will. What do you intend to do, Kangimako? I wonder if I will still have a chance to live until that day. Chapter 33, The Arrival of Reinforcements at the entrance of the village. There were already many people gathered. Surprisingly, so many had been conscripted this time. But both Kisame and Cha were not present. With a gentle sweep, Aoi Ruri couldn't find the two, but she did spot another familiar face. Although she called him a familiar face, they had only met once a long time ago. After thinking for a moment, Aoi Ruri walked over. Uncle Tomoki, do you remember me? Aoi Ruri smiled innocently, leaving Matsuki Kid speechless beside her. Is Sister Yui going to tease someone again? The man looked a bit puzzled. Little girl. Who are you? Have you really forgotten me? Aoi Ruri's voice trembled as if about to cry, causing those around them to harbor malicious speculations. Could it be that this guy abandoned his daughter? How cruel! The whispers made the man's face darken, and Aoi Ruri felt a bit frustrated. She had to remind him, it was you and Sister Izuko who sent me to the ninja school back then. You were that little brat from back then. The man named Tomoki exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Aoi Ruri looked very different from how she did back then. Even those who attacked the Aoi clan wouldn't recognize her now. I'm not a little brat anymore. My name is Sato Yui, and I'm already a CH Nin. Aoi Ruri felt a bit reluctant about that title. The man sighed. I never expected you would grow to this extent over the years. But you need to be careful in the upcoming battle. Got it, Aoi Ruri replied impatiently. Do you know where Sister Izuko went? This was Aoi Ruri's purpose for approaching him. Koinoya, Izuko? Tomoki seemed caught off guard by the question. I haven't seen her in a long time. Not again. Aoi Ruri muttered helplessly. Soon, the personnel were all gathered, totaling 100 people. From their attire, there were 10 jonin and 90 ch nin. One middle-aged jonin who seemed to be asleep on the ground suddenly stood up and said, "Looks like everyone is here. I am Uehara I, in charge of this mission. Everyone, let us set off." No one objected, and Aoi Ruri followed the large group alongside Matsuki Kid. Looking at their route, they were heading directly to the Land of Rivers via the southern waterways of the Land of Fire, where the forces of both countries were currently engaged in battle. The Sunagakure, which had long been living in the desert, naturally wouldn't come to the ocean to launch a surprise attack, so the journey was uneventful, and they arrived in the Land of Rivers within 2 days. The Land of Rivers was a small country surrounded by nature, bordered by the Wind Country, Fire Country, and Rain Country, with an area larger than any of the 5 great countries. Originally a country with beautiful scenery and excellent ecological resources, it was sure to be left in tatters due to this war. At this moment, beside a large lake, there was a temporary encampment, housing dozens of ninjas, most of whom looked exhausted, with some injured and receiving treatment from the accompanying medical ninjas. The occasional suppressed cries of the wounded could be heard. At this time, a scar-faced ninja sitting at the edge of the camp looked towards the east, seemingly gazing beyond the Land of Fire, into the mist-filled country. The request for reinforcements had been sent out days ago, and if help didn't arrive soon, they would likely be wiped out. The scar-faced ninja recalled the battle from a few hours ago, when the enemy's firepower suddenly increased significantly, catching the mist ninjas off guard and resulting in the loss of over 30 ninjas, including 6 jonin. It seemed that the reinforcements from Sunagakure had already arrived. Although he had ordered a retreat earlier and managed to find temporary shelter in this water-rich area, he knew that once the enemy's reinforcements arrived, they would launch an immediate assault. Moreover, this heavy loss wasn't solely due to the enemy reinforcements, but was mainly attributed to one woman. Thinking of that woman still sent shivers down the scar-faced ninja's spine. She wore a black form-fitting suit, her hair piled on top of her head, with 2 long, dark-colored sideburns. It was that frail-looking female ninja who, upon their first encounter, had eliminated nearly 10 of their ninjas in an instant. Her strange ninjutsu left the mist ninja's prideful water techniques utterly defenseless, and that bizarre method of killing, a cruel jutsu that evaporated the entire body, turned former comrades into something resembling mummies. Although he was not afraid of death, the scar-faced ninja certainly did not want to die, especially not in such a manner. Now, he could only pray for the mist reinforcements to arrive quickly. At this moment, a summoning eagle flew over from a distance, carrying a scroll in its beak. The scar-faced ninja took it, and, upon reading, his expression darkened. "Everyone, there are large numbers of Sunagakure ninjas 3 kilometers away, heading this way. They are expected to arrive in a few minutes. Prepare for battle." Looking around, their forces were all exhausted and injured. At the news, everyone struggled to get up, checking themselves before a few ninjas set traps around the perimeter while the others quickly prepared their jutsu. The medical ninjas also stopped their work and moved to the back, as Tsunade's principles regarding medical ninjas were still highly respected, even in such dire situations. "They're coming," the scar-faced ninja said gravely. No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of sounds pierced the air ahead. Water release, water shark bomb. Water release, water dragon break. Water release, great waterfall technique. Wind release, gale slash. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, wind cutter. Because there was an ample water source by the lake, various water release techniques were being hurled towards the newly arrived Sunagakure ninjas. The Scarface man quickly scanned the area and sighed in relief. Thankfully, that woman wasn't present. Soon, a few Sunagakure ninjas were struck, but the water release attacks were too weak, resulting in only severe injuries. Then, the two sides quickly came into close contact. War was not like ordinary battles, with countless shuriken and kunai flying around, and enemies lurking everywhere for ambushes. Therefore, one had to concentrate not only on the opponent in front, but also be wary of attacks from the shadows. However, with various jutsu being unleashed, the disparity between the two sides was evident, and no significant blunders occurred, creating a spectacular scene. The frequency of attacks was so high that many ninjas had no time to execute their jutsu. At this moment, techniques like the shadow clone and substitution jutsu, which were easier to perform, were better choices. The Scarface man looked on as, under the disadvantage of numbers, their side had to be wary of the enemy's greater numbers, and they quickly fell into a disadvantage, with another water ninja falling. Damn it, if reinforcements don't arrive soon, we're finished, the Scarface man said anxiously. Water release, great waterfall technique. A voice came from a distance. and a massive waterfall surged towards the Sunagakure ninjas from the lake's edge, followed by mist ninjas appearing from another direction in equal numbers to the Sunagakure. Reinforcements had arrived. The beleaguered water ninjas finally saw hope. 3 updates today. Chapter 34. Eliminate the Jonin, seeing the support from the mist village arrive. The sand ninjas hastened their attacks. However, the supporting ninjas were not ordinary. Several quick-witted water ninjas swiftly threw kunai to knock down the incoming hidden weapons and quickly joined the fray. Ruri and Matsuzuki Kid were among them, engaging nearby sand ninjas in battle. The two stood back to prevent ambushes as much as possible. At this point, the numbers were in favor of the mist village, and the situation reversed in an instant. Ruri dodged an attack from Sand Chunin and launched a Rasengan, only to find her opponent suddenly transformed into a puddle of mud. Oh no! A gust of wind approached from behind. Ruri desperately dodged, but it was too late. Fortunately, Matsuzuki Kid reacted immediately and blocked the attack in time. This was war. One had to be extremely cautious, having narrowly escaped death. Ruri reminded herself and quickly coordinated with Matsuzuki Kid to stab a kunai into the opponent's chest. Next, Ruri proceeded with caution, relying on her agility to respond carefully. The sand ninjas were primarily skilled with tools, especially puppets. However, Ruri had experience in combat and quickly dodged an attack from a puppet's poison weapon, using water release to separate the opponent's chakra. Yet, the opponent also clearly had combat experience, bending their chakra to bypass the water wall. Unfortunately, Matsuzuki Kid, who had heard Ruri's explanation earlier, swiftly used a water prison technique to easily bind the puppet. The opponent had no time to summon another puppet and was struck by Ruri's close-range Rasengan, leaving them in a dire situation. Gradually, the two girls coordinated well, successfully eliminating several sand chunins, attracting the attention of ninjas from both sides. Soon, they were targeted by an enemy jonin. In this kind of war, it was quite possible for a jonin to be taken down by a chunin, as there was no higher-level defense that a lower level could not breach. However, a jonin was still a jonin, and their strength was naturally not something a chunin could compare to. A male jonin from the enemy, wearing a half-mask, bypassed their attacks and flew towards Ruri and Matsuzuki Kid, so fast as the opponent's attack approached. Ruri's only thought was that she had no time to form hand seals. The opponent raised their hand high, wind release, wind blade. Ruri's pupils contracted. This was the technique that had once severed Hoshino Ryo's arm by Captain Yuan. The wind blade cut through Ruri at the waist. The sand jonin looked at Ruri, now in 2 halves, unsure when she had used a substitution technique. Ruri's true self quickly launched a Rasengan from behind, while Matsuzuki Kid attacked from the other side with a water cannon. However, the opponent was already prepared, narrowly avoiding their combined assault. And then a medium-sized wind blade came at them. Ruri dodged, but was still grazed, a wound appearing on her right shoulder. Wind is superior. My lightning release cannot compare to the jonin's wind release. Ruri was quite self-aware. Water release, water wolf Feng. In an instant, Ruri could only use techniques that required fewer hand seals. Wind release, great whirlwind. The water wolf was instantly dispersed, having almost no effect on the opponent. Is this the strength of a jonin? Ruri thought. Indeed, I lack the protagonist's halo. I can't treat a jonin like a vegetable. If the sand jonin knew her thoughts, it would probably infuriate him. On the other side, Matsuzuki Kid quickly formed hand seals. The attack power of water release was too weak, and Matsuzuki Kid was not limited to just water release. Earth release, earth binding technique. A sand dragon bound the feet of the sand jonin, but the opponent simply formed a hand seal to break free, swiftly heading towards Ruri. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Matsuzuki Kid did not hesitate, causing a sand dragon to suddenly charge at the sand jonin. Damn it, I must take care of you first. Wind release, wind cutter. The sand dragon was swiftly dispatched, but Ruri was already prepared, using earth release, heart-cutting technique. The sand jonin felt they were about to be trapped and jumped sharply, swiftly leaping in front of Matsuzuki Kid, wind blade. Matsuzuki Kid looked at the wind blade before her without panic. Earth release, earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall appeared before Matsuzuki Kid, but the wind release, known for its strong attack power, still penetrated, significantly reducing its power but still causing great harm. Matsuzuki Kid was forced to use a hardening technique to withstand it, immediately feeling her blood surge, tasting iron in her throat, and coughing up blood. yet she did not loosen her grip on the opponent. At this moment, Aoi Ruri had arrived. As the Sand Jonet's arm was gripped by Matsuzuki Kid, they had no time to dodge when a Rasengan struck hard at their back. These two little brats. I was too careless, thought the Sand Jonin. However, the Jonin's reflexes were extremely sharp. At the moment of impact from the Rasengan, they released a wind spiral behind them, causing Aoi Ruri's Rasengan to veer off but still hit the opponent's shoulder. In an instant, blood splattered from the opponent's left shoulder, as if it had been shattered. At this point, the opponent finally broke free from Matsuzuki Kid and quickly retreated. But Aoi Ruri was not like those villains in comics who did not know how to deliver the finishing blow. Seizing the opportunity when the opponent's combat ability was greatly diminished, she pressed forward. Jiming, who was battling a Sand Jonin, was momentarily distracted by the commotion. Being distracted in the heat of battle was extremely dangerous, especially against the Jonin. Fortunately, the opponent was also distracted, and he gazed over in shock. Other Jonins, including the Scarface man from their side and the enemy Jonin, as well as many battling Chunins on the field, slowed their pace to watch. Aoi Ruri's kunai pierced the opponent's chest. The Sand Jonin was killed by a Chunin, right there in front of everyone. A girl who was clearly only 10 years old had taken down a Jonin. Although it was inevitable for Jonins to die in such wars, it was exceedingly rare for a pillar of the village's strength to be killed by a child. Yet now it had indeed happened. Those around, whether from the sand or mist, all realized one thing. This small girl before them was about to make a name for herself. However, the individual involved was still immersed in the fear after the fierce battle. The fight with the Sand Ninja had lasted only a few minutes, but she had already deeply understood the strength of a Jonin. Thankfully, when Sasuke was caught between the killing intent of Zabuza and Kakashi, he nearly wanted to commit suicide. I've come a long way since then. Aoi Ruri comforted herself, completely unaware that she had accomplished something that shocked everyone present. Ha, well done. Jiming reacted, laughing loudly and continuing to attack the opponent, who was naturally cautious in response. The morale of the Mist Ninjas seemed to rise with the death of the Sand Jonin, while the Sand Ninjas were in stark contrast. The situation became even more unfavorable for the Sand, as it appeared that the Mist would soon annihilate the enemy. Flame release, flame wheel. Just then, several fireballs appeared on the field without anyone noticing. The Scarface man saw this, and his expression changed drastically. Mist Ninjas retreat quickly. On the other side, in an unknown place where there seemed to be no signs of life, a beautiful, mature female ninja walked slowly. She was the person Aoi Ruri had been desperately searching for, Koyama Azuko. However, the gentle expression that had once guided Aoi Ruri was now replaced by an icy demeanor. According to the information obtained from that guy's mind by the intelligence department, it is roughly confirmed that it is in this country, in the wind. Her murmuring voice can be faintly heard. Chapter 35. The Scorch Release Ninja. Yetsong, why retreat? Almost all the Mist Ninja who came to support had this question in their hearts. However, if they paid close attention to their comrades' expressions, they would notice the deep-seated fear within. Some cautious ninjas understood that the order to retreat was issued after seeing those fireballs. The intense heat made the Mist Ninja feel distinctly uncomfortable. The edges of the fireballs were yellow, while the center had reached a temperature that emitted a bright white glow. The fireballs moved swiftly and agilely, and under the control of their wielder's mental command, they immediately struck two ninjas. The two ninjas quickly released a layer of water curtain in an attempt to block the attack for a moment. The Scarface man shouted urgently, "Get out of the way!" The two ninjas were taken aback. The fireballs had no effect on the water curtain, which was evaporated into vapor almost instantly, striking the two ninjas directly. The two water ninjas screamed in agony, steam rising from their bodies, their flesh shriveling up until they quickly became a strange charred state, resembling mummies, clearly dead. Such a death was enough to instill fear even in the most resolute ninjas. Meanwhile, from the direction of Sand Village, a dozen more ninjas arrived. Logically speaking, the Mist should have had the absolute upper hand at this point. Even with a few more ninjas from Sand Village, it wouldn't be enough to change the situation. However, the Scarface man seemed to be insisting on retreating because of the person in front. The person at the forefront was a woman. She appeared to be about 21 or 22 years old, dressed in a tight black bodysuit, her hair styled up high and colored blue, while two long sideburns were yellow. Her outfit was cool, even revealing, exuding a valiant demeanor. Her ample bosom made it easy for men to unconsciously fix their gaze upon it. But at that moment, no one was doing so. Songjing Liuli did not look at those breasts that could make her drool, and unable to move, but instead focused on the woman's face, unexpectedly recognizing an acquaintance. This person was... Song Yuefeng recognized her. She had a brief appearance in a comic from her previous life, leaving a deep impression. The Scorch-release ninja from Sand Village, Yuefeng, or perhaps called Pakura. A hero who had saved Sand Village multiple times, yet was still persecuted by the decaying darkness of the Sand Village's higher-ups. Sacrificed as a victim to be dealt with by the mist, this genius of Scorch release. The woman before her had appeared in the comic in a state of impure earth, a tragic figure who had been used throughout her life, exploited to death, and even after death, continued to be used. Song Yuefeng had once held her in great respect, but now they were in a life-and-death adversarial state. Yuefeng gracefully waved her hand, and a fireball flew to her side. Then with a flick, she sent it hurtling toward the mist. As the fireball passed, the air seemed to warp from the scorching heat, and the ninjas nearing the fireball felt as if their blood was about to boil. Song Yuefeng also felt her body almost exploding from the intense temperature, but her ice attribute chakra automatically operated, quickly dissipating the discomfort. Seeing Mizukage beside her in pain, Song Yuefeng immediately grabbed her hand and transmitted ice release chakra. Mitsukage's furrowed brow quickly relaxed, looking at Song Yuefeng in surprise. However, Song Yuefeng did not pay attention to Mizukage. She was pondering in her heart. Scorch release is a transformation of fire release under the influence of wind release, becoming a higher temperature scorch, while ice release is also a transformation of water release under wind release, becoming a lower temperature ice, since water overcomes fire. I should not fear scorch. Song Yuefeng finally felt confident against this woman, who was practically the nemesis of water ninjas. At this moment, the scar-faced man gritted his teeth and moved forward, unleashing a water release. Water dragon bullet towards the fireball, but it was quickly evaporated by the fireball, which hardly shrank at all. However, its momentum was finally slowed down. With this, Yuefeng clearly had the upper hand. It wasn't that the scar-faced ninja was too weak, but the elemental restraint was too obvious. Scorch release, over steaming kill. Yuefeng called out lightly. The fireball rushed toward them in a peculiar formation. Wait! The scar-faced man's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted. The fireball abruptly halted. Yuefeng waited for him to continue speaking. The scar-faced man paused, finally saying, "How about we both cease hostilities for now? In terms of numbers, we have the upper hand, but to eliminate you will also cost us greatly. And you in Sand Village wouldn't want to continue fighting under these circumstances, right?" Yuefeng looked at the scar-faced man, making his heart chill, then glanced at the dead Sand elite ninja, finally resting her gaze on Song Yuefeng, with no fluctuation in her expression. She wouldn't be targeting me, would she? Song Yuefeng sensed the woman's gaze and felt like crying without tears. I accept this condition. Both sides will retreat. Yuefeng said slowly. Then the ninjas from both sides helped their respective teammates and the corpses of their comrades, carefully parting ways in opposite directions. Soon, the mist ninjas reached another body of water and set up camp. Those who needed to rest did so, while those who needed healing were treated. But since there weren't many medical ninjas with the team, and Mizukage and Song Yuefeng were not heavily injured, they did not receive the hospitality of a medical ninja. On one side, a commanding ninja among the reinforcements was quietly questioning the scar-faced man. Although the village requires us to follow your orders, it is truly hard to convince people that you chose to retreat under such an advantage. The scar-faced man did not get angry. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, "That woman controlling the fireballs just now must be a wielder of a bloodline limit." Bloodline limit, the commander exclaimed in surprise. Moreover, it's a combination of wind and fire bloodlines, simply a natural enemy of water attributes. We previously fought against that ninja. The scar-faced man explained. What was the outcome? We were simply no match. The moment we encountered her, she took down 10 of us, although it was a surprise attack. Even our elite ninja was killed. Afterward, even though we realized what was happening, we had no way to deal with her. Water release appeared extremely laughable in front of her techniques, and her taijutsu was also very strong, resulting in a loss of 37 men in that battle. The scar-faced ninja recounted the battle process in detail. What are you planning to do now? After listening, the commander was also very wary of that woman, but still asked the crucial question. We already had the advantage. If we don't take her down now, then when Sand Village gathers, we will have even less of a chance. You must understand this. I understand this, the scar-faced man replied, so, moving forward, we cannot confront that woman's team head-on. What do you mean? While they haven't gathered yet, Let a small portion of ninjas draw that scorch release ninja away, while the rest launch a full assault. Or we can split our team into smaller units, which will force the other side to also split into small teams to counter us, thus reducing the chances of encountering that ninja. The scar-faced ninja thought for a moment and said, "Who do you think can draw her away?" The commander asked. "Very difficult. It requires a strong ninja, so the full assault will also be tricky, and we will have to bear the risk of her discovering our intentions. So, let's split the personnel into small teams. 1 elite ninja and 3 intermediate ninjas per team. Those teams without an elite ninja will have 4 intermediate ninjas. How about that?" Soon, 152 ninjas were divided into 38 small teams, and Sanjing Liuli and Matsuki Kid were placed together at their request. But the small team had no elite ninja. On the eastern side of the Land of Rivers, Yetzong was leading the sand ninjas and reinforcements who had already gathered, discussing their battle plan. Far away, on the other side of the ninja world, Aoko Asako frowned in contemplation on a desolate land. The information had come to a halt, and she could only rely on herself to search. Where on earth is that person? Chapter 36, Illusion. "If you don't mind, how about I become the captain of this team?" A man in his 20s asked, his gaze primarily focused on Aoi Ruri. "I have no problem with that," Aoi Ruri replied without hesitation, considering her current age. They probably wouldn't trust her as a captain anyway. Matsuki Kid and the other person had no objections either. "All right, let me introduce myself. I am Ishida Yukimura, a Chunin, and I participated in the last Shinobi World War," Ishida Yukimura said with a relieved sigh and a smile. Having witnessed the 2 little girls working together to defeat a Jonin earlier, Ishida Yukimura naturally felt a bit envious of their talent. But now that they were on the same team, the strength of his teammates ensured his own safety, so he had no other thoughts. Earlier, he was worried that a child might want to compete for the captain position. After all, no one would feel secure with a 9-year-old in such a war. But now he didn't have to worry. Aoi Ruri looked at Ishida Yukimura in surprise. Having experience in such a battlefield would make him more reliable. The 3 then introduced themselves. Ishida Yukimura was a water-style ninja with experience in ninja tools, traps, and counterattacks, while the remaining ninja, named Ida Naratake, mainly specialized in taijutsu, especially sword techniques. Aoi Ruri and Matsuki Kid also surprised the other 2, as having 3 chakra natures was quite rare. On the other side, Sunagakure had also detected Kirigakure's intentions and had been disturbed by them. It really is a sneaky guerrilla-style tactic. Aoi Ruri sighed. Geniuses exist in every world. Sunagakure was further discussing how to respond. Since the enemy had already split into small teams, our main force's flexibility would inevitably be inferior to theirs. One of the Sunagakure Jonin said, "So, do we have to split up and engage in a war of attrition? Or should we hold our ground at the Kaikoa Bridge? As long as that place isn't occupied, my wind country won't be in any danger." No, the enemy has only sent their first batch of reinforcements. As more support arrives, holding that position will become increasingly troublesome. But the enemy's approach is clearly trying to force us into team combat. A few Jonin quickly concluded their discussion. "All right, everyone, is there any problem with this?" Yukura glanced around at the others, and seeing no one respond, immediately made a decision. "Then, we'll split into groups of 4 to fight." Ishida Yukimura's task was to try to deal with any encountered Sunagakure ninjas and to ideally capture a place called Kaikoa Bridge. The ninja world was clearly an undeveloped world, and the trees were very different from those in his previous life, extremely lush. A ninja spent most of their time traveling through forests, and Aoi Ruri was no exception. Ishida Yukimura suddenly stopped, his hand raised in a vertical position, signaling that Kirigakure was preparing for battle. Aoi Ruri and the others immediately looked around cautiously, searching for potential hiding spots of the enemy. "Something feels off." Ishida Yukimura looked around, pointing out, "Look here, there's a raised area." The group focused their attention, but it was just a slightly raised clump of earth, and they didn't notice anything unusual. This clump of earth indicates that someone has definitely been here before. Ishida Yukimura revealed a shocking fact, which meant we are now in the enemy's illusion. Did we not realize we had already entered their illusion? Aoi Ruri recalled the explanation given by Aoyama Azuko on how to deal with illusions, closed her eyes, and formed the unhand seal, release. Opening her eyes, there was no change. It seems the first method didn't work. It was as if she could hear Aoyama Azuko's gentle voice. If the illusion is strong, the first method will be ineffective. Then you can disrupt or regain control of your chakra flow. If that still doesn't work, you can rely on pain to break free. I hope it's not a perverse illusion like the Sharingan. Aoi Ruri was about to disrupt her chakra when she heard Ishida Yukimura say quickly, They are coming. In the grass ahead, a dense swarm of Sunagakure ninjas appeared. Their numbers overwhelming. No, they aren't using ninjutsu. While dodging the shuriken and kunai thrown by the Sunagakure ninjas, Matsuki Kid reminded everyone. That's right. This is all an illusion, Ishida Yukimura replied, his expression not overly flustered. So painful. Atoi Ruri tried to use the pain from the enemy's projectiles to awaken herself, but aside from the pain being real, nothing else changed. Useless, Ishida Yukimura said. Everything here is an illusion, even if you inflict pain on yourself. What should we do then? Atoi Ruri gritted her teeth and asked. Ishida Yukimura paused for a moment before saying, Wait until they make the first move. Once they get close or attack us, the illusion will naturally disappear. So it really is like the Chunin exam with Naruto's 7th team. I really don't want that. Atoi Ruri thought. Water style, water clone technique. Several identical water clones appeared beside Aoi Ruri. You're wasting chakra, Ishida Yukimura exclaimed in a panic. After all, being young means being impulsive. Meanwhile, several Sunagakure ninjas in the shadows watched with mocking smiles. I hope they Haven T discovered. Aoi Ruri activated the technique of invisibility, quietly disappearing from everyone's sight. Utilizing the sensing ability granted by the bloodline elimination, similar to the second Tsuchikage technique of invisibility, Aoi Ruri quickly searched. At this moment, Aoi Ruri's sensing range had expanded to 50 meters. Over there, Aoi Ruri immediately sensed 4 chakra signatures in one direction. Meanwhile, the water clone technique, which was only 1/10 of her original self, was about to be completely resolved, so Aoi Ruri decisively released her invisibility. I found them, over there. Aoi Ruri pointed in that direction. Ishida Yukimura was somewhat skeptical. Can you really find them with just a water clone? Isn't that a reckless guess? Aoi Ruri had already launched a lightning-style technique towards that direction. At that moment, the 4 Sunagakure ninjas had no time to contemplate how they were discovered. Whoosh! After the lightning-style attack, the sound of paper being torn echoed, and the 4 suddenly felt as if the world in front of them had changed. The illusion was successfully broken. Is this what it means to be a genius? Ishida Yukimura glanced at Aoi Ruri with a complicated expression, feeling somewhat convinced. The Sunagakure ninjas, having lost their greatest reliance after the illusion was broken, clearly had their momentum weakened in front of the fierce Aoi Ruri and her group. Earth-style, Rockvine Entanglement. Matsuki Kid, having been provoked by the earlier passive beatings, directly unleashed a powerful technique. The 4 Sunagakure ninjas dodged, but ultimately one was ensnared by the stone vines. Ida Naruto quickly rushed over, his blade flashing, a stunning arc cutting through the air, and the opponent only saw a white blade enlarging in front of them before losing consciousness completely. Such a fast sword. The Sunagakure ninja was terrified by this strange blade, and even Aoi Ruri was somewhat surprised. On the other side, the other 3 were equally unhurried. Water prison technique. Ishida Yukimura's experience was indeed rich. He quickly dodged the enemy's wind-style ninjutsu and bound them while they were distracted. Another ninja, who was hurriedly dodging the attacks from Ida Naruto's sword, had no time to execute their ninjutsu. And the last one, water-style, water dragon bullet, lightning-style, earth walk. The combination of the two gave the lightning the water's flexibility, quickly striking the unfortunate Sunagakure ninja, ending the battle. In the following moments, Aoi Ruri and Mizukage Kid helped the remaining 2, as there is no emphasis on one-on-one spirit in the battlefield. Soon, the last 2 couldn't hold on any longer. Thus, the first encounter of the Sand Ninja team ended in a complete victory. Chapter 37 Encounter with Yakura. After dealing with the 4 Sand Ninjas, Aoi Ruri and her companions took the 4 head protectors from the dead. It's not that they had a strange hobby, but these serve as the best evidence of having killed enemies on the battlefield, so why not take the credit if they could? The 4 of them certainly hadn't reached the point of seeing fame as worthless. Aoi Ruri didn't bother rummaging through the ninja tool bags, reasoning that they probably wouldn't carry anything valuable. Moreover, she hadn't seen any of them use puppets, and Sand Village's puppet techniques were almost monopolized. The group left the area and found a secluded place to rest for a while. In this war, one must always maintain peak condition to have a better chance of survival. The 4 set off again, heading towards the Kawa River. After all, this was the land of rivers, bordering the land of wind, essentially the enemy's home turf. Kirigakure was currently on the offensive. Soon, they encountered another group of sand ninjas. This time, the enemy didn't notice them. Rather, they sensed the presence of their opponents first. Captain, the feeling of being ambushed during the last illusion technique was terrible. So we should ambush them and let them feel it too. Ruri whispered to Ishida Yukimura. The four of them secretly hid in the grass a few dozen meters away, wide-eyed as they spied on the sand ninjas, who were moving slowly, seemingly on patrol. Upon hearing Ruri's words, Ishida Yukimura was speechless. What kind of logic was that? But he certainly agreed with the idea of an ambush. Ruri and Ishida Yukimura quietly retreated and set numerous traps along the sand ninja's route. Ishida Yukimura was initially skeptical about what kind of traps a 10-year-old girl could set. However, the reality left him dumbfounded. Each trap was devilishly clever, layered with schemes, and the potential aftermath made Ishida, Yukimura, and Ida Seiji feel a sense of desolation, while only Matsuki Kid seemed unfazed. They could already imagine the miserable fate awaiting the sand ninjas. Thinking of this made both of them shudder again. Ishida Yukimura admired Ruri even more. A genius is a genius, even in setting traps. She is so talented and creative. If Ruri knew Ishida Yukimura's thoughts, she'd probably be so angry she'd give him a Rasengan. She had planned to retire from the world, but to protect her companions, the great trap master Ruri, must make a big move again. This was Ruri's self-indulgent thought. Minutes later, the four sand ninjas slowly approached. They had been cautious along the way, but they were up against Ruri, who had a knack for psychological tactics and a slight understanding of Chinese military strategy. Soon, the air was filled with their cries of agony. Who is so shameless to set such cruel traps? One sand ninja swore angrily. Can this really be called shameless? Ruri felt somewhat frustrated. Her traps were gentler, not cruel at all, just a bit cunning. Otherwise, could they still curse with such vigor? At this moment, Ishida, Yukimura, and the others were mourning for the ensnared sand ninjas. Indeed, Ruri's traps could be considered merciful, but regarding the psychological torment. Cough. If the sand ninjas knew what Ruri was thinking, they would probably be in tears, wishing for a little more cruelty. The combat effectiveness of the trapped sand ninjas was greatly reduced, and they were easily dealt with. Ruri looked at the fallen with a silent sigh. Don't blame me. We are from different factions. Blame the fate of this ninja instead, but I will break it. The fate of a ninja is that if you don't kill, you'll be killed. Ruri subconsciously thought this was absurd, but she didn't have the ability to change it, at least not for now. Thus, they had dealt with 8 enemy ninjas without sustaining any injuries. The battlefield truly is the fastest way to transform a person. Everyone cooperated very well. Let's take a break for now. We'll continue on shortly, Ishida Yukimura said, looking pleased as he had not enjoyed being pressured before reinforcements arrived. Nearby, Ruri and Matsuki Kid chatted idly. The red-haired girl asked, Yui's sister, how about we go watch a movie after this war is over? Ruri was taken aback. Don't say that. Matsuki Kid was puzzled. What's wrong? What's wrong? That's a death flag. Ruri panicked internally. It has been proven that those who think about how they will live after the war tend to die. She quickly changed the subject. Will you still listen to me sing Fireflies like before? Thinking and thinking. The little girl was immediately drawn into the new topic, allowing Ruri to breathe a sigh of relief and softly begin to sing. Shalala, how could the people of this world have heard such beautiful singing and such touching lyrics? Ishida, Yukimura, and Ida Seiji gradually immersed themselves in the song, as did Matsuki Kid. Even Ruri became a little lost in thought, reminiscing about the days spent at the Ninja Academy with Matsuki Kid. In the shadows, the woman's eyes flickered slightly, recalling someone. The ninja beside her gestured for her to attack, but she hesitated, choosing instead to wait until Ruri finished singing. When the last note fell, the other 3 seemed still entranced. Could it be that I have also learned the art of verbal distraction? Ruri maliciously speculated. Just as she was about to wake the 3, a warning signal surged in her heart. A shuriken shot towards them, but it was embedded with an explosive tag. Enemy attack. Ruri shouted, quickly pulling Matsuki Kid up. Ishida, Yukimura, and Ida Seiji also reacted in time, barely dodging before the explosion. Not bad reactions. The woman praised inwardly. However, Ishida, Yukimura, and Ida Seiji were still affected and wounded, and then the hidden ninjas charged out. When Ruri's group saw the leader, their expressions changed drastically. Yakura. Ishida Yukimura recalled the scar-faced man's words. If you encounter that scorching escape female ninja, run immediately. But at this moment, how could they escape in time? Scorching escape, scorching flame wheel. Yakura formed hand seals, and the three sand ninjas unleashed various wind-style puppet attacks, targeting the injured Ishida, Yukimura, and Idaseiji. Caught between Yakura and the three sand ninjas, the two had almost no chance to resist. Their blood was vaporized. Once again, it was that strange way of dying. Aoi Ruri felt bad as well. Although they weren't particularly close, her teammates, who had just fought alongside her, were now dead in such a horrific manner. How could she feel good about it? At this moment, the situation had become extremely dire. Aoi Ruri looked at Mizukage Kid's tense and delicate little face, gritting her teeth as she suddenly pushed her away. "Run. I'll handle them." After saying that, she charged forward. "You think too highly of yourself." Yakura gave Aoi Ruri a deep look. "You three go take care of that red-haired little girl. I'll handle this one." "Yes, sir." The three ninjas rushed towards Mizukage Kid. Aoi Ruri was anxious and wanted to block the three, but a fireball came at her, nearly boiling her blood. She hurriedly activated her ice attribute chakra. On the other side, seeing the three sand ninjas charging towards her, Mizukage Kid's nervous gaze suddenly turned resolute. "Absolutely not. Absolutely cannot drag Yui's sister down again." The three sand ninjas seemed dazed, as if they sensed something in her eyes. Chapter 38. Scorch Release versus Ice Release. Bang. Song Yuefeng collided suddenly with the three sand ninja. One of the sand ninja, skilled in taijutsu, engaged Song Yuefeng in close combat. The crisp sounds of weapons clashing echoed through the silent forest. Another one, who seemed to be proficient in ninjutsu, used various wind release techniques to disturb Song Yuefeng, making it difficult for her to concentrate. The last ninja had already taken out a puppet, its mechanisms aimed at the two combatants, ready to strike at any moment. Boom! The puppet master finally seized an opportunity, and several poison senbon shot out from the blind spot of Song Yuefeng's line of sight. On the other side, Aoi Ruri's expression changed drastically. However, she had no time to intervene, and besides, the Scorch Release woman, Jonin Yakura, had already locked onto her. That was the killing intent of a Jonin. This damn death flag. Aoi Ruri felt a hint of despair. But at that moment, Song Yuefeng closed her eyes. Was she resigning herself to fate? The puppet master thought to himself. But in that instant, Song Yuefeng's body twisted strangely, barely dodging the poison senbon that shot past her from the kunai and wind blades. Huh? The taijutsu ninja closest to Song Yuefeng was astonished at that moment. He was certain that she absolutely could not see the poison senbon from her blind spot. Could it be that this red-haired little girl has eyes on her back? Stepping back from the combat circle, Song Yuefeng gasped in fear, convinced she had seen something she should not have seen. But that wondrous feeling was just a fleeting moment, and then she could no longer grasp it. I must lure these three bad guys away first. Song Yuefeng thought, not wanting to drag Sister Yui down. Then she used a Doton ninjutsu to block the incoming attacks while maneuvering to lead the three away. Trying to escape? The sand ninja suppressed their confusion about her unbelievable evasion and revealed mocking smiles as they closely followed her. At this moment, Aoi Ruri also felt slightly relieved. After all, Yakura had been keeping an eye on her. "I'm curious, what kind of ability do you have to take down a Jonin like Weijin?" Yakura said to Aoi Ruri. As expected, this is the outcome of seeking the spotlight. Aoi Ruri sighed inwardly, glancing at Song Yuefeng's direction, only to see that Song Yuefeng had not engaged them head-on, but instead led the three sand ninja to another location, disappearing from Aoi Ruri's sight in an instant. Believe in Feng. Aoi Ruri thought, focusing on the Scorch Release woman in front of her, staying on guard. The opponent did not attack immediately, and the two faced each other quietly. After a few breaths, Yakura's bright eyes flickered. "What was the name of that song you just sang?" Aoi Ruri was surprised. The other party was still in the mood to ask this. Do they think they have me all figured out? Thinking this, she smiled. "If you win against me, I'll tell you." "All right." It seemed this answer did not surprise Yakura, as she formed a hand seal with her slender fingers. And instantly, several scorch balls appeared in the air, waving her hand towards Aoi Ruri. The scorch balls came with the momentum of burning everything. As they passed, the air had already begun to warp, and sparks were flying around the scorch balls. The air was burning. Can't use water release. Aoi Ruri's mind raced, her hands moving swiftly. Lightning release. Lightning balls. Several lightning spheres, about 15 centimeters in radius, appeared in front of Aoi Ruri. The lightning balls shot forward rapidly at the slightest thought of the caster, soon colliding with the scorch balls, but there was no massive sound as imagined. Upon closer inspection, Although the mighty lightning balls did not disappear naturally like water release, when approaching the scorch balls, they only managed to withstand a fraction of the attack. This level of lightning release is useless against me. Meanwhile, Yakura quickly closed in on Aoi Ruri. Indeed, besides scorch release, the opponent's taijutsu is also quite formidable. Aoi Ruri smiled bitterly. Inside her, the ice-type chakra flowed quietly. The scorch balls attacked Aoi Ruri from 5 different angles, and in front of her, Yakura had also arrived. Aoi Ruri dared not touch those scorch balls, suddenly leaning back, her arms supporting her as she dodged a flying scorch ball, pivoting on one hand to evade Yakura's strike. Then with a forceful push against the ground, she staggered sideways to retreat. Strange, how was he affected by scorch release at all? Not hitting her, Yakura was a bit surprised, but she remained composed. Even if she used the technique of invisibility, she would probably reveal herself quickly in this high temperature. Aoi Ruri imagined herself turning into water and quickly being vaporized, then abandoned that thought. I hope there aren't any other ninjas nearby. Not using my full strength against such powerful ninjas would lead to a terrible death. Aoi Ruri analyzed the situation and reluctantly reached that conclusion. Then, I'll go all out. At this moment, Aoi Ruri's chakra properties rapidly transformed. Yakura, who was leisurely observing from a distance, suddenly felt a shock. She saw the temperature around Aoi Ruri drop sharply, as if the wind had been frozen solid. As the little girl's hair fluttered every time she blinked, it seemed that ice and snow appeared intermittently in the air, creating a stark contrast with the extreme heat surrounding Yakura. Indistinctly, Yakura felt Aoi Ruri's aura was not inferior to her own. At that moment, it felt as if this place was a world of ice and fire. Yakura sensed a hint of danger, a feeling that many mist ninja and several jonin had never brought to her. What is this? Yakura finally took a serious look at the seemingly harmless little girl in front of her. The instincts of a jonin made her realize that this battle would not be simple. If I'm not mistaken, Aoi Ruri quickly formed hand seals. Her speed surpassing 1 seal per second. Ice release, mysterious ice arrow. Instantly, the moisture in the air rapidly gathered and solidified, ultimately forming 3 thick and sharp ice arrows. This is ice release ninjutsu from the Mizukage clan. Yakura looked at the 3 ice arrows speeding towards her, waving her hand to position 2 scorch balls in front of her. Even if they are from Mizukage clan, I've killed plenty. In the eyes of both, the mysterious ice arrows crashed into the scorch balls with a thunderous roar. Hiss! Unlike the imagined explosion, the sound of ice and fire merging rang out, instantly generating a large amount of water vapor in the air, creating a mist that enveloped the tranquil forest, resembling a fairyland from a distance. On one side, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Yakura's mouth. The 3 ice arrows, under the high temperature of the 2 scorch balls, had already dissolved and evaporated without a trace, while the 2 scorch balls merely shrank slightly in radius. No matter how you look at it, scorch release seems to have the upper hand. However, as Yakura looked at Aoi Ruri, she did not see any signs of tension in the little girl. As expected, at this moment, Aoi Ruri was excitedly thinking that the mysterious ice arrow was just an ordinary ice release ninjutsu, and my strength was originally not as strong as the opponent's. Yet the result had already exceeded my expectations. Water restrains fire. An ice release composed of wind and water also restrains scorch release composed of wind and fire. Then, let Yakura see my self-created ice release ninjutsu. Aoi Ruri thought to herself. Aoi Ruri formed hand seals. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The seemingly superior Yakura remained vigilant. She saw the moisture in the air rapidly gather towards Aoi Ruri's chest, quickly forming a water sphere with a radius of 30 centimeters. Water release? No, wait. Yakura stared at the water sphere. Suddenly, the water balloon rapidly compressed until its radius was only 5 centimeters, transforming into ice. In an instant, a powerful chill was abruptly released, and even the nearby Yi Tsong, who was surrounded by the blazing ball, could feel it. Chapter 39, Exploding Ice Bomb. Seeking red tickets and collections. Go! Songjing Lioli shouted as she looked at the ice ball in front of her. Ice escape. Exploding ice bomb. The ice ball was only 5 centimeters in size, much smaller than Yetsong's flame ball, but the girl using fire escape treated it as a grave threat. With a flick of her jade hand, all 6 flame balls flew back to protect her delicate body. It's worth noting that just moments ago, she had only used 2 flame balls to counter 3 thick ice arrows. It was precisely because of the expectation and excitement in the little girl's eyes across from her, because wherever the ice ball passed, frost immediately covered the trees and ground. And because of the bone-chilling cold that this exquisite ice ball brought her, Yetsong was extremely vigilant. Looking at the momentum of the exploding ice bomb, Yetsong had no doubt that if the ice ball touched her, even with her fire escape, she would be frozen. On the other side, Songjing Liuli was fixated on the direction of the exploding ice bomb. This is a ninjutsu I created by referencing the principle of the Rasengan, compressing and solidifying wind and water. Please don't let me down. The exploding ice bomb was extremely close to Yetsong's flame ball about to collide. Suddenly, Yetsong noticed something strange in Songjing Liuli's gaze. It seemed to hold a hint of pride, as if saying she had succeeded. In that instant, Yetsong had a bad premonition. You definitely wouldn't guess that the real attack method of the exploding ice bomb, infused with ice attribute chakra, is an explosion, and it's an explosion I control. Boom! Songjing Liuli formed a hand seal with one hand and shouted, unaware that, at this moment, she resembled someone else. Just short of saying that art is an explosion. Not good. At the moment she heard the word explosion, Yetsong finally understood the little girl's intention. A massive explosion rang out, creating an endless and powerful gust of wind. Songjing Liuli covered her face with her arms and peered through the gaps. At first glance, Songjing Liuli was shocked. This time, she finally saw the ninjutsu clearly. The ice ball had shattered into countless ice shards, which danced in the air to form a scattered ice sphere with a radius large enough for several people, where the shards spiraled in a mysterious pattern. The spiraling sphere rotated at high speed around the original position of the exploding ice bomb, and the frequency of the ice shards movement was so high that there was no doubt a person caught within would be pierced. Immediately after, due to the centrifugal effect of the gradually depleting chakra, countless ice shards shot out in all directions indiscriminately, striking the ground and trees. Wherever the ice shards passed, the ground and branches were all deeply penetrated. Songjing Liuli watched on, somewhat dazed. What a terrifying ninjutsu. Indeed, it is a technique so beautiful it's chilling. What about that fire escape girl? Will she still be alive? Songjing Liuli recalled, looking towards the center of the explosion, where, indeed, there was a silhouette. However, the woman was now surrounded by a layer of water vapor, formed as the fire escape melted the ice into steam. From a distance, Songjing Liuli couldn't see clearly. After a long while, the mist dissipated. Songjing Liuli was stunned. Yetsong stood there, exhausted, gasping heavily. But what left Songjing Liuli in shock was that the other person's delicate body was wrapped in an extremely white, thin membrane. White? Songjing Liuli began to understand. At the same time, she realized that the exploding ice bomb couldn't eliminate her opponent, and it would be difficult for her to deal with Yetsong next. On the other side, Yetsong was even more shocked. That little girl's bizarre explosion ninjutsu was so beautiful that even she, an adversary, was amazed. This large-scale indiscriminate attack ninjutsu had terrifying lethality, definitely an S-rank ninjutsu, or even higher. Did this really come from a girl who looked only 10 years old? The death of Kaijin Jianin was indeed not in vain. Yetsong no longer dared to underestimate Songjing Liuli. If she hadn't reacted in time at the last moment, using flame armor to transform the flame ball into flame escape armor covering her whole body, or if she were not capable of fire escape, then she would. However, using a ninjutsu of such magnitude must have greatly depleted her chakra, which was an inevitable issue. This girl in front of her must be a genius from Kirigakure. If she were to grow up, then Sunagakure. She absolutely cannot be allowed to live today. In an instant, Yetsong's thoughts whirled. After a moment, she slowly spoke. I've figured out your strange ice ball. As long as I keep my distance, it will be hard to cause damage. Indeed, the other side realized this. Songjing Liuli was not surprised upon hearing Yetsong's words. She merely sighed in her heart, as expected. The same ninjutsu is difficult to be effective twice. At your current age, being able to release such a technique is truly remarkable. But, how much chakra do you still have left? Songjing Liuli was startled, not expecting that the other party would notice this too. Given her age, Songjing Liuli's chakra was already limited, and now, with the use of the exploding ice bomb, it was even less. As expected of the genius fire escape user Yetsong, Songjing Liuli said softly, though it seemed somewhat comical given her appearance. Yetsong was somewhat surprised. You recognize me? Songjing Liuli recalled the experiences of Yetsong's life and suddenly felt complicated emotions towards this enemy before her. I also know you have a disciple named Maki. Yetsong's expression turned cold. Indeed, the influence of Kirigakure was significant. Even such matters could be investigated. No, It has nothing to do with Kirigakure. Songjing Liuli gently shook her head. Before our battle began, I was quite curious to ask you a question. Songjing Liuli brought up Yetsong's future experiences, suddenly curious about how she would think. If your village, Sunagakure, betrayed you and wanted to hand you over to Kirigakure for persecution, what would you do? Yetsong was momentarily taken aback, then coldly replied, that situation would never occur. Her voice was crisp and very pleasant. But Songjing Liuli had no mood to appreciate it at that moment. Can you be sure they won't? Songjing Liuli sighed. Your fire escape is the greatest nemesis of our water escape, and you have killed so many people from Kirigakure. My village absolutely won't allow a ninja like you to survive. If Sunagakure goes to war with other countries in the future, unable to care for the land of water, it is very likely they will hand you over to Kirigakure under pressure. Yetsong seemed unfazed, attempting to sow discord between me and my village, but as far as I know, Kirigakure is very resistant to bloodline limits. If I were to reveal that you can use ice escape, they would never believe the words of a ninja from a hostile village. Songjing Liuli shook her head and smiled gently, interrupting Yetsong's words. Yetsong was also aware of this, which is why Songjing Liuli dared to reveal her ice escape. It's not easy for a new book. I seek everyone's collections and red tickets. Truly grateful to those who silently give me tickets, though I don't know who you are. Xinghao here thanks you. Chapter 40 Escape. Seeking red tickets and collections. Noticing that Aoi Ruri's small hands were trembling uncontrollably, Yitsong also understood and said, You've reached your limit. I advise you to surrender. Are you so confident that you can keep me here? Aoi Ruri retorted. Yitsong did not answer, proving it with his actions. 6 scorching orbs appeared in the air again, but this time it was different from the last. The 6 orbs quickly split apart, reducing in size layer by layer, finally forming 60 smaller orbs. The small orbs seemed to alternate between bright and dark, arranged in a 6x10 formation, looking quite mysterious. Unexpectedly, I would use this newly developed technique here. Yitsong thought, what is this? Aoi Ruri stared solemnly at the 60 small, scorching orbs, alternating in white and yellow. Although she didn't understand the motive behind it, she knew it was definitely not an ordinary ninjutsu. Damn it. Why is there no description of this ninjutsu in the manga? Yitsong said to Aoi Ruri, this is my newly developed technique. I can currently control 60 orbs, but that's enough. Scorch release. Yin-yang scorching cross kill. 60 bright and dark small orbs charged towards Aoi Ruri. Why is he doing this? Aoi Ruri was filled with confusion. The smaller the orbs, the lower the lethality would be, and the opponent should know that. However, looking at the gradually enlarging small orbs, Aoi Ruri dared not be careless. The opponent definitely would not do something futile. She quickly formed hand seals, and several thick ice walls rapidly appeared around her body, while ice attribute chakra circulated throughout her. The yellow small orbs should just be ordinary fire, while the white small orbs are the scorching ones. Aoi Ruri was correct in this assumption. When the small orbs crashed into the ice walls, it was clear that the temperature of the white small orbs was higher, while the yellow orbs were probably just ordinary fire, and taking them head-on shouldn't be a problem. There were too many. She could only pay attention to the white orbs. Aoi Ruri quickly made her decision. When she tried to harden the ice wall, Aoi Ruri was shocked to see that 2 of the small orbs were merely approaching in the air, and then the colors rapidly transformed. The temperature could actually transfer. The originally ordinary fireballs all turned into scorching orbs. Not only that, but the yellow orb flashed, seemingly sending a gust of air toward the white orb, drastically increasing its speed. This fire is not ordinary fire. It also has wind-like abilities. Not good. Aoi Ruri had no time to be surprised, as suddenly more than a dozen white orbs had passed through the ice wall and were right in front of her. Not far away, Yitsong seemed to see the other party being vaporized. Is a genius going to fall like this? Yitsong felt a bit regretful. Let us see if I can use the ice wall as an explosive shrinking ice ball. At this moment, there was no time to activate any ninjutsu. All she needed was a hand seal for the void concealment, which was primarily composed of water, and Aoi Ruri could only try an approach she had never attempted before. Explode. The ice wall was not spherical, but Aoi Ruri had no other choice. At that moment, Aoi Ruri desperately controlled the chakra within the ice wall, rapidly compressing and concentrating it, then burst it open. Boom, 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 boom. The ice wall finally shattered. The fragments were not as small as the explosive, shrinking ice bombs and were slower, but still faster than the scorching orbs, just barely keeping up when Aoi Ruri could feel the heat on her skin. Yitsong stared blankly at the suddenly exploding ice wall. She could sense the power of the scorching orbs gradually weakening and diminishing. The sky was filled with ice fragments flying everywhere, quickly colliding with a dozen scorching orbs, melting upon impact. The larger portion flew towards Aoi Ruri, cutting deep wounds on her body. Instantly, she felt pain all over. Aoi Ruri had no way to evade. Fortunately, my control over the ice wall wasn't strong. Otherwise, I would be the first ninja to be taken down by my own ninjutsu. Aoi Ruri consoled herself. As the mist dissipated, Yitsong also saw Aoi Ruri's disheveled appearance. It seemed she had endured my attack, but at a considerable cost. Yitsong felt quite confident about taking down the little girl in front of her. So strong. If she launches another attack, I probably won't be able to hold it off. Aoi Ruri thought inwardly, realizing she needed to escape quickly. I can't use the water clone to activate void concealment. Operating ice chakra in that state would be discovered, and if I don't move, the scorching orbs will definitely vaporize me. Then I would know what it's like to be vaporized in void concealment. So, the remaining chakra should still be enough for another attempt. I absolutely will not die here. Ice release. Explosive shrinking ice bomb. Aoi Ruri gritted her teeth and raised her arms, enduring the excruciating pain, her hand seal speed noticeably slowing. Inside, she felt the exhaustion of chakra once again. This time it was just a 20-centimeter water ball, then a 5-centimeter ice ball. The density was definitely reduced. Aoi Ruri saved a bit of chakra to prepare for other things. Still not giving up? That ninjutsu you just used definitely won't hit me. Yitsong shook her head with a sigh, seeming to admire the little girl's tenacity. Aoi Ruri remained undeterred, controlling the ice ball as it hurtled towards Yitsong. I told you, that technique can't work on me a second time. Yitsong felt something was off, but her movements were not slow at all. She dodged swiftly. Just at that moment, boom, ice shards flew between Yitsong and Aoi Ruri. Strange, why did she detonate the ice ball right in front of me? Is she trying to commit suicide? Yitsong could only suspect this. However, when the ice shards fell, Yitsong looked over, and where was Aoi Ruri's figure? When had she escaped from her line of sight? Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed in confusion, leaving her bewildered. Song Yuefeng hid in a patch of grass, suppressing her intense panting. That little girl must be hiding here. If everyone looks carefully, they will definitely find her. Not far away, the furious voice of the puppet master could be heard. Just now, the red-haired little girl being chased by 3 sand-hidden ninjas was almost taken down, but in the end, she surprisingly showed weakness, taking advantage of their carelessness to sneak up on the puppet master from behind, nearly finishing him off on the spot, which naturally made him furious. What to do? After the failed sneak attack, Song Yuefeng was subjected to even fiercer attacks from the 3, her body covered in wounds. However, the Uzumaki clan's powerful physique and abundant chakra were much stronger than Aoi Ruri's, so the little girl was just a bit exhausted. That damn puppet. If I could spot its trace like before, and find the locations of those 3 sand-hidden ninjas, everything would be easy to solve. The search range was gradually shrinking, and it seemed Song Yuefeng would be discovered in a few minutes. No, I said I can't hold back any longer. I can't let Sister Yu protect me anymore. I must survive. This time I can see it. Song Yuefeng closed her eyes. However, Kagura's heart eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 41. Kagura's heart eye in a relatively secluded place. Only the faint sound of the wind and the occasional chirping of birds could be heard. Suddenly, the tranquility was broken, and the figure of a girl appeared out of thin air. It was Atsui Ruri, who had successfully escaped by taking advantage of the brief moment when Yakura lost her sight due to the explosion of the ice bomb. Huff, huff. After confirming that there were no signs of anyone around, Aoi Ruri revealed herself, and the tense strings of her heart finally relaxed. Immediately after, the sensations of pain, weakness, and fatigue surged upon her, and she collapsed on the ground. The ability of the void concealment allowed her to mask her presence, but it did nothing to alleviate her injuries. Aoi Ruri could only struggle to stop the bleeding on her own. Her injuries were too severe. She had no strength left in her body. Aoi Ruri forced a bitter smile. In that battle, just now, although she had pushed Yakura into a corner, she had not inflicted any substantial damage. Meanwhile, she was covered in numerous wounds. While there was no danger to her life, she had lost all combat capability. She never expected that a character who only appeared briefly in the manga would be so strong. And indeed, she did not have the protagonist's halo. Those guys from Konoha had been bullying Jonin as a genin. Shaking her head, she could only rest in place to recover the chakra she had exhausted. In her current state, she definitely could not look for Matsuki Kid. Even if she found her, she wouldn't know who would protect him. I hope Keed is okay. On the other side, Yakura stood there, frowning in thought. She was certain that during the explosion of that strange ice bomb, she would have seen any route the opponent took to escape, but there was not a single sound around. Everything indicated that the opponent had escaped through some means. Unable to find any trace, she could only chase in the direction of her 3 sand shinobi subordinates. Swish! In the forest, the sound of footsteps on the trees quietly emerged. Huh! It hadn't been long, and Yakura saw her 3 subordinates coming this way. The 3 of them, of course, noticed her as well. It's the captain. Damn it, how do we explain this? Let's just tell the truth, even though it's embarrassing. The 3 exchanged glances, and each could see a hint of helplessness in the eyes of the others. Did you catch the enemy? After they stopped, Yakura asked first. Captain, I'm sorry, we're useless, she escaped. The 3 sand shinobi looked at each other, and the last one, who was skilled in taijutsu, said with a bitter smile. The 3 were still reluctant to accept that they had let the enemy escape. Just now, they had found that red-haired girl, but she had managed to avoid attacks from all blind spots and escaped through a small gap in their encirclement. After that, it seemed she had known their movements like the back of her hand, and all their tactics had been seen through. In the end, under the complete pressure of strength but unable to exert it, they completely lost track of the red-haired girl. Oh, Yakura nodded, not surprised. I couldn't keep that girl either. What? The 3 sand shinobi were taken aback. She was actually able to escape from you, Lady Yakura. That girl is very strong. You need to be careful when you encounter her. Yakura gently shook her head, unwilling to say more. I wonder if what Aoi Ruri said earlier really touched her. However, the 3 sand shinobi were extremely shocked. In their memory, very few people had ever been so evaluated by the woman before them, let alone a girl around 10 years old. The combat personnel from the village should have arrived to support us. Yakura continued, but there's no rush to return to the Jikowa Bridge. Let's continue forward and eliminate all encountered mist shinobi. We can't let the opponent escape again, because the greater the losses for Kirigakure, the stronger my killing intent will be. I want to see, Yakura silently thought. Then, the group changed direction and continued searching for the mist shinobi. Not far ahead, there was a group of mist shinobi. The traps set up were clearly not as hidden as Aoi Ruri. Soon, amidst the intersecting jungle, sparse sunlight filtered down, and suddenly, strange sound arose. A few cautious mist shinobi stood alert, ready to fight, but they suddenly discovered a woman in a black tight-fitting bodysuit among their forward team. Run! The leader's face changed dramatically as he shouted. As ninjas from a village of blood mist, fleeing in war would surely incur severe punishment. But even a cruel place like the Mist Village would not allow its ninjas to make pointless sacrifices. For example, the commander of the battlefield in the Land of Rivers had once said, if you encounter that scorching escape jutsu user from Sand Village, flee immediately. However, sometimes running away is also a difficult task. Scorch release, over steaming kill. Amidst several screams and the sounds of ninja tools clashing, the sound of ninjutsu being activated soon quieted down, and the forest returned to silence. Only 4 bodies, dried out, remained. Meanwhile, 4 other figures had long since fled. In another part of the dense forest, in a place where sunlight did not shine, Matsuki Keed was hiding, closing her eyes, her delicate brows furrowing. Found you. Matsuki Keed was first delighted, then startled. In her perception, that familiar chakra was extremely weak. Without hesitation, Matsuki Keed locked onto the direction and hurried over. Who is it? Aoi Ruri, who was sitting cross-legged to recover her chakra, suddenly jolted. Someone had approached her so closely without her noticing. It seemed her injuries were indeed too severe. Were they from sand or mist? It's me, Yui One-ichan. This unique title could only be used by one person. Keed? Aoi Ruri recognized it was Matsuki Keed's voice and joyfully exclaimed, Great, you're okay. Then, Matsuki Keed's figure appeared before Aoi Ruri. No, how did Keed know I was here? Aoi Ruri thought, could it be a transformation jutsu impersonating her? It's no wonder she thought that, in this perilous place, the enemy would do anything to achieve their goals, even a mere transformation jutsu. However, Matsuki Keed looked at Aoi Ruri with a hint of caution and immediately understood the other's thoughts, feeling both amused and exasperated. Remember that time you secretly transformed into an adult to buy alcohol, then came home and drank 3 bottles, causing a scene, and you even. Stop. I know it's you, Keed. Aoi Ruri hurriedly interrupted, recalling that she hadn't expected this body to have such poor alcohol tolerance. It was something she didn't want to remember. After the joke, Aoi Ruri curiously asked, how did you deal with those 3 and then find me? Matsuki Kid hesitated for a moment and shook her head. I'm not too sure either. In any case, now that I close my eyes. It seems I can't see the chakra over a long distance. That's how I avoided those 3 sand shinobi just now. Aoi Ruri was amazed. Really? How far can you see? Matsuki Kid thought for a moment. It gets very blurry after a few kilometers. Kagura's heart eye is indeed extraordinary. Aoi Ruri exclaimed. Is this what Yui Wani-chan was talking about? Yes, but I don't know much about Kagura's heart eye. Matsuki Kid replied. Is there much information? In another day, I should at least be able to travel. With your Kagura's heart eye, returning shouldn't be a problem. Aoi Ruri said. Ishida Yukimura and Date Masamiya. Matsuki Kid said, somewhat sadly. In this kind of battle, the death of both sides' ninjas is inevitable. All we can do is protect ourselves. Sanjing Ruli listened to Song Yuefeng's words and sighed softly. Chapter 42, Encountering Kisame. Again, Aoi Ruri and Matsuki Kid rested in the dense forest for a day. Thanks to Matsuki Kid's ability to sense with her Kagura heart, they did not encounter any other ninjas during this time. There were a few instances when Matsuki Kid sensed that some ninjas had arrived nearby, likely from the Mist Village. But Aoi Ruri hesitated and advised Matsuki Kid not to engage with them. The traces of ice release must be erased. Moreover, she needed to think carefully about how to fabricate the story regarding the battle with Yakura. Everything is so troublesome. Aoi Ruri complained to Matsuki Kid, reminding her to avoid exposing her Kagura heart. The next day, they returned to the Mist Village camp. The temporary camp they had previously stayed at was long gone. But with Matsuki Kid's wide-range sensing ability, they quickly found a place where Chakra was concentrated. It was estimated that there were still many people there. As they approached, they were spotted by vigilant ninjas hiding nearby. Who? From a distance, 2 mist ninjas swiftly approached. They appeared to be new faces. Upon seeing Aoi Ruri and Matsuki Kid's forehead protectors, they relaxed slightly, but did not completely lower their guard. Ninjutsu is unpredictable. We are members of Team 27. We encountered a scorch-release ninja midway, and the other 2 have already perished. Aoi Ruri briefly explained the situation. The other ninjas looked at them with some surprise. One of the ninjas turned to head back, while the other said apologetically, I'm sorry, but we must first confirm your identities before allowing you to return. No problem, Aoi Ruri replied understandingly. Aoi Ruri and Matsuki Kid stood there bored, looking at the camp in the distance, which consisted of tents and other basic structures. There were none of the trenches or fortifications that Aoi Ruri had imagined, but it was close to a water source. She wondered if it would feel damp. Soon, the ninja who had gone to confirm their identities returned and signaled that they could enter. Aoi Ruri was surprised by the scale of the camp as she looked around. Many ninjas had gathered, estimating around 200 to 300 people, including those who were out and about to gain battle achievements. There should be about 500. Aoi Ruri spotted a familiar face. Although the shark-like face of Kisame Hashigaki was quite ugly, it felt more familiar among the crowd of strangers. Hey, Kisame. Kisame was sitting alone in a corner, seemingly lost in thought. When he suddenly heard someone call him, he appeared slightly dazed. Generally, unless it was necessary for a mission, very few people would actively greet him due to his notorious reputation in the Mist Village, which was not very good. Turning to look, he saw 2 young girls standing before him, one with black hair, smiling at him. Oh, it's you, Miss Yui, Kisame said, his gloomy mood seeming to lighten a bit. Are you here thinking about how to trouble the beautiful sisters in the medical department? Aoi Ruri asked. Matsuki Kid beside her felt a bit speechless, and Kisame almost lost his balance. Miss Yui is just joking. Kisame chuckled awkwardly. Joking? I think I hit the nail on the head. Is there a beautiful sister from the intelligence department inviting you to dinner? Aoi Ruri continued to tease, but at that moment, she couldn't help but feel nervous inside from what she knew from her previous life, before Kisame's death, and the memories invaded by Konoha's special Jonin Aoyama. The first scene was him killing 6 members of the intelligence department, the most profound memory being that of a woman who secretly loved him. The second scene was killing the pufferfish from the Watermelon Mountain and taking one of the 7 swords, the Samahata. From the different clothing Kisame wore in these 2 scenes, it could be concluded that these events did not occur in the same time frame. Killing the pufferfish likely happened around the time of Uchiha Itachi's defection. While the scene of killing his comrades should have been much earlier, could it have been as early as the Third Shinobi World War? Could have already led to tragedy now? Aoi Ruri maintained her smile, but her eyes were fixed on Kisame's face. Would there be shock, anger, shame, or numbness on his face? However, in the end, what she saw was not any of that. His face only bore a helpless smile, seemingly tinged with self-mockery. As if to say, who would invite me to dinner? Ruri felt relieved. Based on her analysis, the memories Aoyama could see were likely the most profound ones for Kisame, and the reason killing those 6 intelligence department comrades left such a deep impression on him. Aside from that beautiful woman, that was probably Kisame's first time killing a comrade. In other words, Kisame had not yet committed such an act of betraying his teammates for the village. Ruri's smile became even sweeter, almost adorable after this battle. Let's go out for dinner, my treat. As soon as Ruri said this, she immediately regretted it. Why did I say that? Dinner costs a lot of money, and... Did I just set a death flag? Ruri felt like crying. Mizukage sensed Ruri's change in mood. Feeling puzzled, could this be what adults often refer to, that thing girls go through? What is that? Mizukage was even more confused. At that moment, a ninja approached Ruri and Mizukage. You two, Captain Chiku requests your presence. Ruri had no choice but to suppress her earlier feelings and frustrations. Chiku? He looking for me, and Kid. It must be related to Yakura, she said to Kisame. I guess we'll have to chat when I get back. Kisame waved his hand and smiled. It would be an honor. If you were in a lively place where no one paid you any attention, and everyone avoided you and disliked you, would you feel grateful if someone came to chat with you without any reservations? Kisame silently watched the direction Ruri had gone, his small eyes glimmering, unsure of what he was thinking. Dinner? Indeed, Chiku was the Scarface man, and the questions revolved around Yakura, inquiring in detail how they encountered him and how they escaped. It seemed that other ninjas had discovered the bodies of Ishida, Yukimura, and Date Masamiya. So when Ruri and Mizukage provided their prepared responses, which were a mix of truth and falsehoods, they passed smoothly. At least the bloodline limit would not be exposed for now afterward. Ruri went out to find Kisame again. The two had become quite familiar with each other. Under Ruri's influence, Mizukage also no longer clung to her initial impressions of the Mist Village's peculiarities and had greatly changed her views. They chatted about their experiences since their separation during the B-rank mission. Kisame had taken on several more missions afterward and completed them successfully, which made Ruri marvel at him being the village's loyal guardian. However, the village's attitude towards him was too cold, ultimately leading Kisame to distrust this world. Turning him into a villain, this was also a consequence of the Mist Village's blood mist policy. I heard you were working under the pufferfish of the Watermelon Mountain? Ruri glanced around and asked discreetly. It's the pufferfish of the Watermelon Mountain. Kisame's mouth twitched. Pretty much. Don't you think the watermelon looks like a fat pig? Ruri continued to inquire, not having a good impression of this traitor. Don't disrespect him. Lord Watermelon is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame said helplessly. TCH. Chapter 43. Pre-war. Third update. Please collect and vote red. It seems that Kakashi, the ghost of the dry persimmon, still holds a great deal of respect for the watermelon-headed pufferfish ghost at the moment. However, he could never have imagined that he would be the one to kill that watermelon-headed creature in the future and become the next master of the shark skin. Ruri did not hide her disdain. Tisish, what's so great about 7 blades? My master is one of them. This left Kakashi, the ghost of the dry persimmon, surprised. Who is your master? The owner of the Thunderblade Yado, Ringo Amuri. How about that? Impressive, right? Ruri did not conceal her pride. The fact that Ringo Amuri took on a disciple was something anyone with a little curiosity could easily find out. Kakashi's surprise didn't diminish. But I've heard that Lady Ringo is suffering from serious illness, and even the best medical care in the village can't save her. Ruri fell silent, not rebutting him. Historically, Ringo Amuri passed away young, and the current situation aligned closely with that. Moreover, the legacy of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was fought for based on strength. Given Lady Ringo's condition, someone would surely come to challenge her. Kakashi continued in a low voice. Is that so? Sister Ringo won't lose to anyone. Ruri said nonchalantly, though she felt some worry inside. Please don't let anything happen. After that, troubled, Ruri did not chat further with Kakashi. Before long, more medical ninjas came to assess the injured. Ruri hurriedly reported her name. This time, due to her injuries, she could finally receive the beautiful sister from the medical department's hospitality. After all, Ruri did not want to be left with scars. After staying in the camp for a day, Ruri had almost finished recuperating. By now, aside from a few ninjas wandering near the Jikawa River, most personnel had gathered, indeed around 500 people. Then, the commanders of this battle seemed to have reached a long discussion and finally issued the order to strive to occupy the Jikawa River. an important hub linking the land of rivers and the land of wind. The original teams would remain unchanged if they were not damaged. If there were casualties, they would be broken up and reformed, still as four-person teams. However, in the reorganization, they would try to group with familiar faces, because teaming up with acquaintances would ensure better coordination, and they would know each other's abilities well. So, Aboy Ruri pulled in Matsuki Kid and called over the ignored Kakashi. Finally, Matsuki Kid found a boy she had done a B-rank mission with, named Hatsujetsuke, who was only 13 years old and reportedly quite strong. Thus, a team was formed with two 10-year-olds, one 13-year-old, and one 15-year-old. This time, unlike the previous test, it was a full-scale offensive. The goal was to cut off an important economic line for the Land of Wind. On the Sunagakure side, Yakura's situation was not good. The recent attack, similar to a probing by the Mist, resulted in greater losses for Sunagakure than for the Mist. According to the intelligence from sensory ninjas, the Mist had sent a large number of reinforcements, forcing Yakura to order Sunagakure to retreat behind the Jikor River, while also continuing to request support from Sunagakure. However, the village was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the ninjas of Kumobikure in the north, and it was uncertain how many ninjas could be spared now. The current situation was very unfavorable for Sunagakure if they lost on all fronts. There was even a risk of being removed from the ranks of the 5 great ninja villages. Yakura thought silently, frowning beautifully in the Sunagakure camp. Looking at the exhausted and confused Sunagakure ninjas in the camp, Yakura felt somewhat frustrated. She was already a little weary of this war that had just begun, but for her adorable disciple Maki, and for the village, Yakura had no choice but to continue. At this moment, a ninja with painted face approached, kneeling on one knee. "Lady, the reinforcements from the village have arrived." A hint of joy appeared on Yakura's face. "Over there, take me to greet them." But she heard a gentle female voice say, "No need, Yakura-chan, I have already arrived." Yakura looked over and saw hundreds of Sunagakure ninjas, seemingly weary from their hurried journey. At the forefront was a woman, and one could see from the gazes of the Sunagakure ninjas that they admired and respected her. The woman had short, brown-gold hair, and her blue eyes resembled crescent moons. Even without a smile, she exuded a hint of warmth. Clad in ordinary linen clothing, she possessed a natural grace with delicate skin, a relaxed demeanor, enchanting eyes, rosy cheeks, and a gentle aura that made one feel fondness at first glance. However, upon seeing this person, Yakura seemed very surprised. She hurriedly arranged for the hundreds of reinforcements and pulled the leading woman into her tent, asking, "Why did the village send you here? Aren't you going to take care of your 2 children?" The stunningly beautiful woman shook her head and smiled. "Since the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, the village's situation has been quite dire. As a ninja, I naturally have to contribute, but you haven't fought in a long time." Yakura, recalling something, turned to ask, "Then why don't you go to your husband's side? The battle with Kumobikure is much more dangerous. Aren't you worried?" "Ninjas, of course, come with danger," the stunning woman replied. "But he is over there, and I trust that battlefield. So I came here to help you, Yakura-chan. All right, with the 2 of us working together, everything will be fine." Yakura seemed extremely confident in the woman before her. "You think too highly of me," the stunning woman smiled slightly. "If it weren't for the village's urgent situation, I would think I would never fight again in this lifetime. And you still need to build enough prestige for your husband, right?" Yakura laughed, feeling relaxed and joking. "He is a popular candidate for the next Kazekage. I really don't know how he got so lucky to marry you." The woman shook her head, her face slightly reddening, making her even more charming. "Don't talk about that. You should deploy the troops. By the way, did you encounter any powerful ninjas during your battles?" Powerful? Yakura thought for a moment, a figure gradually surfacing in her mind. She hadn't encountered any particularly strong ninjas, but there was one person who almost caused her significant trouble. "Oh," the stunning woman seemed curious. "Who forced our genius, the Blaze Release user, into such a predicament?" Yakura hesitated. The opponent was a girl around 10 years old. The stunning woman was even more surprised. "A 10-year-old girl almost caused you significant trouble? Who is she?" "I don't know. She was a black-haired girl under 1. 4 meters tall, quite pretty. She should be from the Mizuno Kuni clan, but she didn't seem like it. She can use Ice Release and also Thunder Release." After a pause, Yakura lightly brushed her hair and continued, "She has a peculiar Ice Release technique, a strange ice ball with a radius of about 5 centimeters. But it can explode, with power exceeding that of an ordinary A-rank jutsu. I almost thought it was an S-rank jutsu, but as long as I dodged it, there was no problem. I suffered greatly under that jutsu. Hearing you say that, I'm even more curious. I want to meet this interesting little sister. The stunning woman said with a light smile. It's just a matter of release techniques. It won't have any effect on you. Yakura shook her head. Poor Ruri, who was in the forest, had no idea that she had caught someone's attention again. It was unclear whether it was because of that death flag. P.S. This is the third update for today. Recently, the webpage has been inaccessible, and I'm sending this via mobile data. Who is this woman? It should be easy to guess, right? Oh, Chapter 44. Kiryu, what is Ruri doing? She is simply continuing what a ninja must do, traveling through the forest. Now, the Mist Village is the evil invader, while the Sand Village is the pitiful underdog. Over 100 squads are marching toward the Kawa Bridge, and it seems the Mist Ninjas have increased in number and are no longer afraid to clash with the enemy. To occupy the Kawa Bridge, to destroy the enemy's economic line, for a better tomorrow for the Mist Village. The Mist Ninjas are full of fighting spirit. Of course, Ruri is not that boring. Having a sensory-type ninja is great. Ruri reflects. To conceal Matsuke's Kiid's Kagaya eyes, Ruri recommended him to be the captain. Kakashi Kisame had no objections. And as for Hatsugetsuke, with 3 people in agreement, his opinion seemed unnecessary. The little boy was in tears. Soon, they were extremely close to the Kawa Bridge, and within Matsuke's Kiid's sensory range, he had already detected hundreds of chakra signatures. It seems they are about to collide with the enemy. In this battle, if a squad fails to obtain even one enemy's forehead protector and suffers no casualties, they will be considered to have fled the scene. Therefore, under Ruri's suggestion, Matsuke's Kiid used his Kagaya eyes to locate a lone sand squad, and then the 4 of them stealthily attacked. Watanabe sighed as he glanced at the 3 companions behind him, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, having never experienced a war between nations, their experience was lacking. For this, Watanabe could only shout again, "Everyone, get your act together. Shibara, watch for traps or ninjas around." A woman wearing a half-white veil replied, "Understood, Captain." However, her tone seemed to lack urgency. Watanabe's brow twitched, but he endured. With such 3 individuals, and now separated from the main force, they must avoid internal strife. Suddenly, he heard a whoosh and instinctively shouted, "Enemies." The other 3 finally reacted, focusing their minds to prepare for battle. But from the sound, it seemed something was coming toward them. Looking over, it was a kunai with a ball-like object tied to its handle. Not good. It's a smoke bomb. Watanabe recognized the small ball at a glance and quickly retreated, but the others were a beat slow. Instantly, smoke enveloped them, obstructing their vision. These idiots, Watanabe cursed, feeling extremely disappointed that the 3 had fallen for such a simple trap. At that moment, he saw the enemy rushing out from the shadows. A mix of surprise and joy filling him. To his surprise, it was a group of kids. The situation might not be too bad. However, he quickly paid the price for his underestimation. Matsuke's Kiid and Hatsugetsuke charged into the smoke, and immediately, a scream pierced the air. Watanabe's expression changed, wanting to rush to the rescue. But Kakashi Kisame and Ruri had already blocked him. Kakashi Kisame, dressed similarly to when he encountered Ibiki killing his comrades in memory, had long been carrying that knife on his back for convenience. At this moment, he swung it toward the opponent, and Watanabe, holding a kunai in each hand, blocked it, immediately feeling a tremendous force. The shark's strength is quite formidable. Meanwhile, Ruri was indeed striking with her weapon. Seeing someone sneak attack from behind, Watanabe quickly dodged, and by this time, the smoke was nearly dissipated, revealing everyone inside. Watanabe's face turned grim. He hadn't expected that in such a short time. The 3 fighting 2 children would result in 1 death and 1 injury. However, if he had known about the existence of the Kagaya eyes, he would have been relieved. Next, the 3 fought desperately, but they could not turn the tide. In a 3-on-4 scenario, they were soon caught in a gap. When the Sand Woman blocked Ruri's attack, she had no time to care for her back and was swiftly struck by Kakashi Kisame's knife to the neck. This guy really doesn't understand how to cherish beauty. Ruri felt regretful, thinking such a beautiful woman died just like that. Then, the remaining 2 could no longer resist. Soon Watanabe was hit in the abdomen by Ruri's Rasengan, while the other injured person was quickly taken down by Hatsugetsuke. On the other side, very close to the Kawa Bridge, in front of 3 mist squads, there were only 2 mist ninjas. Both were women, and one of them was Yakura from the Blaze release. The other was a woman so beautiful that even enemies lost their senses. These 3 squads were elite teams, and one of the leaders was a Mist Jonin. They had gathered together to try to outflank the enemy from behind. Upon seeing Yakura, the Mist Jonin treated her seriously, but there was not much fear in his heart. He was one of the last reinforcements to arrive and had no direct understanding of Yakura's strength. While the stunning woman was overlooked by him, the 12 people quickly surrounded the two. However, Yakura did not have an overly aggressive reaction. The Mist ninjas only heard her softly say, "Let's get started." The stunning woman nodded gently. This seemed to be a signal. As the 12 began to launch various kunai, shurikens, water balls, earth dragons, and lightning bombs at the two without restraint. Yakura's expression bore a hint of mocking. Blaze release, oversteaming kill. Several blazing spheres shot toward the Mist Jonin, who hastily used water release to defend, suddenly shocked to realize the absolute restraint coming from the ninjutsu. However, the Mist Jonin dodged a blazing sphere that was about to hit him, secretly wondering if the opponent intended to perish together. Not planning to evade so many hidden weapon ninjutsu behind him, but the reality provided the answer. Suddenly, a mass of sand gathered in the arena, wrapping around the two women, completely blocking the previous dense attacks from the 12. What happened next left the Mist Jonin horrified. The swirling sand rose like a tsunami, creating sand waves dozens of feet high, crashing down toward the 12 Mist ninjas. These Chunin had never seen such a scene before. They were all stunned, abandoning their resistance. Can this be done by human strength? This was the thought in these ninjas' minds. The Mist Jonin inwardly cursed, pushing his limits, quickly forming hand signs. Unleashing a water release, great waterfall technique. Just barely completed, it blocked a bit of the sand, and then he escaped. But the other 11 were not so lucky. They were almost effortlessly bound by the sand, leaving only their heads sticking out, making futile struggles. Damn it! The Mist Jonin looked in terror at the previously ignored stunning woman, who had her arms slanted down, clearly indicating that this sea of sand was being controlled by her. "Captain, help!" Seeing the 11 struggling and calling for help, the Mist Jonin gritted his teeth and wanted to turn to escape. But several blazing spheres quickly approached from behind, blocking his way out. Yakura did not look back at the Mist Jonin. She gently addressed the stunning woman, "Kiryu, do you still want to show mercy? If you don't kill them, they will pose a threat to the Sand Village." The Mist Jonin desperately thought of ways to counter the enemy, and just then, he seemed to hear a faint sigh. He saw the stunning woman's slender fingers gently curve, and in the vast sea of sand, the sound of bones cracking echoed. More than 10 Mist Chunin completely lost their voices. The Mist Jonin's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 45 Combat. The death of 11 companions directly provoked the Mist Ninja Jonin. Just facing the strange, scorching ball from the woman before him, he had no confidence of winning. And on the other side, there was that sand-controlling woman whose strength was even more unfathomable. Damn it, why don't I have any information on this sand-controlling woman? I must bring this news back. With this thought, the Mist Ninja Jonin immediately began forming hand seals. Mist Ninja Technique. Suddenly, the area was shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring all visibility. The Mist Ninja Jonin was clever. He knew that if he wanted to retreat, escaping in the Mist Ninja Technique was the best option. However, the beautiful woman whispered, "Mist Ninja Technique." Then, the sea of sand roared again, and the swirling wind and sand danced through the forest, immediately outlining a figure in the sand at the edge of the fog. Discovered. The Mist Ninja Jonin was shocked, but it was already too late. He was met with endless waves of sand and the scorching balls in front of him. Soon after, the forest returned to silence, with only the sound of birds chirping. "Let's split up and act separately," the beautiful woman said softly. Yazong frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "That's true. It's hard for us to fully exert our combat power together." She then stepped over the dried-up corpse of the Jonin. "I'll go north, you go south, to prevent any unexpected situations. Does that work?" "No problem." The beautiful woman smiled, while the blood-stained sand slowly disappeared into the ground. Then the two parted ways, leaving behind the bodies of 12 Mist Ninja, with no other traces remaining. The two women, going in opposite directions, understood that on such a large battlefield, with their strength, separating would allow them to deal with more unfavorable situations. Indeed, the Sand Ninja Village was simultaneously at war with two major countries, focusing its efforts on the Cloud Ninja Village. Now, the battlefield in the Land of Rivers was lacking in troops and quickly falling into a disadvantage. If one could look down from above, they would see the Sand Ninja Village retreating steadily, and the loss of this bridge seemed inevitable. However, Ruri was unaware of the battle situation. The current fighting was intense, with small teams clashing almost every moment. Many teams suffered casualties, leading to fewer complete four-person squads. However, Aoi Ruri's squad was faring well, and with the help of Mitsukage's kamikaze's keen eyes, they had not encountered any particularly tricky enemies. Furthermore, under Aoi Ruri's profound and righteous teachings, which were actually verbal tactics, Mitsukage's kamikaze paid attention to those incomplete teams, forming various situations of 4 against 3 or 4 against 2. Everyone collected quite a few enemy headbands, which were certificates of merit. Aoi Ruri's smile grew brighter. In her mind, this war had shifted from expert mode to hard mode, and now it had dropped to easy mode. Soon, the four of them reached the vicinity of the Kawa River, about to arrive at the Kawa Bridge. Sister Yui, there's a chakra presence about a kilometer ahead, just one. It should be an enemy ninja. Mitsukage's kamikaze whispered to Aoi Ruri. A lone ninja? Aoi Ruri was surprised, then waved her hand, exuding killing intent. Go. Take him down. Is easy mode about to turn into novice mode? Ruri thought happily. Kisame and Hayatsuki also encountered no difficulties along the way and gradually became more convinced of their captain, following without hesitation. Looking in the direction, they were heading straight for the location of that beautiful woman. In other parts of the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, things were reaching a boiling point. Stealth attacks, assassinations, disguises, traps, various tactics were used without restraint. Even some jonin had died due to carelessness or fierce fighting. War is always the fastest way to reduce personnel and also the quickest way to birth heroes. Hiss! A mist ninja jonin widened his eyes in disbelief as he saw a sand ninja chunin, who was supposed to be dead, stab a kunai into his back. In terms of assassination, loud ninjutsu is naturally not as effective as quiet ninja tools. On the other side, a 3-person incomplete team, led by a sand ninja jonin, was besieged by 4 mist teams. Soon, 2 sand chunin died from exhaustion, and the last jonin seemed to have no intention of escaping, adopting a completely suicidal approach, finally taking 5 mist ninjas down with him. In this world, perhaps dying in battle is the best fate for a ninja. The separation of Yazong and the beautiful woman allowed the situation of the sand ninjas to gradually improve. As the scorching balls flew through, the screams of mist ninjas echoed, and the bizarre scenes slowly drained the opponent's fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman's sand formed many sand walls to assist the sand ninjas in battle, turning the tide for them. When the beautiful woman helped a group of sand ninjas break free, she suddenly paused, as if sensing the approach of another ninja. Sure enough, after a few breaths, 4 ninjas swaggered in front of her, seemingly not taking the beautiful woman seriously. After landing, Aoi Ruri was momentarily stunned. Not just her. The other 3 were also a bit dazed. Even Kisame was no exception. What a beautiful woman. The brown gold-haired woman before them was different from ordinary sand ninjas, wearing plain linen clothes. If it weren't for the sand ninja headband at her waist, they probably wouldn't have noticed. She didn't even need to smile to exude charm. With delicate skin and captivating eyes, looking indescribably gentle, seemingly even more beautiful than Aoi Ruri. If only I had crossed over a decade earlier and ended up in a male body, I would definitely pursue her. Aoi Ruri roared in her heart. She was also a bit puzzled. The woman gave her a faint sense of familiarity, as if Aoi Ruri had seen her before. Familiar? Aoi Ruri frowned, but the memories of 2 lifetimes couldn't recall who she was. The woman's gaze swept over the 4 of them, but ultimately landed on Aoi Ruri. Why is she looking at me? I'm not a handsome guy right now. Aoi Ruri came back to her senses, feeling perplexed. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, but then said something that made Aoi Ruri's expression change. Is this the ice-style ninja who almost caused trouble for Yazong? Ice-style ninja? Instantly, Kisame and Hayatsuki looked at Aoi Ruri with questioning eyes, while Mitsukage's kamikaze also showed a worried expression. Aoi Ruri tried to calm her nervous heart. How could she admit to such a thing? She retorted, "Who exactly are you? Are you very familiar with Yazong?" The woman seemed unconcerned, smiling gently. "My name is Karura. I am Gar's mother, Karura." Aoi Ruri took a deep breath. She finally remembered. This woman had only appeared briefly, even not counting as a supporting character. However, there was no description of this woman's strength in the manga. To make Yazong almost suffer a loss, "Little sister, you are very strong. But you don't seem nervous at all, as if you're certain you can deal with us?" Ruri asked coldly. The woman shook her head and sighed lightly. "Actually, I don't want to kill you, but this is war, and I have no other choice." Aoi Ruri suddenly had a bad premonition. "Everyone be careful." Soon she understood where this premonition came from. Suddenly, the last trace of sunlight in the forest completely vanished, and the four keenly looked up, only to see towering waves of sand crashing down. The momentum seemed as if it wanted to destroy the heavens and the earth. Chapter 46. The Mission of Aoyama Azuko. Aoyama Azuko slowly walked deeper into the cave. The cave was dark and deep, seemingly leading to the underworld, with chilling gusts of wind that sent shivers down her spine. Her footsteps were so light that she could barely hear them, and her delicate brows were tightly furrowed. She had searched the entire kingdom, and now this cave seemed the most suspicious. It was very likely that the person she was looking for was here. Without hesitation, Aoyama Azuko stepped down, not knowing how deep the cave was. After a long time, she finally reached the end. As she quietly entered, her calm face finally showed signs of surprise. The entire bottom of the mountain had been hollowed out. What on earth was this? It seemed as though the entire mountain was excavated. Looking up, she couldn't see the top, and in front of her on the ground were several braziers. Illuminated by the firelight, she looked ahead and saw a gigantic, bizarre, demonic statue the size of a mountain, colored like withered wood, with a large mouth and 9 slits above it that looked like closed eyes. What shocked her even more was that this demonic statue seemed to be a living being. "Little girl, are you here to find me?" An ancient voice suddenly resonated. Aoyama Azuko's heart skipped a beat. She understood that this person might be the one she had been desperately searching for. Who on earth was this person? She looked over as a figure slowly walked out from beneath the demonic statue. The figure's footsteps were slow yet heavy, each step striking the soul like an illusion. In truth, it was the aura of a true powerhouse. To be able to control many high-ranking members of Mist Hidden and treat Mist Hidden Village as a toy. Who exactly are you? Aoyama Azuko's stunning face was filled with seriousness. She was fully focused and did not dare to be careless in front of this person. This was an SS-level mission commissioned by the village to uncover the identity of a mysterious person controlling many high-ranking members of Mist Hidden and, if possible, to eliminate this individual. Some people in Mist Hidden Village had already discovered that part of their members were being controlled by a mysterious figure. But the infiltration of high-ranking members was too deep. They did not know all the controlled individuals, so a large-scale operation would inevitably alert the enemy. Therefore, the fewer people who executed this secret mission, the better. In the village, the one who truly understood Aoyama Azuko's strength chose her for this mission. Me. The figure let out an ambiguous ancient sigh as he slowly stepped out of the shadow of the demonic statue. My name is Uchiha Madara. Storm Release. 7th Style, Instant Domain Flow. Aoyama Azuko did not hesitate to unleash her true killing move, only to realize that he too possessed a bloodline limit. Upon hearing this name, Aoyama Azuko dared not hold back. Or rather, in this ninja world, no one dared to be arrogant in front of the owner of this name. In an instant, lasers filled the entire cave, whistling towards the figure who had already stepped halfway out of the shadow. What met them were those eyes with concentric circles. Rinnegan. The faces of Aoi Ruri and her companions turned pale. Tens of feet of sand waves, carrying a sense of destruction, crashed towards them, and Aoyama Azuko and her companions almost lost the courage to resist. However, the good qualities of ninjas compelled them to make a final stand. Water release, water barrier. The group formed hand seals. This was the most trusted defensive ninjutsu. But could a B-rank ninjutsu really withstand such intensity of a sand sea? As the water barrier came into contact with the sand, endless waves of sand surged repeatedly, crashing against the water barrier, which immediately began to shake and shatter. This is bad. The expressions of the four changed dramatically. With a loud bang, the water barrier broke apart, exploding into a puddle, and the sand surged uncontrollably towards the four. At close range, they could no longer form any defensive measures, and they were thickly bound by the sand. Is this the power of a shadow-level expert? Aoi Ruri struggled desperately, but could not budge the sand binding her body in the slightest. Kagura, a character who was merely a great mother in the manga, actually possessed such power? Please refer to the work related to Kagura. Kagura looked at the bound Aoi Ruri and her companions and said softly, "I'm sorry, everyone." Then she slowly extended her delicate hand. Aoi Ruri looked at the other's hands, and her mind inevitably recalled Gaara's sand coffin. Since the other could control sand, she would naturally be able to use that technique. At this moment, Aoi Ruri dared not hold back. Rasengan? Huh? Kagura was taken aback. Amidst the sand's sensing, a huge chakra fluctuation appeared from the black-haired girl, and then it struck the sand, instantly blasting a gap in the solid sand. Aoisui Ruri immediately escaped before the sand sealed up again, not daring to hesitate for a moment. The freshly escaped Aoisui Ruri quickly rushed to Matsuki Kid, gathering chakra in her right hand to form another Rasengan, launching the high-speed rotating and compressed chakra ball. In an instant, the sand here was also penetrated, and Aoisui Ruri hurriedly pulled Matsuki Kid out. On the other side, Kisame also struggled with his brute strength to form hand seals. Water release, water heaven package attack. A water sphere, harder than the water prison technique, enveloped Kisame, forcefully pushing the sand away. At this moment, Kagura gently clenched her hand. Creak! The sound of bones shattering came from Hayatsuki Q's side, and blood stained the sand red. Kisame, Aoisui Ruri, and Matsuki Kid all understood that their teammate had just fallen in battle. However, the three who had temporarily escaped the calamity had no time to grieve. How could all three of you escape? Kagura said softly, seemingly surprised by this scene. But in the next wave, can you still endure it? The scattered sand gathered again, crazily pouncing towards them. At this moment, facing another wave of sand assault, Kisame made an unexpected move. You all run. I'll hold this woman back. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Kisame formed hand seals, and soon, a massive amount of water formed in front of him, several times greater than the amount of water from the Grand Waterfall technique, and under his control. It fearlessly surged towards the sand. Kisame, you. Aoisui Ruri was somewhat stunned. Kagura sighed slightly at this scene, but the force of the sand did not diminish. Kisame's current chakra was nowhere near that of the later Jinchuriki, who could summon massive amounts of water within a 10-kilometer radius. Although this water was plentiful, it was still insufficient against the sand. Kisame extended his hands forward, desperately resisting the sand. Run! I can't hold on. How long? Under the impact of the sand, he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Indeed, being distracted in such a situation was extremely damaging to him. This guy is actually willing to risk his life to save us? Aoisui Ruri felt her perception was somewhat overturned. Wasn't Kisame a believer in the shark law? But the facts lay before her. I was still hesitating whether to help Kisame, but unexpectedly, he started helping me. Aoisui Ruri felt a bit self-deprecating. With this shark-faced man helping her so much, she could no longer run away. Ice release 1T work, so I can only use water release. Aoisui Ruri ignored Kisame's good intentions, thinking to herself as she decisively formed hand seals. Water release, waterfall technique. This ninjutsu is a C-rank water release, which has no offensive power but can produce a large amount of techniques. Suddenly, the amount of water controlled by Kisame increased again, but it still fell into a disadvantage against the sand. What should we do now? Mr. Kisame, drink my blood. At this moment, Matsuki Kid no longer cared about being exposed or not, and made a cut on her delicate arm, quickly filling a container and handing it over. Hiro was surprised, and Kisame couldn't help but feel amused. Was this really the time for such antics? Aoisui Ruri's urging made Kisame realize what needed to be done. Then Kisame's chakra surged once more, and another water bomb was unleashed. With the increase in water volume, controlling it became more difficult after all. Kisame hadn't reached the level of strength he would have in later years. However, with the three of them working together, they were finally able to barely contend against Hiro's sand. Chapter 47. Sand and Mist Ceasefire. So much water is not easy to control. Dry Persimmon Zabuza and Senju Tobarama are the two ninjas most skilled in water release in the manga, but he has not yet matured. At this moment, he is forming the U-hand seal with both hands, and because he is trying too hard to control so much water, his arms are involuntarily shaking violently. Zabuza is about to collapse. Aoi Ruri understands. Ice release, exploding ice sphere. Aoi Ruri no longer cares about revealing the issue of ice release. Protected by sand, it is difficult for her to approach Gaara, so the powerful Rasengan is ineffective, and she can only rely on this ice ninjutsu with considerable offensive power. Is it the exploding ice sphere? Gaara sees the ice ball, but remains calm, deftly pulling back his hand as if to summon some sand to block it. Earth release, heavy stone technique. Matsuki Kid realizes the opponent's intention and exerts all her strength. The reason she hadn't used this technique before is that the sand, when its weight increases, would only become stronger in the confrontation. However, to prevent the sand from counterattacking, this is undoubtedly the best choice. Gaara immediately feels the speed of the sand slowed down. The weight of the sand has increased, but still useless. Gaara increases his chakra control, and suddenly the effects of gravity become negligible, with the sand quickly gathering in front of Ruri, blocking the ice ball. It's already within attack range. Explode. Ruri shouts. The beautiful ninjutsu is once again displayed, with a flurry of ice shards attacking that layer of sand wall. Indeed, such a beautiful ninjutsu. Gaara watches the massive ice sphere dance, filled with rapidly spinning small ice particles. After all, affected by the gravity technique, the sand wall formed is not thick, and under the indiscriminate ice debris, it is immediately pierced through. The subsequent ice shards pass through the sand wall, and at this moment, there are no defensive sands in front of Gaara. The ice shards directly hit Gaara. Is he dead? At this moment, Ruri cannot care about the implications of killing Gaara's mother or affecting the plot. She just wants to survive. No, the power of the sand hasn't diminished. Zabuza says, as the numerous sands continue pressing toward the water. Ruri quickly looks over and sees that Gaara, who has been nearly turned into a sieve, has already scattered into sand. Sand clone, a powerful ninjutsu. I understand now why Yakumo had such a hard time. Above Ruri, in the floating sand in the sky, Gaara slowly reveals his figure, but his delicate body is not stained with a single grain of sand. The spirit of sand, the angel of the wind country. Gaara, I can no longer stalemate with you. I will now use my technique. Gaara stands on the floating sand mass, gently brushing his hair, and speaks softly. At this moment, Ruri recalls that the opponent has only been controlling the sand to apply simple pressure and has not used any sand-based ninjutsu. Does the opponent only know how to manipulate sand? It's obvious that's not possible. Moreover, the opponent is now standing in the sky. This move is clearly the desert floating technique used by Gaara. The form changes of water are the most diverse among the 5 elemental releases, but they cannot compare to sand. Sand shuriken, sand rain, and the third Kazekage can transform into various shapes of sand and iron, which water cannot match. Indeed, the sand confronting Zabuza floated into the sky, and without the ability to resist, Zabuza collapsed to the ground, his massive water volume immediately becoming uncontrollable and flowing freely, quickly forming a huge puddle. The sand in the sky was dense like a locust swarm, with black clouds trembling, forming egg-sized hailstones, their numbers impossible to estimate. Their range covered all areas. Damn, how do we block this? Ruri feels a sense of despair. Under such a dense attack, she can use blood mist to avoid harm, but Mizukage and Zabuza will. With a light wave of Gaara's hand, in the dead, gray-eyed gaze of the 3, it fell like raindrops. Gaara suddenly freezes, a massive sound ringing out from the south. Gaara looks over, and her expression changes. She quickly channels Chakra to control it, stopping just as the sand hail is about to strike the 3. Are we not dead? After closing her eyes for a long time without any sound, Mizukage reluctantly opens them, looking up in confusion. Then Mitsukage's face turns pale as she sees the hail up close, just above her head, less than a meter away, but for some reason, the sand hail is just suspended here. In fact, it is because Gaara clearly sees the signal flare being launched from the south. With a gentle movement of her hand, the sand hail slowly moves out of the range of the 3 and then disperses as it falls to the ground. Then, Ruri hears Gaara softly say from above, "Congratulations, you survived. Why didn't you kill us?" Zabuza looks up at the sand mass and asks, "You from a mist village issued a ceasefire signal. Although I don't know the reason, this battle can come to an end." Gaara steps on the sand mass and flies directly toward the location where the signal flare was launched. That demeanor is like an angel walking on clouds. However, Ruri is not in the mood to envy at this moment. For the first time in front of a shadow-level powerhouse, she feels a complete sense of helplessness. This is a direct suppression of strength. The 3 of them breathe in fresh air, as if they have survived a disaster. She could have killed us after a while. Zabuza says, the village's unilateral ceasefire request, she could have ignored it and killed us without any consequences. This reasoning is understood by Ruri and Mizukage. That woman actually let them go. Gaara? Ruri recalls the words of this stunning woman and the encounters in the previous life manga. I don't want to owe you this favor. By the way, why did our village request a ceasefire? Mizukage asks. The 3 of them do not understand. Although they were brutally beaten, overall, the Mist Village was on the upper hand. So the Sand Village would definitely agree to the ceasefire request from the Mist Village. But why ceasefire? In another unknown country, surrounded by mountains and floating white clouds. This is a place that has not yet been affected by the ravages of war. in one of the unknown lakes. Suddenly, a patch of azure water begins to turn red. Who? Who? A figure slowly rises from the water, then struggles to walk toward the shore. Judging by her graceful curves, she appears to be a woman, but blood has dyed her, making it hard to see clearly. I actually escaped. The woman murmurs, deeply shocked by the power that seems beyond human capability. Such a strong person exists in the world. Could it really be that Uchiha Madara? It is indeed Aoi Yoko, who encountered the one claiming to be Uchiha Madara. If I had not been inspired by Koiwi and completed the 13th form of Storm Release. If that person were a few years younger, I would have had no chance of escaping. Aoi Yoko thinks to herself. Perhaps historically Aoi Yoko died in this battle, but now, due to Aoi Ruri's unexpected existence, the trajectory has ultimately changed. I can't go back to the village. The mission has failed. Aoi Yoko understands that once she returns to the village, those high-ranking members who have been manipulated will immediately surround and kill her. However, there's one more thing that I must complete. Aoyanaji Asako struggled to sit cross-legged on the shore, gently closing her eyes. Yuri, I've entrusted Ruri Aoi to you. The last sentence was whispered softly, revealing Ruri Aoi's true name. Chapter 48. Did Keiya Izuku kill the third Mizukage? Kaguro left just like that, leaving 3 people here in a daze. After a while, Kakashi Kisame was the first to react, getting up and going to the corpse of Yuzuki Kei, pulling out several sand ninja headbands from his ninja tool pouch. He threw a few to Aoi Ruri and Matsuki Kid. It seems our achievements shouldn't be small. At least this war could be considered a successful mission, Kisame said. However, Aoi Ruri did not look at the headbands. After everything was over, there were some things she had to consider. After thinking for a moment, she said to Kisame, just now my technique. Kakashi Kisame's shark-like face broke into a smile, but no matter how he smiled, his ugly face didn't look friendly. He said, I didn't see anything just now. How could you not have seen it? That bizarre physique and that powerful ice release technique were visible even to a blind person. Damn it, both Matsuki Kids and my bloodline limits have been exposed. The purge of bloodline limit users in Kirigakure has been increasing over the past 2 years. Should we eliminate Kisame? She suddenly glanced at Matsuki Kid. The little girl immediately understood Aoi Ruri's meaning, hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head slightly. He was able to sacrifice himself to let us leave. It wouldn't be right to strike at him now. Should we trust him for the time being? Aoi Ruri had no other choice. Moreover, she wasn't sure if she could bring herself to do it. Based on the outcome of Kisame in the manga, let us reluctantly trust him for now. Aoi Ruri understood this wasn't a long-term solution, and her desire to leave grew stronger. Kirigakure was becoming increasingly unsafe. Afterward, the few of them hastily buried the little boy's body. Aoi Ruri and Kakashi Kisame felt nothing, but Matsuki Kid was a bit saddened. But war is like this. Comrades can fall at any moment. The 3 returned with a certain number of spoils of war. After the ceasefire signal was initiated, both sides quickly received news of the ceasefire, and most people stopped fighting, except for those ninjas who clearly held the upper hand and were taking advantage of the situation. On the Sand Ninja side, the ninjas quickly regrouped, and Kaguro inquired about the specifics of the ceasefire agreement from the involved parties. It turned out that during an intense battle, a messenger hawk from Kirigakure flew in, and the scar-faced man changed his expression drastically after reading the letter. Without caring about the current advantage Kirigakure held, he directly found Yezakura and requested a ceasefire. Yezakura and Kaguro were puzzled, but it was clear this was ultimately good news for the Sand Ninja village fighting against Kyomogakure. The Kirigakure ninjas gradually retreated to their camp, and the medical ninjas quickly played their role, desperately channeling Chakra into the severely injured. Aoi Ruri and the others remained vigilant, but according to Matsuki Kid's Kagura's heart, there were very few ninjas left on the battlefield. They reached the camp without encountering any danger, and Aoi Ruri took a rough glance. Out of the original 500 ninjas, it seemed only half remained. She hadn't expected so many to die in such a short time. But the casualties on the Sand Ninja side were surely worse. The scar-faced man stood on one side of the camp, also sporting some injuries, indicating he had been through a tough battle. However, what caught Aoi Ruri's attention was his extremely grim expression, as if he had encountered something terrible. He looked anxiously outside, seemingly hoping all the Kirigakure ninjas would arrive. In this situation, the atmosphere in the entire camp felt a bit oppressive. Aoi Ruri and the others submitted their spoils to a ninja responsible for registration, which were naturally the Sand Ninja headbands. Many people had not collected a single headband, or some could only produce 1 or 2 enemy headbands. After all, just ensuring one's survival on the battlefield was challenging, let alone killing enemies. Being able to produce 5 headbands made a ninja the center of attention. When it was Aoi, Ruri, and the others' turn, each of them pulled out more than 10 headbands, causing a low gasp among the observing ninjas. This was a blatant great achievement. Indeed, something like Kagura's heart, which was comparable to the Byakugan, seemed like a cheat on the battlefield. How many people in Kirigakure could possess such a thing? Each headband represented the killing of an enemy ninja, so this was also a direct reflection of strength. At least now, many ninjas looked at Aoi, Ruri, and her companions with a hint of respect. Regardless of age, the strong would always be respected. The scar-faced man's expression also eased slightly. Familiar faces whispered among themselves, spreading their knowledge about these 3. The one who looks like a shark is the village's weirdo, Kakashi Kisame. It's said he has strong water release abilities and incredible brute strength like a shark. What about those 2 girls around 10 years old? Don't underestimate their age. These 2 little girls are impressive. I tell you, the 2 girls teamed up to take down a Sanjay Nin earlier, especially the one with black hair, who reportedly escaped from Sand Ninja's scorch release technique. No way. Even a J Nin would find it hard to escape. Among them, more exclamations followed. Many secretly noted Aoi, Ruri, and Matsuki Kid. The registering ninja even smiled, recording their great achievement. You 3 are outstanding. After confirming that no ninjas were left out, the scar-faced man immediately said to everyone, "Everyone, follow me back to the village quickly." His voice seemed a bit urgent. Did something happen in the village? Aoi Ruri speculated. However, the scar-faced man did not say anything else, and everyone returned to Kirigakure under his guidance. Thus, the battle between Kirigakure and Sunagakure in the Land of Rivers came to an abrupt end. Something significant indeed happened in Kirigakure. The ninjas from the Land of Rivers rushed back nonstop, reaching Kirigakure in just 2 days. Approaching the village, Aoi Ruri noticed that Kirigakure had fully entered a state of war readiness, with tight defenses, highly alert ninjas, and even the Umbu emerging from the shadows. A-level readiness state, or S-level readiness state. Then Aoi Ruri learned of the incident. All the ninjas present gasped. Under this circumstance, it was entirely reasonable for Kirigakure to abandon everything on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. The highest ruler of Kirigakure, representing the village's strongest power, the 3rd Mizukage, is dead, assassinated. This could only leave Aoi Ruri in shock as a traveler. She knew that the 4th Mizukage Yezakura should have quickly ascended after the incident with Noera Rin, so it was normal for the 3rd Mizukage to die at this time. However, what left Aoi Ruri in disbelief was that the person who killed the 3rd Mizukage was the former Nin of Kirigakure, Keiyu Izuko, now the S-rank rogue ninja of Kirigakure, Keiyu Izuko, the very same person who had been her water release teacher for 2 years. How could Izuko-sensei? Aoi Ruri felt as if she was in a dream upon hearing the news. Izuko-sensei killed the 3rd Mizukage, the one who held the sacred waters of Kirigakure, became an S-rank rogue ninja? How could she have such strength? And why would she do such a thing? Aoi Ruri was not prepared for such a massive upheaval. Matsuki Kid looked worriedly at the dazed Aoi Ruri, suddenly noticing that several Umbu were approaching her. To be precise, they were heading towards her sister, Yui. Excuse me, Sato Yui, as the student of the S-rank rogue ninja, Kei Yazuko. Please come with us. A member of the dark side said in a completely emotionless voice. It's the 3rd watch, asking for red tickets and bookmarks. Everyone, the new book period is about to end if it's not on the list. You won't be able to see it if you don't bookmark at chapter 49, the high-level interrogation, the ninja of the Umbu. Aoi Ruri had only encountered these guys during the graduation exam and did not have a good impression of them due to the Aoi clan's reasons. Presumably, they were only going to inquire about Aoi Yoko's matters. Aoi Ruri tried hard not to get lost in the overwhelming questions. What she needed to do now was to deal with the high-levels questioning. After giving Matsuki Kid a reassuring glance, Aoi Ruri left with the Umbu members. Seeing that Matsuki Kid was still worried, the nearby Kisame Hashigaki said, "Miss Matsuki, as far as I know, the companions of rogue ninjas will not be implicated. And the Umbu won't recklessly attack those who have made contributions, so you can rest assured." However, that shark-like face was really not suited for comforting others. Aoi Ruri followed the Umbu to the Mizukage's office, where there were only 3 people inside. All 3 were older men, one bald, one wearing glasses, and the last with graying hair. Each of them exuded an aura of long-standing authority and formidable strength. It was clear that being able to sit here at this moment indicated that these 3 held a high position in the Hidden Mist Village. As soon as she entered, The three old men fixed their sharp gazes on Aoi Ruri, making her feel a bit creeped out. Could these guys be some kind of old perverts with special preferences? However, she understood that they seemed to want to intimidate her. Therefore, she absolutely could not be intimidated by their presence, and she needed to put on a disguise. She was just a 10-year-old girl, even with the brutal experiences in the Blood Mist village. Her mentality regarding intrigue should not be overly mature. Politics had nothing to do with ninja combat experience. If an adopted orphan were pressured by the aura of big shots, what kind of reaction would they have? Aoi Ruri tried to recall the appearance of a certain celebrity from her past life, and immediately let a look of panic naturally appear on her face. The three men were quite satisfied with Aoi Ruri's reaction. Under these circumstances, they expected the girl to tell the truth. The bald man spoke first, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. Do you know that your teacher, Aoi Yoko, assassinated the third Mizukage? Aye. Aoi Ruri struggled to make her tone timid. My teacher wouldn't do such a thing, you must be mistaken. This was indeed Aoi Ruri's true feelings. Wrong? The bald man's voice suddenly rose. Clearly furious, Aoi Yoko killed the third Mizukage in front of many ninjas. Could I be mistaken? Did everyone see it wrong? The glasses-wearing man and the graying-haired man also nodded slightly. Aoi Ruri's heart sank. Since they said this, it must be true. Aoi Ruri lowered her head, feigning a shocked expression while contemplating the reasons. During the brief time she was led or escorted by the Umbu, Aoi Ruri quickly analyzed the current situation using her memories from both lives. First, the manga did not describe how the third Mizukage died, and there wasn't even a depiction of his appearance. After the late stages of the Third Shinobi World War, in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, Noera Rin was captured by the Mist Village, had the three tails implanted in her, and was subsequently killed by Kakashi, becoming a temporary Jinchuriki. The fourth Mizukage. Yagura's reign lasted until Terumi Mei's era, so it should have been after Noera Rin's time that someone else became Jinchuriki and assumed the role of Mizukage. This led to a crucial question. The tragedy of Noera Rin was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara, which meant that during the third Mizukage's reign, Madara had already infiltrated the Mist Village. Some ninjas in the Mist Village might have been controlled by Madara using the Sharingan. He was capable of manipulating the Nine Tails to fight, so controlling some ninjas would be easy for him. Therefore, Aoi Yoko's assassination of the third Mizukage directly led to the rise of Yagura, who was controlled, no matter how one looked at it. The third Mizukage's death was beneficial to Madara and the Akatsuki organization. Thus, there was something Aoi Ruri was reluctant to think deeply about, but had to face. Sister Yoko, could she be a puppet being controlled? Aoi Ruri couldn't help but think of this question. The woman who brought her to the ninja school. The one who voluntarily became her mentor. The one who explained ninjutsu with gentle words. The one who liked to helplessly watch her act cute. The one whom Aoi Ruri had taken advantage of. The one who almost played the role of a mother to Aoi Ruri. Was just a cold, emotionless, manipulated tool. Were those 2 years of affection all fake, and was everything just Aoi Yoko's perfect disguise? Aoi Ruri suddenly felt a chill colder than an ice bomb, a coldness coming from her heart. If all of this were true, the impact on Aoi Ruri would be far greater than learning that Aoi Yoko had assassinated the third Mizukage. At this moment, Aoi Ruri's face showed a mix of fear and disbelief. This expression, in the eyes of the three old men, resembled someone who couldn't believe that their most trusted teacher would do such a thing. However, these three were all representatives of the hawkish faction in the Blood Mist village and naturally did not care about the girl's feelings. The glasses-wearing elder asked, "What was Aoi Yoko doing the last time you saw her?" Aoi Ruri recalled the time spent with Aoi Yoko. It was only a brief 2 years. In the first year, Aoi Yoko was quite free and had a lot of time to guide Aoi Ruri's training. But later she became busier and was often nowhere to be seen. After thinking carefully, Aoi Ruri realized there was nothing to hide. So she directly said, "I don't often see teacher Yoko, and she usually ISNT home. The last time we met, she said she had to carry out a mission that would take a long time, and that was it." Upon hearing this, the bald elder yelled again. "If she usually ISNT home, then where does she go?" "I don't know." Aoi Ruri shook her head. "During Aoi Yoko's training of you, how much did you understand about her strength?" The glasses-wearing elder asked again. "Teacher Yoko is a ninja with both water and lightning attributes. Proficient in water release, but not skilled in lightning release. I suppose this ISNT a secret," Aoi Ruri replied. "Nothing more?" The bald man looked at her with a doubtful expression. Aoi Ruri shook her head. At this moment, the previously silent, graying-haired elder spoke up. "The ninjutsu Aoi Yoko used to assassinate the Mizukage was storm release, so she's a Kekkei Jinkai user. How is that possible?" Ruri blurted out. The eyes of the three men told her it was true. Could it be that Sister Yoko had been pretending all along? Ruri realized her fears were coming true. Afterward, the three men asked about other matters regarding Aoi Yoko, but received no useful information and ultimately had to let Aoi Ruri leave. After she left, filled with worries, the bald man raised his hand, and an umbu immediately appeared, kneeling on one knee. Send a few people to closely monitor this girl. Yes, sir. The umbu disappeared. Then the three men whispered about something, but it didn't seem harmonious. Not long after, the graying-haired elder stood up and said, Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Then in the water shadow office, only two people remained, a bald man and a bespectacled man. The two fell into an eerie silence for a moment, then looked at each other, their eyes continuously changing, as if they could communicate through their gaze. However, at some point, both of their pupils turned blood red, and three Tomo were spinning rapidly in a perfect triangle. Sharingan, among the three current leaders of the mist, two have already been controlled. How many people has Uchiha Madara actually controlled? I know that the recent chapters may not have been enjoyable for everyone, but I kindly ask you to be patient and keep reading. The protagonist's strength will soon be enhanced. Thank you for your support. Chapter 50, No Pair, Variate by War. The sky over the hidden mist village has completely changed. Ruri looked around, trying hard not to think about Konoha Sako. Has this village already been infiltrated by Akatsuki? Being in the same village with a group of controlled people feels very uncomfortable. It's like being a villager living alongside werewolves in a game. Suddenly, Ruri sensed someone watching her from the shadows, and she pretended not to notice as she wandered into a few ninja tool shops. It's them. Out of the corner of her eye, Ruri saw a person wearing a black mask lurking in the shadows. The figure disappeared in an instant, but Ruri already knew their identity. Of course, it would be strange if the higher-ups weren't on guard against me. Although being monitored doesn't feel good, Ruri couldn't afford to confront them directly at this moment. However, there were some things she could disregard, such as she directly went to the punishment office and boldly demanded her reward, her thick skin leaving the responsible ninja speechless. In a village like Hidden Mist, where resources were scarce due to war, they naturally wouldn't give her any huge sums of money, land, or beautiful women, things Ruri fantasized about. Instead, they only gave her 2 ninjutsu, which were of no use to her at the moment, causing her to inwardly curse their stinginess. After everything was settled, Ruri headed home, gradually feeling that something was off. Ninjas frequently passed by her, and their steps seemed hurried. What has happened again? Ruri keenly noticed that they were all heading to the same place. After hesitating, she decided not to get involved. The Mizukage is dead, and the village is in chaos. Plus, I'm being monitored, so it's better to stay home. I heard that Lord Yuri is seriously ill. I wonder if I can handle it. The 2 ninjas walking ahead were clearly old acquaintances, whispering to each other with their heads down, their voices not particularly low, which Ruri heard clearly. Ruri suddenly felt something was wrong and hurried over to ask, Excuse me, were you just discussing Lord Yuri? The 2 exchanged glances. One of them asked in surprise, Someone challenged Lord Yuri? This has already been announced in the village. How come you don't know? She accepted. Ruri realized that the matter that Kakashi had mentioned was finally happening. Of course, she would accept. It concerns the inheritance of the Thunder Blade Fangs among the 7 ninja swordsmen, and such a challenge is a matter of life and death. Damn it, where is it? Ruri asked anxiously. Right in front of Lord Yuri's house. Before the ninja could finish, both were stunned. Where did that little girl go? Turning around, they saw she had already run far away. The 2 were puzzled. It wasn't even time for a fight yet. Why was she in such a hurry? Although battles for the inheritance of ninja swords are rare occurrences. Damn it, which guy's taking advantage of the situation? Ruri rushed toward Yuri, nearly colliding with many pedestrians along the way. The umbu responsible for monitoring the little girl was also quite troubled by her actions. Lord Yuri lived in a secluded corner, which usually had few passers-by, but at this moment it was crowded with people. These people were all ninjas, and among them, only a few were lower-ranked. Familiar faces gathered together, whispering, occasionally glancing at the figure in the center, their eyes seemingly filled with a trace of fear. The reason was simple. The one in the center, a one-eyed man with a bandage on his head, Woolly Shiba, was about to challenge the holder of the Thunder Blade Fangs, Lord Yuri. The holder of the ninja sword was no longer fulfilling the duties of the 7 guardians from the era of the second Mizukage. They had gradually transformed from an organization into a symbol of strength. The current 7 members, regardless of age, were all incredibly powerful, and in recent years, no one had openly challenged the ninja swordsman. And today, the younger brother of the exploding blade Fei Mao, Wooly Shiba, was going to challenge Lord Yuyuri. It's no wonder there were so many spectators. Wooly Shiba stood at the center, feeling a sense of pride amidst the pointing and whispering of the crowd. But if Aoi Ruri saw it, she would definitely think of a monkey in a circus. That woman is seriously ill and can't exert much strength. Wooly Shiba had carefully read the information his brother had given him. As long as he won this battle, if he killed her, he would become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The Thunder Blade Fangs will definitely belong to me. I can also rise above everyone else. Wooly Shiba seemed to revel in the joy of becoming one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The door of the house in front of him remained tightly shut, and Lord Yuyuri had yet to come out. Wooly Shiba felt quite impatient. He could hardly wait. It seemed like the Thunder Blade Fangs was beckoning to him. He spoke again. Lord Yuyuri, aren't you afraid to face me? Don't you feel ashamed of being a member of the ninja swordsmen? The surrounding ninjas suddenly fell silent, and then whispers began again. Yes, why isn't Lord Yuyuri coming out? I heard she has an incurable disease. It seems to be true. It's hard to say. Perhaps Lord Yuyuri doesn't see her opponent as a threat. She wouldn't really be afraid to face him, right? But the door remained tightly shut. Wooly Shiba felt a sense of triumph in his heart. It seemed his opponent was seriously ill, and being able to corner the ninja swordsman to this extent would definitely earn him fame in the village. However, he did not show it on his face and continued to shout, "If you don't come out, I'll burn down this house and see if you..." Wait, a clear female voice rang out. Aoi Ruri, having run all the way, heard the aggressive remarks and quickly squeezed through the crowd of onlookers. Wooly Shiba was furious upon hearing this. Someone actually interrupted him. He looked over, his anger intensifying, seeing that the newcomer was a 10-year-old girl. When did it become the turn of such a little girl to be so arrogant toward him? Of course, he didn't think his actions were arrogant. Upon recognizing the girl's appearance, Wooly Shiba recalled the information his brother had given him and immediately realized the identity of the girl before him. Little girl, you're Lord Yuyuri's disciple, right? You have no right to speak here. Wooly Shiba sneered at Aoi Ruri. This little girl is actually Lord Yuyuri's disciple. The onlooking ninjas were astonished. Lord Yuyuri has taken a disciple, but it doesn't seem promising. This girl is not simple. The ninjas who recognized Aoi Ruri began to introduce her to their companions. Aoi Ruri ignored the onlookers. She recognized the man before her. Wooly Shiba, the holder of the exploding blade Fei Mao among the 7 ninja swordsmen, formed the ruthless duo with Kurasame Shiranui, both of whom were guilty of killing their master and brother. It seems he still hasn't become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen yet. I didn't expect him to covet Lord Yuyuri's Thunderblade Fangs. Aoi Ruri understood Lord Yuyuri's condition better than anyone present, so she knew she couldn't back down. I have no right. I think it's you who doesn't have the right to battle with Master Yuyuri. Aoi Ruri felt no goodwill toward this opportunist, whether from her past life or this life, and she showed no mercy. I could easily kill you like slaughtering a dog. Why would I need Master Yuyuri to take action? The crowd fell silent. No one could have imagined that this girl would speak so harshly. After all, Wooly Shiba was no weakling. He was a well-known Jainin with many years of fame. Although he was cruel, his strength was undeniable. Even the Mizukage wouldn't dare claim to kill Wooly Shiba as easily as slaughtering a dog. Wooly Shiba was momentarily stunned by her words. Realizing what the girl had said, his face instantly turned red. He laughed in anger. How dare someone kill me like a dog? Then I'll kill you first. It seemed he was about to attack Aoi Ruri. Aoi Ruri instantly felt an overwhelming aura of killing intent approaching, making it hard for her to breathe. Indeed, it was like a scene from comic. This killing intent. How many people had it claimed? The onlookers held their breath and watched. At that moment, the door slowly opened, and Aoi Ruri felt her body relax. It seemed that just gently pushing the door was enough to push back this overwhelming killing intent. Please continue to shamelessly ask for red tickets and collections. It's almost the end of the new book period. Dear Chapter 51. The might of thunder, everyone's gaze turned to the door, and Wooly Shiba no longer paid attention to Aoi Ruri, instead looking over. Let's spare this little girl for now. I'll secretly take care of her after dealing with Ringo Ayuri. Wooly Shiba thought grimly to himself. If it weren't for his vengeful nature, he wouldn't be known as the heartless duo alongside Kuri Samaru. The person who emerged was indeed Ringo Ayuri. Her face was somewhat pale, and her figure had slimmed down significantly, clearly showing signs of lingering illness. She wore a simple white outfit, wooden clogs on her feet, and had no forehead protector while holding two thunderblades, the fangs. Unlike Aoi Ruri's concern, Wooly Shinba was unable to hide his delight at Ringo Ayuri's sickly appearance. His eyes filled with greed as he looked at the thunderblades. So she really is quite sick. Wooly Shinba sneered inwardly. If the intel wasn't reliable, he wouldn't dare to stir up such a scene in the village, attracting so many ninjas to watch. And now, it was his moment to make a name for himself. Ringo Ayuri, you finally came out. Wooly Shinba's murderous intent was unmasked. However, Ringo Ayuri's reaction was to completely ignore Wooly Shinba, her black eyes scanning the surroundings before settling on Aoi Ruri. Aoi Ruri hurriedly stepped forward, anxiously saying, Sister Ayuri, your health. I'm fine, but you seem to have grown quite a bit since returning from the battlefield. Ringo Ayuri replied with a slight smile. Someone is challenging you. Aoi Ruri didn't know what else to say. Ringo Ayuri appeared unconcerned. Wooly Shinba was left hanging aside. The watching ninjas seemed to see a crow flying over his head. The crow was cawing, fool, fool. Wooly Shinba's brows twitched, clearly reaching his breaking point, and this expression worried someone lurking in the shadows. This kid is indeed too arrogant. A man who bore some resemblance to Wooly Shinba sighed silently in the shadows. Oh, Ringo Ayuri seemed to finally notice the other party. As Aoi Ruri secretly cursed, surely this was intentional. Ringo Ayuri coldly said, Then I'll take care of that bug over there. This time her voice was not suppressed, and everyone heard it. The teacher is indeed more arrogant than the student. Onlookers were dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Wooly Shinba was referred to as a dog, and now he had devolved into a bug. Wooly Shinba could no longer bear it and launched an attack on Ringo Ayuri and Aoi Ruri. Step back, Ringo Ayuri said to Aoi Ruri. But this concerns the inheritance of the ninja blades. You cannot interfere. Her voice was as if it allowed no room for doubt, yet it returned to its usual coldness. Moreover, I truly don't regard this person highly. Aoi Ruri had no choice but to step back, silently cheering for Ringo Ayuri. Lightning release, Thunder Spirit Tiger. Wooly Shinba's hand seals were quick, and in an instant, a massive Thunder Tiger charged towards Ringo Ayuri. Let us see just how sick you really are. Wooly Shinba was furious yet remained calm. So she is also a lightning release ninja. No wonder she wants to seize the Thunderblade Feng. Aoi Ruri was astonished. The opponent's mastery of lightning release was indeed impressive, and an ordinary Thunder Tiger under their chakra was many times more imposing. Ringo Ayuri raised the Thunderblade, lightning converging on it, and cleaved down at the Thunder Tiger, instantly splitting it in half. In this brief exchange, there was no clear indication of strength. However, Ringo Ayuri coldly remarked, I don't have time to play with you. Play? Wooly Shinba, feeling repeatedly humiliated, became even angrier. Since becoming a Jainin, who else dare to look down on him like this? Ringo Ayuri continued, I'll take care of this now. Wooly Shinba saw her extend her hands and throw the Thunderblade Feng. Aoi Ruri was shocked. Wooly Shinba was surprised, and the onlookers were in an uproar. They hadn't even really fought, and Ringo Ayuri was already planning to relinquish her ninja blade? In my opinion, it's clearly because Lord Wooly Shinba is too strong. However, the man who resembled Wooly Shinba frowned. According to the information he had gathered, Ringo Ayuri shouldn't be the type to surrender without a fight. Soon, everyone noticed something was off. The direction in which the Thunderblade Feng was thrown was not towards Wooly Shinba, but straight up into the sky. The two Thunderblades collided fiercely in midair. At the same time, Ringo Ayuri formed hand seals. What is this? Wooly Shinba was dumbfounded. An incredible scene unfolded. The two Thunderblades crossed and froze in the sky, severely defying the laws of physics. Then, Aoi Ruri's expression changed. Wooly Shinba's face paled, and the onlookers showed expressions of horror. Even the man resembling Wooly Shinba was stunned. Suddenly, the once calm high sky erupted with the sounds of wind and thunder. And then, within a radius of several hundred meters, countless bolts of lightning surged from all directions towards the center. Not just the onlookers, even ordinary people living nearby stared blankly at the sky. The Umbu responsible for vigilance also gazed at that patch of sky. What on earth was happening there? The spectators knew very well. In their shocked eyes, lightning crazily gathered on those two Thunderblades. Such a spectacular display of lightning left everyone momentarily breathless. The lightning compressed on the Thunderblades, and the density of the lightning increased, changing from blue to white, finally forming a thin layer of lightning membrane that perfectly covered the blades, appearing seemingly docile. But most of the onlookers were well informed, and they sensed that with every tremor of that white lightning, it possessed the power to tear the sky apart. They suspected that if they touched even a strand of it, they would turn to ashes. Is this human power? Can humans control the forces of nature? Some unconscious murmurs arose from the crowd. Lightning release involves extracting chakra, converting it into lightning nature, and then releasing it in the form of ninjutsu. It is a combination of one's mental energy and the power of every cell, a truth understood by everyone present. But today, they saw someone manipulating the lightning in nature, not guiding it, but actually generating and controlling it. This scene shattered many ninjas' understanding of common sense. How can a grain of rice compare to the brilliance of the sun and moon? Wooly Shenba's face turned pale. A small portion of white lightning from the lightning membrane on the thunderblade surged toward Wooly Shenba like lightning. Fear appeared on the faces of the onlookers. This level of lightning was something they could not withstand. And what about Wooly Shenba at the center? He pushed himself to the limit, hastening the flow of chakra and speeding up his hand seals. Faster, faster. Suddenly, he showed a joyful expression, breaking through. At the last moment, he unleashed his strongest attack. Lightning release, heavenly breaking thunder dragon. The grand dragon-shaped lightning charged towards the white lightning. Under normal circumstances, such a lightning release ninjutsu would astonish everyone. But now it could only serve as an accompaniment. Indeed, can a person contend with the might of heaven? The seemingly enormous thunder dragon crumbled like dirt, and the white lightning rushed toward Wooly Shenba without hesitation. Ah! A mournful cry echoed from within the white lightning. In just one move, Wooly Shenba was severely injured. The onlookers collectively gasped, and Aoi Ruri was incredibly excited. No one expected the battle to be so one-sided. Oh no! The man who resembled Wooly Shenba no longer hesitated and rushed into the arena, standing in front of Wooly Shenba. This is the wielder of the explosive knife, Wooly Samaru. He is also one of the ninja sword users and the brother of Wooly Shenba. The crowd quickly recognized him. Wooly Samaru. It was indeed you who caused this. Ringo Amayuri seemed to have anticipated it all along. Then I will kill you too. Chapter 52 Heavy Blow. I'll kill you too. The voice of Lin Xing Yuli was cold. Even though Wooly Sanwan was also one of the ninja blades, Lin Xing Yuli did not regard him highly. And now it seems that Lin Xing Yuli really has this qualification. A larger white lightning bolt appeared on the thunderblade in the sky, and Wooly Shenba's face turned pale. This complete suppression of strength ruthlessly shattered his fantasies. Meanwhile, Lin Xing Yuli sneered at Wooly Sanwan, and no one noticed that the hand of this genius female ninja, hidden in her sleeve, was slightly trembling, her tightly pressed lips biting down hard. How could this be? Weren't you seriously ill? The stark difference between reality and expectation made him lose his rationality and shout loudly. The onlookers began to show contempt in their eyes toward Wooly Shenba. It's enough to deal with you. Lin Xing Yuli was concise, but did not deny it. Behind her, Sanjing Luli felt her blood boil. A ninja should be like this. Wooly Sanwan frowned at the sky. That strange white lightning seemed to be mixed with something else. Brother, kill that bitch. Wooly Shenba gritted his teeth and snarled, snatching the thunderblade, saying she was nothing without the ninja blade. Fool! Wooly Sanwan cursed inwardly, furious at Wooly Shenba's inability to discern the situation. In this situation, it's already good enough if you can survive, and you still want to snatch someone else's thunderblade? Wooly Sanwan scolded in his heart. The white lightning struck down from the sky again, and this time it was several bowls thick, at least 10 times larger than before. The descending force seemed to tear the air apart. This lightning was even faster than the last time. Behind Wooly Sanwan, Wooly Shenba's face turned ashen. Wooly Sanwan no longer hesitated. With a flick of his right hand, the explosive blade appeared in his hand. Explosive blade ninjutsu. 1,000 rolling heavy. On the explosive blade, thousands of burning explosive tags burned wildly, colliding violently with the white lightning. The onlookers' faces changed dramatically, and they hurriedly fled as fast as they could. Damn it, are they going to destroy this place? Run. The area that had been tightly surrounded suddenly became much emptier. The explosion sounds rang out densely, and after the collision, it triggered even more intense sounds. The people of Wuyin village all stared in shock at that place. A huge fireball formed a mushroom cloud-like shape, and thick black smoke billowed from above. Among them, Sanjing Luli saw tiny white lightning bolts dancing wildly in the fiery glow from red to white. The black clouds rolled up continuously, and the shockwave from the collision with the lightning created a massive impact. Big trees were blown in half. Even the ninjas who were a step slower were knocked down with screams as they were blown away into the distance. The storm blew toward Songjing Luli but was blocked by Linqing Yuli, keeping her and the houses behind her safe. When the ninjas who had escaped the impact zone looked back again, all they could see was a large cloud of smoke enveloping the original battlefield. In the thick black smoke, a man, his body stained black by the smoke, emerged, holding another person. Linqing Yuli, you are ruthless. The man's voice was hoarse and mournful, making it impossible to tell who he was. Immediately, the man did not hesitate and quickly retreated in front of the shocked crowd. Sister Yuli, you are amazing. Songjing Luli admired her sincerely. The battle between Linqing Yuli and the Wuli Shenba brothers ended in a complete victory. Not only did Songjing Luli not expect this, but the onlookers also did not expect it, and even the Wuli Shenba brothers could not have predicted it. However, Linqing Yuli said nothing and held Songjing Luli's hand. Songjing Luli was startled. The other person's hand was extremely cold. She only heard Linqing Yuli say in a weak voice, "Hurry, take me back." Then Songjing Luli felt the weight of the woman pressing down on her hand. It turned out that after using that last lightning ninjutsu, Linqing Yuli was already at the end of her strength. Songjing Luli's heart sank, and she immediately maintained a look of joy on her face, trying to make her actions look like Linqing Yuli was pulling her along. Step by step, slowly they walked back. When Songjing Luli and Linqing Yuli completely disappeared behind that door, the onlookers finally regained their senses, and everyone was extremely excited, discussing endlessly. It was so wonderful. That white lightning was so spectacular. Lord Yuli is truly strong. Someone like Wuli Shenba still dares to try to snatch the ninja blade. Lord Yuli clearly did not take him seriously. That battle made the onlookers sigh that this trip was worth it. The hidden members of the Wuyin Umbu were also shaken, and a few of them disappeared from the spot, seemingly to report the situation to someone. Wow. And at the moment Songjing Luli closed the door, Linqing Yuli could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her grip on Songjing Luli's small arm slackening, and her delicate body fell toward the ground. Songjing Luli hurriedly supported her and immediately felt the other person's body was incredibly limp. It seemed that her arm was wrapped around Linqing Yuli's chest. A strange feeling arose in Songjing Luli's heart, and she secretly scolded herself for still thinking about unhealthy things at this moment. Regaining her composure, Songjing Luli noticed that the person in her arms was unresponsive. So she quickly looked, and Linqing Yuli's face had turned as pale as paper, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, showing a strange beauty. Her eyes tightly closed, and her delicate brows trembling uncontrollably, clearly deep in a coma. It was evident that using that world-destroying large-scale ninjutsu had come at a huge cost for Linqing Yuli, and now her illness seemed to have worsened significantly. Wuli Shenba and Wuli Sanwan, I will definitely kill you. Understanding everything, Songjing Luli felt a surge of murderous intent for the first time. Songjing Luli carried Linqing Yuli to the bed, found the medicine Linqing Yuli usually took, and mixed it with water to help her take it. Then she waited quietly for the other person to wake up. Meanwhile, in another dark room in the village, the sound of a man's miserable cries occasionally echoed. Brother, I hate it so much. The man who was moaning softly was none other than Wuli Shenba. The Thunderblade Feng, one of the 7 ninja blades. A high and lofty position, the respectful and envious gazes of people. Everything had become empty illusions. He was also severely injured, with excruciating pain all over his body from being forcibly pierced by the lightning. Wuli Sanwan was also heavily injured, but he kept his head down, silent, seemingly pondering something. Brother, why could that bitch defeat me? Why? Wuli Shenba was unwilling. If you're not convinced, after you heal, just go find her for a rematch. Wuli Sanwan seemed fed up with his brother's complaints and raised his head to retort. This, Wuli Shenba's expression showed a hint of fear, and he fell silent. Under that kind of disdainful, overwhelming might, Wuli Shenba felt like an ant. If he were to face her again, he would never dare to. She only relied on the Thunderblade. If I also had a ninja blade, how could I be so pathetic? Wuli Shenba roared in his heart, then secretly glanced at his brother Wuli Sanwan's explosive blade. His eyes were filled with greed. Chapter 53. Revelation of Identity. An hour later. The outcome of the battle spread throughout the hidden mist village. The already terminally ill Yuki Lin had defeated the long-established Jonin, Nuri Senbatsu. People were not particularly surprised by this result, as the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen had been proven over time. However, it was shocking that Nuri Senbatsu, the master of the explosive blade, one of the 7 swords, had also shown up and intervened in the battle, only to be repelled and injured in the end. which left many ninjas in disbelief. Those who had witnessed the event firsthand naturally bragged about it, describing the marvel of the white lightning, while those who missed the fight imagined the grand scene from others' descriptions, filled with awe. In short, after this battle, regardless of whether they had seen it or not, everyone understood one thing. Although Yuki Lin was ill, she still lived up to the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen and possessed terrifying strength. Some who had originally considered the lightning blade were quietly dissuaded from their thoughts. Of course, a few perceptive ninjas speculated that Yuki Lin must have sustained significant injuries as well, but given her reclusive nature, they were not certain and dared not confirm it. Therefore, Yuki Lin was at least safe for now. It had been almost a day, and Yuki Lin was still in a coma. Boy Ruri sat cross-legged beside her, silently practicing, but her mind was primarily focused on Yuki Lin. During the previous period, after administering the potion according to the instructions, Boy Ruri had removed Yuki Lin's white samurai attire, which had led to an awkward yet admiring moment. Seriously, with such a good figure, why were such loose and unattractive clothes? This style was simply hideous. After their close encounter, Aoi Ruri quickly realized this issue, but she did not notice that she was becoming increasingly skilled in fashion. At this moment, Yuki Lin was tightly wrapped in a blanket, revealing only her pale face, which was almost translucent, while her dense, chestnut red hair had been let loose by Aoi Ruri, cascading down haphazardly, giving her a morbid beauty. However, her elegant brows were tightly furrowed, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to the pain from her illness or some unpleasant memories. Aoi Ruri knew that almost everyone in this world had a bit of painful past, enough to hold a worst childhood contest together, and did all-powerful ninjas become physically exhausted after unleashing their big moves in battle? This was quite similar to that Kakashi. Aoi Ruri found it hard to focus on her training and could only sit idly, lost in thought. Thus, Aoi Ruri waited until deep into the night, feeling dizzy and heavy-eyed, before she finally noticed that her sister Yuki Lin seemed to have moved slightly. With a start, Aoi Ruri immediately snapped awake. "Sister Yuki, you're finally awake." Yuki Lin's condition was clearly poor. She seemed still dazed, looking at Aoi Ruri with confusion. "Water. Give me water." "Oh, okay. I'll get it right away." Aoi Ruri hurriedly went to fetch a cup of water. Unexpectedly, Yuki Lin looked quite cute in this state. Aoi Ruri thought to herself, but then felt a bit heavy-hearted. Her skin was frighteningly pale. Damn it, who could possibly save her? Aoi Ruri once again thought of Tsunade Senju. But currently, the relationship between the Hidden Mist and Konoha was not good, making it nearly impossible to request her help. Moreover, if Kato Dan had not died in the Third Great Ninja War, that woman would likely be suffering from hemophobia now. Aoi Ruri held the cup of water. Watching Yuki Lin drink, her slender figure and frail appearance moved Aoi Ruri deeply, and she quietly made a decision in her heart. No matter what, she would save this woman before her. After drinking the water, Yuki Lin's gaze returned to its usual coolness. It was already deep into the night. She hadn't expected a faint for so long. Yuki Lin noticed the time outside. The moon, which should only exist in a two-dimensional world, hung high in the sky. "Sister Yuki, I'm clear about your illness." Aoi Ruri hesitated for a moment, revealing this open secret. "Yes, I can feel it. My days are numbered." Yuki Lin replied calmly. "Then have you considered finding a doctor for treatment?" "I've already tried the best medical services in the Hidden Mist Village. I had no way back then, and now my condition has worsened significantly, making recovery impossible." Yuki Lin gently shook her head, still speaking as if it were an unimportant matter. "Just because the Hidden Mist Village can't help doesn't mean there's no way." Aoi Ruri urged. "Tsunade from Konoha Village might have a solution. We could go find her." "The legendary Sannin Tsunade?" Yuki Lin was somewhat surprised, but still shook her head. "After the Second Great Ninja War, an important friend of mine named Kato Dan died, and I heard she no longer wanted to be a ninja. Since then, I haven't heard any news of her." So Kato Dan really did die in the Second Great Ninja War. Aoi Ruri sighed inwardly. It was said that Kato Dan died young, and Tsunade should be around 38 years old now, which could hardly be considered young. Indeed, Tsunade suffered from hemophobia and helplessly ended her ninja career, only overcoming it 12 years later due to Naruto Uzumaki's influence. But she could not wait that long. Although it was anticipated, learning the truth still disappointed Aoi Ruri. However, the next words made her heart sink even more. Moreover, that ninja named Kato Dan was killed by us in the Hidden Mist Village. Aoi Ruri smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Now, it was even more impossible to ask for her help. It seemed that heaven enjoyed bringing despair to people. Yet even if hope was slim, she had to give it a try. After all, every miracle is born from a crazy attempt. Aoi Ruri calmed her emotions, temporarily setting aside this matter as there were still many questions in her mind. Sister Yuki, you know about. Teacher Asuka, right? Aoi Ruri realized she suddenly couldn't see through the usually gentle woman, killing the third Kazekage and becoming an S-rank rogue ninja. I truly didn't anticipate that. I haven't contacted her for a long time since you sent me that letter. Yuki Lin sighed softly. Then, what about Teacher Asuka? Aoi Ruri asked nervously. Speaking softly, could she have been coerced or manipulated? That is absolutely impossible. Yuki Lin's voice turned cold, firm as steel. No one can coerce or manipulate her. Absolutely not. Then, killing the third Mizukage was her own will? Aoi Ruri thought for a moment but dared not tell Yuki Lin about Uchihamadara secretly controlling the hidden mist village. It was too shocking. Though I don't understand her reasons, it was definitely her own will. Yuki Lin stated. Do you know what she told me in that letter? What? Aoi Ruri was taken aback. She told me that after you graduated from the Ninja Academy, before she became your instructor, she finally discovered the truth about your parents' background. Yuki Lin said. Songjing Liuli's expression changed drastically. All along, she thought that Kangi Matsi was casually searching for families of fishermen and hunters under her persuasion. Or perhaps not searching at all, so there wouldn't be any results. 6 years had already passed, and her own changes were significant. Moreover, she hadn't been pursued by any dark forces or the village during these 6 years, so Songjing Liuli naturally believed that this matter had long been settled. However, it seemed that her identity had been discovered a long time ago. Sure enough, Lin Yu said next, your real name is not Sato Hain, but Songjing Liuli, the young lady of the Songjing clan that was destroyed 6 years ago, right? Songjing Liuli was completely stunned. Don't worry, Kangi Matsi and I have no intention of harming you. Lin Yu's voice softened a bit. The Songjing clan is a clan skilled in ice ninjutsu, much like the Mizunatsuki clan. I have heard a little about its destruction, and now it seems there are too many mysteries surrounding it. And you also deceived Kangi Matsi back then. That was because I looked like a 4-year-old at the time, so she was not very guarded. Songjing Liuli thought to herself. So, if Kangi Matsi was manipulated or coerced by someone else, she wouldn't hand you over to me to guide your training. Moreover, she mentioned in her letter that if her extremely dangerous mission failed, unimaginable consequences would arise. Now it seems that her mission has failed. Therefore, I will fulfill her request in the letter and raise your strength as quickly as possible. Lin Yu seemed to have complete trust in Kangi Matsi, even though the latter had already become an S-rank rogue ninja. Chapter 54. Methods to Enhance Strength. Ringo Amiyuri took a deep breath and finished speaking. And indeed, she was slightly out of breath, which immediately triggered the onset of her condition. Shudo covered her mouth and coughed softly a couple of times. Her palm moved slightly, and for the first time, a few faint bloodstains appeared in her fair palm, which were then discreetly wiped away by Aoi Ruri. Meanwhile, Aoi Ruri was still a bit dazed by Ringo Amiyuri's words. Sister Matsi actually knew my identity from the very beginning. Of course, this identity is that of the young lady of the Aoi clan, not the more secretive identity of a time traveler. What did she find out? Why pretend not to know? What was her purpose in getting close to me? Aoi Ruri's mind became very chaotic, very chaotic. After a while, she managed to calm herself down, recalling the moments of contact with Aoi Matsi and analyzing them carefully. When I was brought to the ninja school and stayed there for 3 years, she didn't pay too much attention to me. So it seems she should not have known my identity at that time. So, it must have been when she applied to be my mentor that she discovered it. Aoi Ruri thought carefully and guessed roughly. Sister Ringo said that both the Aoi clan and the Mizunatsuki clan have ice release, so obviously, Kirigakure knows very little about the Aoi clan's bloodline. At that time, I was only 7 years old, and she took the initiative to teach me water release. Although I don't understand why she concealed it. It doesn't seem like she intended to harm me. Aoi Ruri continued to think, and her heart gradually relaxed. It seems that Sister Matsi should not have been manipulated. It must be the third Mizukage who has a problem. That dangerous mission, if Sister Matsi failed, it was clearly not to assassinate the third Mizukage. So what could it be? Aoi Ruri couldn't figure it out. After that, Aoi Ruri decided not to think about it anymore and instead focus on the immediate issue. What is the fastest way to improve my strength? Aoi Ruri asked Ringo Amiyuri. The other party had already concealed the bloodstains, and her voice, different from the usual coldness, seemed to carry a hint of excitement. This is an idea that Aoi Matsi and I had previously, and we have never tested it before. What kind of experiment? Aoi Ruri had a bad premonition, thinking of something referred to as a guinea pig in her past life. At this moment, it seemed she was the guinea pig. Ninjas train in 3 types of techniques, right? Ringo Amiri asked. They are ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. What's wrong? It is impossible to quickly improve strength in taijutsu in a short time, so we can only find another way. Does Sister Ringo want to teach me jinjutsu? Ruri guessed. No, I haven't done much research on jinjutsu. Ringo Amiri gently shook her head, denying Aoi Ruri's guess, and then asked, do you know what aspects a ninja's strength is measured by? This. Ruri thought carefully, recalling the strong characters in the comics from her past life. Experience, taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, bloodline limits. That's right, these can measure a ninja's strength. Ringo Amiri quickly interrupted Aoi Ruri, but bloodline limits are the Aoi clan's innate abilities, and experience needs to be accumulated through battle, so I will quickly enhance your strength in ninjutsu. However, Aoi Ruri was puzzled upon hearing this. But Sister Ringo, you have always been teaching me ninjutsu. It's different. Ringo Amiri said, the strength of ninjutsu can be judged by the level of the ninjutsu, but it is definitely not solely based on the level of ninjutsu. Do you know that the same ninjutsu, in the hands of different users, will have different power? Indeed, the explosive water wave of the dry persimmon zetsu during the battle with Kagaya was far less powerful than the explosive water wave that spanned 10 kilometers during the battle with the 8 tails. Your hand seal speed slightly exceeds 4 seals per second, but you cannot further increase your speed. Do you know why? I know. My chakra flow speed cannot keep up with the faster hand seals, or I would say my control over chakra is still insufficient. Aoi Ruri could actually increase her hand speed further, but at that time, the chakra in her body could not flow through in time, resulting in a failed ninjutsu usage. And although the purity of the chakra in your body is very high, the total amount of chakra is too low. Ringo Amiri pointed out Aoi Ruri's weakness. Come on, I'm only 10 years old. How could a 10-year-old child have as much chakra as an adult? I'm not a freak from the Uzumaki clan. Aoi Ruri thought to herself. Besides, I don't want to be like Kakashi, who runs out of chakra just from casually using ninjutsu. Far away in the land of fire, Kakashi Hitaki, who had not yet become a J-nin, suddenly sneezed. In terms of ninjutsu, a ninja's strength can be measured by the total amount of chakra, the purity of chakra, the control over chakra, the number of ninjutsu learned, and the strength of ninjutsu. So, your training goals from now on are to raise your chakra limit to the level of an average J-nin, improve your control over chakra, and continue to refine your chakra, all of which must reach the level of an average J-nin. Ringo Amiri summarized. How is that possible? How could the chakra limit be quickly raised? The control, purity, and other aspects of chakra also take time to improve. Aoi Ruri felt it was unbelievable. At this moment, the corner of Ringo Amiri's mouth slightly curved up. For this, Aoi Matsi and I had some ideas, and you'll be the first practitioner. So it really is about being a guinea pig. Aoi Ruri wanted to cry without tears. What method is this? Aoi Ruri weakly asked. Because both Aoi Matsi and I are lightning release ninjas, this method naturally requires the practitioner to be able to use lightning release. I will control the lightning to attack each of your cells. And what you need to do is transform the chakra extracted from your cells into lightning attributes to resist me. If my lightning release is not resisted in certain areas, it will attack you, and I won't hold back. In addition, you must convert the chakra within your cells directly into lightning attributes without gathering it. I have confirmed that this can refine your cells, and the chakra limit is naturally the limit of each cell's capacity. During the process of refining the cells, the purity of the chakra will also increase. Aoi Ruri's complexion had turned as pale as Ringo Amiri's, but Ringo Amiri remained indifferent, continuing to make various supplementary remarks. Moreover, you must not neglect the training of lightning release ninjutsu. I will let you use the lightning blade Feng. The lightning blade Feng is the strongest blade with the power of lightning, which is very helpful for you to comprehend lightning release ninjutsu. After saying this, Aoi Ruri was already on the verge of collapse. Of course, all of this is just a conjecture from Aoi Matsi and me. Whether there is a confrontation of lightning within every cell or a full-range refinement of lightning release, although theoretically feasible, if not controlled properly, then it would be fatal. Aoi Ruri collapsed with a thud. My time is running out. After saying all this, Ringo Amiri did not look at Aoi Ruri's antics, but sighed softly. If you're unwilling to be the first tester, I will not force you. Aoi Ruri got up, becoming serious. Your own identity determines that being in this blood mist village is very dangerous. Moreover, you have said that you want to save the person in front of you. If you don't have enough strength, how can you take Sister Ringo out of the mist-hidden village? How can you confront Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas? How can you find Sister Mako? Aoi Ruri took a deep breath. I am willing to try. Ringo Yuyuri smiled gently. Good. Chapter 55, Excruciating Pain Unexpectedly. In a moment of impulse, I agreed. However, my strength really needs to improve. The village is already very wary of me. Aoi Ruri didn't have much regret in her heart. The matter of Aoyama Mako made Aoi Ruri feel the abnormalities of the mist-hidden village. Living together with a werewolf as an ordinary villager is not a pleasant experience. So Aoi Ruri also longs for an increase in strength. Ringo Amain directly praised her, which was quite rare. Ringo Amain then said, Actually, I was lying to you. Even if you don't control it well, you won't die. It will just result in permanent cell necrosis, at most leaving you paralyzed. Aoi Ruri immediately felt a chill run through her body. She realized that Ringo Amain had a knack for dark humor. Furthermore, since Aoyama Mako is an S-rank rogue ninja, if you go back, you will definitely be under surveillance. Ringo Amain said, Stay with me. Those guys wouldn't dare to come here and act recklessly. It seemed that Ringo Amain also had a negative view of the dark side of Mist Hidden. However, the idea of living with such a mature and beautiful woman made Aoi Ruri feel a little excited inside, and things were settled pleasantly. Unfortunately, this world still retained the tatami style, and casually laying down a quilt seemed to be a bed, so the scenario that Aoi Ruri hoped for did not occur. Now, it was already late at night. After several days of traveling and unending companionship, Aoi Ruri was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Ringo Amain silently watched the little girl, not knowing what was on her mind. In fact, Aoyama Mako did not have such high expectations. It was just that Ringo Amain did not fully follow her friend's wishes and had some other thoughts. Early the next morning, the so-called death-like training began. Aoi Ruri anxiously thought that she was about to be dissected. Are you ready? I will gradually increase the intensity. A thin layer of lightning film gathered in Ringo Amain's hand and then gently pressed against Aoi Ruri's back. The lightning film instantly disappeared, dispersing into sizes invisible to the naked eye and moving into the cells. Aoi Ruri instinctively wanted to resist. She could easily control her chakra to avoid any harm. But this was a method of training, so she could only suppress her subconscious. In an instant, a muffled groan escaped Aoi Ruri's lips. This was not like being hit by an ordinary lightning ninjutsu, where the chakra would automatically protect the surface. The lightning directly invaded the unprotected interior of the cells, and Aoi Ruri was required to precisely control the lightning to counterattack in the invaded areas without wasting any energy. When the cells became a battlefield for the lightning, Aoi Ruri finally understood the kind of pain it entailed. At the moment, the lightning wreaked havoc inside her body. Aoi Ruri felt as though she was being poured over with molten iron. The excruciating pain that pierced her heart and lungs was like a tidal wave drowning her. Aoi Ruri had not reacted yet when she felt the scenery in front of her become blurry. Under this intense pain, it seemed Aoi Ruri was about to faint. At this moment, Ringo Amain, standing to the side, was also surprised. She hadn't expected the pain from the foreign chakra invading the cells to be so severe. For a moment, Ringo Amain intended to withdraw the lightning. No. Ringo Amain heard Aoi Ruri's hoarse screams. Ringo Amain instinctively stopped, looking at Aoi Ruri's clearly pained face. Aoi Ruri felt certain parts of her body being seared like with a branding iron. She wanted to scream, but her consciousness was gradually fading, causing her nerve impulses to quietly halt, seemingly hoping to end it all quickly. The excruciating pain made her pupils unable to focus. Aoi Ruri sensed darkness. A familiar darkness that reminded her of the darkness when she arrived in this world 6 years ago. This is the feeling of death. In that familiarity, Aoi Ruri suddenly understood. Someone who has died once may not fear death like an ordinary person, but they will cherish their life even more. I don't want to die again. There are still things left unfinished. Aoi Ruri's consciousness suddenly became clear, and then she gritted her teeth, forcing herself not to pass out. Her eyes, her ears, all her senses became extremely blurry. Aoi Ruri simply ignored those, trembling and groping, bringing her hands together. The speed that usually surpassed 4 seals per second had long vanished. Now, her speed was as slow as a snail. Finally, under Ringo Amain's dazed gaze, the seal was finally formed. Aoi Ruri struggled to control the cells within her body, extracting chakra, resolutely suppressing her desire to use bloodline elimination. Aoi Ruri concentrated all her willpower amidst the boundless pain, silently feeling the pain transmitted from her nerves, searching for the location of the lightning. Aoi Ruri's consciousness gradually dissolved. Under the continuous stimulation of excruciating pain, everything was on the brink. If this intense pain continued, Aoi Ruri believed her what would crumble under the pressure. Perhaps before the cells necrosed, she would become a vegetable. Feeling this crisis, Aoi Ruri became anxious. If it slowed down even a bit, she might suffer permanent damage. Aoi Ruri gritted her teeth and focused her mind on the painful areas, concentrating. A bit more concentration. Finally, moving towards the source of the intense pain, amidst the direct confrontation with the fierce agony, slowly. Aoi Ruri felt the position of the invading lightning, but she still couldn't pinpoint it down to the cellular level. This level of control over chakra required was simply too high. However, Aoi Ruri had to attempt to control it, gradually narrowing the range, narrowing it further. In the face of the threat of death, something had to be done. Even if it was in vain, she couldn't just sit idly by. Originally, controlling chakra down to the cellular level and managing just that part was a daunting task for Aoi Ruri. But after giving up on bloodline elimination, she had no way out, only one path to go down. The saddest thing is not giving up on something that shouldn't have been given up, but persisting in something that shouldn't have been persisted in. So which one does Aoi Ruri belong to now? She didn't know, but she had already made a choice, or rather, placed her bets long ago. What I can find, what I can grasp. I still want to find Aoyama Mako. I still want to bring Ringo Amain to Tsunade. I have many things I want to do. Aoi Ruri felt as if she was walking on a mountain of knives. The pain gradually became numb, and she seemed to see some extraordinary things. Thus, she continued forward in that darkness. 1 second, 2 seconds, or was it a month, a year? Aoi Ruri felt that time was passing extremely slowly, so in this state, she had begun to adapt to the pain. Outside, Ringo Amain's face also showed obvious concern. Finally, as if in an unconscious murmur, it seemed that in that boundless darkness, she didn't know how long had passed. Aoi Ruri suddenly felt a blue light in front of her. Blue? Aoi Ruri suddenly realized that her sensitivity to her body had made a huge leap. In that moment, she became incredibly familiar with her body, as if she could sense every single cell within her. Of course, that was an illusion brought on by a sudden increase in control, but it was enough. Finally locked in. At this moment, Aoi Ruri accurately sensed which cells in her body were being ravaged by lightning. Next, she needed to extract chakra from those cells and transform it into lightning attribute. There is still quite a gap between being able to sense and being able to control accurately. Aoi Ruri could only continue to suppress her mind, bathing in that pain, carefully controlling those specified cells. She didn't expect that extracting chakra would be so difficult. Aoi Ruri smiled bitterly, but she understood that this was the purpose of the training, to improve control and purity. And the ravaging of the lightning, although painful, would presumably strengthen the cell's endurance, allowing for the storage of more chakra. This was not just a single cell, but thousands of cells from various parts of her body that Aoi Ruri needed to control simultaneously. Aoi Ruri could only sense roughly. It wasn't necessary to divide her focus into hundreds of thousands. She just needed to follow the locked position, extract chakra, and then counter. The pain suppressed to the limit was something Ling Guanyu could also feel. In an instant, another type of blue lightning appeared in many cells, and the majority of the cells became a battlefield for two currents of lightning. If too much was extracted, her own lightning would be too strong. Or if too little was extracted, the opponent's lightning would not be eliminated. Both would suffer. Sure enough, it could improve control. Aoi Ruri thought painfully while desperately controlling her lightning, trying to maintain a balance with the opponent's strength. The rest seemed more like a tug-of-war. As the lightning gradually extinguished, the pain finally began to subside, except for the tearing sensation after the cells were tempered, but it was much better than before. Ling Guanyu also clearly felt the disappearance of her lightning and the gradual relaxation of the girl's brows in front of her. I believe you will succeed, Ling Guanyu thought to herself. Just don't know who this you really refers to. Chapter 56. Ascension of Strength. I can feel that my control over chakra has improved. After Aoi Ruri eliminated the incoming lightning, she rested for a while before recovering and said, I didn't expect it to really have an effect on chakra. Lingua Yuri muttered to herself. Hearing such irresponsible words, Aoi Ruri's expression visibly darkened. Well then, you can handle the next part yourself. Don't be lazy. Lin Guiyuri ignored her opinion and left directly. Divide into two streams of lightning to counter? Aoi Ruri thought to herself. Initially, she was too afraid to try the lightning blade technique because it was too dangerous, but now it seemed that the lightning blade was obviously too simple. Indeed, in the face of more dangerous training, that S-rank lightning blade was not enough. After thinking for a moment, Aoi Ruri mustered her courage and unleashed a stream of lightning within her cells again. However, it was much better afterward. Aoi Ruri's reactions and sensitivity were no longer comparable to the first time, so the pain and damage were much less afterward. By afternoon, Aoi Ruri and Lin Guiyuri were learning lightning release. In the same place where they fought against Wooly Shinhachi, Lin Guiyuri brought Aoi Ruri to the center and suddenly said, "Come out." "Come out?" Aoi Ruri understood. The next moment, four members of the Mist Ninjas Umbu leaped out from the shadows. One of the colorful masked individuals spoke. "I'm sorry, Lord Lin Guiyuri. I don't care who sent you here. Tell him to stay away from this place." Lin Guiyuri directly interrupted the other person. The four fell silent. And then the colorful masked individual made a gesture, and the four quickly left. This was the aura possessed by the 7 ninja swordsmen. Aoi Ruri looked on with envy. While she could only pretend not to see the Umbu monitoring her and was unable to directly drive them away. However, as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Lin Guiyuri could directly clear the place and make others leave. Aoi Ruri was determined to improve her strength. Next, Lin Guiyuri threw something over, and Aoi Ruri instinctively caught it. It was a sealing scroll. When she opened it, a lightning blade named Feng appeared. This was her first close encounter with these 2 lightning blades, and they looked just like 2 ordinary ninja tools, just like the long sword she obtained from her family secrets. The lightning blade Feng is the strongest blade imbued with the power of lightning, and its special feature is to create and attract lightning. In addition, it can help you better comprehend lightning release techniques. The ninjutsu I will teach you next requires the lightning blade to be completed. Aoi Ruri picked up the lightning blade and circulated her chakra. Just a small portion, as it was just transformed into lightning attribute. She naturally felt that the lightning blade was like a part of her body. Then, with a thought, a massive lightning bolt immediately formed on the lightning blade. Much more than the lightning that should be generated from her lightning attribute chakra. The lightning, under Aoi Ruri's control, changed shape wildly on the lightning blade. Indeed, it is a blade born for lightning. Aoi Ruri exclaimed. Lin Guiyuri, standing beside her, was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect Aoi Ruri to perform so well upon first contact with the lightning blade. However, since meeting Aoi Ruri, she had been surprised many times and did not pay much attention. She began to teach Aoi Ruri ninjutsu. Lightning release, lightning strike technique, lightning release, natural lightning, lightning release, sky-splitting lightning serpent. However, the thunderous lightning she used against Wooly Shinhachi was not taught. When Aoi Ruri curiously asked what that technique was, Lin Guiyuri said it required a sufficient comprehension of lightning. Comprehension? Aoi Ruri did not understand what that meant. In the following days, all the ninjas fighting outside were recalled to Mist Village to strengthen the village's defenses, so the ninjas of Mist Village lived a few days of stable life again. However, everyone understood that once the news of the death of Lord Mizukage was exposed, Mist Village would undoubtedly fall into a critical situation. Under such high alert, the ninjas living a stable life were not feeling very stable. However, compared to the comfortable lives of other ninjas, Aoi Ruri appeared much more tragic. She had to endure that kind of torment every day, and under Lin Guiyuri's request, she increased the amount of lightning, making Aoi Ruri suffer greatly. In addition, she had to practice ninjutsu repeatedly with those 2 lightning blades, her chakra suffering various strains. Of course, the benefits were also evident. Just half a month later, when Aoi Ruri released a lightning release ninjutsu, she clearly felt that the flow of chakra had increased significantly. She instinctively accelerated the speed of her hands and finally concluded. She was already close to 1 second for 5 hand seals. In terms of total chakra, previously, casually using a few rank lightning release ninjutsu would consume almost all of her chakra, but now it felt effortless. Moreover, Aoi Ruri could also feel that the strength of her ninjutsu was increasing, indicating that the purity was also rising. Her strength was improving at a visibly rapid pace, and it seemed that reaching the level of an ordinary jonin would not take long. Lin Guiyuri was also pleased with this, but her condition was gradually deteriorating. Although the trend of deterioration was still not obvious, it put Aoi Ruri in an even more desperate training situation. Thus, Aoi Ruri spent every day in a mix of pain and joy. In the 46th year of Konoha, while the villages of Cloud, Sand, Konoha, and Rock were engaged in fierce battles, Mist Village was found to be withdrawing completely from all battlefields. Sure enough, not long after, a major event was reported from Mist Village. The news that the third Mizukage had been killed by Aoyama Izuko could no longer be hidden, shocking the entire ninja world. This was different from the disappearance of the third Kazekage. The death of the third Mizukage was confirmed by the village and was the first death of a Kage since the war began, even in recent years. The higher-ups of Mist were furious, but too many people knew the news, making it impossible to find the spy. The village could only continue to strengthen military vigilance and enter a state of high alert. For a time, the name of S-rank rogue ninja Aoyama Izuko became widely known. But many high-ranking members of various ninja villages sensed a good opportunity. The extremely weak Sand Village, after the death of its leader and facing the attack from Cloud Village. How could the similarly weak Mist Village escape unscathed? The three high-ranking officials temporarily in power in Mist Village quickly received the news. Besides the Sand Village, which was too busy to care for itself, and the Cloud Village, which was engaged in multi-front battles, both the Rock Village and Konoha Village launched wars of aggression against Mist Village. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage perished together, so as Mu's disciple. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, took this opportunity to seek revenge on Mist Village, which was expected by Mist Village. However, unexpectedly, even Konoha Village, which once birthed the god of ninja and was the most transcendent among the 5 major ninja villages, also took action. Among the 3 high-ranking officials of Mist, the 2 who were controlled by Uchiha Madara seemed to sense their master's anger. That was hatred originating from a blood. They would exhaust all the power of Mist Village to resist the enemy's attack. The opinions of the 3 high-ranking officials were unanimous. In fact, it was a subtle resonance formed between Uchiha Madara's interests and those of Mist Village. The overall commander of the Konoha ninjas attacking Mist Village was someone Aoi Ruri knew well. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru. When Aoi Ruri learned this news from Song Yuefeng, she was also somewhat taken aback. Orochimaru was once a popular candidate for the 4th Hokage of Konoha, and indeed should not have defected now. Tsunade is currently not in Konoha. Minato Namikaze once fought alongside Abi from the Cloud Village, and also fought at the Kanabi Bridge against the Rock Village. So Jiraiya, Minato's mentor, was responsible for battles against the Rock Village and the Cloud Village. Therefore, Orochimaru should be in charge of the Mist Village. Moreover, sending someone like Orochimaru indeed aligns with the hawkish style of Konoha. Aoi Ruri also thought of Kinshiki Kagaya and Suijutsu Hozuki. It seems that Orochimaru must have found quite a bit during his encounters with the Mist Village. At the same time, it became clear that not only was Ringo Yuri running out of time, but so was she. Chapter 57. Gift of a Blade. The 5 great nations in the ninja world occupy the vast majority of the land. The Land of Earth is located in the northwest corner of the ninja world, the Land of Lightning in the northeast, the Land of Wind in the southwest, the Land of Water in the southeast, while the Land of Fire is situated in the middle of the 4 great nations. Therefore, the closest Konoha ninja first encountered the hidden Mist Village. Orochimaru, regardless of his character, is a genuine genius, and his ability to lead an army is not inferior to his strength. Under his leadership, Konoha ninjas faced little resistance. With nearly 1,000 Konoha ninjas, based on the 8-man army of the 4th Ninja War, swiftly conquering the various vassal states and territories of the Land of Water, quickly advancing towards the main island of the Land of Water. On the other side, the Land of Earth was also unwilling to show weakness. Though the distance was far, they sent a portion of their ninjas from the north, passing through Takigakure and Kusagakure, to invade the Land of Water. By the time most of the small vassal states at sea were conquered, it had taken less than 6 months. During these 6 months, Aoi Ruri gradually noticed that the number of ninjas in the village was decreasing, and the ordinary villagers, who were somewhat related to ninjas, had become increasingly tense and anxious. Among those she knew, aside from Omochi Zabuza, who was missing, Ogawa Hirachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Matsumizuki Kid had all recently been dispatched to the battlefield. Aoi Ruri was not worried about Kisame Hashigaki, as he was doing well and had even joined the Akatsuki. As for Matsumizuki Kid, after unlocking the Kagura heart, under her instruction, she believed he would be able to protect himself. But Ogawa Hirachi, Aoi Ruri thought about this partner she had collaborated with for 2 years, sighed, and realized that in such a war, an ordinary chunin, like him, could only hope for the best. Aoi Ruri also discovered that those who were first summoned to the battlefield were mostly from ordinary families or orphans, while the ninjas from powerful clans, such as the Terumi family and the Hozuki family, who clearly had bloodline limits, were still comfortably residing in the hidden mist village. Indeed, anyone without a background was destined to be cannon fodder. Aoi Ruri understood very well that her continued presence in the village for the past 6 months relied on the protection of Ringo Yuri. During this time, Ringo Yuri seemed to want to cram all her knowledge into Aoi Ruri, making her feel overwhelmed. Life at the Ninja Academy was far more enjoyable than this. The experiment that was supposedly proposed by Ringo Yuri and Aoi Yoko followed the principle of coexistence of crisis and gain. After surviving the initial dangers, Aoi Ruri gradually adapted, but the effects subsequently became weaker. Soon, Ringo Yuri clearly noticed that after Aoi Ruri became accustomed to it, or rather, after her cell's tolerance improved, the effects were no longer significant. Although there would still be some effect with the passage of time, the gains were simply insufficient, which Ringo Yuri had not anticipated. While disappointed, the results over the past 6 months had already been quite good. Aside from not making much progress in physical techniques and resisting ninjutsu, remaining at an ordinary chunin level or slightly better in ninjutsu or chakra, there had been significant advancements. The total amount of chakra had increased from the level of an ordinary chunin to that comparable to a slightly weaker jonin. What made Aoi Ruri even happier was that this did not involve prematurely tapping into her potential, and with her age, the total chakra would continue to grow. In terms of chakra control, or the speed of forming hand seals, she was able to reach 5 seals per second or even higher, much faster than an ordinary jonin. During these 6 months of training, Aoi Ruri finally completed the transformation of chakra properties, but it was just the lightning attribute she had become familiar with in recent months. However, Aoi Ruri was not learning directly from Hitaki Kakashi. Rather, she was replicating based on descriptions in her memory. Kakashi's Chidori was a ninjutsu that even he could not control without his Sharingan at the time he was a jonin. So the original Chidori was even less usable at Aoi Ruri's current physical technique level. Thus, she could only explore the pulse of chakra through continuous attempts and eventually complete a ninjutsu that she could execute smoothly, though its power might be somewhat weaker. As for the name, Aoi Ruri, too lazy to name it, shamelessly ended up plagiarizing. The appearance of her version of Chidori surprised Ringo Yuri, who marveled at Aoi Ruri's high talent, and Aoi Ruri could only accept the praise with a thick skin. She couldn't exactly tell them she was a time traveler. Just as Aoi Ruri was about to begin her regular daily training, she saw a member of the Umbu approaching Ringo Yuri. Since the invitation to battle from Nashi Shinpachi, very few people had set foot here, except for these hidden, mist Umbu. Today, the other party appeared again, clearly targeting Aoi Ruri. Ringo Yuri naturally concealed her illness in front of outsiders, and after saying something, the other party quickly left again. Ringo, what did they say this time? Aoi Ruri asked as Ringo Yuri walked toward her. It's already the 3rd time. They specifically requested you to join the battle. Ringo Yuri said with a slight frown. Not surprising. After all, as the disciple of the S-rank rogue ninja Aoi Yoko, many people must harbor hostility towards me. Aoi Ruri replied, since that's the case, I'll go and not make it difficult for you anymore. There are some things you haven't fully learned, and the situation has exceeded my expectations. Ringo Yuri said, no, my training has hit a bottleneck, and it's hard to make progress like this. Aoi Ruri understood her situation and the other party's intentions. Aoi Ruri continued, besides, I don't want you to protect me anymore. I can handle it with my strength. Ringo Yuri fell silent for a moment, and after a while, she said softly, you really are just like that annoying guy Aoi Yoko. However, her tone did not seem to indicate that she hated him. Aoi Ruri had always been curious about the connection between Aoi Yoko, who had never been mentioned in the manga, and the famous Ringo Yuri. Now that she saw the other party bring it up, she couldn't help but ask, Ringo, what is your relationship with teacher Aoi Yoko? What relationship? Ringo Yuri gently repeated, just like the relationship between you and that red-haired girl. Back then, we lived in the Ninja Academy together, training and sleeping together as companions. So it was a seemingly unbreakable bond. Aoi Ruri thought to herself, but clearly, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and there must have been some conflict. Then she heard Ringo Yuri continue reminiscing. However, during our graduation exam, we had to fight against each other as companions, engaging in life-and-death battles with those we had helped and discussed our dreams with. Aoi Ruri was suddenly shocked. It seemed even more brutal than her own exam. That was in a closed-off barrier that the outside world could not see, with only one Umbu as the examiner. and Aoi Yoko and I fought to the death until one of us died within the barrier. This was the policy of the Hidden Mist Village, and it finally bore bitter fruit in this sweeping war across the ninja world. Ringo Yuri said coldly, not concealing her disdain for the village and the Umbu. However, Aoi Ruri did not pay attention to the last sentence. The method of examination at that time captured all her attention. Since they required you two to fight to the death, how did you both survive? Haven't I said before that the barrier can only be ended when someone falls? There are 3 people in the barrier. Ringo Amuri smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth and said, so the 2 of us killed the examiner. A member of the Mist Umbu was taken down by 2 freshly graduated kids? Aoi Ruri took a deep breath. Perhaps it was the 2's impressive track record that allowed the higher-ups to tacitly approve of this outcome within the rules. After saying this, Ringo Amuri returned from her memories. Are you sure you want to go? The village is in trouble, and I naturally want to do my part. Aoi Ruri said this without any embarrassment. After all, she had said many similar things in her previous life on Earth. Then I won't stop you, Ringo Amuri said. Your strength has improved a lot. Apart from that bloodline limit, I don't understand. You should only be slightly weaker than a Jonin now. However, I have heard that besides Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, many of the ninjas coming from Konoha this time are elites, which is why the village keeps sending out ninjas. All elites? Aoi Ruri recalled the pitiful descriptions and seemed to ponder. Your strength is still not enough. Ringo Amuri tossed something over. Take this. Aoi Ruri instinctively caught it, but her body suddenly stiffened. What Ringo Amuri threw her was just an ordinary sealing scroll. But looking at the color, it was incredibly familiar. She had come into contact with this scroll many times in the past 6 months because the contents inside were precisely that Thunderblade font. P.S. I won't get home until 7 in the evening, and I'm currently writing the 2nd chapter. Chapter 58, Green this is. Aoi Ruri felt somewhat dazed. The Feng is inside. Ringo Yuli confirmed Aoi Ruri's guess. I can't take this, Aoi Ruri said. Without hesitation, she was about to hand over the scroll. Are you kidding? The Raikiri Feng is not just a blade that guides lightning. It's also a symbol of identity and status. Aoi Ruri currently doesn't believe she has the strength to protect the title of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. No, I'm not giving it to you. Ringo Yuli naturally understood the implications and said softly, I'm just temporarily lending it to you. With the Feng, your strength can match that of a slightly weaker Jonin. However, don't engage in battle with a Jonin skilled in Genjutsu. With your strength, you won't be able to compete with them. But what about you, Sister Ringo? If I take the ninja sword? Aoi Ruri asked. Ringo Yuli's situation isn't much better than hers. After all, she was once a companion of Koya Izuku. Once it is discovered that the Raikiri is missing, Wuri Senhachi will definitely stir. The Feng is just for guiding and generating lightning. It's not very useful to me anymore. Ringo Yuli gently shook her head, extending her right hand as Chakra gathered on it, quickly forming lightning that changed into various shapes. Chidori style? So what? Aoi Ruri looked at the changing lightning, puzzled. Ringo Yuli had been able to do this a long time ago. So what was she trying to express? The next scene shocked Aoi Ruri. She saw numerous lightning bolts rapidly appearing in the surrounding air, then concentrating towards Ringo Yuli's right hand. It was actually the same technique used against Wuri Senhachi back in the day. It was just much weaker. Aoi Ruri had been diligently studying lightning release techniques and had a decent understanding of them. Yet at this moment, she did not comprehend the principle of this technique. Although she didn't understand what this level was, it was evident that this level had surpassed the Chidori style. In other words, the Feng was indeed not very useful to Ringo Yuli anymore, so Aoi Ruri didn't know what else to say. The woman in front of her, though she usually seemed unapproachable, and the training she guided was painfully difficult, still cared for her no less than that gentle Koya Izuku, lending her the Raikiri. This kindness is truly significant. All of this stemmed from her insistence on participating in the battle between Konoha and Kirigakure, but Aoi Ruri did not regret it. She knew very well that if she stayed here any longer without seizing the opportunity to find a way to save Ringo Yuli, she might end up unable to save her life. Moreover, as an S-rank rogue ninja and Koya Izuku's disciple, she would inevitably be subjected to a thorough investigation, and the identity of the Aoi clan would also be discovered, putting her in danger. Therefore, no matter what, Aoi Ruri had to participate in this war. In this war where mass deaths could occur, she needed to find an opportunity to leave the village. Indeed, after Koya Izuku escaped from Uchiha Madara, the storm release caught Uchiha Madara's attention. He had already demanded that those high-ranking officials who were under control carefully investigate the identities of those close to Koya Izuko. Aoi Ruri was unaware of these matters, but it did not affect her sense of crisis. So, Aoi Ruri solemnly placed the scroll in her bag and deeply bowed to Ringo Yuli, saying, "Thank you so much, Sister Ringo." Ringo Yuli smiled gently. "You must come back alive. I didn't say I give you the phone. Wait for me. I will definitely return." Aoi Ruri said determinedly. The situation in Kirigakure was not good. Most of the news from the front was bad. The resistance of the small countries had been nearly wiped out. Under Orochimaru's genius rule, the fastest Konoha ninja had already approached the homeland of the Land of Water. And next, Konoha would face the backbone of Kirigakure. A great battle was imminent. Aoi Ruri was not in a good mood. After accepting the summons from the higher-ups, she was quickly assigned to a team. The other three were all Chunin, 2 boys and 1 girl, and they seemed to be familiar with each other, all around 15 or 16 years old. However, Aoi Ruri sensed hostility from these 3. Perhaps this hostility was subtle, but Aoi Ruri had the mind of an adult. How could she not notice that vague sense of estrangement and those slightly sarcastic remarks? As expected of a student of an S-rank rogue ninja, impressive indeed. Becoming a Chunin at such a young age. "You flatter me." Aoi Ruri wore a naive smile, secretly rolling her eyes. "Are you fans of the 3rd Mizukage? How could you know that the Mizukage you admire might just be a puppet controlled by Uchiha Madara?" But such words ultimately could not be spoken. Soon, the other 3 began conversing among themselves, subtly isolating Aoi Ruri. She understood their intentions and felt somewhat helpless. In this war, a disunited team could easily be wiped out. Before long, a leader approached and informed Aoi Ruri's team of their mission. It turned out that Konoha's ninja had already entered the last barrier of the Land of Water, the Misty Forest. It was said that this place resembled a natural genjutsu, causing intruding ninjas to expend considerable effort to find their way. However, Aoi Ruri understood that it might be similar to some formations from her past life. The team Aoi Ruri was in was to reach the southern group and follow the next orders. In simple terms, they were being used as pawns. Aoi Ruri wasn't very optimistic about Kirigakure. Fortunately, the water ninjas of Kirigakure were very familiar with the Misty Forest, which was a significant advantage against Konoha. Because Kirigakure was very close to the Misty Forest, and some water ninjas were blocking ahead, the urgency for the newly summoned ninjas was not very high. However, the other 3 in Aoi Ruri's group were moving very quickly, as if they were being summoned by countless riches ahead rather than facing dangerous battles. Do they think they can leave me behind with their speed? Aoi Ruri thought, quietly quickening her pace. With the enhancement of her lightning chakra, the abilities of the 3 were naturally not enough to shake her off, so their plan fell through. The other 3 felt a chill in their hearts. Indeed, this little girl was not as harmless as she appeared. In this subtle atmosphere, the small team soon arrived at the camp. There were about 300 to 400 people in the camp. After all, it was a subcamp located south of the Misty Forest, and a large portion of ninjas were in the north resisting Iwagakure and guarding against the rest of Kimogakure. Since they had come from the direction of Kirigakure, the guards did not conduct a tedious inspection, and Aoi Ruri's identity was quickly confirmed. After entering the camp, Aoi Ruri habitually looked around, as she used to encounter acquaintances this way. What about now? Aoi Ruri scanned, but did not see Matsuki Kid and Kisame Hashigaki, which was within her expectations. The little girl was on the battlefield of Iwagakure, while Kisame should be working for the watermelon-headed guy. However, in the end, Aoi Ruri really found an acquaintance. Isn't that Ao, the one with Byakugan next to Terumi Mei? Aoi Ruri was taken aback. Judging by his position and clothing, he should be a leadership figure. But at this moment his 2 eyes were intact, clearly not having Byakugan yet. Aoi Ruri pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 59. The war begins in the camp. Communication hawks were constantly flying in and out, creating an atmosphere of extreme tension. In the center of the camp stood Ching, reviewing one message after another, occasionally speaking to the ninja responsible for relaying communications beside him. Many ninjas secretly glanced over, hoping to glean some answers from his expression. In this oppressive atmosphere where all ninjas were on edge, about 2 hours passed when Aoi Ruri noticed a change in Ching's expression. The air in the entire camp seemed to freeze. Are they coming? Ruri thought to herself. Everyone, Ching shouted, causing many ninjas to tremble slightly, and the camp fell silent in an instant. According to the latest intelligence from the front, the enemy has entered the mist forest from 3 directions. Now, Follow me to the southwest to confront them. Unlike the sea route to other countries on the opposite side, the mist forest was shrouded in dense fog, and its vast area meant that even the most familiar mist ninjas would take several hours to traverse it. Therefore, although they were following, the ninja world was vast and sparsely populated, with various small teams spread out far apart. Perhaps this way, the formed battle lines would better detect and even obstruct the enemy. But Aoi Ruri wondered what kind of enemies they would face in the southwest. I hope we don't run into Orochimaru. Aoi Ruri thought silently, as he was a true Sannin-level powerhouse, and if they encountered him, she didn't know who could resist here. Moreover, the battles between the Mist Village and Konoha were described very little in the comics, leaving Aoi Ruri with nothing to reference. However, it was certain that Orochimaru, the Mist Village, was not very successful, hence his achievements were overshadowed by the Golden Light. About 300 people set off towards the southwest, forming a wide battle line. After about 1 or 2 hours, they arrived at the approximate center of the mist forest, where Qing was the first to stop. Along the way, Qing had been in constant contact with the intelligence department ninjas, so he was clear about the enemy's location. Now, what he needed to do was establish enough of an advantage. Under Qing's orders, the mist ninjas quickly dispersed, taking various preparations along the entire defense line. For example, in Aoi Ruri's small team, although the 3 members were very resistant to her, they still cooperated to set up various traps, look for hiding spots, or use some ninjutsu to forcibly alter the environment in the face of a great enemy. They created a small puddle in an open area or used earth style to make a small mound, then carelessly set various explosive devices with transparent threads. However, Aoi Ruri felt that the things the 3 were doing were somewhat crude, and she had no intention of stepping forward to guide them. In less than half an hour, the southern side of the mist forest became a trap zone, densely packed with traps over a long distance. Of course, the traps had special markings from the mist village to prevent friendly fire. After the traps were set, the enemy was about to arrive, and the mist ninjas all hid, hoping to catch the opponent off guard. After all, if the teams were dispersed, sensory-type ninjas wouldn't be able to cover everything. This part of the forest fell silent, seemingly leaving no trace in the thick fog. Aoi Ruri didn't know, but Qing was very clear that Orochimaru was not here, which was why he sent ninjas led by the relatively weaker Qing to ambush in the southern mist forest. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was personally targeted by one of the 3 high-ranking leaders of the mist village, a bald man. In the Konoha ninja army, Orochimaru was not wearing the later classic butterfly-patterned attire, but the standard Jonin uniform of Konoha village. However, those around him did not see him as an ordinary Jonin. Ignoring the fearful glances of the ninjas beside him, Orochimaru analyzed the mist strategy. He placed great importance on the war with the mist village, carefully managing every detail, hoping to deal a heavy blow to or even completely annihilate the mist village. This way, his chances of becoming the 4th Hokage would increase. When I become the 4th Hokage, I'll do better than you, Sarutobi-sensei. As the strongest village among the 5 great shinobi villages, why should Konoha only defend its territory? Orochimaru strongly disagreed with the views of his teacher, who was praised as a hero of the ninja world. Compared to his teacher's defensive stance, Orochimaru admired his brother, Danzo Shimura, who appeared quiet and low-key, but, like him, was cold and ambitious. Moreover, recently, he had done many things that the village did not permit in pursuit of his forbidden techniques. Fortunately, thanks to Danzo's use of the root's power, he had not been discovered and was able to proceed smoothly. Thus, Orochimaru had finally managed to persuade the stubborn Konoha higher-ups, obtaining permission to attack the Mist Village while the Mizukage was dead. This was also a good opportunity for him to achieve merit, so Orochimaru fully utilized his intelligence, facing almost no resistance and directly reaching the land of the water country. He had heard that things on Jiraiya's side seemed to be in a stalemate. That idiot, Orochimaru thought to himself. However, he would never have expected that the biggest competitor for the position of 4th Hokage was not Jiraiya, but Jiraiya's disciple. Something strange ahead. Orochimaru's yellow eyes suddenly narrowed, and he casually performed a summoning technique to call forth a small white snake. The sensory abilities of snakes were far superior to those of humans, and this particular white snake was among the best. 300 meters ahead, there was a human presence and heat, and there were quite a few of them. Orochimaru quickly understood the information relayed by the small snake. This ambush was of no use to him. He once again used the summoning technique, but this time it was not a small snake, but 3 large yellow snakes, each the size of a grown man. When the giant snakes appeared, they forced many Konoha ninjas aside. those Konoha ninjas caught off guard, looked on with fear and admiration. The three giant snakes roared as they charged toward the location indicated by the small white snake, indiscriminately destroying the trees in their path. Such a commotion would definitely attract the attention of the mist ninjas. Upon seeing this, they collectively gasped. Although the mist ninjas were already aware of Orochimaru's strength, they were still shocked to see it for the first time. However, the bald man in charge here showed no signs of fear and formed hand seals. Water style, water blade chaos. Suddenly, in the already humid mist forest, countless massive water blades formed, their might rivaling that of wind blades. The high-pressure water blades shot toward the three yellow snakes. Roar! The giant body of the snake was quickly severed into several pieces upon contact with the water blades. The painful howls echoed through the forest as dozens of the snake's remains fell to the ground in a rain of blood, quickly transforming into smoke and disappearing. Behind, the Konoha ninjas were greatly astonished. For half a year, under Orochimaru's lead, they had faced almost no resistance, yet this time, the unstoppable giant snake was so easily dealt with. In contrast to the Konoha ninjas, the morale of the mist ninjas instantly surged. It seemed that they had encountered a decent opponent. Orochimaru paid no mind to the death of the summoned snakes. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he flicked out his long tongue, looking terrifying. On the other side, the bald man fixed his gaze on the hundreds of Konoha ninjas, as if a voice in his heart was saying, "Konoha, I will destroy you." This hatred emanated from afar, yet it remained as intense as ever. In the moment the bald man closed his eyes, the Sharingan flickered and vanished. The next moment, various hidden weapons and ninjutsu came crashing down like locusts towards both sides. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. The team that Aoi Ruri belonged to had all hidden themselves. Aoi Ruri was crouched in a patch of grass, while the other two were nestled among the thick branches, and one person had transformed into a mound of earth. According to AO, the Konoha ninjas in this direction did not have a brute force approach like Orochimaru, so they were employing a scattered combat style typical of a small team. However, Aoi Ruri still had a bad feeling. AO's presence was like that of a jinx, reminding her of certain people. Aoi Ruri quietly activated hiding in the void, sensing her surroundings. Within 100 meters, ninjas gradually appeared, likely Konoha ninjas, and then 4 ninjas kept getting closer and closer. Aoi Ruri held her breath, as strong as Konoha was. There was a high chance that one of these 4 was a Jonin. Finally, when the 4 ninjas were only 20 meters away, just as Aoi Ruri was about to drop her bloodstain elimination and prepare for battle, she suddenly sensed the lead person's footsteps halt. Damn it, they were discovered. Aoi Ruri quickly revealed herself to alert her teammates. Chapter 60. Teammates' death. Aoi Ruri quickly issued a warning signal, hoping the other 3 could adjust their state. However, the other 3 did not believe they would be discovered from such a distance, and upon receiving Aoi Ruri's warning, they merely thought she was being too timid. Nevertheless, the 4 Leaf Ninja's steps became noticeably more cautious. The 4 did not communicate, but Aoi Ruri keenly observed the leader's left hand silently making a gesture at his waist. Are these 3 not planning to make a move? Aoi Ruri felt anxious. Did they really have to wait for the enemy to strike first? Wouldn't all the traps they had set up earlier be in vain? In her previous life, playing a certain game, Aoi Ruri had felt a deep hatred for unreliable teammates. And now she was experiencing that feeling again. Well then, I'll make the first move. Aoi Ruri disregarded the 3 and triggered the traps. Just then, the 4-Leaf Ninja also launched an attack towards the hidden position of Aoi Ruri's team. Before the other 3 could curse Aoi Ruri for being reckless, they discovered several shurikens flying towards them. Were they really discovered? The 3 were slightly stunned, but quickly reacted and evaded. The traps that Aoi Ruri had forcibly activated were significantly less threatening, but the shurikens, iron spikes, and ropes still hindered the Leaf Ninja's advance. At this point, Aoi Ruri and the 3 jumped out from the shadows, and Aoi Ruri felt a slight sense of relief. The current Leaf Ninja did not dress as freely as they would in the later years. There were clear distinctions between the clothing of Jonin and Chunin. So Aoi Ruri quickly assessed the attire of the 3 men and 1 woman, knowing that there were no Jonin in the opposing team. Therefore, it shouldn't be too troublesome. The 2 sides had no pointless exchanges and swiftly entered combat. It must be said that Aoi Ruri had very little familiarity with this team and did not understand each other's abilities well. But given Aoi Ruri's current strength, dealing with these 4 Leaf Ninja wasn't too difficult. Earth release, Earth Tooth Spear. Wind release, Wind Scattering Blade. Water release, water dragon bullet, water release, water wolf break. And there was a pair using ninja tools standing together. As expected, there were no fire release ninja. Otherwise, they would have been at a clear disadvantage in this environment. Aoi Ruri thought, but these leaf ninja were not weak at all. Suddenly, a shuriken shot in from a diagonal rear direction. Aoi Ruri hurriedly stopped the ninjutsu she was about to unleash and barely dodged it amidst the sound of slicing air. Turning to look, it was indeed the pair of melee-focused leaf ninja. But how could they still spare the attention to sneak attack her? Meanwhile, the other two mist ninja teamed up to ambush one leaf ninja, who appeared unfazed and handled the situation calmly. Aoi Ruri could only engage the remaining man and woman. The woman was using earth release ninjutsu, while the man was strangely not seen using any technique so far. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Just as Aoi Ruri was about to use lightning release to take down the opponent, she suddenly felt something was off. Another sound of a hidden weapon slicing through the air. How could it be again? Aoi Ruri wondered, dodging the flying dart, but then felt a stronger gust of wind. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Why is everyone attacking me? Aoi Ruri felt caught off guard. After all, despite her strength, her experience in battle was still lacking. Aoi Ruri quickly leaped to the right to evade the wind release attack, while the woman's earth release was already coming in. Aoi Ruri quickly formed hand seals in midair. Lightning release, earth walk. A bolt of lightning struck the incoming earth dragon, as lightning counters earth, rapidly dismantling the opponent's earth-based attack. Aoi Ruri let out a slight sigh of relief, but just as she was about to land, a glance downward made her expression change drastically. Below her, there was a shadow, right beneath her. Shadow binding technique. That last ninja turned out to be from the Nara clan. Aoi Ruri quickly realized that if her shadow was caught, it would be over. Aoi Ruri forcibly shifted her body half a foot in midair, and the moment she landed, as the Nara clan ninja attempted to capture her again, Aoi Ruri no longer gave the opponent a chance and retreated rapidly. That was close. Aoi Ruri still felt a lingering fear, then looked at her three teammates, her expression darkening instantly. The three were surrounding the leaf ninja skilled in ninja tools and taijutsu, and there was surprise in their eyes. Unsure if it was due to Aoi Ruri dodging the attack unscathed or their confusion over her last strange dodge. But Aoi Ruri completely understood. She had just fallen into such a perilous situation, being ambushed by the four-leaf ninja, and it was definitely her teammates who had set her up. They must have done it on purpose. Otherwise, how could that leaf ninja have had the opportunity to launch a hidden weapon at her? How could that wind release ninja have pulled their hand away to attack her? Aoi Ruri had originally thought that the three only disliked her, but unexpectedly, they actually wanted to harm her. What a malicious intention. How deep must their grudge be? Aoi Ruri felt a chill in her heart. Were they willing to sacrifice a teammate just to eliminate her? Was it just because she was the disciple of an S-rank rogue ninja? Her intuition told her it couldn't be that simple. However, since you all are doing this, then I have no obligation to warn you. Aoi Ruri thought to herself. Meanwhile, the Nara clan ninja, who had originally planned to catch one of them off guard, felt a bit disappointed, but quickly sensed the oddity in the mist team. It seemed they were somewhat disjointed. The Nara clan ninja caught the opportunity to take down the enemy completely. Next, Aoi Ruri responded carefully, not using all her strength. If you all are holding back, then I'll hold back too. Aoi Ruri cautiously fought against the earth release woman. The earth release had little effect in front of her lightning release, and the woman strangely noticed that the opponent seemed to have little offensive power. Occasionally, her teammates' oversights led to Aoi Ruri being ambushed a few times, but the already accustomed her could handle it calmly. It seems I'm not such a good person either. Aoi Ruri saw a shadow on the ground creeping toward her three teammates. The Nara clan ninja was using a trick. After hesitating for a moment, Aoi Ruri felt a wave of residual energy from a ninjutsu clash behind her, which solidified her resolve. Since I can detect the shadow binding technique, then if you all don't dodge, you can only blame yourselves. Aoi Ruri ignored the fact that she was a transmigrator. After all, having these three teammates was worse than not having them. How could this be? My body. The shocked voices of the three rang out, and the Nara clan member smirked. Shadow imitation technique, successful. Do you not pay attention to the ground during battle? Your vigilance is truly lacking. Aoi Ruri secretly sneered. Soon, the three realized their predicament, and the Nara clan member raised both hands, with 8 shurikens nestled between his fingers. They also noticed Aoi Ruri, who was still able to move. Quick, save me, help. The three shouted in panic. forgetting their earlier intention to harm this little girl from their team. Aoi Ruri sighed to herself. After all, they were teammates from the same village, so she should go and help. Moreover, if all her teammates died and she was fine, she would be questioned when they regrouped. Just as Aoi Ruri was about to go over, the other 3 Konoha ninjas blocked her path. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, rock collapse. And then there were various ninja tools flying out from the scroll opened by that man. It seems I can't help you anymore. Aoi Ruri realized she couldn't ignore these things and rush over in an instant. But I will avenge you. The screams of the 3 people echoed. And then there was silence. Chapter 61. Resolution. The death of 3 people instantly turned the situation into a 4 against 1. The remaining Nara clan member also came over, surrounding Aoi Ruri with the other 3. No matter how you looked at it, the situation seemed extremely favorable to the Leaf Ninjas. The Nara clan shadow imitation technique was indeed powerful, but it seemed you didn't know the shadow neck binding technique yet. Unexpectedly, Aoi Ruri broke the tense atmosphere by speaking first. The 4 exchanged glances, and the Nara clan member was surprised, saying, I didn't expect someone to be so familiar with our Nara clan's techniques. However, just being familiar isn't enough. Before his words could finish, the 4 of them surrounded her from all directions. I know quite a bit. Aoi Ruri seemed oblivious to their movements and continued to ask calmly, is the Hyuga clan from the Leaf Village also here? The appearance of the Nara clan made Aoi Ruri suddenly think of a question. Perhaps the Byakugan that Ao obtained from the battlefield was here, which meant that the Hyuga clan. Sure enough, the 4 paused slightly upon hearing this. Although it was not very obvious, Aoi Ruri caught it. This time, the 4 Leaf Ninjas did not respond and charged at Aoi Ruri with the determination to kill her. Although they had already dealt with 3 of their opponents, and the remaining one was just a young girl, the Nara clan member did not relax much. Based on the brief exchange earlier and his intuition, he knew that this girl might be the most troublesome one. The Nara clan member formed hand seals, and his shadow on the ground reached out towards Aoi Ruri like a maggot clinging to a bone. Realizing the danger, Aoi Ruri immediately dodged backward, throwing some shurikens into the air, but they were blocked by the man skilled in ninja tools. Before she could regain her composure, the female ninja's attack had already arrived, and the other Earth-style ninja also used Earth Release, crumbling Earth Palm, causing the ground to crack and spread towards Aoi Ruri. Surrounded from all sides, Aoi Ruri had no choice but to hurriedly use a substitution technique, making the attacks hit a wooden block instead. Retreating again, Aoi Ruri looked at the 4 in front of her and realized her mistake. Their combination of taijutsu and ninjutsu was practically flawless, and why was she, a half-baked taijutsu user, trying to embarrass herself? Little sister, you're quite quick to react. Being able to escape unscathed from our encirclement is something to be proud of. However, since we belong to different factions, we have no reason not to kill you, said the Nara clan member, having wasted a lot of time. Next, don't hold back, and let's end this quickly. Do you really think I'm here to hand out points? Aoi Ruri felt underestimated. Then just right. I also want to know how effective my training has been. On the battlefield, Aoi Ruri tried to avoid using her bloodline limit as much as possible. Although there were no other mist ninjas present, it was hard to ensure that no one would happen to come by. Meanwhile, the Nara shadow reached out towards Aoi Ruri again. While dodging that annoying shadow, Aoi Ruri also moved her hands. The Leaf Ninjas immediately sensed something was off. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. This was a relatively large ninjutsu, and Aoi Ruri felt the ground nearby turn into a swamp, rushing towards her in a river-like fashion. Wind Release, Wind Cutter. A powerful gust of wind suddenly struck. Boom! At that moment, Aoi Ruri's quick hand seals, rat, horse, monkey, horse, rabbit, were completed in less than a second. All the attacks converged on Aoi Ruri, overwhelming her. Is it resolved? The 4 looked towards the area covered by wind and earth. However, through the mist, they saw blue light radiating everywhere, and vaguely heard a complex sound. It was a gentle cooing, like thousands of birds, a sound of heavenly music. Looking closer, they only found the blue lightning in Aoi Ruri's hand and the blue currents extending through the air. The fierce attacks from before could not advance under this lightning, as expected of Kakashi Hitaki's signature ninjutsu. However, Aoi Ruri felt somewhat disappointed. Perhaps its power was similar to the Rasengan, but it required hand seals, which was quite troublesome. Perhaps only the Chidori after its transformation could surpass the Rasengan. Aoi Ruri also wanted to try the Rasen Shuriken after changing its wind nature, but without Sage Mode controlling it. The Rasen Shuriken couldn't be thrown and would cause permanent damage to her arm's meridians, so she gave up, not wanting to think about this anymore. Aoi Ruri charged towards the male ninja with the lightning in her right hand. The speed, aided by the Chidori, suddenly increased significantly. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. The female ninja saw the danger and unleashed several massive wind waves towards Aoi Ruri. However, the wind, which originally counters lightning, dissipated into nothingness under this thunderous bird call of lightning. This only meant that the restrained attribute's power was too strong. Seeing the woman's wind ninjutsu ineffective, the male ninja hastily used an earth release defensive technique. Earth release, earth returns to nothing. He tried to protect himself. However, Aoi Ruri's outstretched right hand touched the earthen wall and passed through it as if it were made of paper. If it were the Rasengan, the chakra would have already spread out, while the Chidori's excellent feature was its penetrating ability. A scream escaped as the man desperately dodged, but was still hit in the right chest. When the earth wall disappeared, they saw a huge wound on his chest, while Aoi Ruri's right hand remained without any bloodstains. One down, Aoi Ruri calmly avoided the shadow on the ground. Damn it. Hurry up and finish her off. Then go back to find a medical ninja for treatment. There might still be hope, said the Nara clan member. Can't you see the situation clearly? Ruri said, you killed my 3 teammates. If I don't leave you behind, it'll be hard to explain. Perhaps she'd be seen as a deserter. Aoi Ruri thought to herself. Now, her chakra limit was indeed much higher, and this Chidori, different from Kakashi's, consumed very little chakra. Aoi Ruri formed hand seals again, and another heavenly bird call echoed. As long as I'm careful of that shadow, the other 2 will be easy to deal with. Aoi Ruri advanced towards the man skilled in ninja tools. The opponent pulled out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, spread his arms wide, and countless shurikens shot out. However, Aoi Ruri merely raised her right hand, and the shurikens veered off course under the lightning. Not good. The man skilled in ninja tools didn't expect these tools to be ineffective. He could only rely on his ninjutsu for defense. But under that lightning, how could he dare to come into contact with Aoi Ruri? In the midst of dodging, he ultimately couldn't keep up. The Chidori struck his chest. Now, only you 2 are left, Aoi Ruri said. The Nara clan member quickly said to the female ninja, forget about them, run. The woman didn't hesitate, unleashing a wind ninjutsu like an air cannon towards Aoi Ruri, while the Nara clan member Shadow drew a line behind her, seemingly trying to block her. However, Aoi Ruri wasn't limited to just the Chidori for close-range ninjutsu. Lightning release, lightning gate. A massive bolt of lightning surged along the ground towards the 2, who hurriedly dodged but stopped their escape. Looking back, Aoi Ruri had already caught up. Since they don't want us to escape, then let's go all out. The Nara clan member and the female ninja exchanged glances, confirming their thoughts. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. The woman used that ninjutsu similar to Phoenix Fire again. This time, the wind wave quickly shattered Aoi Ruri. Is it over? How could it be? The 2 felt that this was too easy to resolve. No, they saw Aoi Ruri transform into water. It turned out that during the chase just now, Aoi Ruri had used the water clone technique. By the time the woman reacted, Aoi Ruri had already curved her left hand's fingers behind her. Rasengan. As expected, the Rasengan is still effective. Seeing the woman get hit, Aoi Ruri thought to herself, at least it saves time. At this point, it finally became a one-on-one situation, but the Nara clan member clearly spent most of his time practicing family secret techniques, resulting in his ordinary ninjutsu being only at the Chunin level. Aoi Ruri calmly dodged the shadow controlled by the opponent, and a water dragon bullet hit the opponent, who immediately lost combat ability. Now, it seemed that the Nara clan member was the last Konoha ninja in this place. Aoi Ruri said to him, so the Hyuga clan members are indeed here? I got the answer from your expressions. You know quite a lot. The Konoha ninja lay on the ground, struggling to speak, but it was pointless. Under the leadership of Lord Orochimaru, the Mist Village will surely become history. Impossible. Orochimaru can't do that. I'm a traveler. I know the truth. Traveler, what is that? This was the man's final question. Chapter 63. Stagnant Water and Hinata. After dealing with the 4 Konoha ninjas, Aoi Ruri put away their forehead protectors, pondering her next move. Now she was alone. Although her mobility and flexibility had increased, being surrounded by the enemy team posed a greater danger. At this moment, the Mist and Konoha ninjas in other directions were likely engaged in battle, and rushing in recklessly could be risky. Though Aoi Ruri wanted to find Tsunade or a medical ninja of similar caliber, she faced another dilemma. Even if she found a powerful medical ninja, how could she bring them to the hidden Mist Village? or convince Ringo Yuri to leave with her. Aoi Ruri felt that neither option was reliable, as returning to the battlefield after being reported missing would lead to being labeled a deserter. Around her, the faint sounds of fighting could be heard from afar. Aoi Ruri thought for a moment. Should she find a place to hide? Or go to areas with more mist ninjas to blend in? After a brief assessment, she realized that hiding wouldn't work since she couldn't constantly use her bloodline limit, and even if she activated her invisibility, she would likely be spotted by the passing Hyuga clan members. In terms of reconnaissance and perception, the Byakugan surpassed the Sharingan. Thus, Aoi Ruri cautiously made her way toward a location where the sounds of battle were coming from. Takahashi Shizuka was extremely anxious. As a jonin of the Mist Village, he had led 3 chunin to ambush the enemy, but unexpectedly, although the opponent had suffered some initial losses due to surprise, they quickly regained their composure. Moreover, the enemy had jonin as well. Their team's strength was formidable. While Takahashi was entangled with a Konoha jonin, the remaining 3 Konoha ninjas launched a fierce attack, resulting in one Mist ninja being caught off guard and eliminated. The situation was extremely dire. The Konoha jonin was using fire-style jutsu and was also quite skilled in taijutsu. Although he didn't possess any special secret techniques, his raw strength was formidable. And even with the advantage of terrain and elemental countering, he had tightly entangled Takahashi Shizuka. Let those 3 Konoha chunin deal with them first, and then we can attack together? This strategy is too crude, Takahashi thought to himself. However, this crude strategy left him with no room for anger as he watched the 2 Mist ninjas fall into an absolute disadvantage against the 3 Konoha ninjas, and they might soon be in danger. Takahashi used a water dragon bullet to push back a Konoha ninja, wanting to return to assist, but the opponent instantly unleashed a barrage of fireballs to block his advance. Takahashi recognized that technique. It was Konoha's signature fire jutsu, Phoenix Fire technique. In a battle like this, do you still want to be distracted? The Konoha jonin spoke. At the jonin level, a single oversight could lead to irreparable consequences, and Takahashi understood this principle, but he was also acutely aware of the current situation. How can I shake him off? Takahashi thought anxiously. Meanwhile, the Konoha jonin was fully focused, seemingly aware that this squad was on the verge of annihilation. Neither of them noticed that a little girl had quietly approached their vicinity. One intense fight, Aoi Ruri thought, observing without a care. She carefully hid near the 5 chunin, and the 2 people several dozen meters away naturally caught her attention. Judging by their speed and the intensity of the battle, those 2 were jonin. Aoi Ruri felt a chill in her heart, but she quickly noticed something. At this moment, the 2 Mist chunin were showing signs of fatigue under the assault of the 3 Konoha ninjas, and they were already covered in various wounds. This is bad. Aoi Ruri realized that the 5 people were gradually moving in her direction, and the scattered shurikens and the residual energy from their jutsu were coming her way indiscriminately. Aoi Ruri knew her concealment was about to be exposed. Whom to help was no longer a question. Although Aoi Ruri had an extraordinary fondness for Konoha due to her past life as memories, if she truly helped Konoha, she would not only be labeled a rogue ninja by her village, but would also likely face betrayal from Konoha. Just then, a Konoha ninja, trying to evade a desperate counterattack from Mist chunin, hurriedly retreated and fortuitously stopped right in front of Aoi Ruri. Since you made it so easy for me, I'll hold back. Aoi Ruri unhesitatingly revealed herself, gathering blue chakra in her hand. Raising Gan, the chakra sphere struck the Konoha ninjas back directly. The 2 Konoha chunin were shocked, and even the jonin entangled with Takahashi was momentarily stunned. They didn't expect an ambush from the enemy. In contrast, the Mist ninjas were overjoyed to see Aoi Ruri eliminate an enemy, shifting the situation to 3 against 2. But this time, the Mist side had the advantage. The fighting spirit of the 2 Mist chunin soared, and it was finally their turn to push back the enemy. The Konoha jonin finally experienced the kind of frustration that Takahashi Shizuka felt. When it came to entangling, the myriad changes of water style were far superior to fire style. The Konoha jonin was nearly driven to the brink of despair due to the shameless harassment from the opposing side. Aoi Ruri and the 2 Mist ninjas quickly took out the remaining enemies and seamlessly joined the battle between jonin. It's worth noting that the gap between jonin and chunin wasn't as vast as one might think, or else it wouldn't be possible for those Konoha guys to topple jonin while still chunin. Thus, the addition of Aoi Ruri and her 2 companions brought immense trouble to the Konoha ninja, especially for the little girl who had been hiding in the shadows earlier. The Konoha jonin cursed inwardly. realizing that this level of strength was not much different from that of a jonin. Indeed, in the encirclement, Aoi Ruri's jutsu posed the greatest threat to him. Lightning release, lightning needle, even for a jonin. Without a full-range perspective, something only the Byakugan possesses, he quickly fell victim to Aoi Ruri's lightning attack. The electricity coursed through him, slowing his movements as the attacks from the other three ninjas came crashing in. Water style, water dragon bullet. Water style, water wolf Feng. The Konoha jonin was hit without a doubt, briefly using the body substitute technique, but as for the shadow clone technique, it would likely be depleted even faster by chakra division. However, he was still eliminated. In a now quiet forest, Takahashi and the other two simply buried and mourned their fallen comrade, then gratefully addressed Aoi Ruri. Thank you for your assistance. If it weren't for you just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was merely part of my duty, Aoi Ruri replied with a bow. May I ask where your companions are? Takahashi inquired, voicing his confusion. Most ninjas formed teams for combat. They were more mobile and had better survival rates, and very few acted alone. Those who did were usually very strong. But this little girl before him didn't seem like one of those powerful individuals. My teammates perished, but fortunately, all the enemies have been dealt with. Aoi Ruri briefly recounted the events, adding appropriate emotional descriptions, of course, leaving out the details of her own abilities and the Nara clan's capabilities. I'm sorry, Takahashi said, thinking that the death of a comrade would deeply sadden this little girl, but that wasn't the case. So, would you be willing to temporarily join our team? Takahashi asked. After the battle, he had already recognized this young girl as considerable strength despite her age. All right, Aoi Ruri thought for a moment and agreed. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gao Tianjing, a jonin. This person is... Before I could finish, a signal flare suddenly shot up into the sky. The loud noise and yellow smoke startled a few of us. This is a signal that can only be issued by the leader. Gao Tianjing was the first to react, estimating that there must be a large number of enemies over there. Let's go quickly. Before I could finish my words, I had already dashed a great distance. My simple self-introduction wasn't even completed. Songjing Luli could only helplessly follow after him, as the location of the signal flare wasn't too far from here. Not long after, Songjing Luli arrived at the battlefield and was taken aback. This was a relatively large battlefield, with nearly 100 people engaged in melee combat, and more ninjas from both sides were joining the fray. Qing was surprisingly in the middle of the Mist Village side, confronting the Konoha ninjas from a distance. And on the Konoha side, the person who seemed to be the leader was none other than Konoha's Shunshin Shursui, Uchiha Shursui. Could it be that Qing and Uchiha Shursui's first encounter wasn't when Qing ambushed Konoha? Songjing Luli wondered, and then suddenly realized. Right, at that time Qing recognized Shursui, indicating they had met before, and it seems it was right here. Then Songjing Luli noticed a group of Byakugan users, probably around a dozen. But she didn't know which one belonged to the main family. Chapter 64. The instant body technique of Shursui. The battle in the arena was intense. But Aoi Ruri felt a sense of unease. On one side, Ao was loudly calling for their help, and Takeda Seiji and the others had already joined the fray. However, Aoi Ruri noticed a problem. How could there be so many people fighting together in such a short amount of time? She watched as everyone was fiercely engaged, with people constantly falling and trees being recklessly destroyed. But Aoi Ruri's heart grew colder. Something was off. Uchiha Shursui's techniques were highly skilled, yet he hadn't used his Sharingan. And this group of people using techniques was definitely not from the Hyuga clan. For a long time, the Land of Water had adhered to a policy of isolation, with little communication between Kirigakure and other ninja villages. So no one understood the Hyuga clan better than Aoi Ruri. The group wearing the Hyuga family crest was not using Gentle Fist, but rather the techniques of ordinary ninjas. What a brilliant illusion. Aoi Ruri immediately realized that everything before her was likely an illusion. She quickly shouted to Takeda Seiji, Captain, we've fallen into the enemy's Jinjutsu. In the distance, Takeda Seiji sensed something was amiss after hearing the little girl's words. Because after she mentioned the Jinjutsu, the actions and expressions of the others seemed unchanged. He quickly dodged, closed his eyes, formed the in-hand sign, and shouted release. But when he opened his eyes, there was no change in the situation before him. Aoi Ruri tried as well, but there was no effect. She looked at Takeda Seiji, knowing he was also at a loss. However, Takeda Seiji did not doubt Aoi Ruri's words. After all, his earlier actions hadn't surprised the battling ninjas, which confirmed the reality of the Jinjutsu. Disrupt the chakra. or use extreme pain quickly. Ruri focus on the person in the arena, feeling uneasy. Ruri directly used lightning to attack herself. After a moment of intense pain, she opened her eyes, and everything around her was shrouded in mist. Takeda Seiji and the others were right beside her. And at that moment, Takeda Seiji also awakened from the Jinjutsu and placed his hand on the other two to wake them up. It was quiet all around. Where were Ao, the Hyuga clan members, and Uchiha Shursui? Uchiha Shursui, be careful. Aoi Ruri suddenly realized, her heart filled with alarm. A faint sound came from the direction of Takeda Seiji and the others. The three of them instantly stiffened, their eyes wide, cold sweat pouring down. Their instincts told them someone was right behind them, almost pressing against their backs. They could even feel the other person's breath. How did he appear out of nowhere? The three did not understand, but there was no time to think. A scream rang out, but it was cut off halfway, and Takeda Seiji and the remaining person instinctively kicked off and quickly left the spot. Turning to look, the teammate who had been ambushed fell unwillingly, revealing a young man about 20 years old, wearing the forehead protector of Konohagakure. He carried a long knife on his back, and his clothing bore the Uchiha clan's emblem, with 3 tomo decorating his scarlet pupils. The caster of the Jinjutsu was indeed Uchiha Shursui. The previous Jinjutsu must have been a large-scale illusion. Atoi Ruri knew very well that if he used it individually, it would be very hard for her to resist the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Who are you? Takeda Seiji asked. He hadn't clearly seen Uchiha Shursui's movements just now. He is from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Be careful of his instant body technique. Atoi Ruri quickly warned. What? Takeda Seiji exclaimed. The name Uchiha was extremely renowned outside of Konoha among other ninja villages. Takeda Seiji tightened his grip on his kunai, not daring to be careless. Hiragakure seems to have gathered a lot of intelligence. Uchiha Shursui spoke, his voice magnetic, but the next moment he vanished. Just like that, he disappeared from sight in front of several people. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Takeda Seiji's forehead, facing him directly. He still couldn't catch the opponent's movements. Takeda Seiji instantly focused all his energy, enveloping his body with chakra to enhance his sensitivity. Aoi Ruri was also on high alert. She understood that she must not look at those eyes. So, she had to give up the chance to see the real Sharingan. Aoi Ruri thought absurdly, not knowing whether the opponent had evolved into the 4-pointed pinwheel of the Mangeki Sharingan. The name Instant Body Shursui was indeed well-deserved. This was not the space ninjutsu of Minato Namikaze, but a standard instant body technique, relying on high-speed movement with chakra. This D-rank ninjutsu was originally easy to recognize and consumed too much chakra, merely a common trick. However, Uchiha Shursui incorporated the principles of the Sharingan into it, likely adding an illusion component, which had reached a level that even Jane Nin could not discern. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Takeda Seiji. Not good. Takeda Seiji's kunai was suddenly thrust forward, the blade narrowly blocking Uchiha Shursui's downward slash with his long knife. Uchiha Shursui's strike was deflected, but he did not press the attack further. Instead, he vanished again. Damn it! Takeda Seiji felt heavy-hearted. The opponent's instant body technique was so advanced that he could barely see it. How could the others possibly react? Sure enough, the next moment, a shadow that was difficult to discern with the naked eye moved toward the last Kirigakure CH Nin. That Kirigakure CH Nin tensed up, but the opponent was still too fast. When he was momentarily stunned, Uchiha Shursui was already in front of him. The Kirigakure CH Nin barely reached out to block, but it was still a beat too slow. Swoosh! The long knife pierced straight into his chest, and the last Kirigakure CH Nin fell with an expression of disbelief. It was as if he had entered a realm without barriers. Aoi Ruri felt a chill in her heart. With a single strike to take down the enemy, Uchiha Shursui did not hesitate to use the instant body technique again. The next target was herself. Aoi Ruri held her breath. Where is he? In front of me? Behind me? Above me? Aoi Ruri was already planning to activate her bloodline elimination. Be careful, Takeda Seiji suddenly warned, shouting out loud. In an instant, Aoi Ruri unhesitatingly used the body replacement technique while simultaneously retreating. Swoosh! A piece of wood was sliced in half. The body replacement technique helped her escape a disaster. After dodging this nearly traceless strike, Aoi Ruri no longer hesitated. Captain Takeda, we need to escape quickly, Aoi Ruri said to Takeda Seiji, then headed in one direction. Then we'll split up. Takeda Seiji replied decisively, taking off in another direction. Aoi Ruri felt like crying without tears. Although splitting up was wise, Uchiha Shursui would definitely go after the one he was more confident about. Sure enough, Aoi Ruri felt someone following her from behind. Without turning back, she already knew it was Uchiha Shursui. This traitorous guy. Aoi Ruri cursed in her heart. And why was Shursui chasing after her relentlessly? I'm only 10 years old. Aoi Ruri shouted as she ran. You don't have any improper intentions toward me, do you? Uchiha Shursui stumbled slightly, but continued the chase. The instant body technique activated again. Damn it. Without anyone to warn me, I can't react at all. Aoi Ruri understood in her heart. No escape. The invisibility of nothingness. The blood-stained elimination technique was unleashed without hesitation. In the next moment, Aoi Ruri vanished. At the same time, a long blade swept through the spot where Aoi Ruri had disappeared, leaving her in a cold sweat from shock. That was close. Disappeared? Uchiha Shursui was taken aback. And then the three tomo in his eyes spun rapidly as he looked toward the place where she had vanished. Under the extreme vision of the Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui found nothing, but he faintly sensed something unusual. The spot where the enemy little girl had disappeared was strange. Uchiha Shursui quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Naturally, a Jonin's ninjutsu was not something a Chunin could compare to. Aoi Ruri jumped to the side to evade the fire dragon, but she was still grazed by its scorching heat, immediately feeling a bit uncomfortable. Sure enough, something was off. What kind of technique is this? Uchiha Shursui keenly sensed the abnormal flow of air under the observation of his Sharingan. Is it a technique that makes one intangible? Impressive. If it were a bit farther away, even a Sharingan wouldn't be able to detect it. Uchiha Shursui thought to himself, his hands moving nonstop as he unleashed another fire dragon. She has been discovered. Aoi Ruri thought to herself that it was bad. Indeed, the Sharingan could detect her. Of course, she didn't know that this was because Uchiha Shursui's three tomo had reached their limits and the distance was extremely close. If it were any farther, he wouldn't have been able to detect her. Aoi Ruri dodged again, retreating once more in her intangible state. She absolutely couldn't let her escape. Uchiha Shursui understood that if he couldn't catch this little girl this time, it would only be harder in the future. The two continued to chase each other an extremely close distance. Uchiha Shursui occasionally used fire-style ninjutsu to attack, while Aoi Ruri attempted to create distance while dodging. Gradually, Uchiha Shursui realized that Aoi Ruri was heading toward the area where the sounds of fighting could be heard. Chapter 65. The Hyuga clan members knowing the opponent's strategy, Uchiha Shursui found himself at a loss. Throughout the confrontation, the enemy had not looked into his eyes, clearly having some knowledge of the Sharingan. As he activated body flicker technique, Uchiha Shursui unleashed another Phoenix Fire technique, but Aoi Ruri continued to dodge and advance. Aoi Ruri finally understood what it meant to have her body, made of water in the state of no visibility, being scorched. The amount of evaporated water was compensated by the water created by Chakra, or rather, a fusion of blood. In other words, this was consuming Chakra. Therefore, Aoi Ruri knew she couldn't continue like this, and had to escape to the chaotic battlefield. In the no-visibility state, Aoi Ruri's perception was extremely sharp. To shake off Uchiha Shursui, she could only hope to draw him into the chaos. After all, although the previous illusion was fake, the signal flare summoning the Mist Ninja was real. Aoi Ruri dodged the opponent's fire techniques while quickly fleeing toward the location where the signal flare had been launched. Uchiha Shursui was right behind her. Ahead, many ninjas were engaged in combat. Uchiha Shursui noticed this and accelerated his speed. Suddenly, countless ninja tools were shot toward him. Oh no! Uchiha Shursui had no choice but to give up the pursuit of Aoi Ruri. His figure flickering slightly to evade all the attacks, but Aoi Ruri had already vanished from his line of sight. It was worth investigating why she escaped. He wanted to see what was happening here. Uchiha Shursui thought to himself. Ahead, two mist ninjas revealed themselves, the ones who had just blocked Uchiha Shursui. But they had no idea how troublesome this enemy would be. Activating body flicker technique, Uchiha Shursui disappeared right under their noses. What? A soft gasp came from the two as their eyes widened. But there was no time to think. Perhaps Shursui's body flicker technique wasn't as unbeatable as Flying Thunder God, since it was merely an advanced D-rank ninjutsu. But it was still beyond the capability of these two mist ninjas to counter. The longsword struck their vital points before they could react. When Uchiha Shursui arrived on the battlefield, he finally saw the situation clearly. In the recent missed ambush, Ao was at the forefront of his camp, accompanied by over a dozen elite ninjas. Therefore, Ao's team encountered the Konoha ninjas first, and the first to engage him was Uchiha Shursui. He had some understanding of the Sharingan techniques, so he was cautiously avoiding looking into Shursui's eyes. But he didn't expect that the opponent was even more skilled in body flicker technique. Ao found it difficult to capture Shursui's body flicker technique, which he thought was a seemingly useless ninjutsu applied to such an extent. Several ninjas, having accidentally looked into Uchiha Shursui's eyes, fell under the illusion and required their companion's assistance to break free. Moreover, that body flicker technique nearly cost several of them their lives. But fortunately, these weren't ordinary ninjas. They quickly coordinated together. After a brief skirmish, both sides realized they couldn't gain the upper hand, and Uchiha Shursui suddenly left. Ao knew he was heading to deal with other mist ninjas, but had no way to keep up with him. He then attempted to ambush other Konoha ninjas, only to find that all his traps had been uncovered. This time, it was members of the Hyuga clan, unlike the previous Uchiha member. This time, there were over a dozen Hyuga clan members. Ao immediately felt this was a good opportunity. If he could eliminate the enemy, he would be able to study the secrets of the Byakugan from the corpses. After all, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was immensely helpful in war reconnaissance and avoiding traps. The Mist Village had long coveted this talent, but so far, no other village possessed such ocular abilities. Perhaps this was an excellent opportunity. However, Ao was puzzled as to why so many Hyuga clan members were gathered together when typically one clan member would suffice. After all, the division between the Hyuga main house and branch house was a secret even within Konoha. And how could Ao know that these Byakugan users were merely there to protect the main house and its eyes? Thus, Ao unhesitatingly deployed the signal flare, hoping to summon more mist ninjas to quickly eliminate the enemy. Even if this defensive line was breached, it was worth it for the chance to obtain the Byakugan. As expected, many unengaged mist ninjas came over, and the pressure on the group of Byakugan users increased. However, that Uchiha Shursui was coming back. Ao's expression darkened instantly. This was bad. Uchiha Shursui also noticed the situation. Although the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan was not good due to competition over their eyes, they had to set aside their differences when fighting against other villages. Moreover, Uchiha Shursui was not one of those hardliners in his clan. The Hyuga ninjas also saw Uchiha Shursui and, in this situation, would not stubbornly refuse the help of the Uchiha clan members. Without hesitation, Uchiha Shursui stepped into the fray. Ao thought for a moment and steeled himself to block him. Perhaps he was the only one here who could challenge him. In the Crimson Sharingan, the three Tomo slowly rotated as Uchiha Shursui's figure flickered. Ao gathered some chakra in his eyes, barely catching a glimpse of that faint silhouette. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Ao and Uchiha Shursui quickly disengaged. Water style, giant sharp bomb. As he retreated, Ao quickly formed hand seals and unleashed an A-rank ninjutsu. He expelled a massive, dragon-like water bomb, smaller in attack range than the Great Waterfall technique, but much more powerful. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Uchiha Shursui also cast a fire technique, instantly creating a massive fireball. Boom! The fireball collided violently with the water bomb, naturally drawing the attention of everyone on the battlefield. A massive shockwave erupted from the collision, spreading outward, causing many ninjas to raise their hands to shield their heads. The two ninjutsu were evenly matched, but Ao understood he still fell short. After all, this was the Mist Forest, a place suited for water style. So he ultimately lost. Ao realized this, but as long as he could block him, it would be fine. Even without him, those Hyuga ninjas wouldn't be able to handle it. But just then, one of the Byakugan users suddenly unleashed their power. 8 trigrams palm, return heaven. At the center of his position, a blue sphere appeared instantly. It was a ball formed by rapidly rotating chakra emitted from all of his body's chakra points. The mist ninjas surrounding him were all repelled upon contact with the sphere, creating a shallow pit in the ground. Then, like a sleeping lion awakening, he effortlessly sent the approaching mist ninjas flying, and those hit found their chakra flow becoming obstructed. This was a unique point-striking technique exclusive to the main house. The pressure on the Hyuga clan members instantly lightened, which Ao had not anticipated. While Ao and Shursui were engaged in fierce combat, more ninjas joined the fray. Not only mist ninjas, but also Konoha ninjas, none of whom noticed Aoi Ruri's appearance. Even those Hyuga ninjas were too focused to pay attention. Aoi Ruri dodged the attacks coming at her from time to time, but was deep in thought. The 8 trigrams palm is a technique of the Hyuga clan. If this person did not comprehend it like Hyuga Niji did, then he must be from the main branch. Why would Uchiha, skilled in fire techniques and restrained by water techniques, and a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan, attack the hidden mist village? The Uchiha clan would rebel in a few years. So it seems they sent Uchiha members to battle in hopes of changing their marginalized status in the village. As for the Hyuga clan, are they aiming for a higher position within the village? Aoi Ruri suddenly felt that the waters of Konoha were also quite deep. Chapter 66. The blind spot of Byakugan ninjas from both sides gradually gathered, and the number of people on the battlefield increased. But the number of fallen ninjas was far fewer than the newcomers. Songjing Lioli was carefully dodging scattered attacks amidst the chaos, and for the moment, no enemy had targeted her. Songjing Lioli focused part of her attention on the group of Hyuga ninjas, rather than the prominent members of the clan who were demonstrating various powerful techniques. The Byakugan of the branch family was limited by seals, lacking the absolute 360-degree vision of the main family. This was exposed during the battle between Hyuga Niji and Kidamaru. Furthermore, during the Chunin exams, Hyuga Hizashi showed shock when he used the heavenly spin and the 64 palms on the branch family members, revealing that those techniques were only passed on to the main family. All of this indicated that the treatment between the branch and main families was vastly different. However, even without advanced gentle fist techniques, the branch family's strength remained formidable, especially in defense. All ambushes seemed laughable in front of the Byakugan. As a result, up to this point, none of the Hyuga ninjas had died, with only 2 or 3 sustaining minor injuries. Their purpose here was clearly to protect the main family. Songjing Lioli thought as she observed the branch family ninjas struggling to fend off attacks. Songjing Lioli understood that the injuries sustained by those Hyuga ninjas were due to attacks fortuitously striking their blind spots. Upon closer observation, she found that several of their wounds were located on the lower right side behind them. Songjing Lioli easily deduced the direction of the Byakugan's blind spot. So, let's give it a try. Songjing Lioli thought, casually aiming at a nearby Hyuga ninja, and a lightning ball quietly struck from the presumed blind spot. The Hyuga ninja was engaged with 2 mist ninjas, and the physical attacks and various projectiles were all visible in his bulging eyes. He easily deflected 2 shurikens. A smirk of contempt on his face, thinking to himself, do you think you can comprehend the strength of the Byakugan? This is definitely superior to the Sharingan. The Hyuga ninja thought, with the Byakugan, he could see even what was behind him, easily dodging a thrown shuriken from behind and closing in on a mist ninja. In the world of the Byakugan, he could clearly see the opponent's chakra pathways and flow. The Hyuga clan's taijutsu was extremely sophisticated. His left hand moved forward lightly, strangely bypassing the enemy's blocking arm and striking at the acupoints visible to his Byakugan. Just as he was about to hit, he sensed a slight sound. How is that possible? An attack evaded my vision? In an instant, the Hyuga ninja was somewhat stunned. The lightning ball struck his absolute blind spot just as he was about to touch the mist ninja as acupoint. Immediately, the Hyuga ninja felt a current flowing through his body, and before he could defend with chakra, he felt his entire body go numb, unable to exert full force with the hand touching the mist ninja. This is bad. The Hyuga ninja felt his body stiffening, his reactions noticeably slowing down, and the mist ninja would not miss this opportunity. As soon as the lightning ball struck the Hyuga ninja, he thrust his kunai toward the opponent's left chest. Oh, what's the most painful? It's the most painful when you know an attack is coming and can't evade it. The Hyuga ninja watched as the kunai pierced him, immediately feeling a sharp pain in his left chest, and the life force within him rapidly drained away, leaving him lifeless in the blink of an eye. This was the first Hyuga ninja to be taken down. Ha, well done. Aoi noticed the situation and laughed heartily, but kept a close watch on Uchiha Shursui. However, no one noticed that the dead Hyuga's Byakugan flickered and dimmed. The curse of the branch family took effect, and the eyes instantly turned into ordinary eyeballs at the moment of their owner's death. The remaining Hyuga ninjas were clearly enraged by the death of their comrade, forcibly breaking through their respective enemies to attack the mist ninja who had just achieved the kill. The main family member of the Hyuga clan also abandoned the mist ninjas who had been defeated and turned around to seek revenge for his fallen kin. The mist ninja who had performed brilliantly turned pale. At this moment, the Hyuga main family members had already arrived. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The main family member was clearly furious. The mist ninja hurriedly threw 2 kunai, but they were effortlessly deflected by the opponent's left arm, and then he closed in. This was far more powerful than the techniques used by Hyuga Niji during the Chunin exams. Before the 64 palms were even halfway through, the mist ninja had already collapsed to the ground, clearly unable to continue. Is the cohesion of this family so united? Songjing Lioli felt somewhat puzzled. According to the manga, the main family had a dismissive attitude towards the branch family. Then Songjing Lioli noticed the grateful looks from the branch family members and the slightly smug expression of the main family member, and she realized, no matter what the reason is, it won't be that simple. Songjing Lioli stopped thinking and quietly moved elsewhere, hoping to eliminate a leaf ninja unnoticed. But things did not go as planned. A member of the branch family directly targeted her, launching a gentle fist attack, and Songjing Lioli hurriedly dodged. I don't want to kill you, yet you provoke me. Songjing Lioli cursed inwardly, but the opponent kept pursuing her, clearly intent on not letting her go. Songjing Lioli dared not engage in a physical confrontation. If she was hit, she might not even be able to gather chakra. She quickly evaded and formed hand seals. Generally speaking, it is extremely foolish for a ninja to use ninjutsu in close combat, as the time taken for hand seals might result in being hit by the opponent. However, Songjing Lioli's hand sealing speed was much faster than that of an ordinary ninja. Water release, water shark bomb technique. A dragon-shaped water bomb flew toward her opponent, and as the opponent dodged, she quickly retreated, soon finding herself behind a mist ninja. The mist ninja attacked without hesitation, and, at that moment, Songjing Lioli employed the same tactic again, directing a concentrated lightning ball toward the Byakugan's blind spot. Boom! The lightning ball struck without a doubt once more. This time, the enemy was on guard, and their body only stiffened momentarily, with the mist ninja merely grazing their left shoulder. However, this greatly diminished their combat effectiveness. Songjing Lioli was not polite with her enemy, launching a series of water and lightning release techniques at them. The Hyuga ninja was unable to dodge in time and was finally hit, ending their life under the cold weapon of a passing mist ninja. Sure enough, the Hyuga ninjas erupted in anger again, but the surrounding ninjas would not allow the same mistake to happen twice, closely watching the opponent and not giving them a chance to escape the battle. Thus, Songjing Lioli used the Byakugan's blind spot to take down 2 more Hyuga ninjas, and at this moment, the main family member surrounded by everyone noticed the problem. This little girl, her attacks have always come from that position. The Hyuga ninja was shocked. Damn it, how did she discover the Byakugan's blind spot? As a member of the main family of the Hyuga clan, he naturally knew that the cursed Byakugan had a slight blind spot. But this was supposed to be absolutely secret. Others shouldn't be able to know it. But this little girl had definitely uncovered this secret. She absolutely cannot be allowed to survive. It would be troublesome if she speaks. The main family member thought urgently. 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. Hinata's clan member unhesitatingly knocked away the attacking mist ninjas and quickly approached Aoi Ruri. I'm not afraid of you. As she watched the opponent closing in on her, Aoi Ruri felt no fear. Instead, she had an idea. To lure this guy away on his own. Chapter 67. The death of the branch family. Aoi Ruri was not afraid of the upper ninja skilled in taijutsu. But she first needed to confirm whether he was a member of the main family. She pulled a handful of shurikens from her ninja tool pouch and threw them at him. With the innate talent of this world, Aoi Ruri effortlessly executed the difficult 8-point arc throwing technique. 4 shurikens flew past the man and struck from behind. One of them, guided by a small amount of chakra infused by Aoi Ruri, aimed precisely at the so-called blind spot. Umph. The main family member from the Hyuga clan sneered. In his eyes, this cold weapon was not worth using the Byakugan for. Everything was laid bare under its gaze. He extended his arms and deflected all the hidden weapons. Indeed, he is from the main family. Aoi Ruri confirmed her suspicion. The Hyuga clan did not notice Aoi Ruri's earlier probe and coldly looked at her. At that moment, a mist ninja attacked him, but the movement had already been seen through. Aoi Ruri slapped her left hand towards that person, sending him flying away. This was the 8 trigrams empty palm. He absolutely could not get close. Aoi Ruri retreated to observe the main family's reaction. They pursued her without hesitation, clearly intent on killing her. On one side, the branch family members noticed the main family's somewhat reckless behavior and grew anxious. 2 of them desperately fought off the mist ninja they were battling and followed after. For the branch family, protecting the main family was their mission. If a member of the main family died here, then all the branch family present would also face death. For some reason, no other ninjas pursued them. The Leaf ninjas seemed extremely confident in the Hyuga clan. Perhaps the mist ninjas felt that these Byakugan users were too difficult to deal with and were reluctant to assist a rogue ninja student. The fact that Aoi Ruri was a disciple of Aoi Yoko was not a big secret in the Mist Village. Any ninja curious about this rogue ninja would easily find out. As more people gathered on the scene, besides the nearby ninjas, the departure of the three had not attracted much attention. Only 2 people came over. Aoi Ruri swiftly flew through the forest and soon noticed the situation behind her, somewhat surprised. It wasn't until she reached a deserted area that she finally stopped. Not running away. Seeing Aoi Ruri stop, the main family member also eased his pace, sneering as he spoke. Behind him, 2 branch family members stood closely, their bodies already in an attacking stance. Why should I run? Aoi Ruri retorted. I don't even regard your Hyuga clan's gentle fist as a threat. Ha ha ha. The main family member laughed loudly, angrily saying, just because you've discovered a weakness in the Byakugan, you think you could be so arrogant? A little brat like you who doesn't know the heavens from the earth. Wanting to be a ninja seems a bit far-fetched. Indeed, because of her age, she was often underestimated, but the enemy's carelessness was always beneficial. Aoi Ruri thought helplessly. Whether I'm qualified to be a ninja, you could try and see. Aoi Ruri said calmly. The other party's words had not yet provoked her. The Mist Village practiced a blood mist policy, and when it came to suspicion and infighting among villagers, it was the worst in the entire ninja world. Although the requirements for leadership and command abilities for the selection of Chunin and Jonin might be lower due to the upcoming Third Great Ninja War, they relied more on combat strength for evaluation. Even though the assessments for Chunin and Jonin had been relaxed for greater combat power due to the impending war, ninjas of the same rank were still not inferior to those from other countries. Therefore, the Hyuga clan member did not dare to underestimate her in his heart, especially since several clan members had already died because of this little girl. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, gesturing for the 2 branch members to quickly surround Aoi Ruri in a triangular formation. With chakra control, the wind from their gentle fists surged, attacking Aoi Ruri. The main family member was certainly a Jonin, so Aoi Ruri did not dare to hesitate. Aoi Ruri instantly activated the art of nothingness. What? The 3 exclaimed in surprise. Because chakra was wildly flowing within, the veins bulged in the Byakugan, yet they could still see the enemy's chakra flow. But the manner of that flow had changed. In reality, that little girl had lost her presence. What kind of technique is this? The main family member wondered. If it weren't for the Byakugan, he wouldn't have noticed at all. Aoi Ruri also concluded from their expressions that the Byakugan could indeed detect her. Although somewhat disappointed, it was within her expectations. However, she wondered if they could actually hit her. Aoi Ruri approached one of the branch members. Over the years, Aoi Ruri had been able to control parts of her body to become intangible and could also make parts of her intangible body tangible again. Her left arm appeared, pulling out 3 shuriken to throw directly. Such a frontal attack was naturally not difficult for the opponent. The branch family member lightly dodged, narrowly escaping, and under the Byakugan. He no longer cared about the concept of tangible and intangible. With a light shout, he directly struck at Aoi Ruri's chest. Impossible. The 3 witnessed an incredible fact. The branch member directly passed through the chakra body visible to the Byakugan. Not invisibility, but complete disappearance. The 3 were shocked. Suddenly appearing behind that person, Aoi Ruri also felt the pressure. Indeed, while in the state of nothingness, she could ignore physical attacks. But she could not be completely immune to chakra, which was a fusion of physical and mental energy. She could only reduce some damage. If it were a purely mental illusion technique, she would be even more vulnerable. However, Aoi Ruri could almost ignore the pain from passing through the chakra body. She formed the sea-hand seal with both hands, and suddenly dozens of ice senbon formed in the air, then shot towards the branch family member behind her. In close combat, the activation of ninjutsu often required time, so in rapid movements, ice senbon was indeed a good choice. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the other 2 had no time to rescue. Under the Byakugan, the branch member saw the senbon behind him and hurriedly dodged, unleashing unprecedented potential under the threat of death, deflecting several senbon and moving his body to avoid some vital points. But the 3 senbon in the blind spot were ones he could not see. The rapidly moving ice senbon pierced through him, and the branch member screamed in disbelief. Birds flew out of the woods in a panic. After falling, the main family member gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. Ice release ninja. The opponent was also a user of a bloodline limit, and he suddenly felt it was somewhat tricky. Aoi Ruri moved again, attacking another branch family member. This time, the main family member had already put away his underestimation. The two came at her in a pincer attack. 8 trigrams, empty palm. They did not give Aoi Ruri a chance to get close, and the chakra-infused wind from their palms shot out from a distance. Useless, although she did not have the abnormal perception ability of the second Mizukage. Aoi Ruri was still very sensitive to close-range chakra. She lightly shifted her body, easily dodging the attack. Forming hand seals with both hands, she created a water sphere in the air, which quickly transformed into an ice sphere. Ice release, exploding shrink ice bomb. The ice sphere flew straight towards the branch family member. What the Byakugan saw was an ice sphere with extremely compressed chakra and high density. What would happen if chakra compressed ice? The main family member quickly thought of a possibility and shouted to the branch family member facing the ice sphere, "Get out of the way." Boom! It was already too late. The power of the ninjutsu, ranging from A to S rank, was fully unleashed. Centered around the original hockey puck, countless shards of ice formed a massive white sphere, with the ice debris spinning rapidly within, wrapping the person from the branch family inside. Amidst the swirling snow and ice, the person from the branch family didn't even let out a scream. How infuriating! The man from the main family had red eyes. If he could turn back time, everything would be fine. For the first time, he held a negative attitude towards the system of the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Indeed, not everyone in the branch family could be like Hyuga Niji, capable of mastering the 8 trigrams palm, returning to the heavens, or even the genius of the 64 palms and 128 palms. This decayed system, while preserving the Byakugan, had significantly weakened the combat power of the Hyuga clan. At this point, only Aoi Ruri and the man from the main family were left on the battlefield. The man from the main family looked at Aoi Ruri with a predatory glare. In order to compete for the position of clan head, this member of the main family did not hesitate to enter the dangerous battlefield of the Hidden Mist, hoping to gain fame in the ninja world by killing some renowned ninjas or capturing important cities in the Land of Water. If he failed in the competition for the clan head position, he would be demoted to the branch family and branded with the curse of the branch family. Becoming part of the branch family, he would only be able to live like those whom he had once commanded, subject to the whims of the main family. This was not what he wanted. However, filled with passionate hopes of gaining fame in the ninja world, he did not expect that before achieving any merits. Several of his clansmen had already died, although the lives of the branch family members were considered much lower than those of the main family. He would still bear the blame if they were all wiped out. Now, if he didn't kill the enemy, he could forget about competing for the position of clan head. Thus, the man from the main family had no way out. Today you must die here. Chapter 68. Thunderblade and 8 trigrams mountain breaking strike. What method do you want to use to keep me? Beside him, Aoi Ruri revealed her form. She had already consumed some chakra in the earlier struggle with Uchiha Shursui, and naturally, she wouldn't engage in unnecessary waste now. This was indeed a dilemma for the main family, as the technique that rendered the body intangible and immune to attacks was a natural enemy of the Hyuga clan. Aoi Ruri had yet to fully grasp the state of nothingness, and the main family member certainly wouldn't understand it either. You definitely cannot maintain that state for long, otherwise. Why wouldn't you keep it up? After a moment, the main family member spoke, appearing completely calm now. The battle awareness of someone who could become a jounin was indeed terrifying. Aoi Ruri felt a shiver in her heart and directly admitted, "That's right. The state of nothingness required chakra to maintain, and every movement and technique consumed increasing amounts of chakra. That was the cost. There could be no perfect technique." The main family member thought as he charged at Aoi Ruri. As he approached, Aoi Ruri's form dissipated, and at that moment, the main family member once again sensed a change in the flow of chakra. What a strange flow. He struck out with a backward thrust, hitting Aoi Ruri's small arm, but he retained his force, and his hand indeed passed through her. No, the main family member noticed something unusual at the moment of contact. The enemy's chakra flow slightly stagnated, though it wasn't very obvious. This was the influence of chakra, and the Hyuga main family immediately judged the cause, their spirits lifting. Indeed, there was no technique without weaknesses. The opponent in this state could not be immune to chakra attacks. Therefore, as long as he concentrated more chakra to strike her acupoints, it would still have an effect. At the same time, Aoi Ruri suddenly felt a pain in her small arm. She gently retreated, but in her heart, she understood that the purity of the opponent's chakra was incomparable to those from the branch family. Seeing Aoi Ruri retreat, the main family member's deduction was further confirmed. 8 trigrams, empty palm. A chakra shockwave surged towards Aoi Ruri, but her sensitivity was no less than her opponent's, and she quickly dodged. There wasn't much time left. Aoi Ruri charged from another direction. The main family's Byakugan provided absolute 360-degree vision, and she had no intention of attempting a sneak attack. The transformation of Chakra in the state of nothingness was too difficult to achieve. Aoi Ruri manifested her hands, quickly forming seals. Instantly, Chakra formed blue currents in her hands, producing the sound of 1,000 birds. Chidori. Aoi Ruri's speed suddenly increased as she extended her right hand, quickly closing in on the Hyuga main family member. He made no hesitation. Chakra erupted from his body, and his right leg spun rapidly. Reversal Heaven. Lightning Chakra's penetrating power was the strongest among the 5 nature transformations, but the density of the chakra in Reversal Heaven was also extremely high. When the two collided, there was no massive sound of impact. The Chidori, accompanied by heavenly sounds, pierced directly into the chakra sphere. However, Aoi Ruri felt as if she were suffocating amidst the dense chakra, and the further in she went, the greater the rebound of Reversal Heaven. Aoi Ruri increased her chakra consumption, pushing through with determination, but at the moment she touched the Hyuga main family member's body, she felt a release in her heart. It could no longer hold on and was bounced back. Aoi Ruri appeared on the ground, the rebound from Reversal Heaven causing her internal organs to churn, and she felt a sweetness in her throat, nearly vomiting blood. The chakra sphere disappeared, revealing the Hyuga main family member standing in a shallow pit slightly larger than a person, clutching his left arm with his right hand, where bright red blood slowly flowed out. It seemed the injury he sustained from the Chidori was heavier than Aoi Ruri's. What a powerful lightning ninjutsu. The Hyuga main family member was shocked. From the beginning, the opponent had discovered the blind spot of the Byakugan, then utilized that strange invisibility technique. And now, this little girl's lightning ninjutsu could actually injure him in Reversal Heaven. The Hyuga main family member suddenly felt a hint of retreat. Even though this little girl seemed not to have reached the age of a ninja, he was uncertain where her limits lay after this series of encounters. However, how could he return and explain this to his clan? This little brat, limited by her age, likely had little chakra left. Perhaps she was just holding on, and his injury wasn't that serious. The Hyuga main family member encouraged himself. On the other side, Aoi Ruri was also pondering. If Chidori had its attack power diminished under the defense of Reversal Heaven, then the explosion of the ice bomb would be even harder to injure the opponent. With this in mind, Aoi Ruri no longer hesitated and took a scroll from her ninja tool pouch. A sealing scroll? The Hyuga main family member grew wary. Sister Ringo, I will not disgrace the name of the ninja blades. Aoi Ruri thought to herself as she formed the seal with her hands, opened the scroll, and took out the pair of thunder blades, Feng, holding them in her hands. Ninja tools? The Hyuga main family member was surprised, but quickly recalled the strange shape of Feng from the intelligence scroll he had seen before the mist-hidden village. This is the Thunderblade. The Hyuga main family member finally remembered, but was even more shocked. You are actually a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. At this time, there had been no instances of the sword's owner defecting. The ninja swordsmen were indeed the top force of the mist-hidden village, renowned throughout the ninja world. However, the owner of the Thunderblade should be Ringo Yuri, right? With the enhancement of the Thunderblade, she could barely reshape the transformed lightning again, so her attack power should be sufficient. Aoi Ruri channeled Chakra into the Thunderblade, and under the guidance of Feng, lightning enveloped the blade. The two blades clashed, gathering a surge of lightning. Then she thrust towards the Hyuga main family member. The Hyuga main family member hurriedly dodged, clearly sensing the power of the lightning, which was even more formidable than Chidori. However, the form-changing lightning was already under her control. As the lightning approached the Hyuga main family member, it suddenly veered off course, charging directly at him again. Not good. The Hyuga main family member had no time to think. Reversal Heaven activated once more, and he saw the spot where the lightning struck was covered by a chakra sphere. Did I hit? Aoi Ruri looked over, but the lightning lost its momentum and returned to the Thunderblade, feeding back into herself, causing Aoi Ruri to be enveloped in a thin layer of lightning. The chakra sphere disappeared, revealing the Hyuga main family member, who was visibly startled. I missed. Under the rapid rotation of chakra, the lightning was ultimately deflected slightly by inertia, and it was this slight deviation that allowed the Hyuga main family member to escape disaster. I can't kill this guy. At this point, the Hyuga main family member had to admit this. Due to the opponent's strange invisibility technique and the shape-changing lightning, he couldn't fully exert his strength. For example, he couldn't use the 8 trigrams 64 palms. This feeling of frustration was indeed unbearable for him. However, Aoi Ruri was unwilling to back down just yet. Reversal Heaven is indeed the strongest defense of a Hyuga. Aoi Ruri secretly admired, but under an even stronger penetrating power, could he still evade? After all, the spider silk arrow of Kadamaru had directly pierced Hyuga Niji, and he hadn't shown much resistance. Aoi Ruri clashed the two thunderblades and then struck toward the sky. The electric power of the thunderblade struck the heavens, drawing forth an echo. Boom! The sky was subjected to high-speed friction from the electricity, triggering an electric field. Faint lightning flickered in the clouds. At the same time, Aoi Ruri's face turned pale. This move also caused some harm to her body. Damn it, this guy has even stronger ninjutsu. The Hyuga clan head's expression changed. Lightning blade, ninjutsu, natural lightning. Techniques that are activated using external objects are referred to as ninjutsu. A massive bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, carrying an unstoppable force of wind and thunder, moving so fast it nearly surpassed the human eye's ability to perceive it. The Byakugan might be able to capture it, but could the body's speed keep up? The Hyuga clan head hurried to defend, but the lightning pierced straight into the chakra sphere. It seemed as if the chakra sphere would be penetrated. A muffled groan came from the Hyuga clan head within the blue light circle. The absolute defense that the Hyuga clan prided itself on was ultimately broken under a more powerful force. This time, the Hyuga clan head was seriously injured, his form swaying unsteadily. It seems you are at your limit, then let's do it again. Aoi Ruri struck the lightning blade towards the sky once more. In the air, natural lightning reformed. There was no blocking the next strike. The Hyuga clan head was very clear about his situation, so he could only fight to the death. Chakra surged wildly within him. If the Byakugan noticed, it would be shocked by the momentum of that desperate effort. What is this? It looks like the Kamehameha. Aoi Ruri, at this moment, still had the presence of mind to pay attention to the opponent's hand signs, but soon felt the danger. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams mountain-breaking strike. Chakra wildly gathered in the Hyuga clan head's hand, forming a full power strike that resembled a massive laser beam. Heading straight for Aoi Ruri. Chapter 69. The Fall of the Hyuga Clan. This is Aoi Ruri, in a state of invisibility, clearly sensed that almost all of the chakra within her opponent had gathered together. It was obvious that this was the enemy's final resistance. The chakra concentrated in the hands of the Hyuga clan member, who no longer paid attention to the lightning coming from above, focusing entirely on Aoi Ruri. With a soft fist about to unleash its power. Bang! The chakra shot out like a laser, and in her state of invisibility, Aoi Ruri could feel the immense energy of this chakra. Even in this state, she did not dare to take it head-on. It was not only fast like a laser, but its speed could probably match that of a laser too. Without hesitation, Aoi Ruri positioned her lightning blade in front of her, the remaining strands of lightning dispersing forward to meet the chakra beam, hoping to buy herself a bit of time. Then, with all her strength, she rolled to the side. As the lightning blade made contact with the chakra laser, the lightning was instantly dissolved, and Aoi Ruri felt a jolt in her hand. The force of the laser also slowed slightly, and then the lightning blade slipped from her grasp, simultaneously pulling Aoi Ruri to the side. Her body stumbled, barely dodging, just before it could hit her. It didn't hit. The face of the Hyuga clan member turned pale. Initially, he wanted to kill her to prevent the secret of the branch family's weakness in the Byakugan from being exposed. But now it seemed that the enemy was about to kill him instead. Aoi Ruri sat on the ground in a disheveled state, temporarily losing her lightning blade. But the already formed natural lightning had no effect on her. After the Hyuga clan member unleashed the 8 trigrams mountain break, it came crashing down, leaving no chance for defense. Boom! A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel completely engulfed the Hyuga clan member. The screams echoed through the forest. Upon hearing this, Aoi Ruri couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Under such an attack, given the opponent's situation, there was no way to resist anymore. Everything had finally come to an end. Aoi Ruri released her invisibility, her face pale, clearly exhausted. After the lightning faded, the Hyuga clan member lay on the ground, covered in wounds, his skin charred, looking as if he had completely run out of energy. Suddenly, the Hyuga clan member, who should have been unable to move, suddenly stirred, pulling a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and stabbing it toward his own eyes. Knowing that he had no chance of survival, the only thing he could do was to destroy these eyes. However, in his severely injured state, his movements were still too slow. Aoi Ruri hesitated for a moment. Although she had no interest in the Byakugan, it might have other uses. and she couldn't let him destroy them like this. Clang! The kunai was knocked away by a suddenly arriving shuriken, stopping the Hyuga clan member's action. The clan member's eyes, unrestricted by any seals, were not only the most perfect Byakugan, but even after death, they wouldn't be destroyed, right? Ruri said to him, "So, you're already prepared, and you actually understand my Hyuga clan so well." The Hyuga clan member spoke with great difficulty. After his last burst of strength was interrupted, he was completely in despair. Not only had he failed to kill the enemy, but he had also lost his life. Moreover, it seemed that he couldn't even preserve these eyes he was so proud of. Aoi Ruri did not give him another chance, and with a kunai, she ended the enemy's life. The Hyuga clan member died with guilt towards his family. "I'm a sinner of the Hyuga clan." Aoi Ruri hurriedly approached, sealing the body with a sealing scroll, then picked up the lightning blade tooth, and finally tidied up the battlefield a bit, mainly to erase the traces of her ice release techniques, before leaving quickly. All the way, Aoi Ruri's heart was still racing. There were only a few members of the main branch of the Hyuga clan, and now she had taken care of one. Aoi Ruri felt a sense of unreality. But the bloodline suppression against Gentle Fist was too great, preventing the opponent's strength from being fully displayed. Surely, the opponent died, feeling very unwilling. As for that pair of Byakugan, Aoi Ruri's invisibility also had a sensing ability, so she was not interested in them. However, this pair of eyes that could see through me must not be handed over to the village. Aoi Ruri was very clear about her situation. Handing the Byakugan over to the village would earn her great merit, but perhaps one day it would be used against her. After all, once Yagura ascended, the Mist Village would be completely under Akatsuki's control. As for that Ching, who would originally have obtained a Byakugan, Aoi Ruri could only say sorry. Of course, she felt no guilt. She had also paid a considerable price in this hard-fought battle. "I can't just disappear now." Aoi Ruri felt frustrated. Although no one had witnessed that battle, if she just ran away, then she would have to prepare to be a fugitive. On the other side, on Ching's battlefield, the remaining members of the Hyuga branch suddenly froze, sensing an ominous aura from their seals. "The Lord has fallen." A member of the branch family shouted in disbelief and despair. The expressions of the other branch family members were also similar. Revenge for the Lord. The Mist ninjas who were fighting against this group of Hyuga branch members immediately noticed the added despair in their expressions. The existence of the branch family was to protect the main family. The death of the main family also determined their own guilt. Even if they returned to Konoha alive, all that awaited them would be the word death. Suddenly, the attacks from these branch members became more ruthless, filled with a sense of mutual destruction. Uchiha Shursui heard the words of the Hyuga branch and felt a jolt in his heart. As a clan with ocular techniques, Uchiha Shursui had heard about the distinction between the Hyuga clan's main and branch families. So he understood how significant the death of the Hyuga clan member would be for Konoha. Who could have killed him? Uchiha Shursui had a moment of doubt, scanning the battlefield, but suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. Where is that little girl? How could I forget her? Uchiha Shursui blamed himself for being careless, having rushed here while pursuing that little girl. Could it be her? Using body flicker technique to evade the encirclement of two Mist Jonin, Uchiha Shursui quickly dodged away. On the battlefield, with the continuous reinforcements of the Mist ninjas, the Konoha ninjas were already at a numerical disadvantage. If this continued, these dozens of ninjas would likely be completely wiped out. "Konoha ninjas, retreat at once!" Uchiha Shursui shouted. However, the Konoha ninjas were being pressed in a fierce combat, and those from the branch family had already resigned themselves to their fate. How could a single command make them withdraw from battle? Water release, water heaven package attack. Ching's offensive struck again. There is no other way. Uchiha Shursui's crimson 3-tomo quickly rotated, accelerating to transform into a 4-point windmill. This new eye technique was something he had only recently grasped, but it should be enough. With his current abilities, he could not yet use Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, or other more powerful ocular techniques, but he had his own unique Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. This was known as the strongest Jinjutsu, a top-tier ocular technique. However, he had just awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, and the cost of using Kodo Amatsukami once every several years made him reluctant to waste the opportunity here. He only needed to activate a tiny bit. Although the impact on the enemy would be minimal, the cooldown time would also be very short. What kind of eyes are those? Ching couldn't help but look at the other eyes, deeply attracted by the strange 4-point windmill. Soon, he felt his subconscious urging him. Ching's thoughts were unknowingly altered. Mist ninjas cease hostilities and temporarily suspend combat with Konoha. Ching said, not feeling surprised by the order in his heart. It must be said that Ching was lucky. as his status in the mist-hidden village was not high enough for Shursui to want to waste effort on a small fry like him. If the Mizukage were present, it was likely that the other gods would unleash their full force and issue a command to surrender to Konoha. What? The mist ninjas were puzzled, but as ninjas, obeying orders was an absolute requirement, and they had no room to question it. Meanwhile, the Hyuga branch family, unwilling but resigned, withdrew as they still needed to search for the main family's things. Thus, both sides retreated. Chapter 70. The appearance of Isabu. Orochimaru's expression was grim. It had been half a year since the battle with the hidden mist village began, and their progress had been smooth, allowing Konoha to forget the difficulties of war. However, this time they encountered the toughest enemy yet. The hundreds of elite ninjas he led had not gained an inch in the battles against the hidden mist. The seemingly unstoppable army of Konoha was, for the first time, halted in the misty forest. He was now facing the strongest opponent in the conflict with the hidden mist village. Orochimaru looked at the bald man across from him. The man's appearance had changed. His body was now a muddy gray, and the lower half had developed a flat, massive tail. It was this long tail that caught many Konoha ninjas off guard, causing severe injuries. The narrow vertical eyes suddenly turned icy. Orochimaru spoke each word slowly. This power to manipulate water, you are Isabu. To be precise, I am the Jinchuriki of Isabu, the bald man sneered. Now, you Konoha ninjas are all going to die here. If it weren't for the person controlling him from behind the scenes, the bald man wouldn't have been able to harness Isabu's power. But now, with such immense chakra at his command, he was filled with confidence. The bald man, controlling such great power, felt an illusion that perhaps no ninja in the entire shinobi world could surpass him, except for that person, the one who helped him perfectly control Isabu. Orochimaru's expression was extremely serious. The hidden mist village's policy of secrecy had left Konoha with very little understanding of their Jinchuriki. He had not expected that the opponent could actually control the tailed beast's power. Konoha relied on the Uzumaki clan's physique and unique sealing techniques to slightly control the nine tails. But what did the hidden mist village rely on? Recklessly using tailed beasts within one's own country often caused unimaginable damage to the homeland, which is why they were called ultimate weapons, typically deployed only in times of crisis. However, a controllable tailed beast was different. Thinking of this, Orochimaru no longer hesitated. He bit his thumb and performed the summoning technique, summoning a gigantic snake that looked like a mountain, adorned with purple-black stripes. It was the serpent Manda. As soon as Manda appeared, it caused a massive tremor. Its human-sized eyes not turning towards the other ninjas, but fixating on the partially tailed, beastified bald man, clearly sensing the violent chakra. It spoke to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I told you not to summon me for such boring tasks. Orochimaru's face darkened. The disobedient, summoning beast made him feel embarrassed. But he had no choice but to rely on Manda's power. He coldly said, enough chatter, help me take it down. Orochimaru, prepare 100 living sacrifices for me afterward. Manda continued in its booming voice, seemingly unafraid of Isabu. Orochimaru did not respond, tacitly agreeing, his eyes filled with killing intent. Ha ha ha. An ordinary summoning beast thinks it can contend with the power of a tailed beast? The bald man laughed recklessly, and two more tails sprouted from behind him. Manda's pupils dilated suddenly as it dove down, opening its drooling, gaping mouth. Isabu manipulated water as casually as the Shikaku manipulated sand. Even though this was land, under the bald man's mental control, massive water columns erupted directly from the ground, tightly binding Manda's head. However, this unruly summoning beast would not be easily subdued. It exerted its strength and easily broke free from the water columns. The bald man showed no sign of surprise, but instead coldly said, not bad. Then let me show you the true power. Before the eyes of both sides of ninjas, the bald man's upper body seemed to explode as if something monstrous inside him broke free. And at that moment, the bald man was completely transformed into a tailed beast. A gray, mud-like monster appeared before everyone, with three elongated tails gently swaying. Isabu had fully reappeared in the world. The Konoha ninjas led by Uchiha Shursui and the Hidden Mist ninjas led by Ao received the message to temporarily withdraw and cease fighting. Both sides of ninjas gathered towards the source of the signal. A member of the Hyuga branch family rushed to Uchiha Shursui's side, saying lightly, you should know the situation of our Hyuga clan, so we need to find a master. I hope you won't obstruct us. Uchiha Shursui, noticing the somewhat rude tone, did not mind. The hidden discord between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan was not a secret in Konoha. He understood how important the main family's whereabouts were to the branch family and could only helplessly agree, fine, but try to come back alive. The branch family member was surprised. He didn't expect a member of the Uchiha to care about the Hyuga. However, knowing the situation, he did not think he had a chance to survive. The only thing he could do was find the main family's corpse. You don't need to worry about it. The Hyuga branch member's tone softened slightly. Then he returned to his clan members, and a group of them immediately broke away from the team. Meanwhile, on the hidden mist side, Ao secretly rejoiced, thinking, it's a good thing we retreated. Otherwise, if the enemy had reinforcements, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was completely unaware that his subconscious was quietly changing. By the way, Ao continued, bring the corpses of those with special eye powers, and then we will leave here. Then, while considering where to retreat, Ao suddenly remembered something. It seemed that 3 Hyuga ninjas had chased after a little girl earlier, and during the chaos. He had been focused on Uchiha sure sway and had no time to send someone to stop them. Now that he thought about it, one of those 3 Hyuga ninjas was extremely powerful, and that little girl from the hidden mist might be in grave danger. However, the Hyuga should do their best not to let her escape. With that in mind, Ao decisively ordered hidden mist ninjas retreat this way. In a flurry, they quickly arrived at the location where Aoi had previously fought. As they approached, the hidden mist ninjas became notably cautious, with sensory-type ninjas concentrating their attention to search the surroundings. Soon, Ao spotted several shallow pits, the traces left by the Hyuga ninjas, and scattered shinobi tools on the ground. He easily discerned the signs of lightning-release ninjutsu and found 2 corpses of Konoha ninjas. They actually killed 2 people. Ao was somewhat surprised. It seemed one had been injured by 1,000 needles, while the other was likely killed by more concentrated hidden weapons. But were the shinobi tools taken away? Due to Aoi's simple concealment, Ao did not immediately think about the ice-release ninjutsu. And where did the remaining 2 go? At that moment, a sensory-type ninja suddenly looked towards a certain spot, calling out warily, "Who's there? Come out quickly." The hidden mist ninjas immediately went on alert, their eyes fixed on that direction. The person hiding seemed hesitant, but eventually stepped out. Judging by their appearance and forehead protectors, they were indeed members of the Hyuga branch family. There is no corpse of the master. Those people murmured, looking disheartened. They hadn't followed Uchiha Shursui because they wanted to risk retrieving the Byakugan belonging to the Hyuga clan. But they had secretly followed and still hadn't found the corpse of the main family member. They understood that the secret of the Byakugan would definitely be discovered and couldn't be preserved. Capture them. Ching quickly ordered, and the mist ninjas immediately surrounded them. A determined light flashed in the eyes of the Hyuga clan members, who had already resolved to fight to the death. Since they could not survive, they would expend their last strength for the Hyuga clan and for Konoha. The branch family members surrounded in the encirclement assumed their starting positions, and projectiles and ninjutsu attacked them from all directions. In the end, it took the cost of nearly 10 mist ninjas to completely eliminate these enemies. On the battlefield, no one dared to easily issue orders for live capture. These Hyuga ninjas were also taken away at Ching's command. After that, no further clues were found, and the group moved forward a distance before stopping in a more open area to set up a temporary encampment.